151. Accidentally turning into a pig, Li Jiao's confusion. Ah! Is this for real? Ye Feng fell back in a tactical retreat. Absolutely certain. The old city lord grasped Ye Feng's hands with a face full of age and hope. Currently, only Ye Feng, the chosen one, is qualified to take the position of city lord in White Float City. No, I'm not cut out to be the city lord. Ye Feng shook his head like a rattle drum at the thought of the countless troubles he'd be facing if he became city lord. You think it's troublesome, Sect Master yet? If that's the case, you could just be a figurehead. I can retire to the role of deputy city lord and manage the city for you, the old city lord urged with some anxiety. If Ye Feng really didn't want it, the newly built White Float City might not only get reclaimed by County King City but also divided among other star-level forces. The deputy city lord turned a strange shade when he heard that the old city lord wanted to manage the whole city. In recent years, the old city lord had spent 90% of his time in seclusion, and all major and minor city affairs had been managed by the deputy city lord. If the old city lord were to take over, it would probably end in a mess. Ye Feng sat on a stone bench, pondering for a long time before asking, what's the downside to becoming the city lord? There are no downsides, only benefits. The old city lord switched to persuasion mode. Think about it, Sect Master Ye, once you become the city lord, for 200 to 300 miles around, you would be the sky. Wouldn't you have every bit of land and all the beauties at your disposal? Ye Feng was somewhat tempted, but still waved his hands repeatedly. No, I'm not that kind of person. Becoming the city lord seemed glamorous, but Ye Feng did not understand the intricacies involved. It was better to be cautious. He didn't want the painstakingly established Misty Sect to collapse because of this. How about this? Sect Master Ye can assume the position of Supreme Elder within the City Lord's mansion. The Deputy City Lord chimed in with a suggestion. Familiar as he was with city management, star-level sects are audited only once every 10 years. By that time, you simply need to show your face and demonstrate a little skill. Audited once every 10 years. Ye Feng stroked his chin, thinking that might be acceptable. The last audit of White Float City was 9 years ago, and the next one could be as early as next spring. Lu Shanyu coughed, reminding him. Hearing this, Ye Feng grimaced. Seeing how Ye Feng was not swayed by anything, both the deputy city lord and the city lord were getting anxious. I've always had a question. Suddenly, Ye Feng lifted a finger, interrupting the old city lord about to speak. What if I manage to make Misty Sect a one-star sect before the audit next spring? Upon hearing this, the people exchanged glances. Only to hear the city lord say, each one-star sect can govern up to 300 miles of territory. If Misty Sect truly advances to a one-star sect, then White Float City, having lost its star-level sect status, will naturally become a subsidiary city to Misty Sect. Is that so? Ye Feng's eyes brightened with an idea. Before the audit next spring, I'll try my best to elevate Misty Sect to a star-level sect. And if you can't, the deputy city lord frowned. Ye Feng stood up, hands behind his back, looking into the distance. If I can't, then please address me as city lord by that time. No sooner had the words left his mouth than Ye Feng had already soared into the sky, flying towards Misty Peak. The old city lord, deputy city lord, Lu Shanyu, and 6 others sat at the stone table, echoing Ye Feng's statement, please address me as city lord, finding it somewhat amusing. Midair. Ye Feng's thoughts were in turmoil. In truth, he wanted to become the city lord of White Float, but for now, building up Misty Sect was the top priority. Once Misty Sect was promoted to a star-level sect and White Float became its subsidiary, it would be much safer. After all, one can never fully trust another, and Ye Feng didn't dare place too much trust in the old city lord. With this in mind, Ye Feng increased his speed. Unbeknownst to him, at the edge of White Float City below, there was a family that specialized in pig farming. At this moment, in the pig pen, A strong young man was pouring pig feed into the pen for the dozen or so pigs using a wooden ladle. The youth was unaware that a wisp of black smoke had come up behind him, revealing the cold face of Suhun Genren. Such a robust body. It seems to have decent innate talent as well. After I possess it, I will definitely be able to make a comeback, although I am but a fragment of a soul now, possessing this young man should be more than sufficient. Thinking of this, Suhun Genren's remnant soul suddenly charged towards the young boy. Gurgle gurgle. The pigs in the pen seemed to sense some danger, running around chaotically. The boy staggered, his wooden ladle flying from his hand and accidentally hitting Suhun Genren's remnant soul, knocking it to the ground where a little piggy sucked it in. Damn! Has the old man actually taken possession of a pig? Suhun Genren opened his eyes and saw a completely different world around him, feeling an urge to bash his head in. Gurgle gurgle. The little piggy that Suhun Genren had become kept bumping into the boy's feet, venting its inner rage. Little piggy, what's wrong with you? Didn't you eat enough? The boy grabbed the little piggy, flicked its nose, and then picked up the wooden ladle, filling it with a good amount of pig food, which Suhun Genren angrily devoured. Atop Misty Peak. Ye Feng was pleased to see his disciples all striving hard in their practice, and was just about to lie down when he noticed Li Jiao sitting by the spiritual spring, scooping water with a pout on her face as if she had been wronged. Jiao, what happened? Ye Feng approached Li Jiao and asked softly. Li Jiao quickly stood up. Sect Master Uncle, hello. After a moment's hesitation, Li Jiao expressed her dilemma. I've been thinking about how to make delicious dishes that can enhance one's cultivation level, but despite many attempts, I always fail. Failure is the mother of success, a few more failures won't hurt. After all, it lets you accumulate experience from those failures. What you need to do is to remain calm and keep trying until you succeed. Ye Feng turned into a motivational speaker, instantly boosting Li Jiao's spirits. Yes, I will. Li Jiao nodded. However, Li Jiao's spirits quickly deflated again, and she sat down on a pavilion bench, propping up her chin with her hands. But I still can't take the first step towards becoming a spirit chef. I always feel a bit anxious, and I can't relax. After a moment of thought, Ye Feng asked, do you miss home? Yes, a little, Li Jiao nodded. Then go home and have a look. I've heard you're the only cultivator in your whole village, with the hopes of all your fellow villagers pinned on you. Visit home to take a break, it might calm your mind and bring inspiration. Ye Feng patted Li Jiao's shoulder, his face bearing a refreshing smile. Really? Li Jiao looked skeptical. Would I lie to you? Ye Feng spread his hands and retorted. Okay, I'll go home and try it out, thank you, Sect Master Uncle. Li Jiao jumped up excitedly and hugged Ye Feng, who hurriedly peeled her off. Jiao is going home. Before long, the news spread throughout the Misty Sect. The lively Long Tianxing couldn't sit still and leapt 3 feet in the air, excitedly saying, Sect Master, I was thinking, MMPH. Before he could finish his words, Ye Feng immediately covered Long Tianxing's mouth and said sternly, no, you weren't thinking. Sect Master, let me accompany senior sister Jiao. Jia Yulan stood up. I've already broken through to the peak of the 8th layer of Qi refinement, and I've hit a bottleneck. Maybe traveling will help me break through. Go ahead. Ye Feng nodded. But remember, Jiao's hometown is a bit far from here, so you'll ride together on the Iron Claw Dragon Eagle. Wow! Brother Flathead roared, pounding his chest with his claw. Ye Feng face-palmed, feeling quite helpless, and said, all right. Brother Flathead can go too, but don't get into a fight unless it's absolutely necessary. At those words, Brother Flathead flashed a mischievous smile. Li Jiao quickly packed her things, picked up the little white fox, and together with Jia Yulan and Brother Flathead, they jumped onto the back of the iron claw dragon eagle. Facing the cool breeze, they set off with excitement on their faces. Chapter 152. Returning to your hometown gloriously, you are the hope of the whole village. Mo Ying stood at the edge of the cliff, watching the receding figures of Li Jiaojiao and Jie Yulan, feeling inexplicably worried. Ye Feng stood by her side, gently waving his banana fan, and said, with Brother Flathead there, as long as they don't encounter anyone above the third layer of the element gathering realm, there shouldn't be any problems. That puts my mind at ease. Sect Master Uncle, I wish to leave the mountain to gain experience. Huo Yunjia, with the cold light sword on his back, came over and requested. We're going to the Divine Wind Sword Sect in 10 days. Do you have enough time if you go out for training now? Ye Feng was a bit concerned. Don't worry, Sect Leader. I'll head south for my training journey and will definitely arrive on time in the area where the Divine Wind Sword Sect is located, Huo Yunjia assured. All right then, Ye Feng nodded. Soon after, Huo Yunjia took some healing pills and filled a large bottle with spirit spring water, then left Misty Peak on his flying sword. Mo Ying sat cross-legged beside the spiritual spring, continuously accumulating her cultivation level, preparing to attempt to break through to the element gathering realm after some time. Xiao Jiaxi was still enduring the grueling task of carrying a massive rock on his back and performing frog jumps around the peak's summit. He had to persist for more than 3,000 times before he could break through to the fourth layer of body refinement. Because Xiao Jiaxi was shouldering the weight of the rock, every dozen jumps would leave his whole body aching from the pressure, requiring breaks now and then to continue his cultivation. Looking at his disciples, who were all diligently training, Ye Feng scanned around once more, making sure no one would come to disturb him, and then comfortably lay down on the back of the iron claw dragon eagle. Jie Yulan and Li Jiaojiao looked at the rivers and mountains below, once again appreciating the allure of nature. Jiaojiao, is your home very far away? Jie Yulan asked. It's more than 100 miles southwest of White Float City, a full 200 miles from Misty Peak. It's quite far, Li Jiaojiao said. 200 miles, that is pretty far. How did you get to Misty Peak before? Jie Yulan was a bit curious. A few years ago, the old sect leader found me and took me back to Misty Peak on the Xianye flying sword. Mentioning the old sect leader made Li Jiaojiao's expression turn somber. Jie Yulan noticed Li Jiaojiao's mood and quickly changed the topic. Speaking of which, how could your family bear to let a girl like you take the path of cultivation? Li Jiaojiao's bright, clear eyes seemed to sparkle as if she were lost in her memories, proudly saying. That year, a crazed wild beast appeared near our mountain village, hurting many innocent villagers. It was the old sect leader who came from the west with a single sword strike, slaying the beast. He was revered by all the villagers as a divine spirit, so they all supported me in following the old sect leader up the mountain to cultivate. Hearing about Li Jiaojiao's past, Jie Yulan nodded slightly. Senior sister Jiaojiao, now that you've reached the 7th layer of qi refinement, you'll definitely make everyone in the village proud, Jie Yulan said, clenching her fist. Li Jiaojiao nodded, gazing into the distance at the range of mountains hundreds of miles away, her emotions gradually becoming excited. It's been 3 years since I've been home. Villagers, do you know what these 3 years have been like for me? Li Jiaojiao, filled with anticipation, nervously clenched her fists. The little white fox curled up in Li Jiaojiao's arms, deeply asleep, while Brother Flathead stood on the back of the iron claw dragon eagle, making an embrace with his arms, his red embroidered belly band cloak flapping in the wind. Jie Yulan caught a glimpse from the corner of her eye and nearly burst out laughing. An hour later, Li Jiaojiao pointed excitedly at a valley with beautiful mountains and clear waters below. We're here, this is my hometown, Qingling village. It's actually situated on the fringes of the Taiyu mountain range. The people in your village have big hearts. Jie Yulan's expression changed slightly. The Taihu mountain range extended from north to south, located 100 miles west of White Float City, far larger than the Nanlu mountain range. It was rumored to be overseen by a demon general, although even Jia Yulan wasn't sure if it was true. Qingling village was built on the eastern fringe of the Taihu mountain range, and the fact that it had survived to the present made Jia Yulan wonder whether it was luck or simply astonishing. At that moment, at the entrance to Qingling village, an amiable grandma was washing clothes by the creek, and when she looked up, she suddenly saw a giant eagle plummeting from the sky, bearing two delicate young women on its back. Her eyes widened in astonishment. "Ah, the king of hell has sent little immortal fairies to fetch me." Having said that, Granny collapsed to the ground, but after a moment, she realized she was still conscious. She quickly stood up and saw that the two fairy-like young women were already standing across the creek. "Granny Wang!" Li Jiao shouted excitedly and rushed over. "It's Jiao, isn't it?" Granny Wang's eyes moistened, and she quickly sized up Li Jiao. "Oh my, it's been over a dozen years, and Jiao is still as young and beautiful as ever, truly worthy of being an immortal fairy." Li Jiao's cheeks turned red. "Granny Wang, you've got it wrong again. It's only been 3 years since I left home. I've become forgetful in my old age." Granny Wang smacked her forehead, then turned to gaze at Jia Yulan, whom she found as stunning as the legendary immortal fairies. After her astonishment, she noticed the huge iron claw dragon eagle, and her eyes lit up. "Jiao, if you've come back, why bring such a big rooster with you? It's enough to feed the whole village for several days." The iron claw dragon eagle, mistakenly considered a giant rooster, cried out indignantly, drawing the attention of the entire village. "The beast is attacking, get your bows and arrows. Little Wu, fetch me my axe." The villagers of Qingling village were all very fierce. In no time at all, they came charging out, each bearing weapons like axes, sickles, manure shovels, and hoes, much to Jia Yulan's astonishment. "Dad, Mom, fellow villagers, it's me." Li Jiao waved her hands and shouted loudly. The hundreds of people from Qingling village who were rushing over immediately stopped in their tracks and stared at Li Jiao, dressed in white and with an ethereal aura. They all stood there dumbfounded. "The immortal fairy has returned. Our village's only immortal fairy has come back. What? Jiao has become an immortal? Quick, set up a feast, 8 people to a table, I'll sit at the children's table." The news spread, becoming more and more preposterous. The villagers of Qingling village held their axes, manure shovels, and hoes, cheering and dancing joyfully, celebrating the return of Li Jiao to her hometown with song and dance. "Jiao, you've finally come back." A kind-hearted woman embraced Li Jiao, with a robust man standing beside her, smiling broadly to reveal 2 rows of big white teeth. These were Li Jiao's parents. "Dad, Mom, this is my senior sister, Jia Yulan. This is little white fox, that one is brother Flathead, and this largest one is not a rooster, but our flying spirit beast, the iron claw dragon eagle, quite formidable indeed." Li Jiao quickly introduced everyone to the villagers of Qingling village, intentionally calling the older Jia Yulan her senior sister. Quick, give the immortal fairies the best seats." An elderly man with a spirited look, leaning on a walking stick, approached, waving his arms. The villagers immediately obeyed, showing great respect. "Village Chief Grandpa." Li Jiao immediately took the old man's hand and led Jia Yulan and the group into the village, where they sat inside a stone house. Hundreds of villagers gathered outside, marveling at the majestic iron claw dragon eagle. They all looked amazed, secretly thinking that this must be what a divine beast looked like. However, when they saw Brother Flathead draped in a red embroidered apron, everyone felt as if the artistic style had collapsed. "Come on, it's about to start." The old village chief, supporting himself with his walking stick, stood in front of the stone house waving his hand. The villagers hastened their actions, and soon, they had prepared many steaming dishes. Jia Yulan stepped out of the stone house, her garments fluttering, her aura ethereal, giving people the feeling of an immortal descending to earth. The villagers all looked on with envy. What a long table! Jia Yulan noticed that on the stone path in front of the stone house, dozens of natural wood-colored square tables had been joined together to form a long table dozens of meters in length, covered with an array of dishes. She quietly appreciated how high the quality of life in Qingling village must be, no wonder Li Jiao was so lovely. Ready, everyone, come and see. Just then, several stonemasons from the village carried a stone stele and placed it in front of the stone house, drawing everyone's attention. Chapter 153. The Banquet of Families, the immortal fairy also needs to eat. Li Jiao, holding Little White Fox, stepped out of the stone house, standing shoulder to shoulder with Jia Yulan in front of the heavy commemorative stone tablet. Upon seeing the title of the stone tablet, Li Jiao's face flushed red with embarrassment. Jia Yulan, on the other hand, was pursing her lips, holding back her laughter. The title on the stone tablet read as follows: The Hope of Qingling Village, Immortal Fairy Li Jiao. Several more lines followed, detailing Li Jiao's life story, including the year she was born, her family background, the time she joined an immortal sect, and how she returned to her hometown gloriously with a magical beast and another immortal fairy. After reading, Li Jiao felt extremely overwhelmed. It seemed that the entire population of Qingling village had deified her, seeing her as the hope of the whole village. They had even erected a commemorative stone tablet for her, which made Li Jiao feel quite embarrassed. The elderly village chief, leaning on a cane, approached with a joyful face. Jiao, this stone tablet is the village's gesture of remembrance for you. Having heard that you've become an immortal fairy, why not cast a spell and leave a mark on the tablet? I only know some simple, minor spells, I dare not embarrass myself, said Li Jiao coyly. Jia Yulan whispered, just cast a spell, something like fire cloud palm or similar, and leave a mark on the tablet. Li Jiao, looking embarrassed, is that really all right? Fire cloud palm. The surrounding villagers overheard the two women's murmur and were so astonished that they spread the news, causing Li Jiao to become even more embarrassed. Then I'll just randomly cast a spell and leave a mark on the tablet. Unable to resist the expectant faces of her fellow villagers, Li Jiao formed hand seals and cast the fire cloud palm at the perfect stage. Poof! A fierce flame ignited in the palm of Li Jiao's hand, the temperature around them surged suddenly, and the villagers immediately stared wide-eyed, filled with amazement. This is divine fire! My goodness, Jiao has really become an immortal. The villagers discussed animatedly. Li Jiao wanted to clarify to the villagers that this was just the lowest first-grade spell, not divine fire, but after a moment's thought, she quickly placed her hand on the stone tablet, leaving behind a palm print. It's melting the stone. A miracle! The villagers stood up, looking at Li Jiao and Jia Yulan with even more respect in their eyes. All right, sit down and let's eat. The village chief led Li Jiao and Jia Yulan to the head table, asking them to take a seat. Li Jiao's parents sat at the lower end, and the village chief sat opposite them. Others began to find their seats as well. The village chief, looking at Jia Yulan, asked respectfully, Immortal Fairy, will our Qingling village's simple food suit your taste? This is my first time sitting at such a long joined table for a meal, it's quite novel, said Jia Yulan with a smile, dazzling all the villagers. Li Jiao explained, this is called the Feast of 100 Families, it's a custom during the Lantern Festival, and is considered the highest standard hospitality in our Qingling village. I see, I've learned something new, said Jia Yulan with a look of surprise. Let us toast to the two immortal fairies. The village chief gathered the cups, and everyone, young and old, raised their glasses in a toast, drinking up. Jia Yulan muttered, the children are still young, drinking isn't good, is it? The village chief explained, this is a special kind of sweet wine, even small children can drink it without issue. I see. Jia Yulan took a sip and found it to be quite nice indeed, flavored like wine but not intoxicating. By the way, our sect leader had us bring a jar of spiritual spring water for everyone to try. It can nourish the body and cure common ailments. Having said that, Jia Yulan took out a jar from her storage belt filled with spirit spring water that had been purified by the purifying green lotus. There it is, magic, a simple and honest man exclaimed, pointing at the jar that appeared out of nowhere, and the other villagers echoed his amazement. Jia Yulan covered her face with her hand, wanting to say that this was called a storage space, but after a moment's thought, she decided against explaining. Folks, come and have a drink, the village chief beckoned the villagers. The villagers of Qingling village, with their simple and honest customs, did not scramble for it, each one filled a bowl with spirit spring water. After taking a sip, they first tasted the refreshing sweetness, and then felt relaxed and comfortable under the nourishment of spiritual energy. What wonderful water! This must be jade liquor. I feel like I'm about to fly. The villagers of Qingling village were overjoyed, quickly finishing the spirit spring water in their bowls and returning to their seats with satisfied expressions. Jiao Jiao, do you drink immortal water every day now? Li Jiao's mother asked with concern. This is called spirit spring water, not the water of immortals, but we in the sect use it for making tea, cooking, and even bathing, Li Jiao hurriedly said. Immortal fairies need to eat and bathe too. The old village chief was very curious. Li Jiao was at a loss for words for a moment. Jia Yulan patted Li Jiao on the shoulder and said to everyone, of course we need to eat. Oh! The villagers all showed a look of realization. The village banquet was very enjoyable, Li Jiao and Jia Yulan had their fill, and even the Iron Claw Dragon Eagle, Little White Fox, and Brother Flathead ate quite a lot of dishes. In the blink of an eye, it was night. Li Jiao and Jia Yulan were not practicing qi refinement at the moment, but rather sat by the bonfire at the entrance of the village, listening to the old people in the village tell stories, seeking inspiration. It is said that the Taiyu mountain range next door is both vast and dangerous, and it's inhabited by many ferocious demonic beasts, not even immortals are a match for them. But somehow, whenever those ferocious beasts approach this valley near Qingling village, they automatically avoid it. Aside from the wild beast that went mad 3 years ago, no other ferocious beast has come into the village. Many people say that this is a pure land, and that's why our ancestors chose to settle here. It's been several hundred years, and there's never been an incident of demonic beasts attacking anyone. But the ancestors said that when night falls, you must not leave the valley, else you will encounter unknown dangers. Of course, you can leave during the day, but you must not venture deep into the Taiyu mountain range. The old village chief, leaning on his cane, kept telling the stories. A group of children surrounded the area, full of enthusiasm. The old village chief looked at the vast Taiyu mountain range and felt as if it were a slumbering ancient giant beast, filled with endless might, subduing the small fry in this region and revered as a mountain god. Is this valley really so magical? Jia Yulan looked around and felt very strange. In her opinion, the immortals mentioned by the old village chief must be cultivators in the qi refining realm, and the demonic beasts that even they could not defeat are probably the demon generals lurking deep in the Taiyu mountain range. It's terrible, my child is missing. At this moment, a woman knelt at the entrance of the village, crying and shouting. What happened? People quickly gathered around. Oh no! My child has run off somewhere. I remember they were playing hide and seek just before. The man who spoke looked towards the Taiyu mountain range as if he had fallen into an ice pit. They couldn't have run into the mountains, could they? Don't panic, let me help you search for them. Jia Yulan formed a hand seal and cast the second-grade spell Falling Blooms in profusion, creating a pink bird with a wingspan of 3 meters from overlapping petals, stepped onto it, and flew high into the sky, employing her spirit eyes to scout the area. She's flying. As expected of an immortal fairy, that's amazing. The bird she's standing on, could it be the legendary phoenix? The villagers of Qingling village, watching Jia Yulan fly, all exclaimed in amazement. Li Jiao, hearing these words, felt embarrassed and at a loss for words. She quickly cast the first-grade spell light body technique and also soared into the air, causing another sensation in the village. In the air, Jia Yulan and Li Jiao used their spirit eyes, meticulously observing from above, and finally spotted 5 children on a mountain a few miles away from Qingling village. Found them. Thankfully they drank spirit spring water, there's a spiritual light on them. With the spirit eyes, it was easy to spot them. Li Jiao breathed a sigh of relief. Let's go and bring them back. Jia Yulan flew towards the children, with Li Jiao following closely behind. Learning that the children had been found, the villagers grew excited, standing by the bonfire, eagerly anticipating the return. At the village entrance, Brother Flathead stood in front of a stone tablet erected specially for Li Jiao, gazing into the depths of the Taiyu mountain range, sensing a powerful aura, eyes flickering with excitement. Whoosh! It leaped up and stealthily flew towards the mountains. My immortals, Brother Flathead can actually fly, could it be a divine beast? The people of Qingling village were taken aback. A few miles away, Li Jiao and Jia Yulan landed on the mountain and saw the children walking up the mountain. Just as they were about to call out, "There's a situation!" Jia Yulan pointed at the children's eyes, her expression growing increasingly solemn. Chapter 154. The person who claims to be of the divine race, the might of Brother Flathead. Li Jiao looked over and was startled. The eyes of several children were emitting a blue, ghostly light, and their eyes were lifeless, as if they were under someone's control. This situation is similar to being affected by the soul control technique, Jia Yulan muttered, her expression growing even more solemn. Ever since Huo Yunjia had brought back the soul control technique to Beacon Fire City, all disciples had practiced it, to some extent, although most were only at the beginner level, they had at least mastered the basics of the soul controlling art. Now, seeing the condition of these children, Jia Yulan felt a sense of familiarity. No, there's a difference from the soul control technique, but it's almost the same. Jia Yulan's expression subtly changed, remaining vigilant of her surroundings at all times. Yulan junior sister, what do you think we should do? Li Jiao asked. There must be someone behind this, we shouldn't alarm them. Let's quietly follow, Jia Yulan suggested a plan. Just the two of us, can we handle it? Li Jiao was still timid and quite worried. You guys just go ahead, I'm here, a voice suddenly echoed in the minds of the two women, and they quickly turned around to find Brother Flathead standing in the howling wind, head held high and proud, his hairstyle impeccable. That's right, Brother Flathead is here. With their confidence bolstered, the two women followed the controlled children, being careful not to startle them and potentially cause harm. After a challenging journey over hills and mountains, half a stick of incense later, they arrived at the midway point of a dirt hill and discovered an oddly dilapidated courtyard. Someone used to live here. Jia Yulan murmured. I've never heard of other people living in the mountains, this place isn't supposed to have a courtyard. Li Jiao furrowed her brows. Someone's coming. Jia Yulan, who was deploying the first-grade spell all-dimensional spiritual perception, sensed someone walking out from within the courtyard, and quickly pulled Li Jiao behind a large tree to hide. Under their watchful eyes, a handsome young man in a blue robe walked out of the courtyard's main gate, standing in front of the 5 children. He. After lying dormant for 3 years, I've finally regained my vitality and mastered that cultivation technique, but for now, I can only attract a few children of the human race. After consuming them, the soul power I can absorb is still too little, the handsome youth murmured to himself in a slightly odd dialect of the human language. Hiding behind the trees, Jia Yulan and Li Jiao swallowed hard. They didn't expect this handsome young man to be so cruel. At this moment, the young man released control over the children, causing the blue light in their eyes to fade away, returning to normal. Where is this? Is this big brother an immortal? He's so handsome. The children were first startled and then, looking at the young man's handsome face, felt a comforting sense of security. Immortal? Ha! I am a descendant of the divine race, how could I be a lowly immortal? The handsome youth sneered, his mouth suddenly widening grotesquely, like that of a shark, and bit towards one of the children. It's a demon. Help! The children were so frightened they stumbled and wet themselves. How dare you! Li Jiao and Jia Yulan leaped out at the same time, one casting the binding spirit rope to enwrap the children and pulling them to safety, while the other cast the first-grade spell Spirit Disc Flying Blade, sending several blades of light slashing out. I knew about you lot already, the self-proclaimed descendant of the divine race retorted with a sneer, his body floating lightly backward as trees and rocks around him took flight, blocking the blades of light. It's the immortal fairy sisters. The children saw Jia Yulan and Li Jiao and clapped their hands with excitement. Jia Yulan, staring at the shark-mouthed youth, demanded sternly, "Who are you, and why are you attacking innocent children?" "I am a descendant of the divine race, naturally, I am divine, and you are nothing more than our food," the shark-mouthed youth said coldly. "You also deserve to be called a divine? Aren't divinities supposed to be very powerful?" Jia Yulan's eyebrows knitted together. "Yulan, this person is a bit strange, he can use powers similar to heroic spirit power. I can't gauge his exact cultivation level, which is not good for us." Li Jiao recalled the way the surrounding rocks had automatically blocked their path and deduced this point. "Foolish. That's called divine sense power, capable of controlling all things, a method of our divine race," the youth boasted with a proud laugh. "You two are at most of a middle phase third rank in divine sense power, while I am at the peak of the third rank. Devouring you, I will certainly break through the fourth rank. What's all this about third rank and fourth rank? It's all gibberish, we don't have these cultivation realms here." Jia Yulan felt the shark-mouthed youth was strange. Even assuming he was a so-called descendant of the divine race, wasn't the Shenzhou continent divided into realms like Gazing Breath Realm, Qi Refining Realm, Element Gathering Realm, Spirit Sea Realm, and Divine Origin Realm? Could it be, this person was not from the Shenzhou continent? "I can't be bothered to waste words on food like you, I'll just eat you." A bizarre blue glowing symbol suddenly appeared on the young man with the shark mouth's forehead, emitting special light waves that vibrated outward. The very next moment, Jia Yulan, Li Jiao, and several children from Qingling village all discovered that their bodies were immobilized by some invisible force, unable to move. "What kind of power is this?" Jia Yulan exclaimed in alarm, quickly unleashing the peak aura of the 8th layer of Qi refinement to break free from part of the oppression. She hastily formed a hand seal and pointed at the young man with the shark mouth from afar. Boom! A vitality bullet shot forward with high speed. "Trifling trick!" The young man with the shark mouth scoffed, his eyes and the symbol on his forehead glowing simultaneously. Multiple waves of light struck out, making the speed of the vitality bullet slow progressively until it finally collapsed in midair. "What a strong technique!" Jia Yulan and Li Jiao's expressions became extremely grave. If even a vitality bullet couldn't get close, they feared they would be unable to escape as well. "I told you, you're merely at a mid-tier third grade standard, how can you compare with a peak third grade like me?" The young man with the shark mouth kept advancing towards Jia Yulan and Li Jiao, his mouth wide open, his face ferocious. "Ah, so scary." The children had never seen such a scene before and were so frightened that they blacked out and fainted on the spot. Falling petals in profusion. Jia Yulan erupted with all her strength once again and was finally able to move. She formed hand seals and numerous sharp petals tore through the air, striking at the young man with the shark mouth with an alarming momentum. useless. The young man with the shark mouth's eyes and forehead symbol glowed again, the speed of all the petals decreased drastically, they trembled violently, then shattered into flecks of spiritual light. He must be at least on the level of a demi-transformed demon beast, on par with the black patterned serpent demon, we're no match for him. Li Jiaojiao was terrified. In her view, even if her body wasn't suppressed by the divine sense power, she still couldn't defeat the young man with the shark mouth. Jia Yulan's hands trembled. After the previous clash, she realized she had underestimated the young man with the shark mouth, she was no match for him at all. It's a pity we haven't mastered the sword drawing technique, otherwise, one strike could have taken him down. Jia Yulan clenched her fists, swearing to herself that once she returned, she would train hard in the sword drawing technique. Muttering to yourself? Do you think you two are fit to be my opponents? The young man with the shark mouth sneered viciously, biting towards Jia Yulan. In that moment, overwhelming divine sense power descended and completely subdued Jia Yulan. Even when she exerted all her cultivation technique, she couldn't break free. So, he let me free earlier on purpose just to toy with us. Jia Yulan suddenly realized, finally recognizing the vast gap between her and the young man with the shark mouth. You're only understanding now? Too late, die. The young man with the shark mouth laughed heartily, instantly arriving in front of Jia Yulan, his mouth releasing a vile stench that was nauseating. Brother Flathead. At this point, Jia Yulan could only call for help. Someone else. The young man with the shark mouth's gaze sharpened as he suddenly noticed a figure clad in a strange cloak appear in the sky, seemingly small but exuding a terrifying aura. A fourth-grade powerhouse. The young man with the shark mouth's pupils contracted and he turned to flee. Rib. Brother Flathead appeared in a flash, his claws piercing through the young man with the shark mouth's skull, tearing it apart effortlessly and swallowing it in a few bites before letting out a satisfied burp. After doing all this, Brother Flathead folded his arms, gazed up at the sky at a 45-degree angle, leaving behind a majestic silhouette for Jia Yulan and Li Jiaojiao. This guy was too weak, tonight's fight wasn't satisfying. I'm off to find a demon general in the Taiyu mountain range to battle. Brother Flathead's voice echoed in the minds of Jia Yulan and Li Jiaojiao, and then, he flew toward the depths of the Taiyu mountain range. Don't go! Jia Yulan and Li Jiaojiao shouted, but Brother Flathead didn't listen and disappeared into the vast night. Whir! Just then, strange fluctuations emanated from the courtyard. The two women hurriedly looked, only to see the once dilapidated courtyard evaporate like mist under the sun, leaving behind only a crater. The previous courtyard was just an illusion. What's that? Li Jiaojiao pointed at the center of the crater, having made a new discovery. Chapter 155. Inside the meteorite, Divine Race's Diary. Jia Yulan looked toward the meteorite crater and discovered that it had a diameter of 30 meters and was 10 meters deep. In its center, however, there was no accumulation of water, instead, a black meteorite 3 meters long lay there quietly. At this moment, the meteorite was glowing. The pale blue luminescence flickered like a cluster of candles swaying in the breeze, with the surrounding shadows of the trees dancing along, creating a serene atmosphere. The surface of the meteorite was also covered with many peculiar things. Some were starfish-shaped plants, some were colorful mushrooms, and others resembled bamboo shoots, though they were only 3 inches tall. Yulan, do you know what this is? Li Jiaojiao asked, pointing at the meteorite with a puzzled expression on her face. The person who claimed to be a god earlier spouted a lot of strange words, like third tier, fourth tier, and other odd terms. Could it be that he isn't from our world, but arrived on this meteorite from beyond the heavens? Jia Yulan speculated. In the Shenzhou continent, meteorite iron from beyond the skies or falling stars occasionally appeared, so not only cultivators but even ordinary people knew that there were heavens beyond the sky. However, Jia Yulan had not expected to encounter an otherworldly being here. A visitor from beyond the heavens. Li Jiao's expression tensed up. It's not impossible. After all, that person was very strange, speaking in an eerie and bizarre tone. It's a pity that Brother Flathead directly devoured him. Otherwise, we could have captured him and interrogated him for many useful pieces of information. Jia Yulan extended her hand and cast the iron shield technique to protect herself. I'll go down and take a look. If anything happens, you use the binding spirit rope to pull me back up. Okay. Li Jiao nodded. Jia Yulan walked down into the meteorite crater and found that the walls, having been melted by high temperatures, had become very hard, like solid rock. Stepping on them, she felt no sinking sensation whatsoever. Before long, Jia Yulan reached the edge of the meteorite. This meteorite is a bit strange, it gives me the feeling that it could suck me in, Jia Yulan murmured. Yulan, is it dangerous? Li Jiao quickly tossed out a binding spirit rope, which coiled around Jia Yulan's slender waist, ready to pull her out at any moment. Don't be nervous. Before Jia Yulan could finish her sentence, a roar erupted from the heart of the Taiyu mountain range, as if ferocious beasts were engaged in a fierce battle. It must be Brother Flathead fighting, it's too dangerous. Li Jiao shrank her neck slightly, feeling a bit scared. Jia Yulan stood beside the meteorite and reached out to touch its surface. Don't touch it carelessly. Li Jiao had just raised her voice in warning, but it was already too late. They saw the meteorite's surface burst forth with a pale blue light that swept over Jia Yulan and Li Jiao. The two women felt their bodies shrinking, then they collided with the meteorite, and amid cries of alarm, passed through a fist-sized hole. The two felt as if they had traversed a passage several dozen meters long, then entered into a brightly lit inner space. It was a world resembling a rectangular prism, 200 meters in length, 100 meters wide, and approximately 80 meters high, inside which there was a pond, an old wooden building, 2 trees bearing 7 colored flowers, and a ground covered with peculiar flora. What is this place? Jia Yulan looked around in awe, uttering an exclamation. Being the refined lady she was, she wouldn't even say damn. This should be a world within the meteorite. Though not large, it's home to many flowers and plants I've never seen before, and they seem quite edible, Li Jiao muttered. Edible? Jia Yulan rolled her eyes. There's a wooden building here, let's go take a look. Li Jiao was just about to head towards the wooden building when she noticed numerous blue lotuses in the pond and the surface dotted with red maples. A pity there was not a single frog's croak. The water was very clear, allowing a view of many fish. So many fat fish, I wonder if they can be used for cooking. Li Jiao instinctively activated her spirit eyes and saw that these fish all contained spiritual energy, yet possessed no cultivation level. An idea flashed in her mind, now I know why I couldn't make a spirit dish. Jia Yulan curiously asked, why? Because previously I used only ordinary ingredients, at most adding spirit spring water to cook the vegetables. After the spiritual energy dissipated, the remaining vegetables naturally lost their spiritual energy, which is why they couldn't become a spirit dish. The more excited Li Jiao became as she spoke. Going out this time really solved my confusion. As long as I master the special cooking techniques to ensure that no spiritual energy is lost during cooking, I will be able to make my first spirit dish. Watching Li Jiao, whose eyes shone brightly, Jia Yulan silently rejoiced for her. Jiao, there's another vegetable patch over there. Using the light body technique, Jia Yulan soared into the sky and discovered a vegetable patch behind the wooden building, planted with various mushrooms and vegetables that looked slightly different from those she had seen before. Upon activating her spirit eyes, she could see that these vegetables contained a considerable amount of spiritual energy. They were ideal materials for cooking spirit dishes. This is great. Li Jiao also discovered the vegetable patch and was very excited, finally seeing the dawn of her becoming a spirit chef. The two walked onto the vegetable patch to look around before entering the wooden building. They discovered it had 2 floors. The first floor merely had some furniture and seemed useless. The second floor contained 3 meditation cushions made of special materials. Sitting on them allowed one to quickly enter a state of cultivation. "These are great treasures," declared Jia Yulan, decisively stuffing the cushions into her storage belt. "Why don't we just move the whole meteorite?" Li Jiao suggested. "Right." Jia Yulan smacked her forehead, berating herself for her oversight. The two continued searching and found that the second floor also contained other pieces of furniture such as tables and chairs, though they appeared quite old. On the table, there was also a jade slip. As Jia Yulan picked it up, the jade slip suddenly burst into light, projecting a figure in mid-air. It was a cold-looking old man with a shark's mouth, his gaze stern as he looked at Li Jiao and Jia Yulan, startling both women considerably. But in the next moment, they heard the man with the shark's mouth begin to speak. "Han Yi, Han Er, Han San, you 3 are about to reach the southern river basin in Mystique Kingdom. Upon your arrival, quickly infiltrate the County King City to discreetly expand our power and lay the foundations for our divine race's grand plan." As his words ended, the brilliance also faded away. "I was so scared, it was just a lingering image." Jia Yulan patted her proudly standing chest, her face pale from the fright. "But, the divine race has already sent 3 people here." Li Jiao remembered the shark-mouthed elder's words and said with a look of alarm. Jia Yulan took out the 3 meditation cushions with tenacity etched on her eyebrows. "One person from the divine race is already this powerful. What if the other 2 appear? We won't be able to stop them. What should we do?" Li Jiao became even more panicked. "In such a situation, we must immediately report to the sect leader. We can't delay. If we do, things might change." "Hey? What's this?" Jia Yulan noticed a large drawer under the table near the window. After opening it, she found a thick book inside, half a foot thick. On the cover were the words "Divine Race's Diary." While the text was also in the human race script, the font was slender. However, it was generally recognizable and didn't hinder reading. "Divine Race's Diary." Jia Yulan spread open the diary on the table, her curiosity intense as she quickly flipped through the front page. Li Jiao hurriedly gathered around to look as well. Chapter 156. Potential Threat, Spirit Dish Vegetable Seeds. The title page of the diary read "Handwritten by Han San, descendant of the divine race," with each character neatly written in a rather thin script, making both Li Jiao and Jia Yulan feel somewhat ashamed. Then, Jia Yulan turned to the first page of the main content. "Finally arrived at the southern river basin of Mystique Kingdom, time to start writing that annoying diary again, so annoying. Who writes diaries these days? But, keeping a diary is a tradition of our divine race, I can't just not write it, otherwise, I'll get my head knocked by the elders later, so frustrating." That's all that was written on the first page, along with the time of writing, which was already 3 years ago. Pfft! I can't stop laughing. Li Jiao covered her mouth with her hand. Suddenly, she remembered the incident 3 years ago when wild beasts went mad and broke into Qingling village. Her eyes narrowed. Could it be that it was because of this meteorite falling into the Taiyu mountain range that caused the beasts to go berserk and storm into our village? Jia Yulan nodded, "That's possible." After that, she turned to the second page. "Write a damn diary, what if I, Han San, just don't write, what about it?" The second page had only this sentence, and between the lines, Han San's extreme dissatisfaction was clear. Looking at the date, it was actually a month later, so much for a diary, it could be called a monthly account. Jia Yulan and Li Jiao suddenly found Han San a bit amusing upon reading this. The third page had quite a bit more text. Han Yi and Han Er actually left, claiming they wanted to sneak into the county king city of Mystique Kingdom, one at the peak of 5th order, the other at 5th order, going to a place with 9th order warriors. Isn't that suicide? No good. My injuries are still not healed, I must stay and rest, it's not too late to set out after I break through to 4th order. With that, the 3rd page ended. Jia Yulan and Li Jiaojiao exchanged glances, both seeing fear in each other's eyes. The County King City actually had other divine race warriors. One at 5th order, the other at the peak of 5th order, sounds pretty strong, but I wonder how powerful they actually are, Li Jiaojiao mused. The astute Jia Yulan compared the lines and concluded in her heart, saying, "The one killed by Brother Flathead must have been Han San, who wrote the diary. He claimed to be at the peak of 3rd order, equivalent to a demi-transformed demon beast. So, 4th order must be at the element gathering realm. If we assume that every 3 orders represent a major realm, then the peak of 6th order should be the peak of the element gathering realm." Li Jiaojiao scratched her head, "Are you sure?" Jia Yulan confidently asserted, "Think about it, County King City is a 2-star rank powerhouse, and that powerful commandery prince is at the peak of the spirit sea realm. Isn't that what they call 9th order in the diary? Is that so?" Li Jiaojiao started to believe it. "Based on my estimation, from 1st to 3rd order is the Qi refining realm, 4th to 6th order is the element gathering realm, 7th to 9th order is the spirit sea realm," Jia Yulan said more and more excitedly. "The strongest, Han Yi, is at the peak of 6th order, which is equivalent to the peak of the element gathering realm. If your guess is right, then with an element gathering realm peak powerhouse in place, we can't deal with them at all." Li Jiaojiao grew even more worried. "That's true." Jia Yulan became serious, "We must tell the sect leader about this as soon as possible." "Right, let's continue reading the divine race's diary, maybe we can find out the specific whereabouts of the other 2 divine race warriors and prepare in advance," Li Jiaojiao suggested. Jia Yulan nodded and flipped to the 4th page. "In the blink of an eye, 3 months passed, and my injuries have finally improved a bit. I'll continue to heal in seclusion, and once I've recovered, I will go out and devour humans to enhance my strength. Once I've broken through to 4th order, I can find Han Yi to get the subsequent cultivation techniques and continue cultivating, ha ha ha. Our divine race's 9-turn heavenly god technique is truly wondrous. It is said that if one cultivates to the peak of the 9th turn, they can condense a divine soul within the sea of consciousness and advance to a god. He. It is said that Mystique Kingdom has celestial warriors stationed there, but they refer to these celestials as beings in the divine origin realm, very powerful, only our divine race's own celestials can contend with them. However, we are but scouts, we must gather detailed information and set up initial arrangements before the celestials will descend." The 4th page ended here. Li Jiaojiao looked at Jia Yulan with admiration. "Miss is indeed astute. 7th to 9th order does correspond to the spirit sea realm, and anything stronger is the divine origin realm. However, the divine race has ambitious plans, even extending their reach to Mystique Kingdom." Jia Yulan continued to turn pages, her expression filled with worry. "The sun is shining bright today, I don't feel like cultivating, I just think about women. Today, I cleared a plot of land for a vegetable garden and left a few packets of seeds in the drawer on the 2nd floor, I'll continue to plant them later. So boring. Ha ha ha. I've finally healed from my injuries, and tonight I'll begin casting soul summoning technique to attract the people around me. I'll quietly devour them first, and then when I break through to the 4th order, I'll go out to find women." The diary ended here. Jia Yulan and Li Jiaojiao were speechless. In 3 years, Han San only wrote 70 diary entries, and "I want a woman" appeared in 11 of them. Right, the seeds for the crops. Li Jiaojiao searched through other drawers and indeed found a large parchment paper package with 7 smaller packets inside, all filled with seeds. "Jiaojiao, your path as a spirit chef is promising." Jia Yulan laughed, "When we get back, I'll help you plant them, and ask RUU for assistance in speeding up their growth. They'll surely mature quickly." "Great!" Li Jiaojiao was delighted. In her view, This trip home had been very fruitful. Not only had she saved a few children from the village, but she had also obtained spirit dish seeds. More importantly, they had discovered the divine race's infiltration plan. Han Yi and Han Er have gone to County King City to infiltrate, and with County King City being 10 to 20,000 miles away from here, those two are unlikely to come back now, but they're still an immense threat in the long run. We must report to the sect leader. Jia Yulan looked around with a cautious expression on her face. Let's get out of here first and see if we can move the meteorite back to the section. With that, Jia Yulan rode a pink bird, pulling Li Jiao up into the sky, and they headed back the way they came. After passing through a rocky passage tens of meters long, their bodies were wrapped in blue light and quickly enlarged, landing near the meteorite. Turning to look at the 3-meter-long meteorite, Jia Yulan channeled her power, ready to lift it. However, as soon as her hand touched the meteorite's surface, she was immediately enveloped in blue light and sucked into the meteorite once more. After several repetitions, Jia Yulan and Li Jiao confronted the fact, the meteorite was untouchable. Once touched, one would be shrunk and sucked back inside. What should we do? How about putting it directly into your storage belt? The inner space of the storage belt isn't that large. It seems we can only rush back to the sect and leave the decision to the sect leader. Okay. Jia Yulan and Li Jiao quickly agreed and, with the unconscious children, returned to Qingling village as fast as they could. The villagers, the little white fox, and the iron claw dragon eagle were relieved to see the two women return with the children. Thank you, immortal fairy. Is my child all right? The villagers pressed for answers. They're just frightened into unconsciousness, nothing serious. Folks, you don't need to worry, Li Jiao reassured. Everyone was immediately put at ease upon hearing this. Where's the divine beast? A villager asked. Divine beast? Li Jiao and Jia Yulan looked at each other, both stunned, and after a moment realized the villagers were talking about Brother Flathead. Boom! Just then, a thunderous rumble came from deep within the Taiyu mountain range. Accompanied by endless roars, it sounded like fearsome ferocious beasts were fighting, sending chills down everyone's spines. Have they started fighting? Jia Yulan and Li Jiao felt a dryness in their throats, silently remarking that Brother Flathead was indeed bold, seizing any chance for a fight, even to the point of ignoring everything else. What's happening? The villagers of Qingling village looked toward the depths of the Taiyu mountain range, where countless lights soared into the sky, trembling in fear. The little white fox and the iron claw dragon eagle both knew that Brother Flathead had definitely run off to fight other demonic beasts and couldn't help bowing their heads in silence. Half an incense stick of time later, the battle finally came to an end. A figure fell from the sky, crashing heavily at the entrance of Qingling village, forming a 3-meter diameter crater. Wow! Brother Flathead leaped out of the crater, his cape torn and ragged, yet his body was unharmed, merely covered in dust and dirt. Chapter 157. Ye Feng's Surprise, Miniature Cave Heaven World. Brother Flathead lifted his head, his eyes brimming with the desire for battle as he looked deep into the Taiyu mountain range, preparing to soar into the sky. Brother Flathead, stop fighting! Jia Yulan hastily called out to him, we've made an important discovery and need to return to Misty Peak immediately for the sect leader to decide on the next steps. Let's not worry about anything else for now. Upon hearing it was related to Ye Feng, Brother Flathead snorted hot air from his nose, displeased, and hopped onto the back of the iron claw dragon eagle. Father, Mother, we have urgent matters at the sect and will come back when we're free, Li Jiao said with an apologetic expression as she explained the situation. After going to all the trouble of making your bed, can't you stay one more night? Li Jiao's mother felt it was very abrupt and somewhat disappointed. Li Jiao's father, however, was very understanding and said, our daughter has grown up and has her things to do. We shouldn't hold her back. Thank you for understanding, father. Li Jiao's nose tingled with emotion as she pulled Jia Yulan along, picked up little white fox, and disappeared into the night under the watchful eyes of the entire village. Before long, the children woke up. "What happened to you in the mountains?" the old village chief asked them cordially, as he caught them. "A monster wanted to eat us, but the fairy sister fought it off and saved us," the children said in unison. At these words, Qingling village's reverence toward Li Jiao grew even stronger. Tens of thousands of miles away, in the midst of an immensely bustling city, inside a majestic hall, a man in distinctive clothing opened his eyes, revealing a broken jade pendant in his palm. With a furrowed brow, the man extended his index finger to his forehead and sent out a special wave of divine sense. "Han San has fallen. Go check the Taiyu mountain range. The control over the miniature cave heaven world is still in my hands, which means the assailant's power is below mine. Nevertheless, be cautious. Han San is dead." Hundreds of miles away, a middle-aged man placed his index finger on his forehead, his brow furrowed as he received the message. "Even though that kid was only at the third-order peak, there aren't many strong figures near Taiyu mountain range. How did he die? It's unclear for now. Go take a look and be careful," the man in distinctive clothing reminded him. "Understood." The middle-aged man nodded and walked out of a mansion. "Master, are you going out this late?" A person dressed like a butler approached and asked. Han Er, disguised as the middle-aged man, coldly glared at the butler, his pupils flashing with a cold light. His mouth gradually widened, turning into a shark's maw. In the terrified gaze of the butler, he swallowed him in one gulp. Such a nuisance! Han Er resumed his middle-aged man disguise, wiped the corner of his mouth, and flew towards the Taiyu mountain range at the fastest speed. Atop Misty Peak. "Jiaxi, how is your frog leap coming along?" Reporting to Sect Leader, "I have leaped 1,000 times, my legs feel full of strength. Another 2,000 times and I should break through the 4th layer of body refinement," Xiao Jiaxi replied. "Well done, here's a roast lamb leg as a reward." Watching Xiao Jiaxi, famished, wolf down the roast lamb leg, Ye Feng smiled slightly, then turned his head, only to see the iron claw dragon eagle arriving from the distance, which surprised him. A short while later, Li Jiao and Jia Yulan landed on the peak. "Why are you back so soon?" asked Ye Feng. Li Jiao quickly explained, "Sect Leader, we encountered someone who claimed to be from the divine race in the Taiyu mountain range, with a terrifying appearance. They possessed something akin to heroic spirit power, this divine sense power, and were unpredictable. Jia Yulan didn't waste any time either, until she's taking out Han San's diary." As Ye Feng listened to Li Jiao's account and flipped through the diary, his expression gradually became more solemn. "Based on your deductions, the divine race sent 3 experts to Mystique Kingdom, and aside from the fallen Han San, the remaining are at the 5th order and 6th order peak. But now, 3 years have passed, and Han Yi and Han Er's strengths must have grown stronger," Ye Feng finished, causing Li Jiao and Jia Yulan's faces to suddenly pale. "If that 6th order peak divine race member has advanced to the 7th order, wouldn't that be equivalent to the Spirit Sea realm? Unless a 2-star rank force intervenes, who can stand against them?" Jia Yulan clenched her fists, feeling an unprecedented fear. "Let's first head to Taiyu mountain range and take a look." Ye Feng didn't waste any time, and with Jia Yulan and Li Jiao, he soared into the sky. Brother Flathead immediately followed after them. Catching a glimpse of Brother Flathead's disheveled appearance, Ye Feng could guess without asking that he must have been fighting again, which made him feel somewhat helpless. The group traveled swiftly. After half a stick of incense had burned, they arrived at Taiyu mountain range and stood on the edge of a meteor crater. Watching the meteorite emitting a faint blue glow, Ye Feng reached out to touch it, his body quickly shrinking within a shroud of light and entering the inner space. Ye Feng stood beside a pond and asked calmly, "System, what is this place?" "A miniature cave heaven world," crafted from special materials and inscribed with a miniature cave heaven array. The interior space is 100 times larger, considered a rather low-level artificial cave heaven world method, the system explained. Ye Feng looked around and nodded silently. From the outside, the meteorite that housed the miniature cave heaven world was about 3 meters long, while the interior was 200 meters long. Including the wall thickness, the proportions were indeed 100-fold expansion. Yet, the system called such a vast inner space low level. Usually, a 10-fold ratio is the lowest, 100-fold comes next, but is also the most widely applied. The lower grade storage rings gifted by the sect leader to the 3 disciples all reached a ratio of 1 to 1,000, only those are considered to be of superior quality, the system further clarified. Hearing this, Ye Feng thought for a moment and felt it made sense. Items like Jia Yulan's storage belt or the storage bags and bracelets sold in the market, commonly had a 100-fold ratio. How can I move this meteorite? Ye Feng asked. Since he had already clashed with the divine race, he might as well go all out with a home robbery to drive them to despair. There are 2 methods. One is to contain it within a larger or higher grade storage space. The other is to break the core of the array, erasing the former owner's mark and becoming the new master of the meteorite, the system suggested. I'll choose the first one. No wait, this meteorite must belong to the 6th order peak expert from the diary. Even if I take it away, I might still be tracked through the mark. The second option is the safest, Ye Feng thought to himself. But I don't understand formations, how am I supposed to break the core of the array? Ding, spending money makes you stronger. Upon detection, this is a miniature cave heaven array. Using 1000 prestige points will decipher the array and grasp the method to set up this formation, the system prompted. The corner of Ye Feng's mouth twitched as he thought the system was getting cheekier, almost deserving a new name like the spend money to become stronger system. Nevertheless, to quickly handle the meteorite, Ye Feng still opened the prestige points panel and saw the following. Sect prestige value, 26,751. Remaining exchangeable amount, 26,451. I've already got over 26,000 prestige points, not a bad increase. System, spend 1,000 prestige points, I want to break the core of this array. Ding, 1,000 prestige points consumed, 25,451 remaining in exchangeable amount. The next moment, a stream of wondrous information flowed into his mind. Ye Feng instantly learned the method of setting up the miniature cave heaven array and its details. Given adequate materials, he could even construct a brand new formation on site. Wonderful! Ye Feng cheered inwardly. Right then, Li Jiaojiao and Jia Yulan had just arrived behind Ye Feng and asked, Sect Leader, are you unable to take away this meteorite? Who said I can't take it? Ye Feng smiled, activated his spirit eyes, and according to the information in his mind, he walked 15 meters in a certain direction and dug 10 meters down to find a jade steel half a meter high and wide, sparkling and translucent. What is this? The 2 disciples were astonished. They had observed for so long but didn't know something like this was hidden underground, and yet, Ye Feng had uncovered a significant discovery shortly upon his arrival, truly worthy of being the sect leader. This is the core of the formation, Ye Feng said. Through spirit eyes, Ye Feng saw the array patterns within the jade steel, also spotted the mark left by Han Yi, and quickly drew out a spirit sword. With the power of the heroic spirits, he carefully inscribed a counter-array pattern on the surface of the steel. Drib. As Ye Feng exerted all his strength to cut his finger and let a drop of blood fall onto the counter-array pattern, the mark left by Han Yi instantly dissipated like a wisp of black smoke, and Ye Feng's mark took the opportunity to refine the steel and took control of the miniature cave heaven array. Success! Ye Feng exclaimed with a smile. Tens of thousands of miles away, County King City. Not good. The array has been deciphered, the opponent's strength is definitely above mine, very likely a spirit sea realm expert of the human race. Han Er is in danger. Han Yi suddenly opened his eyes. He promptly pressed his index finger to his brow and sent out a pulse of divine sense. Han Er, the opponent is strong, don't go. Oh no, this guy is already beyond the range of divine sense transmission, it's over. Han Yi abruptly stood up, his face turning pale. No, I can't go. Han San has fallen, Han Er is likely to fall as well if he goes. I can't take any more risks. Should I fall too, how would I complete the mission given by the Divine Spirit? With these thoughts, Han Yi sat back down with a grim face, pulled out a thick diary, turned to page 1111, and wrote. My mark left in the miniature cave heaven world has been broken, indicating the opponent is very strong. Han San has fallen, and Han Er, who went to scout, is likely to fall as well. I can't go, I must preserve a living force. Han Er, forgive me. Chapter 158. Brother Flathead's battle suit, Han Er's shock. Under the cloak of night. Han Er, with his hands clasped behind his back, flew at an extremely fast pace. His robe flapped loudly in the fierce wind, and his expression was exceptionally cold. Han San, rest assured, I will definitely avenge you. As he thought in his heart, Han Er sped up and was soon swallowed by the vast night. The Taiyu mountain range. Ye Feng buried the steel back in its original place and said, all right, the formation has been broken by this sect leader, let's return to the sect. That's it. The two disciples exchanged glances, thinking that was too quick, wasn't it? He just carved an array pattern and then a strand of black smoke appeared, and the formation was broken just like that? Of course, that's it. Follow me out. Ye Feng led the two disciples out of the miniature cave heaven world and stood near the meteorite. Under the astonished gaze of the two disciples, Ye Feng touched the meteorite's surface. Contrary to expectations, no blue glow appeared. Instead, Ye Feng lifted the entire meteorite and walked out of the crater. Is it really done? Sect leader is so powerful. Jia Yulan and Li Jiaojiao couldn't help but clap and praise him. Of course, it is. Ye Feng smiled, thinking to himself that with the system in hand, the world is mine. To become invincible, one must spend gold. Sect Master Uncle, what should we do next? Li Jiaojiao asked from the side. Ye Feng activated the heroic spirit power to destroy the meteorite crater, turning it into a pile of ruins and then filled it with soil. He transplanted some flowers and trees, transforming it to look similar to the other areas. Just like this, Ye Feng said. The next moment, he stored the meteorite into his system space and said to the two disciples, breaking the core of the formation was to erase Han Yi's mark. Now, neither Han Yi nor Han Er will know who took the meteorite, let alone where it is placed. So the sect leader's intention was so profound, learned it, Jia Yulan said thoughtfully. Next, any other questions? Ye Feng asked. No more, the two disciples shook their heads. At this moment, Brother Flathead called out and pointed with his claw at his tattered and ragged cloak, his eyes full of grievance. Ye Feng immediately laughed, I told you not to get into fights, but you insisted on it. Now you want me to get you a new cloak? Woohoo! Brother Flathead beat his chest with his claws, like an enraged gorilla in the mountains, as if saying, if you don't make me clothes, I'll beat myself to death. Ye Feng covered his face with his hand, saying helplessly, all right, since I haven't used today's wish yet, I'll grant you an outfit that fits you perfectly. Having said that, Ye Feng extended an index finger toward Brother Flathead and said, I wish to give Brother Flathead the most suitable battle suit for him. A burst of light emerged, falling on Brother Flathead. In the surprised gaze of Jia Yulan and Li Jiaojiao, the shabby cloak vanished, and in its place was a set of dark blue tight-fitting battle gear with a red cloak on the shoulders, adorned with a blue bro character. On the chest of the battle suit was a red flat character, paired with Brother Flathead's short haircut, collectively spelling out Brother Flathead. Ye Feng's gaze drifted downward to a certain place and muttered, "It's a shame that there's no red underwear to wear on the outside, otherwise, it could be called Super Brother Flathead, haha." Brother Flathead examined his new outfit and found it vastly satisfying and couldn't help but crave a good fight. Ye Feng said, "This battle gear is like Play-Doh, it can self-repair after being torn apart, but it has almost zero defensive power." "What is Play-Doh material?" Li Jiao asked, puzzled. You can think of it as clay. In any case, it's practically indestructible," Ye Feng explained as he grabbed a piece of Brother Flathead's cloak and tore off a large chunk with a rib. Roar! Brother Flathead looked anxious. But the next moment, the piece of cloak in Ye Feng's hand turned into light and merged back into the cloak on Brother Flathead, restoring it to its original state. "It's so magical." Jia Yulan's eyes shone, secretly wishing she could ask Ye Feng to change into a flowing fairy skirt every day. How wonderful that would be. Brother Flathead stared blankly at its new battle suit, curious why the torn cloak could recover. Then, he began tearing at his new outfit, which fully restored itself within 3 seconds, increasingly exciting him. "All right, let's go back." Ye Feng, not wanting to talk more, rose into the sky. "Sect Master Uncle, wait a moment," Li Jiao called out. "If Han Yi and Han Yi are from County King City come back and find the meteorite gone, won't they take their anger out on nearby Qingling village?" Ye Feng looked at the valley where Qingling village was located and after communicating with the system for a moment, his eyes firmed as he said, "Don't worry, for now there's no one daring enough to wreak havoc in Qingling village." Li Jiao asked in surprise, "Could it be that our village's ancestors are very powerful?" Ye Feng shook his head and said, "It's not that Qingling village is powerful, but that valley is filled with the extraordinary. Cultivators should try not to stay too long, otherwise, they might offend some ancient and special existences." Having said that, Ye Feng left with his disciples full of confusion. Brother Flathead couldn't stop admiring his new battle dress. The more he looked, the more satisfied he became. He couldn't help but use his claws to comb his flat head into a part down the middle and excitedly howled. After arriving at the peak of Misty Peak, it was already late at night, everyone was tired, so they went straight to deep sleep. Early morning. A figure reached the Taiyu mountain range. Han Er hovered in mid-air, releasing his divine sense power to search, but after half an hour passed, he still had not found any trace of the meteorite, his eyes' astonishment becoming increasingly intense. How could the miniature cave heaven world have disappeared? Could someone have carried it away? No. Unless a spirit sea realm expert intervened before the core of the formation was erased, no one could have taken the miniature cave heaven world away. Anyone who touched the surface would have been sucked into it. Could it be that a spirit sea realm expert from the human race was passing by? The more Han Er thought about it, the more alarmed he became. Moments later, Han Er found the refilled meteorite crater. He looked around, saw no footprints, nor sensed any fluctuations of spiritual energy, as if it had been forcibly erased by some kind of natural force. Oh! From below the mountain, the loud crow of a rooster came. Han Er followed the sound and noticed Qingling village in the valley, flying over to capture someone to ask what happened the previous night. However, as Han Er approached the valley where Qingling village was located, he felt as though he was being watched by a terrifying existence. What's going on? Han Er's step stiffened, looking at the valley before him. Suddenly, a pair of dreadful crimson gold eyes appeared in his vision, as if he was making eye contact with an ancient divine spirit, his body heavy, unable to move his feet. Cold sweat began to seep from Han Er's forehead. Scram! A terrible force of heroic spirit power swept over him, like a torrential flood hitting Han Er's chest, hurling him hundreds of meters away. He smashed heavily onto the ground, leaving a human-shaped crater. Pu! Han Er vomited blood, his pupils filled with terror. This valley must be the burial ground of an ancient divine spirit. Otherwise, how could there be such a strong presence of heroic spirit power? Even if Han Yi himself came over, he would definitely not be able to withstand it. It's too horrifying. Han Yi's breathing became more labored. That fool Han San must have gone to that village to do evil, so he was wiped out by the will of the ancient divine spirit. Even the miniature cave heaven world was shattered for this reason. Thinking of the refilled meteorite crater, Han Er was certain that it was the work of the will of an ancient divine spirit. Otherwise, who would be so bored and in pain, wasting time to fill up a meteorite crater? With this in mind, Han Er no longer cared about his injuries and immediately flew toward County King City to report this news to Han Yi. Fortunately, 3 years ago when I went to County King City, I took some seeds of the divine vegetable. Otherwise, without the sustenance of the divine vegetable, mine and Han Yi's cultivation levels would not have been able to increase, severely affecting our tribe's early arrangements. As he flew, Han Er muttered to himself. Before long, he took out a spirit-glowing radish from his storage ring and ate it all. After that, his injuries quickly healed, and he recovered in no time. At the peak of Misty Peak, Ye Feng finally woke up. After washing up, Ye Feng took the meteorite out of the storage space and placed it in the open space of the backyard, drawing the attention of the other disciples. Chapter 159. Remodeling the Miniature Cave Heaven World, Mature Divine Vegetable. Sect Leader, what is this? Long Tianxing jumped up and down like an agile monkey, unable to stay still. The other disciples gathered around. This is a miniature cave heaven world, Ye Feng explained. Last night, we obtained this item in the Taiyu mountain range. Ye Feng recounted the experiences of the previous night. Upon hearing that the miniature cave heaven world actually contained a space nearly as large as the peak of Misty Peak, all the disciples wore faces of astonishment. Afterward, when they learned that a divine race powerhouse, comparable to the peak of the element gathering realm, was lurking in County King City, everyone's expressions changed dramatically. Is this a miniature cave heaven world? It's a pity that the method of creating it has already been lost in Mystique Kingdom. Mo Ying stood beside the meteorite, her expression a mix of surprise, curiosity, and even a tinge of regret. Ye Feng asked, does Mo Ying know about the miniature cave heaven world? I know some, Mo Ying nodded. Miniature cave heaven worlds belong to spatial spiritual artifacts, superior to ordinary storage spiritual artifacts. They can contain living beings and come in micro, small, medium, large, and so on. Legend has it that those ancient holy lands can even create vast small worlds, akin to an immortal realm. In Mystique Kingdom, has the method of creating cave heaven worlds truly been lost? Ye Feng asked. Mo Ying nodded, and then shook her head, I've only heard of it, but whether the actual method has been lost, only those artifact refining masters would know. It's said that those established 2-star and 3-star powers generally possess similar miniature cave heaven worlds, which have been transformed into places of blessed cultivation. Sect Master Uncle, why don't we also transform this miniature cave heaven world inside the meteorite into whatever we want? Shi Lei suggested excitedly. Ever since he completed the task of constructing the sect, he had developed a keen interest in moving bricks and was eager to try. That could work, Ye Feng agreed. The internal space of this miniature cave heaven world is quite large. Yulan could open up a spiritual medicine field inside it to cultivate more spiritual medicines. Yes, Jia Yulan nodded. Li Jiao took out a pack of vegetable seeds and said, Sect Leader, I want to plant vegetables inside. I have a feeling that once these spirit dishes are grown, they will definitely be able to be used to make spirit dishes that enhance cultivation level and become a spirit chef. No problem, Ye Feng nodded. Frankly speaking, the miniature cave heaven world only increased the Misty Sect's usable area. Its interior didn't have a spirit vein, the spiritual energy wasn't dense, and it lacked a spirit gathering array. It was rather mediocre. It was rumored that the small worlds in cultivation holy lands teemed with plentiful spiritual energy and grew numerous heavenly materials and earthly treasures. Those were truly alluring. Compared to those, the miniature cave heaven world of the Misty sect was too inferior. Junior brother Long, come with me. Shi Lei grabbed Long Tianxing, touched the surface of the meteorite with his hand, and entered the miniature cave heaven world. Jia Yulan, Li Jiaojiao, Yan Ruyu, and a group of people also entered, prepared to find a sufficiently large area to develop into a spiritual medicine garden. As for the spiritual energy required for the growth of the spiritual medicines, they discussed and unanimously decided to use spirit spring water. The only trouble was that they needed to transport the water into the world bucket by bucket. Watching the disciples start to bustle about, Ye Feng jumped onto the roof of the sect leader's great hall and lay on his side, gazing into the distance, feeling quite contented. Most of the day passed quickly. County King City. Han Yi-er opened the door with a look of terror and immediately said to Han Yi, who was writing his journal, "Big brother, it was terrifying." "A ghost?" Han Yi, scared out of his wits by Han Yi-er's sudden appearance, sprang up from his chair. "Second brother, there was no need to hate me so much because I didn't save you, right? To actually leap 10,000 li in daylight to claim my life. Big brother, I'm not dead." "What? Just listen to me, I'll explain slowly." Han Yi-er narrated his experiences, including the mysterious disappearance of the miniature cave heaven world and the encounter with the will of an ancient divine spirit in the valley where Qingling village was located. Han Yi furrowed his brows. Could it be that after Han San recovered from his injuries, he went out to cause trouble and as a result was obliterated by the will of an ancient divine spirit? With great conviction, Han Yi-er said, "It must be so." Han Yi pondered for a long time and felt that this was the only possibility. Otherwise, who could take away a miniature cave heaven world? The moment he thought about losing his backup plan, anger immediately surfaced on Han Yi's face. "It's all Han San's fault, that idiot, for going out to look around while descending and getting seriously injured. Otherwise, how could such a thing have happened?" Han Yi did not take the meteorite with him because he wanted to leave the meteorite in the Taiyu mountain range, transforming it into a hidden treasure land that could be used to avoid disasters in the future. The second reason was to allow the injured Han San to grow divine vegetables there, making it the divine race's point of origin in the Mystique Kingdom. As members of the divine race, they must eat divine vegetables. If they went without them for too long, it would cause their very foundations to become unstable, preventing them from breaking through in their cultivation levels. "This makes me so mad." The more Han Yi thought about it, the angrier he became, and eventually, he plopped down on a stool and continued writing his diary. He wanted to record everything that had happened in these days, so he could later present it to the divine spirits of the divine race for review, allowing them to quickly grasp the numerous details of the events that had occurred over the years. Writing diaries was a fine tradition within the divine race. This was also a skill that every member of the divine race had to master. "Big brother, what should we do now?" Han Yi-er didn't dare to meet Han Yi's gaze and quickly asked with his head lowered. Originally, Han San specialized in growing vegetables, but now that he's dead, you will take over the responsibility of farming, Han Yi said seriously as he patted Han Yi-er on the shoulder. "Ah!" Han Yi-er inwardly resisted. "I, a fifth-order powerhouse, am being asked to farm?" However, looking at the increasingly terrifying expression on Han Yi's face, Han Yi-er could only swallow his saliva and said loudly, "I love farming." At the top of Misty Peak. The sun was now nearing dusk. Ye Feng jumped down from the roof, reached out to touch the surface of the meteorite, his body began to shrink, passed through the passage, and emerged beside the pond. After a day of hustle, the disciples had replaced the water in the pond with spirit spring water, and the 3,000 spirit fish inside were happily blowing bubbles, seeming to enjoy their new environment. Due to the influx of spirit spring water, the density of the spiritual energy in the miniature cave heaven world had increased significantly, but it still couldn't compare to the top of Misty Peak. It seems, I need to spend money on a miniature spirit gathering array to bring the spirit vein's spiritual energy here. Over time, the miniature cave heaven world can develop into a true blessed land of cave heaven, Ye Feng murmured to himself. Wow! Look, the divine vegetables are ripe. From behind the wooden building, the disciples exclaimed. Ye Feng walked over and saw Yan Ruyu standing in front of a plant of vegetables. She first irrigated it with spirit spring water, then poured in life spirit force to encourage growth, allowing it to sprout rapidly and emanate a holy luminescence on its surface. The other disciples gathered around, looking on with curiosity. This vegetable plant is now ripe too. Yan Ruyu withdrew her hand. Thank you, Sister Ruu. Li Jiao thanked her as she used a knife to harvest the vegetables, placing them in a basket nearby. Now, the basket was brimming full. Chapter 160. The first step as a spirit chef, glowing dishes. The sect leader is here. Long Tianxing noticed Ye Feng and immediately shouted. Li Jiao lifted the basket of vegetables. Sect Master Uncle, I think the divine vegetables left by Han San are quite good, they should help me take the first step as a spirit chef. For tonight's dinner, I'm planning to cook with these. Ye Feng reached out and picked up a lettuce. System, what are divine vegetables? Divine vegetables are a kind of vegetarian food cultivated by the divine race, containing pure spiritual energy. After consumption, they benefit one's cultivation level and bloodline, serving as spiritual objects used by the divine race in their daily spiritual practice. I see. Ye Feng put down the lettuce and told Li Jiao, all right, we'll use these for dinner tonight, and we'll all come to taste. Great. Li Jiao, carrying a basket of vegetables and accompanied by several female disciples, ran off and squeezed into the kitchen. Since Jiao Jiaxi was still doing frog jumps at the peak, Yang Feng was helping wash the vegetables, and Huo Yunjia was out for training. Only Long Tianxing and Shi Lei remained in the miniature cave heaven world. The two went to Lin village to ask a carpenter to cut timber and process it into material to be delivered in a few days. Ye Feng looked around and noticed that Long Tianxing and Shi Lei had already dug out foundations near the wooden building, ready to construct new houses. As for the further areas, they were surrounded by Jia Yulan and Yan Ruyu, who were preparing to cultivate them into the first herb field. The spiritual medicine chamber at the back of the peak, on the other hand, was designated for breeding specifically. The spirit seeds would first be cultivated into seedlings before being transplanted into the herb field. At that moment, Li Jiao hurried back, displaying the binding spirit rope to take an 8-pound spirit fish from the pond, then ran off again to prepare dinner. Ye Feng walked to the edge of the pond, took out a bag of lower-rank spirit beast feed, and scattered it into the water. The spirit fish immediately scrambled for it as if they hadn't eaten for hundreds of years. With the divine vegetables and spirit fish from the divine race, our Misty Sect's meals will be much improved, aiding cultivation. The pity is that we have not yet gained the cultivation methods of the divine race, he mused, scattering spirit beast feed and imagining that eating plenty of spirit fish and divine vegetables would make him stronger, which brought a smile to his face. In the kitchen, Li Jiao took out the special set of kitchenware that Ye Feng gave her, knocked out the spirit fish, scraped off the scales, removed the gills, split open the stomach, cleared out the entrails, rinsed it clean, then cut it into pieces and marinated it with salt and shredded ginger. The others were washing vegetables on the side. Mo Ying stood at the kitchen door, looking down at a pot on the ground, and frowned. Is my task to scrub the pot? After some thought, Mo Ying wrapped a binding spirit rope around the pot scrubber and used her rarely practiced sword combat technique. She went around inside the pot a few times, successfully scrubbing it clean, albeit nearly puncturing it in the process. Senior sister, that's enough. If you keep scrubbing, there'll be no pot left. Chuju quickly ran over and took the pot away. Once everything was ready, Li Jiao stood in front of the stove with a spatula, looking at the heated pot and then at the dozen or so plates of vegetables beside her, seeming very nervous. Senior sister, is this fire strong enough? Long Tianxing crouched on the ground, extended one hand beneath the pot, and used the rising heat waves from the fiery cloud palm as a substitute for firewood. Yes, just keep it like this, Li Jiaojiao nodded. Sizzle. As the pot heated up, Li Jiaojiao immediately poured in peanut oil, followed by the fish pieces and scallions and garlic to stir fry, then added cooking wine and a bit of spirit spring water, and covered it with the lid. Senior sister Jiaojiao, what's the name of this dish? Long Tianxing heated the pot with one hand, while the other hand cracked open some melon seeds, spitting the shells into the fire to burn. I haven't thought of a name yet, how about we call it stir-fried fish cubes? Li Jiaojiao pondered for a moment before replying. It smells so good. Ye Feng, enticed by the aroma, instantly appeared outside the kitchen, watching Li Jiaojiao cook and noticing the other disciples also standing by, their faces filled with anticipation. I wonder if Jiaojiao can make it successfully. Ye Feng stood still, quietly watching. Tianxing, make the fire stronger. Li Jiaojiao called out at that moment. You got it. Long Tianxing increased his effort, and the flames from his palm soared. Accompanied by a crackling sound, the pot shattered, flames shot up to the sky, nearly catching the ceiling on fire. The whole scene went silent in astonishment. Ye Feng was dumbfounded. Li Jiaojiao cried. Realizing something was wrong, Long Tianxing turned to run, but suddenly noticed Jia Yulan standing in front, blocking his way. I was wrong. Long Tianxing was on the verge of tears. Ye Feng looked at the shattered pot and the fish chunks scattered on the ground, still emitting a faint glow, and it was a pity. He said, change to a new pot, let's start over, don't be discouraged. Li Jiaojiao clenched the spatula tightly, quickly blinked her eyes to stop the tears from falling, and then nodded firmly, yes, I'll start over. Long Tianxing felt guilty and personally cleaned the pot, then cautiously controlled the fire. This time, Li Jiaojiao still stir-fried the spirit fish, her movements a bit more skilled than before, while Long Tianxing meticulously controlled the fire with both hands, his face full of seriousness, fearing that the flame would suddenly surge and burn through the iron pot. 10 minutes later. It's ready to be served. Li Jiaojiao took off the lid, saw that the added spirit spring water had evaporated, then quickly added some peanut oil and stir-fried for a few times before scooping the fish chunks onto an oval ceramic plate. Why can't I smell the fragrance? Jia Yulan took the chopsticks, approached the steaming fish chunks, waved her hand but still couldn't smell the fragrance. However, the fragrance was clearly there while stir-frying. Did it fail? Murmured Yang Yu. Li Jiaojiao picked up the chopsticks and said, I don't know if it's a success or a failure, but I have to try it first. As the fish chunks were too large, Li Jiaojiao had to cut one with her chopsticks. Before she could eat it, dazzling spiritual light burst forth, and rich meaty aroma immediately followed, spreading in all directions. No fishiness, just pure fragrance. Wow! The dish that glows. Could this be the legendary spirit dish? The disciples widened their eyes in amazement, inhaling the pleasant aroma, their chopsticks moving involuntarily. Other fish chunks, when poked by chopsticks, all radiated brilliant light, with twinkling stars around them, looking very mystical, like the legendary delicacy that only holy gods were worthy of enjoying. It's delicious. Jia Yulan was the first to eat, the savory taste spreading in her mouth, with pure spiritual energy flowing through her body, continuously nourishing herself. Let me try it. Yang Feng took a bite and immediately widened his eyes, feeling as if he were soaking in a hot spring, his entire body relaxed, wishing he could take the whole plate of fish chunks and devour them all. It's so tasty. The disciples took turns picking up the dish. Mo Ying tasted a piece, and even she felt a wonderful sensation, immediately giving Li Jiaojiao a thumbs up. Ye Feng noticed that the system did not prompt that Li Jiaojiao's task was complete, and furrowed his brow, wondering how such a well-received dish could not be considered a spirit dish. Sect Master Uncle, please try it too. Li Jiao picked up a glowing piece of fish meat and brought it to her mouth. Ye Feng hesitated for a moment, then took a bite. Savory, tender, and leaving an endless aftertaste. This dish is exceptional. Ye Feng praised. Ding! Outer sect disciple Li Jiao has made a dish that can increase cultivation level, successfully taking the first step towards becoming a spirit chef, and is now eligible for promotion to inner sect disciple. The system's prompt finally resounded. Ye Feng suddenly realized, so, I had to taste the dish Jiao made before the assessment could be considered passed. Thinking this, Ye Feng took out the inner sect disciple identity token he had prepared earlier and placed it in front of Li Jiao, solemnly stating, "Congratulations, Jiao, for being successfully promoted to inner sect disciple." Upon hearing this, the entire place erupted in cheering. "Thank you, Sect Master Uncle." Li Jiao grabbed the token, gently touched the raised words inner sect Li Jiao feeling overwhelmed by the sudden happiness. Ugh! Just as everyone was celebrating, the sound of someone vomiting came from outside the door, which caused the disciples' expressions to change, and they quickly went out to see what was happening. There, Brother Flathead lay on the grass, his belly churning repeatedly, his expression one of discomfort. After a lengthy build-up, he finally vomited a storage ring. After vomiting, Brother Flathead finally felt better, lazily returning to the side of the spiritual spring, crossing his front paws as a pillow, and falling into a deep sleep. Ye Feng noticed the storage ring on the ground and used heroic spirit power to draw clear spring water to rinse off the ring, revealing the engraved words Han San, attracting everyone's attention. This is Han San's storage ring. Ye Feng picked up the storage ring, broke Han San's divine sense power imprint with heroic spirit power, and emptied the contents inside. If you're enjoying this content, please make sure to like and subscribe Chinese Novel Audiowave. Chapter 161. 9-Turn Heavenly God Technique, First Place in the Demon Slaying Assembly. On the grass, a pile of spiritual objects lay quietly. 2 wooden boxes shining with a spiritual glow, 4 ancient-looking books. The 4 ancient books appeared quite old, with the covers respectively bearing the titles Method of Cultivating Divine Vegetables, 3 Essentials of Rearing Spirit Fish, Complete Explanation of the Mini-Gathering Spirit Formation, and 9-Turn Heavenly God Technique, upper volume. No wonder we couldn't find Han San's storage ring, it turns out Brother Flathead swallowed it. Probably because it couldn't digest it, so it spit it out, Jia Yulan said thoughtfully. That's not important anymore. What's important is that we actually got a cultivation technique from the divine race. Ye Feng picked up 9-Turn Heavenly God Technique, upper volume, full of anticipation, and flipped open the title page. The disciples didn't care about eating and all gathered around. This is only the upper volume. It can cultivate divine sense power, up to a peak of 3rd order, twice as strong as the peak of the 9th level of Qi refinement, equivalent to 1/3 of the transformation of a black patterned serpent demon. After reading the introduction on the title page, Ye Feng explained to the disciples. Only 3rd order peak, Jia Yulan was a little disappointed. The rest of the technique should be on Han Yi or Han Er, but one is at the peak of 6th order and the other at 5th, we can't deal with them for now. Forget about the later techniques for the moment. Ye Feng waved his hand to dispel the disciples' thoughts. However, you can try to cultivate the 9-Turn Heavenly God Technique, upper volume first as an auxiliary cultivation method. Yes, the disciples nodded. Li Jiao picked up Method of Cultivating Divine Vegetables and after flipping through it, she realized that there were many tricks to planting divine vegetables and was immediately astonished. So, gardening is also a science. Ye Feng said, everything is a science. With that, he opened the 2 wooden boxes shining with spiritual light and immediately dazzling light bloomed, like 2 golden lotuses falling to the ground, splendid and extravagant. 3,103 lower grade spirit stones, were rich. Yang Feng and Yang Yu said in unison, causing everyone to look at the siblings in surprise. How do you know it's that many? Long Tianxing scratched his head. Yang Yu explained, these spirit stones are arranged very neatly, piled up to 11 layers high. The bottom 10 layers are all filled out, 20 stones long and 15 stones wide, which adds up to 3,000. The top layer isn't full, and at a glance you can tell there are 103, so you just add them up to get the total. Yang Feng added, of course, that's assuming the bottom layers are fully packed, without any gaps. Damn! Long Tianxing tactically leaned back, thinking to himself, how come they can solve such a hard problem and I can't? Ye Feng showed a pleased smile to Yang Feng and Yang Yu, thinking to himself that this is the benefit of having learned 9 chapters on the mathematical art. In comparison, when faced with such a simple math problem, Long Tianxing could only exclaim damn. Remembering this, Ye Feng slapped Long Tianxing on the head. How would you count them if I asked you to? Without much thought, Long Tianxing said, definitely count them one by one. Then go to the kitchen and count rice grains. Ye Feng was somewhat speechless. Alrighty. Long Tianxing said without hesitation and really went to the kitchen to count rice grains, while everyone watched his retreating figure, all covering their faces with their hands. At this time, Ye Feng turned to the second wooden box. Inside were some peculiar things, including compasses, new seeds for divine vegetables, and some strange spirit mines, which all seemed to be of little value. With a wave of his hand, Ye Feng collected all these items. Okay, let's eat, the sect leader is about to faint from hunger. Right away, Li Jiao started preparing immediately. As the group entered the kitchen, they saw Long Tianxing holding some rice grains, diligently counting them. The disciples. Ye Feng couldn't bear to watch any longer, remembering he hadn't made a wish today, so he revealed a disturbingly gleeful smile. I want to make a wish, to give Long Tianxing a set of elementary school math textbooks, the kind that comes with summer and winter holiday homework. Long Tianxing suddenly found that the rice in his hand disappeared, replaced by a thick stack of books, immediately giving him a chilling feeling down his spine. As long as you don't die from studying, study to death. Ye Feng said solemnly. Sect Master, please no. Long Tianxing implored with tears in his eyes. Brother, we want to discuss studying with you. Yang Feng and Yang Yu approached, their faces adorned with sincere smiles. Long Tianxing cried. The other disciples covered their mouths and snickered before continuing cooking. This time, Long Tianxing, under the watchful eye of Ye Feng, was forced to study in the sect leader's great hall, with Yang Feng and Yang Yu sitting beside him to give pointers. The heavy task of tending the fire was passed on to Shilei. Half an hour later, the meal was served, and Long Tianxing finally liberated himself, eating the shimmering variety of spirit dishes. But as soon as he thought of the headache-inducing math problems, he immediately found the food hard to swallow. City Lord's Mansion. The old City Lord, Deputy City Lord, and Lu Shanyu sat before a stone table, watching the steam rise from their teacups. After these past few days of healing, I am no longer in serious trouble, even though I lack cultivation, my body has ultimately been tempered by true yuan and is now impervious to blades. It's a pity that such strength alone is still not enough. After a long time, the old city lord sighed. Lu Shanyu promptly comforted him, the old city lord has dedicated his life to White Float City. Enjoying a peaceful old age like this is quite nice. However, the star-level sect assessment is set for next spring. Even though I meet all other requirements, my cultivation level is far from sufficient, the old city lord worried. Isn't there still Sect Master Ye? The deputy city lord said. Sect Master Ye is indeed very strong, but he doesn't want to be city lord. What should we do? The old city lord seemed helpless, spreading his hands in resignation. Lu Shanyu, looking in the direction of Misty Peak, said, perhaps, Sect Master Ye might indeed be able to turn Misty Sect into a one-star sect before next spring. At that time, the old city lord can apply to convert White Float City into a subsidiary city of Misty Sect right before the spring assessment, and everything will be as it once was. Reaching one-star sect status is not so easy, is it? The old city lord said somewhat speechlessly. After all, turning White Float City into a star-level city had given them a lot of hardship back in the day. Others may not, but Sect Master Ye can. Liu Shanyu held great confidence in Ye Feng. Think about it, how long did it take for Misty Sect to advance from a lower-rank sect to a high-ranked sect? Seems like it was just a month. Now we still have more than half a year until next spring, it might just be doable. The old city lord and deputy city lord exchanged glances, feeling that Liu Shanyu's words made sense, so they could only agree to this temporary plan. Back to business, the time for the monster extermination event in White Float City is almost up. It's time to determine the top 3 ranks, Liu Shanyu said, getting to the crux of the matter. The first place is definitely Misty Sect. After all, with Sect Master Ye slaying the Tiger General and dozens of high-rank demon soldier-level beasts and fiends, not to mention Suhun Genren, he saved the entire White Float City. His aura is dazzling, and the other sects couldn't compare even if they tried, the old city lord said. So, who will be in second and third place? The deputy city lord inquired. Tyrant Blade Sect had a good haul, second place should be theirs. As for third, it's between Nishang Palace and Feathers Sect, the old city lord suggested. During the attack of the evil beasts, the Nishang Palace master took the initiative to intercept them. Even though she was no match, she made a significant effort and prevented the demise of thousands of townspeople. She should be rated third, the deputy city lord recommended. This elder concurs, Liu Shanyu nodded in agreement. Then, let it be so, the old city lord nodded. The next morning, explosive news spread. The results of the monster extermination event branch in White Float City had been announced. Chapter 162. The moment of parting, Dong Qiang's ancestor. Outside the city lord's mansion of White Float City, a red list had been posted. Its title read boldly 6 words, Demon Slaying Competition Rankings. The crowd's gaze moved downward, landing on the 3 characters in the first place. Misty Sect. I guessed right. Did that even need guessing? People crowded around, and soon a heated discussion erupted, with everyone acting like a sage after the event, claiming they had always known Misty Sect would come first. Tyrant Blade Sect second place, Nishang Palace third, Feathers Sect fourth, Falling Mountain Sect fifth. The onlookers gazed at the rankings and quickly spread the news. Nishang Palace. As expected, the Misty Sect is first, and the Tyrant Blade Sect being second makes sense, but we've actually got third. Is it because last time I stopped the evil beast and made a greater effort? The palace master lay lazily on a warm jade throne, stroking a red fox in her arms, looking toward the door. That battle, she had been tossed around by the evil beast. But without her, the western part of White Float City would have been destroyed, and countless thousands of people would have perished. Getting third place was quite fair and reasonable. Tyrant Blade Sect. Learning that his sect had secured second place, the sect leader of Tyrant Blade Sect let out a sigh of relief, turned his head, and said to the several hundred disciples in the sect, "We have done our best. Although it's only second place, it's still pretty good." Feathers Sect. The sect leader was sitting in a bamboo chair, drinking spiritual tea, feeling that today's brew was a bit bitter, and muttered, "This is the first time Feathers Sect has been squeezed out of the top 3, how embarrassing." The news gradually spread. Misty Sect is first. Misty Sect's Sect Master Ye has slain Suhun Genren and the evil beast. If it weren't for him, our White Float City would have been doomed by now. First place is truly deserved. Not only within White Float City, but also in nearby places like Five Colors City, Beacon Fire City, and Daifeng Ancient Town, the news had been received. Many who had been undecided began to genuinely recognize Misty Sect, contributing a large amount of prestige points within a short period. At the summit of Misty Peak. Sect Prestige Value plus 2,203. Sect Prestige Value plus 2,793. Ye Feng stood on the roof, staring at the prompt sound that kept ringing in his ear, his eyes widened, somewhat baffled. Sect Prestige Value has gone up so much out of the blue? Did Huo Yunjia do some great feat outside? That shouldn't be the case. Ye Feng was slow to realize. Thud. The sound of the summoning bell came from halfway up the mountain. Ye Feng waved his hand, revealing the passage through the misty area, exposing two figures standing at the pavilion on the mountainside. Xin Guangxian and Bei Waxiao. Why are they here? Although puzzled, Ye Feng still allowed the two to ascend to the peak. Sect Master Ye, congratulations! Today, the rankings for the subsect competition of demon slaying have been announced. Your sect has rightfully taken the top spot and earned the right to attend next year's demon slaying convention at County King City. Xin Guangxian congratulated repeatedly as soon as he reached the peak. Ah! Ye Feng was stunned. How were the rankings decided already? Don't we need to take the spoils of war to the city lord's mansion to exchange for points? Xin Guangxian shook his hands continuously. Sect Master Ye, in front of the whole city you slew the vanquishing Suhun Genren and the evil beast, secured first place for sure, not to mention the records of Tiger General and numerous demonic beasts. There is no need for point exchange. As for the other sects, they have already completed the point registration exchange in the past few days. Ye Feng came to a realization. I see. At this moment, Bei Waxiao, the tower master of Jade Green Tower, took out a wooden box, opened it, and revealed 100 lower-grade spirit stones. Sect Master Ye, previously our Vice Tower Master made Ruu suffer. She has already been executed by me with a needle, and these spirit stones are an apology. Please, accept them, Bei Waxiao offered. How could I possibly accept this? Ye Feng declined verbally, yet his hands honestly accepted the spirit stones. Seeing Ye Feng accept the spirit stones, signifying that this matter would be put to rest, Bei Waxiao finally breathed a sigh of relief. Big sister, why are you here? Yan Ryu, carrying a pot of divine vegetable seedlings, passed by, saw Bei Waxiao, and immediately approached. I came to see you, Bei Waxiao revealed a warm smile. I'm off to plant some vegetables, see you later. Yan Ryu was busy with Jia Yulan planting divine vegetables. She waved to the group and then carried seedlings into the miniature cave heaven world. Thank you, Sect Master Ye, for your magnanimity. We shall take our leave now. Bei Waxiao performed a salute and led Xin Guangxian away. With some reluctance, Xin Guangxian looked back and said, Sect Master Ye, in a few days, I will be returning to my sect. I hope we meet again if fate allows. After that, the two of them flew away on their swords. Ye Feng watched Xin Guangxian's retreating figure, feeling somewhat melancholic. Departures always lead to reluctance. Although Ye Feng had known Xin Guangxian for only about a month, they had found common ground and become friends. Unfortunately, Xin Guangxian's mission was about to be completed, and it was time for him to return to the Liu Yun sect to report. Speaking of which, why haven't I seen Dong Qiang at all? Ye Feng muttered to himself. When Liu Shanyu arrived at White Float City from the Liu Yun sect, he brought 3 disciples, Xin Guangxian, Peng Haiyun, and Dong Qiang. At this stage, Xin Guangxian spent all his time with Bei Waxiao. Peng Haiyun got along well with Xie Jiaran and is probably still in the Spirit Beast Sect's branch. As for Dong Qiang, Ye Feng hadn't spoken much to him and knew only that he was a male disciple with small eyes. On the outskirts of the Taiyu mountain range, a young man held a compass while searching in a dense forest. How strange, I've searched for so long yet there's no reaction. Wasn't it said that the object is nearby? Lowering his gaze to the compass in his hand, Dong Jiang saw the needle was frozen, not moving an inch. He came to White Float City with Lu Shanya for two reasons, one was for his sect mission, and the other was to find a family heirloom. Ding! Suddenly, the compass needle moved. Dong Jiang hurriedly followed the indicated direction and arrived at a cold pond. He dived about 10 meters deep into the water, found a cave, proceeded deeper, and eventually emerged into a luminous underwater space. The space was vast, with a jade platform standing a meter tall in the center, radiating a soft glow. On the platform rested the head of an old man. Dong Jiang drew out a portrait for comparison and was shocked to find it was his own ancient ancestor. "Ancestor, I've finally found you." Dong Jiang quickly pricked his fingertip, and on the forehead of the head, he wrote a special rune that caused the head to open its deep blue eyes. "Who awakens me?" the old man asked, his authoritative voice echoing endlessly in the cave. "Great ancestor, I am your descendant, Dong Jiang. In our clan records, I found an account of you perishing alongside a divine origin realm great power. Using the bloodline compass, I tracked you here, hoping that you would bestow upon me the lost bloodline auxiliary cultivation method," Dong Jiang said, his voice fading toward the end. His family, the Dong clan, was once a 3-star family, illustrious for a time, but ever since the great ancestor fell, and the bloodline auxiliary cultivation method was lost, the clan gradually declined. Now, the strongest among them was him, in the 9th level of Qi refinement. "Come closer so that your ancestor can check your bloodline. If you qualify, I will consider transmitting the bloodline auxiliary cultivation method to you," Dong Jiang's ancestor said. "All right," Dong Jiang approached as instructed. The next moment, beams of light shot from the ancestor's eyes, hitting Dong Jiang's eyes directly. Dong Jiang trembled and was suddenly unable to move, a great shock filling his heart. "Not bad, your bloodline concentration is satisfactory. With some hard work, you should be able to recultivate the bloodline auxiliary cultivation method that your ancestor created," Dong Jiang's ancestor murmured. Hearing this, Dong Jiang felt a wave of relief. But just then, a terrifying devouring force erupted in Dong Jiang's sea of consciousness, causing him to tremble violently before he completely lost consciousness. As for the head on the jade platform, it turned to ash in an instant. When Dong Jiang again opened his eyes, his lips curved into a sinister, unfamiliar smile. "Delivering a body from 1,000 miles away, my good descendant indeed. Rest assured, under my leadership, the Dong clan will reclaim its peak and show those in the Mystique Kingdom the prowess of Dong Dongjiang." Half an incense stick's time later, Dong Dongjiang, having possessed Dong Jiang's body, returned to the edge of the cold pond. Observing his reflection in the water and finding that his new body, save for the small eyes, was nearly perfect, he laughed contentedly. "According to the memories, my name is now Dong Jiang, an inner sect disciple of the one-star Liu Yun sect. Humph! How the Dong clan has fallen, to think we would have to join a sect as trivial as this one," Dong Dongjiang fumed as he sorted through the memories. He reminisced about the past when he was a divine origin realm great power, one of the top strongmen in the entire Mystique Kingdom. Even the king had treated him with respect, addressing him as Brother Dong. But now, the glory of the Dong clan had faded. Chapter 163. The City Lord's Mansion Reward, Body Refinement under the Waterfall. Although the Dong family has completely declined, I have been reborn, and my archenemy was blown to death by my own self-detonation. Their family's legacy must have already been cut off. As long as I survive in Liu Yun sect for a while, I can soar to the heavens, Dong Dongjiang thought, and he rode his sword away. At the peak of Misty Peak. Sect Prestige Value plus 1105. Ye Feng, listening to the consecutive notification sounds by his ear, felt pleased and paced back and forth on the roof ridge. Ever since the news that Misty Sect had won first place in the demon slaying conference spread, the prestige points had been skyrocketing, jumping from the original 20,000 to 45,000, nearly doubling, and were about to reach half of 100,000. The population of White Float City and the surrounding cities combined exceeds 1 million. Even if only 1/10 of the people acknowledge us, the prestige points would suffice to break 100,000. Moreover, the rate of increase is quite fierce. At this rate, it's going to reach 80,000 in a few days. Ye Feng's smile gradually became radiant. Sect Master Ye, the city lord has summoned you. At that moment, Steward Zhou Jiaqian's voice came up from below the mountain. Why is Steward Zhou here? Could it be because of the demon-slaying conference? Ye Feng opened the misty area. In the council hall of the city lord's mansion, Ye Feng sat in his seat. This time, he was not sitting in the first row, but instead, shared the high platform with the old city lord, the deputy city lord, and other element-gathering realm powerhouses, facing the 100-plus sect leaders below. Ye Feng noticed that seated figures such as Jilian, Long Zhenchuan, and the Falling Mountain sect leader all looked at him with a respectful gaze. Today, I've summoned everyone here mainly to summarize the matters related to this demon-slaying conference. As the host, Lu Shanyu opened the meeting. After nearly a month of fierce battles, Misty Sect, Tyrant Blade Sect, and Nishang Palace have respectively secured the top 3 positions. According to previous rules, they are entitled to rewards of lower-grade consolidating origin pills, second-grade spells, and lower-grade spiritual artifacts. As these words were spoken, the entire room was filled with envy. After a pause, Lu Shanyu continued, Misty Sect, emerging first in this event, will be recommended to participate in the demon-slaying grand conference hosted by the County King City in a few months. Congratulations, Sect Master Ye. The people present shouted their congratulations. Pure luck, Ye Feng humbly cupped his hands, slightly embarrassed. To the 3 sects, these are the rewards given by both the City Lord's Mansion and Liuyun Sect, please accept them, the old City Lord said as he brought out 3 storage bracelets and handed them to Ye Feng, the Tyrant Blade Sect leader, and the Nishang Palace Master. Following that, the conference concluded. Ye Feng was surrounded by a group of sect leaders, who complimented each other. After the crowd dispersed, Lu Shanyu approached Ye Feng and cupped his hands. Sect Master Ye, the demon-slaying conference of White Float City has ended. Remember to head to County King City next spring. At that time, I will guide your sect's disciples. All right, Ye Feng nodded. I owe Sect Master Ye a lifeline from before, and I promised you one reasonable request. However, I'm afraid I wouldn't be able to fulfill it now. After all, with Sect Master Ye's strength, you no longer need my assistance. Lu Shanyu's tone then shifted. How about this instead? I'll gift this middle-grade Liuyun talisman to Sect Master Ye as the fulfillment of my promise. Liuyun talisman. Ye Feng was slightly startled. This talisman is engraved with a miniature array pattern. Once used, it can form a stream of clouds, perfect for escaping with exceptionally great speed, Lu Shanyu explained, his expression becoming somewhat odd. To be honest, the reason I was able to escape from the battle between the fanged mad pig and the dual-winged giant crocodile was thanks to a Liuyun talisman. Oh, then thank you, Ye Feng gladly accepted. By the way, our Liuyun sect excels in carving talismans. If Sect Master Ye has any needs in the future, feel free to visit me, Lu Shanyu said with a smile. Certainly, Ye Feng nodded in agreement. At the peak of Misty Peak, Ye Feng opened the storage bracelet and emptied its contents. There was a bottle of lower-grade consolidating origin pills, 10 in total, usable during the breakthrough to the element-gathering realm, and also a main elixir for improving the cultivation level after reaching the element-gathering realm. There was a book named Liuyun Flying Flowers, a second-grade spell that could condense a sword flower upon casting, which was quite powerful. There were 5 lower-grade spiritual artifacts named willow leaf swords, each resembling a willow leaf. Once activated, they could swiftly kill enemies. Of course, the primary use of willow leaf swords was for sword riding and travel. Even without practicing sword-related spells like streaming light sword chi, they could be activated by their owner and were very fast. Shilei, Yunji, Jiao Jiao, Mo Ying, Tian Xing, and Yu Lan already have spiritual artifacts. These 5 willow leaf swords will go to Xia He, Chuju, Xiao Feng, Xiao Yu, and Ru. As for Jia Xi, who is purely focused on body refinement, he can't make use of ordinary spiritual artifacts, so I'll reward him with 300 frog jumps instead. Soon, Ye Feng distributed the spiritual artifacts. Upon receiving the willow leaf swords, Yan Ruyu, Yang Yu, and the others were overjoyed and ran off to the miniature cave heaven world to practice. Before my eyes, another day had passed. Some disciples were cultivating, while others were busy transforming the miniature cave heaven world, their enthusiasm unwavering. Sect Master Ye. From the sky came the voice of Lu Shanyu. Ye Feng soared into the air and saw Lu Shanyu, Xin Guangxian, Peng Haiyun, Dong Jiang, and others standing on a spirit boat. Sect Master Ye, I am returning to the sect. See you next year, Lu Shanyu greeted Ye Feng with a cupped fist salute. Xin Guangxian and Peng Haiyun also cupped their fists in a salute. Only Dong Jiang merely glanced at Ye Feng without greeting him. Ye Feng asked, curious, Sect Leader Lu, aren't you going to attend the Sword Child Enfeoffment ceremony of the Divine Wind Sword Sect? Our Liu Yun sect has some matters to attend to recently, and I'm afraid no one will be going. Lu Shanyu shook his head. Sect Master Ye, this is goodbye. See you next year, Ye Feng nodded. The spirit boat sped off, passing Beacon Fire City, heading eastward, and finally disappeared from Ye Feng's sight. Strange, why do I feel Dong Jiang's glance was a bit odd, as if he was looking at an old monster? Could it be an illusion? Ye Feng muttered, gazing toward the east. Ha! A booming shout suddenly came from the peak. Ye Feng looked down and realized that Jiao Jiaxi had lifted a stone weighing 4,000 pounds and had shattered it with force. His ancient god bloodline grew richer as he had actually made a breakthrough to the 4th layer of body refinement. So soon. Ye Feng was a bit surprised. It seemed that last night's reward of 300 frog jumps had a good effect. Ye Feng landed on the peak and inspected the now steadfast and robust Jiao Jiaxi, noting his stability, bright eyes, and more profound presence. Sect Master, I've broken through to the 4th layer of body refinement, Jiao Jiaxi reported excitedly upon spotting Ye Feng. Not bad, rest for a while, and then we will continue cultivating. Ye Feng patted Jiao Jiaxi's shoulder. All right, Jiao Jiaxi nodded, took a step aside, and began to chew on a leaf of lettuce. This was one type of divine vegetable. Jiao Jiaxi found that as long as he ate divine vegetables and drank spirit spring water daily, it was sufficient to sustain his cultivation. After resting for half an hour, Jiao Jiaxi descended the mountain. The 4th movement of the ancient god body refining technique, body refining chapter required practicing a cultivation technique known as Divine Fist under a waterfall. Furthermore, Divine Fist served as a battle skill complementing the cultivation technique, similar to a spell yet vastly different, perfectly suited for Jiao Jiaxi's use, capable of compensating for the lack of spells. As there were no waterfalls on Misty Peak, Jiao Jiaxi had to go out to find one. After a while, Jiao Jiaxi reached the base of a waterfall. This is the place, he said. Jiao Jiaxi dragged over a massive slab of stone and placed it under the waterfall. To prevent baldness, Jiao Jiaxi wrapped his head with tough fabric and stood under the waterfall, enduring the fierce slash of the water, pained as if being charged by wild bulls. It's a good thing I wrapped my head, otherwise I really might go bald. Jiao Jiaxi steadied himself in a horse stance, gritting his teeth. It wasn't long before he was swept away by the water flow, tumbling to the ground. The cultivation technique stated that to meet the requirements for another surge in his bloodline, he must practice Divine Fist under the waterfall's onslaught and gather his aura to more than double its strength, before assaulting the 5th layer of body refinement. Divine Fist was a powerful boxing method. Upon execution, one's aura would continually condense, becoming fiercer with each fight, speeding up and strengthening with each subsequent punch, while also being enveloped in a mighty aura that formed a defensive wave, effectively combining attack and defense. As one enters the state of Divine Fist, the aura grows with each punch, and in principle, there is no limit as long as the body can withstand it. Ha! Xiao Jiaxi leaped back on the slab, bracing against the impact of the waterfall, swinging his fists until he found the feeling of gathering his aura. Once, twice. Before he reached 10 tries, Xiao Jiaxi was once again thrown off, landing on the ground with his body covered in cracks and bleeding. Atop Misty Peak. Ye Feng was watching Xiao Jiaxi under the waterfall from a distance. He could tell that he had been injured but merely watched from the sidelines, not intervening. I am the sect leader, not a nanny. From now on, disciples must learn to face problems independently, Ye Feng murmured. Chapter 164. Cute Little Squirrel, Fist Fight Contest. Ye Feng had already distributed ancient texts like Liu Yun Flying Flowers and 9 Turn Revolutions Heavenly God Technique, upper volume. As for whether they would be effective, that would depend on the disciple's destiny. There are only 7 days until the Sword Child sealing ceremony. I wonder if Jia Xi will be able to master Divine Fist and advance to the 5th level of body refinement, he mused. And what about Yunji, how is he doing? If he's together with Beigs Ding from ancient town of Quicksand, what will Lin Yuan of Yunhua sect do? At that thought, Ye Feng's expression gradually turned peculiar. He could tell that Lin Yuan had feelings for Huo Yunjia, but whether Huo Yunjia had feelings for Lin Yuan was another matter entirely. Considering the current situation, Huo Yunjia and Beigs Ding were spending more time together, they had even shared life and death experiences, so it was quite possible they might take things to the next level any day now. Forget it, it's the disciples' business, let them be. Ye Feng waved away the thoughts in his mind and looked towards the pavilion where the spiritual spring was located. At that moment, Mo Ying was sitting cross-legged on a divine race's cushion, quickly entering a state of cultivation, her aura gradually growing stronger. At this rate, she could break through to the peak of the Qi refinement 9th level before heading to Divine Wind Sword sect. It seems that I need to prepare to distribute the consolidating origin pills, Ye Feng thought to himself. During the process of assaulting the element gathering realm from the peak of the 9th level of Qi refinement, it was necessary to compress spiritual energy into true Yuan, which took a lot of time. Consuming the consolidating origin pills could provide an abundance of spiritual power, speeding up the conversion process. Sanyuan City. Huo Yunjia was carrying his cold light sword, with a short-haired woman by his side, none other than Beigs Ding. At this time, the two were strolling through the streets. Have you really decided to join the Divine Wind Sword sect? Huo Yunjia asked curiously. Yes, if the Divine Wind Sword sect is willing to take me in, Beigs Ding replied with a gentle nod, revealing the inner sect disciple token given to her by Mu Rugzhu in her palm. With the token, you'll definitely get in, Huo Yunjia spoke with certainty. I hope so. Beigs Ding put away the token and glanced at Huo Yunjia beside her, her lips parting slightly. By the way, why have you come to find me again? Huo Yunjia responded, Sect Leader said we would be headed to Divine Wind Sword sect to attend the Sword Child sealing ceremony after a while. I can take that opportunity to go south for training, and since you're going to the Divine Wind Sword sect, isn't this on the way? Is that the only reason? Of course. Beigs Ding suddenly looked dejected. Near Misty Peak, Xiao Jiaxi stood beneath the waterfall, enduring the fierce impact of the water. Now I'm the only one who hasn't passed the assessment. I must work harder. Xiao Jiaxi clenched his fists, finally steadying his stance after several attempts. He began throwing punches. This time, Xiao Jiaxi threw 50 punches in a row. In the end, drained of strength, he was again swept away by the waterfall, crashing onto the grass beside the pool, gasping for breath. So tired. Even for someone with Xiao Jiaxi's stamina, he felt extremely weary at that moment. Lying in the grass, surrounded by flowers and plants, he shielded his eyes from the dazzling sunlight, breathing in the fresh fragrance around him, feeling how peaceful it was and wishing he could have a nice, long sleep. Squeak! A little squirrel hopped over, standing on Qiao Jiaxi's shoulder. Such an adorable little squirrel, he remarked. Qiao Jiaxi gently stroked the little squirrel's head, noticing a tuft of golden fur on its crown. After a moment of thought, Qiao Jiaxi took out a leaf of mighty spinach, a divine vegetable, and asked, "Do you want to eat this?" The little squirrel cocked its head, then its tiny paws grabbed the leaf, sniffed it, and excitedly spun around in circles. Then, it ran off. "Hey, don't go!" Qiao Jiaxi tried to keep the little squirrel from leaving, not wanting to be alone, but the little squirrel quickly disappeared into the dense forest. Squeak, squeak, squeak. In less than 10 minutes, the calls of countless squirrels could be heard. Qiao Jiaxi looked up in surprise, scrambling to his feet and saw hundreds of squirrels all around, chirping incessantly. Each squirrel was holding a pine cone, placing them next to Qiao Jiaxi. "For me to eat." Qiao Jiaxi pointed to himself. Squeak squeak. The golden-haired little squirrel called out and nodded its head. "Thank you." Qiao Jiaxi didn't refuse, cracked open a pine cone, and ate the sun-dried pine nuts inside, finding them rather tasty, and they even contained a bit of spiritual energy, beneficial for nurturing the body. Seeing Qiao Jiaxi eating the pine cone, the squirrels hopped and skipped about joyously, taking the initiative to crack open pine cones and pile up the pine nuts on the stone slab. Qiao Jiaxi took out some divine vegetables and shared them with the squirrels, while he himself ate the pine nuts and drank a big gulp of spiritual spring water to recover his vitality before heading back under the waterfall to practice his punching. Ho ho ha hey! Qiao Jiaxi kept throwing punches, splashing water everywhere. The group of squirrels quickly went away, but the golden-haired little squirrel that was there earlier remained on the stone slab, tilting its head as though it thought of something amusing, covering its mouth with a paw and giggling. Boom! Qiao Jiaxi got a good thrashing by the waterfall again and tumbled onto the grass, facing the little squirrel eye to eye. He he he! The little squirrel covered its mouth with a paw, chuckling, and then pointed at itself with its small paw. Then, to Qiao Jiaxi's astonishment, a spectacle unfolded. The little squirrel stood on the stone slab, swinging its front paws, fist after fist, so quickly that after images appeared. When it came to boxing, it was more professional. "I can't even compare to a little squirrel," Qiao Jiaxi said, scratching his head, feeling a bit embarrassed. Humph! The little squirrel huffed, pointed at itself, and then to the sky, making gestures as if to say, "I'm the #1 boxing master in the squirrel world." Afterward, the little squirrel picked up pine cones from the ground and tossed more than a dozen of them high into the sky, then leaped into the air and with rapid swings of its paws precisely hit and sent all the pine cones flying. "You're so amazing!" Qiao Jiaxi sincerely praised. Smack! A pine cone hit his face, and Qiao Jiaxi was stunned. Before he could react, several more pine cones were flung at him. "You want to teach me how to throw punches?" Qiao Jiaxi got it in a second, swinging his fists, and shattering the approaching pine cones one by one, like fireworks blossoming. Atop Misty Peak. She lay, pointing to the waterfall valley where Qiao Jiaxi was, said, "Sect Master Uncle, Jiaxi seems to be playing with a little pine tree. What do you think?" "Lie down and watch," Ye Feng said. He was indeed lying down on the rooftop, with his hands crossed and placed on the ridge, resting his chin on them, comfortably observing the distant Qiao Jiaxi. What a cute little squirrel, with such high intelligence, and it even learned a very strange boxing technique. Could there be a master guiding it from behind? Ye Feng murmured softly. It's often said that there's always someone better out there. In the vicinity of White Float City, it was not unusual for there to be some cultivators of extraordinary ability living in seclusion. Ye Feng, well read in novels, understood this principle all the more. Beneath the waterfall, the little squirrel was like a pine cone launcher, rapidly firing a heap of pine cones, but Qiao Jiexi sent them all flying with his fists. Once all the pine cones were thrown, the little squirrel suddenly started hopping around, swinging its tiny fists at an extremely fast speed towards Qiao Jiexi's nose. "You want to spar with me? But I'm quite formidable, don't underestimate me." "Ah!" As Qiao Jiexi spoke, he swung his fist out but found the little squirrel skillfully dodging the punch, using its hind legs to push off his arm for added speed, and aiming straight for his nose with a punch. "Ouch, that hurts," Qiao Jiexi said, holding his nose. "I was careless just now, let's go again." After that, one man and one squirrel continued their sparring. But the little squirrel was too nimble, Qiao Jiexi couldn't even touch its fur before being hit on the nose or forehead. "You're so amazing!" Qiao Jiexi exclaimed, "I think it's too difficult to practice punching under the waterfall directly. It's better to spar with you first. Once I'm able to beat you, then entering the waterfall should be a totally different experience." Though young, Qiao Jiexi's talent for combat was very high. With a little thought, he understood. "Let's go again." Qiao Jiexi initiated the offense, continuing the competition with the little squirrel. Atop Misty Peak, Ye Feng watched with enjoyment, even cracking some melon seeds. Chapter 165. Qi Refinement 9th Level Peak, the initial display of fist intent. "That's right, just like that." Ye Feng smiled. Although he didn't know where the little squirrel came from, Qiao Jiexi's physical condition simply couldn't withstand the waterfall's prolonged impact. It was better to spar with the little squirrel and first master the basic skills of the boxing technique. Watching the nimble little squirrel evade, Ye Feng could see it using the force of its opponent, managing to hit Qiao Jiexi's forehead successfully every time. Although the force wasn't great, the precision was very high. As long as it got serious, even an average high-rank demon soldier level demon beast might not be a match for the little squirrel. "This must be the squirrel fist, right?" Ye Feng muttered to himself. In the following time, Qiao Jiexi practiced boxing with the squirrel. Whenever he was tired, he rested on the spot. When hungry, he ate pine cones and divine vegetable leaves. When thirsty, he drank spirit spring water. The little squirrel, as Qiao Jiexi's sparring target, also enjoyed these spiritual objects. After resting, they continued to compete. In the blink of an eye, dusk arrived. "Little squirrel, I need to return to the sect to rest, I'll come find you again tomorrow." Qiao Jiexi waved and disappeared into the jungle. The little squirrel seemed reluctant to part, but it too left the valley eventually, taking several large loops before jumping onto an ancient pine tree shrouded in spiritual mist, surrounded by hundreds of squirrels, looking like a valiant mountain king. After dinner, Qiao Jiexi stood on the mountain peak, continuing to lift rocks for body refinement. Early the next day, he took a bag of divine vegetable leaves and a large bucket of spirit spring water and went down the mountain to cultivate again. In front of the waterfall, two figures quickly exchanged moves, fists shadows interweaving. However, Qiao Jiexi was not a match at all, not to mention hitting the little squirrel. He couldn't even evade, and was on the receiving end of a one-sided beating. But Qiao Jiexi's combat talent was high. By midday, he had managed to see the little squirrel's movements clearly and could even block them. Although he could only block a third of the attacks, it was still a tremendous improvement. Squeak squeak. The little squirrel hopped in place, as if giving praise. "Let's rest for a bit." Calling it rest, Qiao Jiexi lay on his back on the ground, lifting a rock weighing 1,000 catties to train his arms. The little squirrel bit its paw, a realization appearing in its eyes, lifting 1,000 catty rock with one arm and playfully tossing it in place. Such great strength! Qiao Jiexi marveled. Even Ye Feng at the mountain peak watched with wide eyes, itching to say, such a powerful spiritual beast would be great to have as a mountain guardian spirit beast. An hour later, Qiao Jiexi continued to spar with the little squirrel. After half a day, Qiao Jiexi had managed to block 50% of the attacks. The second day, he blocked 80% of the attacks. On the third day, Qiao Jiexi was able to block all of the little squirrel's attacks, with substantial increases in both his punching speed and reaction time. Not bad at all. Ye Feng sat atop the peak, eating roasted yams, and praised. Whirling. A powerful storm swept out, soon engulfing the entire summit of Misty Peak, drawing the attention of all the disciples. Mo Ying was seen hovering in mid-air, her aura having reached the peak of the Qi refinement 9th layer, imposing a great sense of pressure. I've finally made the breakthrough. Mo Ying landed on the ground, took a deep breath, and bowed to Ye Feng, Sect Leader. I have broken through to the peak of the Qi refinement 9th layer. With some more accumulation, I can formally make an attempt at the element gathering realm. Good, very good. Ye Feng clapped and commended, passing her a bottle of consolidating origin pills. Remember to take these when you're making your breakthrough. Yes, thank you for your concern, Sect Leader. Mo Ying accepted the elixir. Senior Sister Mo Ying truly has an upper-grade root bone, she can attempt the element gathering realm now. We need to work hard too. That's right. All the other disciples were inspired, filled with motivation. In front of the waterfall, Qiao Jiexi exchanged a punch with the little squirrel, the impact causing him to stagger back more than a dozen steps, gasping for breath. The little squirrel lay on the ground, panting with its tongue out. We'll set out for the Divine Wind Sword Sect in 3 days. I must accelerate my progress and strive to gather momentum before leaving, Qiao Jiexi said, drinking some spirit spring water and continuing his fierce battle with the little squirrel. Another day had passed. Boom! Qiao Jiexi finally managed to fling little squirrel into the air with an uppercut, turning the tide of the battle from a disadvantage to a draw, and now, to an advantage. I did it! Qiao Jiexi jumped up excitedly. Little squirrel also scurried over, climbed onto Qiao Jiexi's shoulder, and gently massaged his shoulder with its paws, its little face brimming with joy. Not long afterwards, Qiao Jiexi's rest ended. I'm going to enter the waterfall now. Having said this, Qiao Jiexi wrapped a silk cloth around his head, took a deep breath, leaped into the waterfall, and found that the impact on his body was still very strong, but it was much easier than it had been several days before. 1 punch, 2 punches. Qiao Jiexi threw hundreds of punches in succession, still standing tall, and began to strike at the falling water, creating huge splashes with each punch, and the roaring sound was incessant. Divine Fist focuses on gathering momentum. When you throw a punch, you must glare ahead, concentrate on the punch, and unearth the potential power. Qiao Jiexi murmured the mantra to himself. Splash! The waterfall crumbled under his punches, but nevertheless continuously poured down without end. Qiao Jiexi swung his fists, one after another, his gaze growing more focused. Little squirrel nibbled on a pine cone before realizing that Qiao Jiexi had caused a splash in the waterfall, and it was so surprised that its mouth gaped open, letting the pine cone drop to the ground. Half an hour passed. Qiao Jiexi was again swept away by the surge of water, collapsing on the ground, breathing heavily, but there was no sign of fear in his eyes, only joy. Squeak, squeak. Little squirrel brought some mountain spring water in a lotus leaf to his side. Qiao Jiexi, like land parched for years, drank the water frantically before he resumed his arduous training. Day after day. Tomorrow, he would be heading to Divine Wind Sword Sect. Ye Feng stood on the peak, stretched out his hand, and caught 10 bloodline purifying pills falling from the sky. Finally refined them. A few days ago, Ye Feng secretly contacted the Thousand Faces Demon Monarch, who was enjoying himself in the Gulan of White Float City, to purchase a good amount of spiritual medicine. After spending a total of 1,500 lower-grade spirit stones, Ye Feng obtained a large quantity of spiritual medicine, and with the virtual pill refining furnace, refined 30 bloodline purifying pills and gave them to the mountain guardian spirit beast. Screech! The iron claw dragon eagle let out a piercing cry as its body began to glow, expanding, with its claws becoming sharper and its wingspan reaching 15 meters, exuding the aura of a high-rank demon soldier level demon beast. It has finally made a breakthrough, Ye Feng said with relief. The iron claw dragon eagle had consumed 3 bloodline purifying pills and a significant amount of high-grade spirit beast feed, finally achieving advancement. Fox Dahong, a naturally born spiritual beast with a high potential, had already broken through to the high-rank demon soldier level yesterday. Now, only Little White Fox and the other 5 spiritual beasts had yet to break through. As for the disciples, only Qiao Jiexi remained. Ye Feng distributed the newly acquired 10 bloodline purifying pills, giving all of them to Little White Fox, Dog Er Ha, Pig San Pang, Toad Si Chu, and Pumpkin Wu Gua, 5 middle-rank demon soldier level spiritual beasts, hoping they would break through soon. Afterward, Ye Feng looked into the distance. Jia Xi, you also have to push harder. Below the waterfall, Qiao Jiaxi's arms hung naturally, his head lowered, enduring the impact of the high-speed water flow. Little Squirrel stood at the edge of the pool, its little face filled with concern. It could tell that today, Qiao Jiaxi was a bit different. It was as if something inside him was awakening, giving off the sensation that it was about to burst forth. Divine Fist, unyielding. Suddenly, Qiao Jiaxi opened his eyes, allowing the water to rush down over him, but a strong aura exploded from him, creating a thin, half-inch thick pale golden shield around his body that blocked the impact of the water. He began to punch. With each punch, the waterfall exploded as if struck by an invisible blast, almost halting its flow. Then, Qiao Jiaxi continually threw punches, his fists seemed to be enveloped by a solid shield of golden light. The water was deflected before it could even come close to touching him. Hey, Jia Xi's task progression has reached 75%, it seems he has initially mastered the Divine Fist and has even formed Fist Intent, allowing his aura to gather to 1.3 times its normal state. Ye Feng received a prompt from the system and looked in astonishment towards the base of the waterfall, spotting Qiao Jiaxi enveloped in a faint golden light. Chapter 166. A 1,000-year ancient pine, breaking the cocoon into a butterfly. This kid's talent for combat is truly remarkable. In just a few days, under the guidance of Little Squirrel, he has managed to harness Fist Intent. Ye Feng praised him sincerely from the heart. At this stage, Qiao Jiaxi already equaled a cultivator utilizing a first-grade spell at the minor achievement stage. In a fight against a pure Qi refining realm cultivator, he was no longer at a disadvantage. Below the waterfall. Boom! 1 punch, and the waterfall burst. 2 punches, and the waterfall was cut off. 3 punches, and the waterfall flowed backward. Qiao Jiaxi's momentum kept building. It soon reached 1.4 times and then 1.5 times. By dusk, Qiao Jiaxi was able to throw 230 consecutive punches while building up his momentum, increasing it to 1.99 times. He was on the verge of breaking through to twice the power and advancing to the 5th level of body refinement. Crack! Qiao Jiaxi suddenly felt that his body couldn't handle the momentum of twice the power, his arms cracked, and he was swept away by the surging water to the shore. Cough cough cough. I didn't expect that I would fail, he said. Qiao Jiaxi spat out a mouthful of blood, his arms in severe pain, bones all over his body out of place, and he couldn't muster any strength anymore. Squeak squeak. Little Squirrel immediately took Qiao Jiaxi on his back and dashed away. At the summit of Misty Peak, Ye Feng happened to witness this scene. After pondering for a moment, he bent his knees to gather strength and then bang, leaped over an expanse of more than 10 miles, landing below the waterfall, and stealthily followed after them. Atop a 1,000-year ancient pine. Little squirrel placed Xiaojiexi in a nest made of branches, chattering with hundreds of squirrels nearby. It was unclear what they were talking about. Then, Xiaojiexi saw that these squirrels were picking the green pine cones and some pine flowers, chewing them in their mouths, then mixing them with some strange, thin mud, creating a sticky black ointment. Squeak squeak. With a wave of little squirrel's hand, the horde of squirrels immediately went to work, coating Xiaojiexi's entire body with the ointment, leaving only his nostrils open for breathing. Even his eyes were covered. So it turns out there is a 1,000-year ancient pine here, of a lower rank demon general level that is hard to destroy but can't move. Ye Feng hovered in the mist, watching everything happening below. Nobody expected that within this small mountain range, a mere dozen or so miles from Misty Peak, there would be a 1,000-year ancient pine. Moreover, the pine had enlightened that squirrel with the tuft of golden fur on its head, helping it to awaken its intelligence. Ye Feng hovered silently. We must set out by noon tomorrow at the latest, or we won't reach the Divine Wind Sword sect within half a day. I wonder if Jia Xi can wake up in advance. Ye Feng glanced at the sky, but he did not leave or show himself. Instead, he hovered in the mist, acting as protector for Xiaojiexi. Ah, I've become a nanny again. Ye Feng felt quite helpless. However, the situation was different now. Xiaojiexi was injured and immobile. The 1,000-year ancient pine had a high grade and could take a beating but had almost no combat ability to protect them. Little squirrel was at most equivalent to the level of a Qi refining realm cultivator at level 5. In case of any danger, Xiaojiexi would be like a fish on a chopping board, helpless against any threat. In such a situation, Ye Feng had no choice but to act. Under the cover of night, Ye Feng left and then returned, hovering in the fog while eating a large, fragrant roasted lamb leg, its aroma drifting far and wide. Atop the 1,000-year ancient pine, the hundreds of squirrels caught the scent from above and began chattering excitedly as if they were saying, "Where is this delicious smell coming from? I really want to eat it. Ah! I don't want to eat pine cones anymore." But despite much thought, the squirrels couldn't figure out the source of the aroma and had no choice but to bitterly nibble on their pine cones. In the blink of an eye, it was the next morning. He hasn't woken up yet. Ye Feng looked down below and frowned slightly. They needed to set off for the Divine Wind Sword sect today. If Xiaojiexi didn't wake up soon, he would have to ask Brother Flathead to stay and guard him. At that moment, the sound of two people talking drifted from not too far away. "Senior brother, I've checked thoroughly. There is a group of squirrels nearby. Their leader has awakened its intelligence and is at the middle grade demon soldier level. We can capture it and sell it. It should be worth at least 80 lower grade spirit stones." "Really?" the other person asked. "Of course, it's true. But remember to share some of the benefits with your junior brother after selling that squirrel," said the junior brother. "Junior brother, apart from you and me, who else knows?" the senior brother asked in a hushed voice. "No one else," the junior brother shook his head. "Good, then you can die," the senior brother let out a sinister laugh. With a puchi sound, a person fell to the ground, and then a wicked-looking young man with a long sword in his hand emerged from the mist, appearing under the 1,000-year ancient pine. What a huge 1,000-year ancient pine, actually at the lower rank of demon general level, but with no fighting ability. "As long as I take over this place, just by eating pine cones for cultivation, it will be enough to break through to the peak of the 9th level of Qi refinement." The wicked young man wiped the fresh blood from his sword with his sleeve and let out a chilling laugh. The aura of the 6th level of Qi refinement burst forth at that moment, like a gust of wind blowing away the mist around him. The wicked young man's gaze sharpened when he saw Xiaojiexi, who was covered in mud, in the tree, and he grinned and said, "It turns out there is another person hidden here, but no matter, first I'll catch that squirrel that has awakened its spiritual intelligence." Squeak, squeak. The little squirrel bared its teeth in a rage, picking up a pine cone and smashing it down. Clang! The wicked young man sliced the pine cone in two with his sword and was about to climb up the trunk to capture the little squirrel. Enraged, the little squirrel led hundreds of squirrels in pelting down the stones and pine cones they had collected before. Insignificant tricks. The young man's presence shook, and all the pine cones and pebbles were blown away. Many of the squirrels were also knocked away, screaming as they fell to the ground. Squeak, squeak. The little squirrel, furious, waved its fists furiously at the wicked young man, so fast he barely had time to react. In a rush, he threw out a lower-grade talisman paper, turning it into a shining net that trapped it. Then, the wicked young man reached out and grasped the little squirrel's neck, his pupils constricting at the sight of the tuft of golden fur on its head. My junior brother is truly foolish. This is a rare golden spirit squirrel, worth far more than 80 spirit stones. To someone who knows its value, it could sell for 800. Let it go. An extremely angry voice rang out. The wicked young man turned towards the voice, only to see the clay-covered figure in the tree suddenly burst forth with powerful momentum. Crack! Soft golden light exploded, pushing apart all the mud, revealing Qiao Jiaxi's figure. He, blessed in disguise, had once again completed his bloodline's consolidation, stepping into the 5th level of body refinement, and furthermore, his aura had gathered to 2.3 times stronger, giving the wicked young man the impression he was facing a fellow 6th level Qi refining realm cultivator. I want you to let go of the little squirrel. Qiao Jiaxi shouted coldly, his legs forcefully kicking off the trunk, plunging down like a sharp sword. Dream on, the wicked young man thrust his sword forward. Qiao Jiaxi shouted loudly, his aura soaring once again to 2.5 times stronger. One punch sent the spirit sword flying, and his other fist crashed into the wicked young man's face. Crack! The wicked young man spun several circles in midair before heavily hitting the ground, already breathless. Dead, dead! Qiao Jiaxi was greatly shaken inside. He had actually killed a 6th level Qi refinement. This person was a Qi refining realm cultivator, and though his body had been tempered by spiritual energy, once a cultivator of the same grade at body refinement got close, he was bound to be defeated, Ye Feng said as he descended from the sky. Squeak, squeak. The little squirrel, upon seeing Ye Feng and realizing it couldn't sense his presence, was shocked and hurriedly called for Qiao Jiaxi to run away. However, to the little squirrel's surprise, Qiao Jiaxi instead bowed with fists closed and said, I've seen the sect leader. Jiaxi, you've done well, Ye Feng commended. Looking at the little squirrel still trapped by the lower-grade light net talisman, Ye Feng waved his hand, unleashing the power of the heroic spirits, crushing the light net. Realizing the high status of this handsome young man after hearing Qiao Jiaxi's address to Ye Feng, the little squirrel hurriedly made a gesture of thanks. Little fellow, want to eat? Ye Feng took out a bag of lower-notch spirit beast feed, emitting a fragrance that attracted the attention of all the squirrels. Those lying on the ground playing dead climbed up the trees, surrounding them, eager to eat but not daring to. It's spirit beast feed, go on and eat. Qiao Jiaxi said. Only then did the little squirrel grab a handful and ate with gusto, immediately feeling that the pine cones atop the ancient pine tree paled in comparison. Ye Feng looked up at the towering 1,000-year ancient pine tree, eager to transplant it to the summit of Misty Peak. If successful, he wouldn't have to worry about this group of squirrels not shifting over. Thinking this, Ye Feng reached out his hand and placed it on the trunk of the ancient pine, attempting to communicate with the spirit of the tree. Chapter 167. Transplanting the ancient tree, arriving at the Divine Wind Sword Sect. As his palm touched the tree trunk, Ye Feng immediately sensed the vague intentions coming from the 1,000-year ancient pine. Who are you? The ancient pine asked. Sect leader of the Misty Sect, Ye Feng. There is a strange power within you, very powerful, capable of easily destroying me, and I am very afraid. The waves of intention emanating from the ancient pine were trembling. There's no need to be afraid. I hope you will join my sect, and you can drink spirit spring water every day. Ye Feng seriously cajoled with a sincere face. The intention waves from the ancient pine vibrated again. Is it the same spirit spring water that the little squirrel drinks? After becoming friends with Jiao Jiaxi, the little squirrel had brought back some spirit spring water and watered the ancient pine with it, making it yearn for more. Exactly, Ye Feng nodded. As long as there's enough spirit spring water every day, this old one is willing to join fellow Daoist sect and shield you from the wind and rain, the ancient pine said excitedly. A twitch appeared at the corner of Ye Feng's mouth as he thought to himself that the Misty sect had attracted another big eater and that the expenses would likely keep growing. Although he complained in his mind, Ye Feng immediately used the function of the Spirit Beast Pavilion and brought the 1,000-year ancient pine into it. The moment the pact was sealed, Ye Feng found his power had increased instantly by an amount equivalent to that of the second layer of the element gathering realm, and he was overjoyed. Considering the power of the heroic spirits, even without using the sword drawing technique, I should be able to match the fourth layer of the element gathering realm, right? Ye Feng said, his face brimming with joy. He then looked at the little squirrel and said, "Little fellow, do you want to come to our Misty sect? You can have good food and drink every day, and you can play with Jia Xi." The little squirrel showed a happy expression, but when it saw the 1,000-year ancient pine, a reluctant look appeared on its face. "I forgot to mention, the 1,000-year ancient pine has already agreed to come with me," Ye Feng added. Hearing this, the little squirrel immediately nodded. "Very good," Ye Feng said delightedly as he placed his hand on the little squirrel's head and, using the Spirit Beast Pavilion function, made it the Mountain Guardian Spirit Beast as well. "Jia Xi, pack up." "Yes." Jiao Jiaxi leaped down from the tree, packed up the belongings of the charming young man, and found a short and plump young man nearby, who had been killed by a single sword thrust, presumably the charming young man's junior brother. After burying the two deep underground, Jiao Jiaxi jumped onto the ancient pine. "Rise!" Ye Feng mobilized all his heroic spirit power and uprooted the entire 1,000-year ancient pine, carrying Jiao Jiaxi and several hundred squirrels, flying towards Misty Peak at a speed of over a dozen meters per second. Lin Village. "Grandpa, look, there's a big tree flying in the sky." "You little scamp, you dare to make fun of your grandpa." "Ah! There really is a big tree flying towards Misty Peak. It seems that the immortal masters of the Misty sect are up to something big." "Everyone, don't panic." The people of Lin Village were astonished, while the disciples of the Misty sect stood on the edge of a cliff, looking bewildered. Arriving at the peak, Ye Feng looked down and finally chose an open space in the yard to dig a big hole and planted the 1,000-year ancient pine, refilling the hole with soil. "Go and water it," Ye Feng commanded, and the golden-haired little squirrel immediately led several hundred squirrels, chirping away, to fetch water in small bamboo tubes from the spiritual spring, drinking and watering the 1,000-year ancient pine tree. Such pure spirit spring water! The intention waves from the 1,000-year ancient pine tree formed into an audible voice inside everyone's mind. "It's a lower-rank demon general level spirit tree!" Mo Ying exclaimed in surprise. The disciples also gathered around curiously watching. "This is the 1,000-year ancient pine, an innate spiritual root, and this little one here is a golden-furred squirrel, enlightened by the ancient pine, has activated its spiritual intelligence and has now become our mountain guardian spirit beast." Ye Feng introduced the 1,000-year ancient pine and the little squirrel respectively. Such a cute little squirrel, with a patch of golden fur on its head, where did it come from? Jia Yulan pinched the chubby face of the golden-haired little squirrel. Jiao Jiaxi hurriedly explained, "Here's what happened." As they learned about the past few days' cultivation experiences, the disciples found out that Jiao Jiaxi had practiced boxing under a waterfall and had encountered the help of the noble golden-haired little squirrel, which brought about a transformation and advanced to the 5th layer of body refinement. "From now on, your squirrel clan will live on Misty Peak, but they must take care of cleaning the peak, understand?" Ye Feng told the golden-haired little squirrel and then picked up a broom to demonstrate what sweeping meant. Squeak squeak. The golden-haired little squirrel nodded in understanding and immediately gave orders to the several hundred squirrels under its command. Watching the group of squirrels chirping around on the ancient pine, the corners of Ye Feng's mouth gradually lifted. These squirrels were no ordinary creatures, although they had not yet activated their spiritual intelligence, because they had eaten many pine cones from the 1,000-year ancient pine. They were nimble and had considerable strength, forming a rare labor force. Tonight we have a banquet to attend at the Divine Wind Sword Sect. After lunch, we have to set off, so hurry up and get ready for what you need, Ye Feng ordered. Yes, responded the disciples, bustling about immediately. After the meal, Ye Feng set off with his disciples. Apart from the 1,000-year ancient pine, all the mountain guardian spirit beasts embarked on the journey. In the high skies, the iron claw dragon eagle carried everyone as they flew. Since ascending to the high-rank demon soldier level, its speed had increased greatly. Within 2 hours, they could traverse 3,000 miles and arrive at Divine Wind City, where the Divine Wind Sword Sect was located. Take this time to rest and recuperate, Ye Feng said. After speaking, Ye Feng comfortably lay down and closed his eyes to rejuvenate. The speed of the Iron Claw Dragon Eagle was very fast. The group crossed over the Nanlu mountain range and soon exceeded 300 miles beyond White Float City. Inside a grand hall deep in the mountains, a lamp suddenly lit up. The soul-pointing lamp has lit up. Could it be that the dragon's descendant bloodline has appeared? A hoarse voice echoed through the hall as an aged figure hidden in the darkness slowly stood up. Longju, go bring back the one with the dragon's descendant bloodline. Yes, a burly figure nodded, took a compass in hand, and flew southward. If there were people here, they would discover that this person had long grey hair, and his pupils shone with a faint blue light, bearing some resemblance to Long Tianxing. Divine Wind City. This city spanned hundreds of miles with a history of over 1,000 years. With a population surpassing 30 million, it was a top-notch one-star level city under the jurisdiction of the Divine Wind Sword Sect. North City Gate. Huo Yunjia and Beixiuding arrived side by side. As expected of a city under the direct control of the Divine Wind Sword Sect. I heard that 1,000 years ago, this was just an ancient plain village. As the Divine Wind Sword Sect rose, the city developed continuously until today, Beixiuding said as she munched on a skewer of grilled chives. Huo Yunjia nodded and said, the development of a sect indeed can promote the growth of its surrounding areas. He cast his gaze into the distance, looking at the mountain range spanning dozens of miles at the center of Divine Wind City. These mountains were shrouded in colorful spiritual mist, known as the Divine Wind Mountain Range. The renowned Divine Wind Sword Sect was situated upon that mountain range. Look, the immortal masters of the Divine Wind Sword Sect are out. At that moment, someone pointed towards the Divine Wind Mountain Range and shouted, then bowed in respect, their face filled with sincerity. Huo Yunjia and Beixiuding looked over to see a procession of hundreds of cultivators riding on swords. They formed 3 columns, each extending for 800 meters, majestically passing above Divine Wind City. Keep it down. That's the law enforcement team of the Sword Sect. It must be the time for their inspection, to oversee the entire city, someone said. Right, why are there so few cultivators in the sky? You're from outside, aren't you? Don't you know that random flying isn't allowed in Divine Wind City? Those below the element gathering realm can't fly more than 10 zhang off the ground, so even if others were flying low, you wouldn't be able to see them. Once in the element gathering realm, one can ignore the flight restrictions, but also cannot fly too high, as it's considered disrespectful to the Sword Sect. Listening in on the surrounding conversations, Huo Yunjia and Beixiuding gathered a fair amount of information. Whoosh! At that moment, a blue bird with a wingspan of dozens of meters flew past high above, creating a gust of wind in the nearby streets that blew people's clothes off as they cried out in alarm. That's a golden-crowned azure bird. It's the mount of Bai Chunfeng, the number 1 among the 10 true disciples of the Sword Sect. With this, it seems Master Bai Chunfeng has returned to the sect, someone exclaimed. I heard the sword sect is having a banquet tonight, with a sparring platform set up. Master Bai Chunfen's return at this time must be to show his prowess, another speculated. The sparring at the banquet is just a small affair, how could Master Bai Chunfeng lower his status to participate? After all, he was a genius who once competed with the sword child Mu Rugzhu for the position of sword child, remarked another. Tomorrow is the ceremony for bestowing the title of sword child. I wonder if we will be able to witness the grace of sword child Mu Rugzhu, someone pondered aloud. What are you daydreaming about? Do you think we can meet the sword child whenever we wish? Countered another. As the golden-crowned azure bird flew past overhead, the people again began to chatter. Huo Yunja looked towards the retreating golden-crowned azure bird, barely able to make out a majestic young man sitting atop it, radiating a powerful sword aura that made it difficult for others to look directly at him. Thud, thud, thud. A burst of footsteps suddenly approached from behind. It's you. A gloomy voice rang out. The people around froze, then all turned towards the source of the voice. Chapter 168. This is a misunderstanding, inner sect disciple, begs Yuding. 3 people were making their way towards the North City Gate. The one in the lead was none other than Xiao Fangwu. The remaining 2 were King Yun sect disciples, Bai Minglu and Xi Xinyu. Huo Yunja looked at Xiao Fangwu and realized that the latter, just like himself, had also broken through to the peak of the 8th layer of Qi refinement. You've actually broken through too. Xiao Fangwu, using his spirit eyes, discerned Huo Yunja's cultivation level, and couldn't help but clench his fists in resentment, grinding his teeth. He had thought that after a period of arduous cultivation, he would be able to easily crush Huo Yunja, but to his surprise, the other's cultivation was still on par with his own. But in the next moment, Xiao Fangwu released his clenched fist. Good, even with the same cultivation level, I am no longer the person I used to be. At tonight's banquet, I will show you what a true sword is, he said, brimming with confidence. During this period, he had been training diligently, perfecting the 2nd layer of the green cloud sword technique to its pinnacle. Even the King Yun sect master had spoken highly of him, commenting that he showed the demeanor of a future sect leader. Therefore, Xiao Fangwu believed that in another battle, he could easily dominate Huo Yunja. Sword. Upon hearing this, Huo Yunja had a strange expression on his face. Yes, sword. Xiao Fangwu said coldly, soon, I'll be waiting for you in front of the banquet hall at Fila Peak of the Divine Wind Mountain Range. If you have the courage, come and fight me. Having said that, Xiao Fangwu turned to Xi Xinyu and Bai Minglu and said, Junior sister, senior brother, we should meet with the sect leader first, then head to the banquet hall. The next moment, the group from King Yun sect left on their flying swords. That was truly baffling. Huo Yunja shook his head. Are you really going to fight that person just now? Begs Yuding asked with a hint of worry. I defeated him once, I can defeat him a second time. Moreover, I'd like to test the results of my recent cultivation. Huo Yunja took out an invitation. Before we left, the sect leader gave me one of the 2 invitations, so after I help you with your beginner's training, we'll head straight to the banquet hall to wait. Okay, Begs Yuding nodded obediently. The next moment, the 2 flew low over the streets on their flying swords. As they traveled towards the Divine Wind Mountain Range, Ye Feng opened his eyes to peer down from the back of the Iron Claw Dragon Eagle. He saw a sprawling city extending hundreds of miles on the horizon. We've arrived at Divine Wind City, Ye Feng announced. Upon hearing this, the disciples quickly stood up to look, scrutinizing Divine Wind City. A profound sense of historical depth washed over them, giving them the remarkable feeling of walking shoulder to shoulder with the ancients. The Iron Claw Dragon Eagle picked up speed. Before long, they entered the airspace above Divine Wind City, catching the attention of many people below. How audacious! A mere high-rank demon soldier level flying spirit beast dares to fly higher than 10 zhang above the city walls. Disciples of the law enforcement team, heed my command and surround these people, roared a voice suddenly. Suddenly, Ye Feng looked baffled as hundreds of young swordsmen dressed in white came flying in on their swords, encircling the iron claw dragon eagle on all sides. These individuals were all at least at the 5th layer of Qi refinement. The young swordsman leading them had reached the peak of the 9th layer of Qi refinement, on the verge of a breakthrough to the element-gathering realm. "Who are you people, daring to break the rules?" the leading young swordsman called out from atop his flying sword, pointing at Ye Feng. "Wow!" Upon seeing Ye Feng being pointed at, Brother Flathead immediately stood up, unleashing the aura of a demon general level, which swept out like a storm, tossing the hundreds of disciples from the Divine Wind Sword sect into disarray. A lower-rank demon general. The pupils of the leading young swordsman constricted. "My fellow disciples, this is a misunderstanding," suddenly came a gentle and refined voice. Everyone looked in the direction of the voice and saw a suave and debonair young man in white approaching on his sword. Ye Feng looked at the newcomer with surprise. This was an inner-sect disciple of the Divine Wind Sword sect, Ji Wushuan. About half a month ago, it was Ji Wushuan who brought the second invitation to the Misty sect. It turns out to be senior brother Ji. The leader of the law enforcement team hurriedly bowed with his fists, not daring to show any disrespect. Ye Feng was taken aback by this reaction, silently noting that Ji Wushuan must hold a high status. Ji Wushuan pointed at Ye Feng and introduced him to the crowd. "This is Ye Feng, Sect Master of the Misty Sect, and a guest personally invited by the Sword Child. Show him some respect." Upon hearing this, the law enforcement disciples quickly bowed and said, "So you are the guest of the Sword Child, our apologies for the offense earlier, please forgive us, Sect Master Ye, farewell." After that, the hundreds of law enforcement disciples hurriedly flew away on their swords. What was that all about? Ye Feng looked at Ji Wushuan. Sect Master Ye might not be aware that in Divine Wind City, those in the Qi refining realm can only fly below 10 meters, and only those in the element gathering realm are allowed to fly at high altitudes, but no higher than the elevation of the Divine Wind mountain range. The law enforcement disciples stopped Sect Master Ye because they saw you flying at high altitudes without being in the element gathering realm, leading to this misunderstanding, explained Ji Wushuan in detail. Upon hearing this, Ye Feng understood. But, he still didn't understand why the law enforcement disciples seemed so respectful towards Ji Wushuan. However, it wasn't convenient to ask such a question, and Ye Feng could only change the subject. "It's nearly dusk, and I need to make haste to your sect for accommodations." "I'll take you there," said Ji Wushuan. "Thank you." Ye Feng was more than happy to have a guide. Under the guidance of Ji Wushuan, the iron claw dragon eagle took flight with vigorous flaps of its wings, carrying everyone to the Divine Wind mountain range. They settled into a guest house named Fiwa Garden. "Sect Master Ye, your sect will be staying here for the night. Since it's about time, please follow me to the banquet hall," Ji Wushuan offered to lead the way. With its large frame, the iron claw dragon eagle could only crouch in the courtyard, munching on spirit beast feed, while watching everyone slowly walk away. Fila Peak. One of the 72 peaks of the Divine Wind mountain range, and the location of the banquet hall. At this moment, in front of the large doors of the banquet hall on the martial arts ground, two people confronted each other from a distance. "Bai Minglu, do you dare to spar with me?" The speaker was a bushy-browed young man in a black robe, holding a long halberd in his hand. His cultivation level had reached the peak of the 9th layer of Qi refinement. He came from the One-Star sect, the Star Dragon sect, and his name was He Ning. The other person was none other than a disciple of the King Yun sect, Bai Minglu. "You were defeated by my sword last time. Do you dare to challenge me again, looking for more punishment?" Bai Minglu had a blade of grass in his mouth, not taking He Ning seriously at all. "Just answer whether you dare or not," He Ning, holding his halberd, called out sternly. Is there a wager? Bai Minglu asked. A lower grade consolidating origin pill, said He Ning. Deal. Bai Minglu grinned. He was also preparing to break into the element gathering realm, and although he already possessed some consolidating origin pills, such elixirs were always good to have in abundance. Soon, the two stood facing each other, tens of meters apart, under the scrutiny of thousands from various sects. Bai Minglu, I will use the move Black Dragon Descent to knock you down. He Ning held the halberd with both hands, casting a spell. A black dragon phantom swirled around him, and as he swung the halberd down, the black dragon suddenly roared and charged toward Bai Minglu in the distance. Mere child's play. In his left hand, Bai Minglu held the scabbard while his right hand grasped the hilt. As the black dragon approached, his eyes narrowed suddenly and he swiftly drew his sword. Slash! A bright sword light cut through the air, splitting the black dragon in two. The sword key force continued unabated, sending He Ning, along with his halberd, flying and crashing down outside the martial arts ground, foaming at the mouth. Sword drawing technique! Disciples from various sects all exclaimed in amazement. Xiao Feng and Xi Xinyu looked at each other and smiled simultaneously. With the sword returned to its scabbard, Bai Minglu approached He Ning and extended his hand. Come on, hand over the consolidating origin pill. You just wait. He Ning dropped a jade vial and ran off disgracefully, drawing jeers from the disciples of various sects. Brother, your sword drawing technique is becoming more and more skillful, praised Xiao Feng. Far from it. Bai Minglu, with the blade of grass still in his mouth, appeared nonchalant. Suddenly, he noticed two figures in the distance and squinted his eyes. Your opponent has arrived. Upon hearing this, Xiao Feng turned toward the uphill path and saw Huo Yunjia and Beixiuding walking side by side. Different from when they entered the city, Beixiuding had changed into the attire of an inner sect disciple of the Divine Wind Sword sect, and her shoulder-length hair had been tied up, giving her a spirited and valiant appearance. Strange, this woman is only at the 7th layer of Qi refinement. How could she become an inner sect disciple? Xiao Feng was surprised, but he couldn't be bothered to think too much about it. With a leap, he charged forward. Huo Yunjia, you finally showed up. His voice immediately drew the attention of the entire crowd. Chapter 169. Xiao Feng, who doubts life, the mad old man. Oh, looks like there's a good show about to start. One side is a disciple from King Yun sect, but who's that with the Divine Wind Sword sect's inner sect disciples? Who cares, just watch the fun. Disciples from various sects all watched with a spectating mentality. Huo Yunjia, hearing Xiao Feng's voice, was very speechless. It seemed that after being defeated by him, Xiao Feng had become obsessed and always wanted another challenge. Yunji, I believe you can win, Beixiuding clenched her little fist. She had witnessed Huo Yunjia cutting through a river with a single sword strike and knew his strength was formidable. Defeating a peer like Xiao Feng would surely pose no problem. Junior sister, you're walking too fast. A young woman dressed in the Divine Wind Sword sect's inner sect disciple attire approached from the downhill path. Elder sister K, I know I was wrong, Beixiuding quickly apologized to the woman. After joining Divine Wind Sword sect, Beixiuding had presented the preparatory inner sect identity token given by Mu Rugzhu, successfully becoming an inner sect disciple, and had also received guidance from this inner sect disciple named Kainingen. Now that you're an inner sect disciple of our Divine Wind Sword sect, you must learn to carry yourself with dignity. Walk slowly, look straight ahead, don't talk nonsense, and act like an immortal who is above worldly concerns. Do you understand? Kainingen kindly reminded her. Yes. Beixiuding nodded and, emulating Kainingen, maintained a poised and ladylike stance. By now, Huo Yunjia had arrived at the martial arts ground, cold light sword slung on his back. Xiao Feng, do you find it amusing to challenge me repeatedly? Huo Yunjia didn't want to fight. After helping Beixiuding with the beginner formalities, he just wanted to wait in the dining hall for Ye Feng and the others to arrive. Huo Yunjia, if you're too scared to fight, just admit defeat, Xiao Feng said as he drew his newly purchased spirit sword with a clang, formed a sword gesture, and made it hover above his head, ready to strike at any moment. Then let's fight. Huo Yunjia, wanting to quickly deal with the bothersome Xiao Feng, bent at the waist to draw his sword, a starting posture of the sword drawing technique. Sword drawing technique. Bai Mingluo's interest was piqued. Xiao Feng glanced around with the corner of his eye and saw that thousands had gathered around the martial arts ground. Winning would allow him to hold his head high and greatly boost King Yunsek's prestige. With this thought, Xiao Feng shouted loudly and was the first to strike. Don't be reckless. Bai Mingluo was about to warn him, but it was already too late. If Huo Yunjia really knew the sword drawing technique, Xiao Feng, striking first, would put himself at a disadvantage. King Yun Sword Ju's soaring flying sword. Xiao Feng formed the sword gesture and pointed fiercely at Huo Yunjia. The spirit sword above his head suddenly chopped down with terrifying power, surrounded by sharp sword light, looking like a giant sword 10 meters long, and striking with astonishing speed. Huo Yunjia's expression was solemn as he began to analyze the power of this strike to prepare for it. Then, he started drawing his sword. Sword drawing technique, 70%. Huo Yunjia didn't strike with full force, only unleashing 70% of his power. Yet, even so, the moment the cold light sword left the scabbard, the entire martial arts ground was engulfed by blinding sword light. Damn, that's blinding. Is this the sword drawing technique? It's more like the blind your eyes sword technique. Disciples from various sects shielded their eyes with their hands, turning their heads away. Such a powerful sword drawing technique. Bai Mingluo, watching that dazzling sword light, teared up involuntarily from the bright light, and the straw he was chewing on fell to the ground in shock. Outside the martial arts ground, several individuals with profound cultivation levels cast surprised glances their way. With a slash of his sword, Huo Yunjia produced a sword light that overshadowed even the sun, and with a crack, he cut through Xiao Feng's spirit sword. The momentum unceasingly cleaved off a corner of the dining hall's eave. This. Xiao Feng looked at his spirit sword that had fallen to the ground, broken into 2 pieces. Pointing at Huo Yunjia, he stammered, unable to speak. It's gone, my sword is gone again. Long after, Xiao Feng knelt on the ground, dazed, staring at the broken sword, his teeth chattering incessantly. The Xianye flying sword was gone. The new spirit sword he had only used for half a month was also gone. Such an impressive sword drawing technique. The sword drawing technique of Bai Mingluo from King Yun sect is simply trash compared to this. Now that we're talking about it, who is this person? After a brief silence, the disciples from various sects watching the show burst into discussion. Yunji really won. Beixiuding jumped up excitedly, clapping for Huo Yunjia like a little child. Kaining glanced sideways at Beixiuding, who broke composure in a second, her lips twitching. She didn't understand why the sword child would let someone with such volatile emotions as Beixiuding join the Divine Wind Sword sect. Wouldn't that affect the image of the sect? As a disciple from a 2-star rank force, Kaining believed they should all be like Jingjing, maintaining restraint, dignity, and a facade impassable by joy or anger at all times. Forget it, after all, she's an outsider and needs time to adapt, Kaining muttered to herself, then frowned as she looked at Huo Yunjia's upright figure, thinking how impressive this person was. That one sword strike he delivered could probably even block an ordinary demi-transformed demon beast. No wonder the Misty sect values the sword child so much, they have such a formidable sword Dao prodigy. If he were in our Divine Wind Sword sect, he would definitely receive focused cultivation. As Kaining thought this, she then looked at the eaves Huo Yunjia had sliced with his sword, her breath hitching. Who destroyed the banquet hall? Just then, a disheveled old man with a wooden staff jumped into the martial arts ground, exuding the oppressive aura of the element-gathering realm, as he pointed at the eaves of the banquet hall and loudly demanded an answer. Kainin saw the old man's face and felt it looked familiar, as if she had seen him somewhere before. Everyone looked over and realized the eavesdrow had been cut off. To distance themselves from blame, they all pointed at the embarrassed Huo Yunjia and said in unison, "He did it." Huo Yunjia immediately had a bad feeling. "Well done." Unexpectedly, the old man actually praised him, laughing loudly, "I've long found this banquet hall disagreeable, just blow it up." With those words, the old man unleashed the terrifying pressure of the 9th level of element gathering realm, charged into the banquet hall, and threw everyone inside out. The next moment, countless blinding beams of light burst out from the huge hall, followed by a horrifying tidal wave. Boom! In the shock of all present, the banquet hall that had stood for hundreds of years was blown apart by the elder, collapsing into ruins. This! Everyone was dumbstruck. Kainin suddenly remembered something, and could no longer maintain her dignity, losing color in shock. "This is the previous great elder, who went mad from a faulty attempt to advance to the spirit sea realm, and was stripped of his position as great elder. Rumors had it that he had been confined by the sect master. How did he get out? The previous great elder? No wonder he's so fierce." Beixiu Ding exclaimed in shock. "Elder Ding, what on earth have you done?" Suddenly, a resonant and thunderous voice came from the sky. Everyone looked up to see a white-haired elder standing proudly in the void, his clothes fluttering, looking like an old immortal who had encountered the mortal world. With his hands forming seals, he gathered spiritual energy from all directions, creating a palm print hundreds of meters wide, reaching for the Mad Elder. "It's the current Great Elder." Seeing the white-haired elder who made a move, Kainin breathed a sigh of relief. The Mad Elder, facing the descending palm print, expressionlessly pointed with his wooden staff, and the palm print that could crush a mountain crumbled instantly. The force rebounded, striking the Divine Wind Sword Sect's Great Elder and making him fly backward, spitting blood from his mouth. This scene shocked the entire field. The Great Elder was a strong man of the 9th level of Element Gathering Realm, yet he couldn't even block a single hit from the Mad Elder? Ha ha ha! The Mad Elder soared into the sky and flew into the distance. "Old Demon Ding, come back here!" The Great Elder stared furiously in the direction where the Mad Elder had flown off, about to chase after him, but suddenly coughed violently and spat out another mouthful of blood, his face turning abruptly dark. "It's only been a few years and old Demon Ding's strength has increased so much, what's going on?" On the mid-slope of Fila Peak, Ye Feng and the disciples arrived here, just in time to witness the scene of the Great Elder being severely injured by the Mad Elder, all of them agape and secretly marveling that this guy was much fiercer than the fanged mad pig and the dual-winged giant crocodile. "Elder Ding has gone mad again." Ji Wushuan, who was leading the way, kept twitching at the corner of his eyes as he watched the direction the Mad Elder flew off to. "Is that really an elder from your Divine Wind Sword sect?" Ye Feng turned back to look at Ji Wushuan, his eyes widened, completely astonished. The other disciples' faces were also filled with curiosity, eager to know who the Mad Elder really was. Chapter 170. The Origin of the Mad Old Man, the Arrival of Longju. Ji Wushuan faced the eagerly curious gazes of the crowd and, with a helpless expression, had no choice but to explain. Elder Ding was the former Great Elder and had already broken through to the 9th peak of the Element Gathering Realm. Moreover, he attempted to advance into the Spirit Sea Realm several times, but all ended in failure, after which, he went mad. Ji Wushuan paused. A madman, naturally, cannot continue to hold the high and influential position of the Great Elder. Therefore, the Sect Master relieved him of his position as the Great Elder, and the once second elder took over. Ye Feng asked, "What happened after that?" "After Elder Ding went mad, he was locked up. I remember he never showed up again after that. How he managed to get out now, I have no idea." Ji Wushuan shook his head, his brows furrowed with worry. A madman at the 9th peak of the element-gathering realm is very dangerous. After all, a mad cultivator is the most terrifying. You never know when he might sneak up on you and deliver a backstab. Who could guard against that? And with Elder Ding's strength, if he really wanted to cause havoc, only a few people within 1,000 miles, such as the Sect Master and the Supreme Elders who are Spirit Sea Realm experts, could suppress him. Thinking of this, Ji Wushuan grew even more concerned. Originally, if Elder Ding had succeeded in his assault on the Spirit Sea Realm, he wouldn't have fallen into madness, and the Divine Wind Sword sect would have gained a powerful new Supreme Elder. But the current reality is that Elder Ding has gone mad, and the Sect Master has to assign someone to keep tabs on him, effectively weakening the overall strength of the Divine Wind Sword sect. Ye Feng looked in the direction where Elder Ding had fled and fell into deep thought. This mad Elder Ding was indeed a massive hidden danger. A moment later, Ye Feng and Ji Wushuan arrived at the martial arts ground and saw both the collapsed banquet hall and Xiao Feng kneeling on the ground and trembling. My beloved spirit sword! Xiao Feng, holding the two halves of the broken sword, was so angry that he gritted his teeth. He suddenly stood up, pointed at Huo Yunjia, who was standing with his sword, and rebuked, "You owe me a spirit sword. I thought you were formidable, so I went all out, not expecting you to have made so little progress, which is why I unintentionally destroyed your sword. But if there's a next time, I suppose I would still go all out." Huo Yunjia said calmly. After spending so much time with Ye Feng, he also learned to be bad. He had only used 70% of his strength, but claiming he went all out made it difficult for others to gauge his true power. Good, very good. Xiao Feng pointed at Huo Yunjia, too angry to speak. Xiao Junior brother, come back. Bai Mingla pulled a blade of grass from the roadside, continued chewing on it, and waved Xiao Feng over, calling him back. Xi Xinyu, who cared deeply for Xiao Feng, rushed over first to help him up. Yunji, well done. At that moment, Ye Feng's voice sounded. Huo Yunjia looked towards the voice and saw that Ye Feng and the others had arrived. He quickly jogged over, smiling as he patted Long Tianxing on the head, and then bowed with clasped hands, "Sect Master Uncle, you've arrived. Too bad I arrived late, only knowing that you defeated Xiao Feng, without witnessing the entire process myself." Ye Feng nodded slightly and saw Beixiu Ding, dressed in the attire of an inner sect disciple of the Divine Wind Sword sect. "Ji senior brother, what brings you here?" Kainingen saw Ji Wushuan as if a mouse had seen a cat and immediately greeted him with respect. "Ah! It's Elder Ji Wushuan, the grandson of the law enforcement elder. Quickly, go pay your respects." Two female disciples of the Divine Wind Sword sect happened to pass by nearby, quietly discussed, and then came to bow deeply. "Ladies, don't let me keep you from your duties, carry on." Ji Wushuan didn't like the fuss and waved them away. Ye Feng raised his eyebrows, musing to himself that Ji Wushuan was actually the grandson of a law enforcement elder. No wonder so many disciples revered him, especially the law enforcement team disciples from earlier, who treated him with utmost respect. Second-generation cultivators, fearsome indeed. Ye Feng thought. Cough cough. At this moment, a loud cough echoed throughout the venue, carrying a deep true yuan pressure like a thunderous explosion, instantly catching everyone's attention. Due to certain reasons, the banquet hall at Fila Peak has collapsed, and the banquet cannot be held as scheduled. Please, fellow deists, proceed to your accommodations to rest. Tomorrow at noon, the formal ceremony for the Sword Child's ennoblement will take place. As the voice ended, disciples from various sects brushed off their sleeves and left. Huo Yunjia, you wait for me. Not far off, Xiao Feng, holding the broken sword, threatened fiercely. Junior brother, let's go back and train hard. There's no rush to challenge again once we've improved our strength. Xi Xinyu and Bai Mingla flanked Xiao Feng, one on each side, and dragged him away. You could train for another 10 years and still not be a match for second senior brother. Long Tianxing made a goofy face, which infuriated Xiao Feng to the point where he looked like he wanted to pounce and start a fight. Stirring up enmity again. Ye Feng slapped Long Tianxing on the top of his head. I'm just stating an established fact, Long Tianxing argued earnestly. Ye Feng raised an eyebrow, grabbed Long Tianxing by the shoulders, and began dragging him down the mountain, saying, I thought I was going to have a big meal, but now the dining hall is gone, and I have to go out to find food myself. How annoying. Sect Master Ye, to fulfill the duties of a host, please allow me to treat you all, Ji Wushuan said with a gentle smile. Then we won't stand on ceremony, Ye Feng said with concealed delight, readily accepting the offer. Divine Wind City, North City Gate. A burly middle-aged man with silver-grey hair and pale blue pupils stepped through the city gates, looking down at the compass in his hand. This man was none other than Longju. Due south, another 130 li. Following the compass's direction, Longju made his way down the street called Shenbei, heading south. Shenbei Street, number 1008. This was a luxurious restaurant known as Fenjiun, which covered hundreds of acres. It was constantly buzzing with cultivators, and was quite famous in Divine Wind City. In a large dining hall called Hexiang, Ye Feng, Ji Wushuan and a dozen others were gathered around a large table, enjoying the unique cuisine of the place. All of these are spirit dishes. Li Jiaojiao was initially surprised and delighted by the feast laid out on the table, but then her expression turned gloomy as she realized the vast gap between herself and other spirit chefs. Although she had managed to make spirit dishes, that was only because she relied on divine vegetables, superior ingredients that could enable anyone who could cook to make spirit dishes. But the spirit chefs of Fenjiun restaurant were different. They could use ordinary ingredients to cook up spirit dishes. Or, they could use a variety of spirit dishes to create even higher quality delicious meals. If I could, I would really like to train here for some time, Li Jiaojiao said, eating a small piece of braised pork with stars in her eyes. Is this young lady also a spirit chef? A chubby chef in white asked with a smile. As a patron of upper rank, Ji Wushuan would always have the head chef in attendance during meals, ready to address any issues that may arise. Kind of. Li Jiaojiao replied somewhat bashfully. Well then, I'll give you this book. The chubby chef handed her a book titled The Basic Understanding of Spirit Chefs. The book was a primer for embarking on the journey of a spirit chef, priced at 50 lower-grade spirit stones. It wasn't expensive for the chubby chef, but if it garnered the goodwill of Li Jiaojiao and even Ji Wushuan, it would be a bargain. Thank you, uncle. Li Jiaojiao received the book and quickly expressed her thanks. The chubby chef's face stiffened. I'm only 30 years old, I just look older. Why does everyone call me uncle? 9 out of 10 people I meet. The chubby chef complained internally. Ji Wushuan glanced at the chef and said with a smile, much appreciated. Hearing this, the chubby chef was inwardly delighted. Ji Wushuan was the grandson of the law enforcement elder, and even the city lord of Divine Wind City would smile upon seeing him. Securing his thanks would make matters much easier in the future. Afterward, the group continued eating and chatting. Half an incense stick later, Longju arrived at Fenjiun restaurant, pushed open the doors to the Hexiang banquet hall following the sensation of the bloodline aura, and immediately laid eyes upon Long Tianxing, with the silver hair and blue pupils. Joy surged in his eyes. Such pure blood of the dragon's descendant. Longju couldn't help but exclaim. If you're enjoying this content, please make sure to like and subscribe Chinese Novel Audiowave. Chapter 171. Dragon's Descendant Bloodline, The Mystery of One's Background. Follow me. Longju leapt up and landed behind Long Tianxing, placing a hand on his shoulder, intending to take him away from Fenjiun restaurant. Stop, do not touch my disciple. Ye Feng suddenly shouted. Bang! The full force of heroic spirit power erupted, and Longju was instantly sent flying backward, turning to look at Ye Feng with a condensed gaze. He couldn't understand how a mortal could wield such formidable power. However, Longju, as a cultivator in the fourth layer of the element-gathering realm, was not afraid of Ye Feng. He was only repelled because he was careless, having thought there were no cultivators of the element-gathering realm present and had not dodged. But once he got serious, Longju did not fear Ye Feng. Ye Feng, noticing Longju being struck and sent flying, was secretly delighted. With the surge in prestige points, I'm gaining more and more heroic spirit power. Now, just with the power of the heroic spirits alone, I can exert the strength of the second layer's peak of the element-gathering realm. Not bad at all. Nevertheless, after sensing Longju's fourth layer element-gathering realm aura, Ye Feng still looked a bit solemn and asked in a deep voice, "Who are you, and why are you laying hands on my disciple?" Longju did not answer. Ji Wushuan stood up and said, "I am Ji Wushuan of Divine Wind Sword Sect, currently entertaining guests from the Misty Sect. Your rash actions, don't you think they are too excessive?" Longju looked at Ji Wushuan with surprise. Although the young man before him was only at the peak of the Qi refining realm, who could be killed with just a slap, Longju felt inexplicably fearful when looking at Ji Wushuan. It seemed that Ji Wushuan harbored some dangerous methods. Look, this person resembles junior brother Long. Could he be his father? How is that possible? They only look similar in hair color and pupil color, their facial features are quite different. The disciples noticed Longju's appearance. Long Tianxing suddenly stood up, his eyes widened in shock as he trembled, "You? Are you my father?" Finding his father had always been one of Long Tianxing's motivations in his cultivation. Now, seeing someone who looked somewhat like him in Longju, he felt as if he had seen his own father, and he was overwhelmed with excitement. "My name is Longju, I am of the same clan as you, but I am not your father." Longju shook his head, his expression a bit sad. He didn't even have a woman, let alone a son. "Then do you know who my father is?" Long Tianxing moved closer to Longju, eyes filled with curiosity. Longju glanced around and shook his head, saying, "The affairs of our clan cannot be known to those outside. If you want to know the origin of your lineage, follow me." Long Tianxing immediately pointed to those present and introduced, "This is our sect leader, and these are all fellow disciples, not outsiders." Longju still shook his head. At this moment, Ye Feng spoke, "Without stating your identity and origin, I cannot allow you to take him away. In case Tianxing encounters any mishap, how shall I explain it to his mother?" Longju's gaze sharpened as he spoke to Long Tianxing, "So your mother is still alive, no wonder I couldn't sense the bloodline's presence in you before." Hearing this, everyone was confused. What does Long Tianxing's mother being alive have to do with sensing his bloodline presence? Only Ye Feng appeared thoughtful. Previously, Long Zhenchuan had told him to try and keep Long Tianxing within a 300-mile radius of White Float City. Now that Longju mentioned the survival of Long Tianxing's mother being linked to the sensing of the bloodline, could it mean that once Long Tianxing left his mother's 300-mile vicinity, people like Longju would sense his bloodline? Ye Feng fell deep into thought. Then, Longju said again to Long Tianxing, "Don't you want to know about your father's background? Or rather, don't you wish to save him?" The latter part of the sentence caused a jolt in Long Tianxing's heart, and he clenched his fists as he asked, "What's happened to my father? All I can tell you is that he is still alive, but it will be very difficult to see him. If you come with me, there might be a chance to save him." Longju was growing impatient and was considering forcefully taking Long Tianxing away. "Under these uncertain conditions, as sect leader, I will not let you take him away." Ye Feng stood up, his tone firm and resolute. As the sect leader, he had to take responsibility for his disciple. If something untoward happened to Long Tianxing and he never returned, how would he face Long Zhenchuan? "The whereabouts of the younger generation of my clan are not yours to manage. Longzhu could no longer hold back and finally made his move. A hurricane struck, instantly enveloping Long Tianxing and sucking him towards Longzhu. Sect Master, save me! Long Tianxing shouted in panic. Ye Feng summoned the mini banana palm fan and gave it a forceful wave. A wind of magic breaking unfurled, calming the hurricane that had wrapped Long Tianxing. Dare to obstruct the great plan of my clan, don't blame me for taking action. Longzhu's face was cold as ice. His body flickered, and a reddish gold light shadow appeared behind him. His speed surged, reaching Long Tianxing's side in an instant, grabbing his shoulder, ready to leave. How audacious! To snatch someone before my very eyes. Ji Wushuan's face, having been ignored several times, turned frosty. She took out a messenger paper crane, ready to call the law enforcement team. Whoosh! Ye Feng suddenly accelerated, stirring up a fierce wind that even blew the messenger paper crane away. Then, under the shocked gazes of Ji Wushuan and the others, Ye Feng instantly crossed dozens of meters, throwing a punch at Longzhu's chest, sending him flying and smashing a person-shaped hole in the ceiling. Sorry about that, I'll pay for the ceiling when the bill comes. Ye Feng retracted his fist, apologizing to the fat chef with a stunned look with a smile. Ji Wushuan and Kainingen watched Ye Feng, unable to imagine he could deliver such a powerful punch, one that even Longzhu at the fourth layer of the element gathering realm couldn't withstand. High in the sky, Longzhu spat out a mouthful of fresh blood. He had never expected Ye Feng to be this strong. Just with the power of that one punch, Ye Feng was no less proficient than him, who was at the fourth layer of the element gathering realm. If they were to spar face to face, Longzhu believed he could evenly match Ye Feng, but it was his negligence that led to the injury from that punch. No good, I must retreat. Longzhu didn't dare to linger and immediately left the place. Sect Master, it seems he has left. Long Tianxing could sense Longzhu's aura fading until it was barely perceptible, which probably meant he had fled the scene. Ye Feng nodded. After Longzhu's commotion, the people present lost their appetite for food, and the shopping plan that was set was thus abandoned. After they were full and quenched, Ye Feng took his disciples back to Fiwa Garden. Sect Master Ye, this place is within the range of our Divine Wind Sword Sect's mountain gate. That person shouldn't dare to show up, but we can't guarantee he won't sneak into Divine Wind City, Ji Wushuan said, standing outside Fiwa Garden, giving Ye Feng a clasped hand salute. The implication in Ji Wushuan's words was clear. Longzhu wouldn't dare to barge into the Divine Wind Sword Sect to capture someone, but once they left the Divine Wind Mountain range, they needed to be more vigilant. Don't worry, I'll take good care of my disciples. Ye Feng nodded. Then I shall take my leave, and we'll meet again at the Sword Child ceremony tomorrow. Having said that, Ji Wushuan turned and left. After flying past several mountain peaks, Ji Wushuan arrived at the base of the law enforcement team. Enforcement Peak. A beautiful young woman dressed in a yellow dress, her face veiled, stood in the enforcement hall. She stood with her hands behind her back, gazing at the bright moon above, with four maids wearing jade plagues inscribed with Divine Wind Sword Sect standing behind her. Disciple Ji Wushuan greets the Peak Master. Ji Wushuan bowed respectfully to Mu Rugzhu. Every sword child, before officially taking over as Sect Master, held another important position. Peak Master of Enforcement Peak. Although Mu Rugzhu's cultivation level was far below that of the few law enforcement elders of Enforcement Peak, her status was above that of ordinary intersect elders, second only to the Supreme Elder, Sect Master, Deputy Sect Master, and Great Elders. One could say that the entire Enforcement Peak was Mu Rugzhu's. All the elders and disciples of Enforcement Peak were at Mu Rugzhu's command. How are the arrangements going? Mu Rugzhu did not turn around, her voice as cold as ever. Ji Wushuan quickly replied, rest assured, Peak Master, everything has been arranged properly. Good, that's good to hear. Mu Rugzhu nodded slightly, although the Misty Sect's power is still weak now, they have good potential. Try to foster good relations with them, as they will become an important force for us in the future. Yes. Ji Wushuan nodded but did not leave. Is there anything else? Mu Ruxu turned around, her veil fluttering and her dress floating, like a dancing immortal. Ji Wushuan recalled Longzhu and Long Tianxing and pondered whether to report the evening's events. Chapter 172. The Legend of the Dragon Folk Clan, Night Talk about Longzhu. If there's nothing else, you may go now, Mu Ruxu said lightly, waving her sleeve. Reporting to Peak Master, your disciple still has matters to discuss. Ji Wushuan ultimately decided to speak up about the issue. He believed that Long Tianxing's family power was not simple, and if he could win them over, it would be a great help to Mu Ruxu. Speak, Mu Ruxu commanded, seated upon the Peak Master's throne. Ji Wushuan bowed slightly, not daring to meet Mu Ruxu's eyes, and said, There is a disciple in the Misty Sect with silver hair and blue eyes, named Long Tianxing. Tonight, during a banquet at Fenjiun restaurant in honor of Sect Master Ye and his entourage, a man claiming to be Longzhu, a strong element gathering realm 4th layer practitioner, burst into the dining hall. He wanted to take Long Tianxing away and said some strange things, like. Ji Wushuan relayed the incident exactly as it happened, naturally including key phrases like bloodline and our clan's grand plan. Mu Ruxu listened to Ji Wushuan's account, understanding the ins and outs of the situation. It seems I was not mistaken, Long Tianxing truly has the heritage of the Dragon Folk clan, Mu Ruxu said gravely after a long pause. During Mu Ruxu's last visit to the Misty Sect, she had noted Long Tianxing's appearance, which she found odd. After returning to the sect, she consulted the scripture pavilion and deduced Long Tianxing's origin. The four mates and Ji Wushuan were hearing the term Dragon Folk Clan for the first time and their faces were filled with astonishment. Mu Ruxu stood up and walked to the door, looking down at Divine Wind City below, where the lights were bright, and asked, Have you ever heard of Cave Heaven Worlds? Yes, Ji Wushuan nodded. As the grandson of a law enforcement elder and an outstanding member among all the Qi refining realm disciples, Ji Wushuan had not only heard of them but had also spent time cultivating in a medium-sized cave heaven world owned by the Divine Wind Sword sect. Rumor has it that the Dragon Folk clan controls the gateway to an ancient large-scale cave heaven world, which is of great significance, revealed Mu Ruxu, sharing a startling piece of information. Cave heaven worlds come in micro, minor, medium, large. Even the mighty Divine Wind Sword sect only possesses a medium-sized one, which covers more than a dozen square miles and includes mountains, rivers, lakes, and various creatures, along with several minor spirit veins, abundant with spiritual energy, a true cultivation paradise. A large one would be at least 100 square miles in size. Moreover, it is very possible for ancient medicinal herbs to grow in an ancient large-scale cave heaven world, consuming even a bit of which could significantly increase one's cultivation level. Realizing he had stumbled upon a tremendous secret, Ji Wushuan found his breathing becoming more rapid. Does that mean if we go to the Dragon Folk clan, we might be able to enter that ancient large-scale cave heaven world? A maid interjected, her pretty face full of yearning. The Dragon Folk are a reclusive and powerful clan, and it would be difficult to locate them. Mu Ruxu shook her head. Then, another maid suggested, Sword Child, we could use Long Tianxing to find the Dragon Folk and then take the opportunity to enter the large-scale cave heaven world to look for precious ancient spiritual medicine. You're being too optimistic. The Dragon Folk may be few in number, but they are deeply entrenched and not weaker than our Divine Wind Sword sect. This approach would only offend them, Mu Ruxu said, her expression showing her displeasure. After being rebuked, the maid quickly lowered her head. Mu Ruxu withdrew her gaze and added, if it weren't for the Dragon Folk's mission to guard that large-scale cave heaven world and stay out of external strife, the Mystique Kingdom would certainly have a place for them. Even our Divine Wind Sword sect may not be a match for the Dragon Folk. Then, where did the Dragon Folk come from? Ji Wushuan was curious. Legend has it that the oldest ancestor of the dragon folk was just a common man who later received divine dragon blood, underwent an unimaginable transformation, and was revered as the son of the dragon god. From then on, they renamed themselves the Dragon Folk Clan, also known as the Dragon Child Clan, possessing the powerful bloodline of a dragon's descendant, Mu Rugzhu explained. After thinking for a moment, Ji Wushuan asked, Peak Master, what should we do then? Mu Rugzhu gazed out at the profound night sky beyond the door and fell silent for a short while. Long Tianxing's silver hair is without a hint of impurity, and his pair of blue eyes is immaculate, which means his bloodline is extremely pure. He will be taken back to the ancestral lands of the dragon folk sooner or later. We cannot stop this. We can only try to forge a good relationship with him, and maybe we will get a chance to enter that ancient large-scale cave heaven world in the future. A concerned maid asked, what if someone else learns of Long Tianxing's identity and kidnaps him, what then? Whoever dares to do that would be making an enemy of the dragon folk and would be on a path to certain death. Mu Rugzhu's voice was cold. All right, the night is deep, and I should rest. We shall take our leave. Ji Wushuan and the four maids exited the enforcement hall. Divine Wind City. Within a large estate. Long Zhu sat cross-legged on the grass, healing his wounds. By now, his injuries had healed, and he looked up at the Divine Wind mountain range. The sect that holds the dragon's descendant bloodline isn't too bad, with a very partial sect leader, even if he was a bit heavy-handed. Long Zhu rubbed his chest. If it weren't for his own trace of dragon's descendant bloodline, giving him a robust physique, a regular practitioner in the fourth layer of the element gathering realm would have been seriously injured by that punch, if not worse. However, the significance of the dragon's descendant bloodline is too great. He must be brought back. Long Zhu prepared to sneak into the Divine Wind Sword sect. Yet, as Long Zhu just rose into the air, he discovered Ye Feng lying on a banana leaf, looking over with a smile on his face. As for Long Tianxing, he was standing right next to Ye Feng at the moment. A thump went through Long Zhu's heart, unable to understand how Ye Feng had found this place. Let's talk, Ye Feng said. Tonight, neither Ye Feng nor Long Tianxing could sleep. The two left Fiwa Garden in a rare moment of accord. Following the bloodline's resonance, Long Tianxing led Ye Feng to the vicinity, waiting for Long Zhu to appear. Fine, follow me. Long Zhu flew towards the outskirts of the city. Sect Leader, are you really going to go? Long Tianxing, standing next to Ye Feng, seemed very nervous. It's better to solve the problem sooner rather than later, rather than letting this person keep thinking about you. But don't worry, with me here, you should be fine. Ye Feng grabbed Long Tianxing and followed. Half an incense stick later. In a deserted valley. Ye Feng and Long Tianxing stood side by side, looking at Long Zhu 5 meters away. Come back with me to the clan, Long Zhu got straight to the point. First, tell me about my father. Assure me he's still alive, and then I will go with you, otherwise, forget it. Long Tianxing shook his head resolutely, his fists tightly clenched. Also, I want to know why he was so cold-blooded as to abandon our mother and child like that. Toward the end, Long Tianxing's tone was filled with much dissatisfaction and even anger. I knew you would ask that, but to be honest, I don't even know who your father is. However, since there aren't many people here, you might as well take a look for yourself, Long Zhu said as he opened his storage bracelet and took out more than 100 jade pendants of various shapes and colors. One of these jade pendants must have belonged to your father. Have a look for yourself. Long Tianxing looked at these pendants, sensing a thread of familiar energy, and hurriedly took out a strangely shaped jade pendant from around his waist. It looked like a star but was broken in half, leaving only one piece. Long Tianxing compared the jade pendant in his hand against the 100+ pieces that Long Zhu had, and eventually found the other half, successfully piecing together a complete star-shaped jade pendant. Found it! I'm overjoyed, Long Tianxing said, my mother told me that this jade pendant was left by my father, one half was given to me, and the other half stayed with him. Longzhu looked at the jade pendant, surprised, so it's the son of Long Yuanqing, no wonder your dragon folk bloodline is so pure. It's a pity that you haven't entered the dragon blood pool to awaken yet. Yes, my father is called Long Yuanqing. Long Tianxing said excitedly. How did you know? Ye Feng was taken aback. Long Tianxing quickly explained, my mother often mentioned Yuanqing, don't go, and Yuanqing, you're so handsome in her dreams, so I think that's my father's name, Long Yuanqing. Hearing this, Ye Feng's expression was inexplicable. Your father, Yuanqing, was the pride of our clan, awakening his bloodline at the age of 15 with a supreme grade, and advanced to the first layer of the element gathering realm at 19. At 20, he led a war team to battle in the cave heaven world, heroic and invincible. Unfortunately, he never returned after setting out at the age of 33, Longzhu sighed deeply. Is he dead? No, you clearly said before that he was alive, you liar. Long Tianxing grabbed Longzhu's collar in excitement, trying to lift him, but he found himself too short. Even on tiptoe, he could only grasp Longzhu's collar and couldn't lift him. Tui! Who said Yuanqing is dead? The war team is just trapped in the cave heaven world, unable to get out, urgently needing the pure dragon folk bloodline to open the passage so they can return. Longzhu glared in anger, chiding. So, you need Tianxing's bloodline to open that so-called passage. Ye Feng, having figured out the whole story, slightly furrowed his brows and said. Chapter 173. Reaching a consensus, Sword Child's and Noblement Ceremony. Yes. Longzhu nodded. Would opening the passage pose any danger to Tianxing? Ye Feng was very concerned about his disciple's safety. There will be no harm whatsoever. Longzhu said earnestly. If that's the case, after the ceremony of the Sword Child's promotion, I will accompany Tianxing to go with you. Ye Feng had promised Long Zhenchuan and Long Yuxin to take good care of Long Tianxing and not let him take risks alone. Of course, the most important point was that Ye Feng himself also wanted to visit the Dragon Folk clan. No. As an outsider, it's already crossing the line that you know these secrets, and you even want to visit our Dragon Folk ancestral land. That's delusional. Longzhu immediately refused. If Sect Master won't go, neither will I. Long Tianxing immediately made his stance clear. He was just a 7-layer Qi refinement cultivator now. If he ran off with Longzhu and the other party harbored ill intentions, he was sure to be finished. Hearing this, Longzhu frowned. If it were anyone else, he would have definitely refused. But the problem was that Long Tianxing was the son of Long Yuanqing, who possessed supreme grade bloodline, and Long Yuanqing was the next clan leader preordained by the Great Elder. He couldn't afford to offend this family. Moreover, as long as Long Tianxing entered the dragon blood pool and awakened his bloodline, it would certainly be of supreme grade. And unlocking the passage just happened to require a supreme grade bloodline. This is a major matter, I need to consult the Great Elder. Even though he knew that Long Tianxing's bloodline grade was not low, Longzhu did not dare to recklessly bring an outsider back to the clan lest he expose the exact location of the Dragonfolk ancestral land. Please do as you need to. Ye Feng agreed. Longzhu nodded, took out a golden paper crane, blew a breath of spiritual energy into it, and the paper crane whooshed and flew out, covering a kilometer in an instant, reaching its utmost speed. After the time it would take an incense stick to burn. The golden paper crane flew back. Longzhu caught the paper crane and showed a look of surprise. The Great Elder actually agreed, however, you must head to the Dragon Folk within 7 days. This is a messenger paper crane, contact me before you depart. Longzhu was surprised, he did not expect the Great Elder to agree to let Ye Feng, an outsider, enter their ancestral land, but as a mere ordinary elder, he didn't dare to meddle too much, so he handed a silver paper crane to Ye Feng. After the completion of the Sword Child's promotion ceremony, we will surely make our way there. Ye Feng put away the silver paper crane and made the promise. Let's hope so. Having successfully completed his mission, Longju stepped onto a patch of golden light and disappeared into the night. Problem solved, let's go back to sleep. Ye Feng grabbed Long Tianxing and they both returned to their chamber in the Fiwa garden, without any of the other disciples noticing. The next morning, the disciples got up early and sat cross-legged on the meditation cushions in the courtyard to cultivate. Li Jiaojiao flipped through the basic understanding of spirit chefs, discovering many profound insights and exclaimed. It turns out, to make higher-grade spirit dishes, you only need the simplest cooking methods at first, followed by absorbing the spiritual energy of the spirit chef themselves to enhance the dishes, eventually creating spirit dishes that are far more valuable than their ingredients. The path of spirit chefs is divided into 5-star levels, and above a 5-star spirit chef, there are even more formidable chef gods. Li Jiaojiao seemed to have opened the door to a new world, completely engrossed. Jia Xi, now that you've broken through to the 5th layer of body refinement, what training should you undertake to break through to the 6th layer? Do you still need to temper your body under the waterfall? Shi Lei curiously asked. Xiao Jiaxi nodded, much the same. Next I still need to practice Divine Fist. Once my vigor quadruples, I'll rigorously practice an external application method called Sword of Qi and Blood to improve my mastery over controlling vigor before I can break through to the 6th layer of body refinement. So the subsequent process is that complicated. The disciples felt it was quite astounding. Ye Feng listened to everyone's conversation and remained silent. It was true that Jiao Jiaxi faced several obstacles to advancing to the 6th layer of body refinement, but it should not take too much time, maybe half a month at most. As for Dog Erha and Little White Fox and other spiritual beasts, they should also be able to break through to the high-rank demon soldier level within half a month. In this case, the second phase of the Sect Master's mission could then be completed. Time flew, and it was soon nearing noon. Ji Wushuan arrived at the gate of Fiwa Garden and bowed, Sect Master Ye, the hour is upon us. The other major sects have gradually started heading to the ceremony venue, please follow me. Thank you for leading the way. Ye Feng followed with his disciples trailing behind. They were all curious about what a grand occasion the Sword Child's promotion ceremony of a 2-star rank force would be like. In front of the Sect Master's Grand Hall of the Divine Wind Sword Sect, a massive square made of blue bricks lay here, surrounded by 128 stone pillars 100 meters tall engraved with dragon patterns, inscribed with many array patterns. The whole square was integrated as one, impervious to damage even by those in the element-gathering realm. At this moment, nearly 10,000 round tables were arranged in the venue. The 100,000 disciples of the Divine Wind Sword Sect were already present, having taken their seats. Being guests, the cultivators from various sects were seated at the 1,000 round tables at the front, closer to the magnificent Sect Master's Grand Hall. Ye Feng looked at the spirit dishes neatly arranged on the table and couldn't help but click his tongue in amazement. Thousands of tables of dishes, this must have consumed a huge amount of spirit stones. Could it be hundreds of thousands, or even a million? No matter how much it was, it showcases the profound foundation of the Divine Wind Sword Sect, truly befitting of one of the few 2-star rank powers in the southern river basin. Ye Feng marveled inwardly, involuntarily swallowing his saliva. So many cultivators around, but it's a pity that I barely recognize anyone. Shi Lei sat in his seat, looking around and realizing that at least hundreds of sects were gathered here, with a few being star-level sects and most being high-ranked sects. The people from Yunhua sect have also arrived, but they are seated quite far from us. Second senior brother, look, Lin Yuan has also come, she's staring straight at you. Li Jiaojiao said, pointing to a table hundreds of meters away. Huo Yunjia looked over and met Lin Yuan's gaze, gave a nod in acknowledgement, then continued sipping his tea. Divine Wind Sword Sect is a very ancient 2-star power with a profound foundation and widespread connections, even having guests from the county king's mansion, murmured Mo Ying at this moment. Ye Feng followed the direction Mo Ying pointed and saw at the forefront a table with several figures who had profound auras, all being high-level cultivators of the element-gathering realm. However, these cultivators were all showing the utmost respect for a masked woman, attracting the attention and speculation of many. "It's the auspicious time, may I invite the sword child?" Suddenly, a loud voice rang out, announced by the current great elder. The voice spread across hundreds of miles, and even the people in Divine Wind City could hear it clearly. The next moment, 5 figures in ornate attire emerged from the Sect Master's Grand Hall. The leader amongst them was none other than Mu Rugzhu. The other 4 were her maids, each holding a jade tablet inscribed with words, exuding a noble aura, making the leading Mu Rugzhu appear like an ethereal fairy. Buzz! Dazzling radiance descended from the sky, shining upon Mu Rugzhu, creating spectacular images of a phoenix hairpin, vibrant flowers, spiritual objects, and countless spirit butterflies rotating around her, lighting up the place with their brilliance, extremely dazzling. How miraculous! The guests looked up and exclaimed in admiration. This is the Sect Master of Divine Wind Sword Sect casting spells, demonstrating the might of a Spirit Sea Realm expert, and also an indispensable part of the Sword Child's investiture ceremony, explained someone in a low voice, describing the proceedings. Ye Feng watched wide-eyed, taking mental notes. He felt that once the Misty Sect developed to a certain stage, they could follow suit. At this moment, the current Great Elder of the Divine Wind Sword Sect appeared, standing 10 yards away from Mu Rugzhu, and continued in a loud voice, "The Sect Master will now confer the sword and complete the investiture ceremony." As his voice rang out, the entire venue was abuzz with excitement. The Sect Master of Divine Wind Sword Sect is about to appear. This is my first time seeing a Spirit Sea Realm expert, I'll be able to boast about this for 3 years when I get back. The people from various major sects all widened their eyes. Whoosh! Countless petals glowing with spiritual energy fell from the sky, each containing powerful sword intent. Immediately after, a splendid light descended, transforming into a robust man emanating endless sword light all over his body. He stood with his back to the crowd, his aura as vast as the sea, unending, holding a sword that dazzled with divine light. Salute to the Sect Master! 100,000 disciples of Divine Wind Sword Sect stood up to salute in unison, creating a thunderous sound that echoed to the heavens. Mu Rugzhu advanced 3 steps, knelt on the ground, raised both hands, and made the gesture of receiving the sword. This sword, named Divine Wind, is the ancestral spirit sword of our Divine Wind Sword Sect, of supreme grade, symbolizing the ultimate status and glory. Today, I bestow this sword upon you. Do not let down the expectations of the 100,000 disciples of our sect, declared the Sect Master of Divine Wind Sword Sect. His voice carried an intangible pressure. Hearing this, Ye Feng felt as though the air around him had become stagnant, and he couldn't help but feel insignificant, marveling at the powerful strength of the Spirit Sea Realm. I shall certainly live up to everyone's expectations. Mu Rugzhu raised her head, revealing her stunning visage, and received the incredibly heavy Divine Wind Sword with both hands, officially becoming the Sword Child of the Divine Wind Sword Sect. The next moment, the Sect Master of Divine Wind Sword Sect soared into the sky and disappeared. The overwhelming pressure of the endless sword intent dissipated then and there. The investiture ceremony of the Sword Child is officially concluded. Let us congratulate Mu Rugzhu on becoming the new Sword Child of our Divine Wind Sword Sect, who will, in the future, break through to the Spirit Sea Realm or take over as the Sect Master when the current one retires, announced the Great Elder as he stepped forward, his voice carrying swiftly throughout the city. Applause erupted at the venue, thunderous like roaring thunder. Next, we proceed with the customary challenge. The Sword Child must accept at least one challenge to showcase the supreme elegance of the Sword Child, said the Great Elder before stepping aside. Upon hearing this, Mu Rugzhu's gaze became increasingly sharp. She positioned the Divine Wind Sword behind her, waiting for the challenger to step forward. In a sect as large as ours, aside from me, who else is worthy to challenge you? A calm yet domineering voice suddenly rang out amidst the crowd. Chapter 174. Challenge, the terrible sword child, the commandery princess of County King City. Under the watchful gaze of countless onlookers, a young man in a white robe levitated into the air. Clothed in fluttering robes, he emitted a piercing and vast sword momentum, like a treasured sword that had left its sheath, capable of slicing through the heavens and splitting the earth. It's him! Huo Yunjia exclaimed. Who is this? Ye Feng asked. Bai Chunfeng, the top-named true disciple of Divine Wind Sword Sect. When we entered the city, I caught a glimpse of him. I heard that he once competed with Mu Rugzhu for the position of Sword Child, a prodigy indeed, Huo Yunjia explained in a low voice. Upon entering the city, he had personally witnessed Bai Chunfeng sitting atop the golden-crowned azure bird, exuding an imposing aura. Then this will be quite a show. Ye Feng's eyes lit up, highly interested in this battle. Both Mu Rugzhu and Bai Chunfeng are prodigies of the element-gathering realm. Their clash is bound to be spectacular. After arriving in Divine Wind City, Ye Feng had heard so much about Mu Rugzhu being a once-in-a-millennium prodigy with prospects of reaching the divine origin realm that his ears were nearly calloused from it. Now that he could witness the battle with his own eyes, he naturally focused his entire attention. At that moment, Mu Rugzhu rose into the air and nodded, saying, "This sword child accepts your challenge." "Thank you, sword child," Bai Chunfeng bowed with his hands together. In the past, both he and Mu Rugzhu had been true disciples, with nearly similar status. But now things were different. Having received the Divine Wind Sword, Mu Rugzhu had formally become a revered sword child, as well as the Peak Master of Enforcement Peak, holding a status higher than that of a common intersect elder. In contrast, Bai Chunfeng was still just a true disciple, on par with an outer sect elder, nowhere near Mu Rugzhu's stature. This battle, I suppose, shall be my last challenge to you. After all, from now on, our disparity will only grow wider, Bai Chunfeng said with a sense of helplessness and even bitterness. After becoming the sword child, Mu Rugzhu was sure to receive preferential access to the sect's resources for cultivation. Already a prodigy, her advancement in cultivation level would undoubtedly be exceptionally fast. Junior brother, don't feel burdened. I will let you make 3 moves. For the first 3, I will only defend, Mu Rugzhu said in a cold yet confident voice as she ascended higher into the sky. All right. Bai Chunfeng took a deep breath, starting to condense the sword momentum around him. As expected of the foremost true disciple of the Divine Wind Sword Sect, so young yet already at the second layer of the element-gathering realm, it's truly terrifying. Heads of various sects marveled at this. Bai Chunfeng's sword momentum was too fierce. Feeling that they wouldn't be able to withstand even a single strike from Bai Chunfeng in a battle among peers, they wondered just how powerful sword child Mu Rugzhu was. The crowd's anticipation for the battle grew even more. Sword like soaring clouds. Bai Chunfeng finally made his move. This was a third-grade spell. As he thrust with his sword, a swath of sword chi turned into drifting white clouds that vanished in an instant, then, in the very next moment, reappeared beside Mu Rugzhu and enveloped her. What a powerful strike! The guests present exclaimed once more, admitting that if it had been them on the field, they wouldn't have been able to dodge at all. Mo Ying and Huo Yunjia both watched intently, learning a great deal. However, facing this sharp sword move capable of annihilating someone at the third layer of the element-gathering realm, Mu Rugzhu merely brought her fingers together like a sword and swept downward, erasing the sword clouds as if they had never appeared. You have 2 more moves, Mu Rugzhu spoke softly. Such a strong method of transforming the sword. Bai Chunfeng frowned, finding Mu Rugzhu more and more inscrutable. He had thought that Mu Rugzhu would rely on the supreme-grade spiritual sword, the Divine Wind Sword, to block the attack, but to his surprise, she simply used a sword gesture to break his sword like soaring clouds. The Divine Wind Sword child is too incredible. It's like adults fighting children, they're not on the same level at all, there's no comparison. Is this the once-in-a-millennium prodigy? Truly well-deserved reputation. The heads of the great powers shook their heads continuously, feeling sorry for Bai Chunfeng. If it weren't for Mu Ruxu's emergence, Bai Chunfeng would definitely have been the prodigy who could succeed as the sword child. Unfortunately, he encountered the exceedingly abnormal Mu Ruxu. The second move, Divine Wind Sword Qi. Bai Chunfeng attacked once again. As he swung his sword, a divine gleam shot across the sky, traversing a kilometer in an instant. In the face of such an ultimate fast sword, an average person couldn't possibly block it. But Mu Ruxu suddenly extended two slender and snow-white fingers, easily catching the divine gleam. With a pinch, she caused it to collapse into a shower of colorful light particles. "You have one last move," Mu Ruxu said indifferently. She was confident because she was strong enough. "I really can't see through you anymore. Just months ago, I could fight you for 300 rounds, but now, you completely overpower me," Bai Chunfeng sighed deeply. It was his misfortune to encounter a prodigy like Mu Ruxu. Regaining his focus, Bai Chunfeng launched another sword attack. A dazzling surge of sword light burst forth, turning into three shadows, all wielding swords to surround Mu Ruxu. Including Bai Chunfeng himself, there were 4 figures in total. Upon seeing this, the elders and disciples of the Divine Wind Sword sect all stood up in shock. It's the 5th grade magic sword momentum incarnation. 3 incarnations of sword momentum, it means that brother Bai Chunfeng has reached perfection, he's too strong. Is this the prowess of the top true disciple? The disciples all exclaimed in surprise. Ye Feng looked at the sword technique used by Bai Chunfeng, and couldn't help but drool. So this is the foundation of a 2-star rank sect, they even have 5th grade magic. The disciples of the Misty sect also showed envious looks. Above in the sky, Mu Ruxu smiled and said, "Junior brother indeed has talent that's hard to come by in a century, but unfortunately, you are still lacking a little." She still brought her fingers together like a sword, and in an instant, she pointed 3 times. Those 3 incarnations, emitting a presence comparable to the 4th layer of the element gathering realm, instantly collapsed, with no strength left to battle against Mu Ruxu. This. Bai Chunfeng was shocked. After using the 5th grade magic sword momentum incarnation, he was like having 3 powerful allies, capable of fighting even against those at the 5th layer of the element gathering realm. But now, Mu Ruxu had easily shattered the sword momentum incarnations, showing an outrageous level of strength. "This sword child has already permitted you 3 moves, now, it's time to end this challenge." Mu Ruxu spoke, pointing her finger like a sword at Bai Chunfeng. A divine brilliance flashed across the sky in an instant, stopping 3 inches in front of Bai Chunfeng's forehead, radiating a sword intent that caused despair. It's Divine Wind Sword Qi. However, the sword child's sword Qi is too fast, even brother Bai Chunfeng couldn't react in time. The disciples of the Divine Wind Sword sect trembled in fear. If they encountered Mu Ruxu, they might not even know how they died, filling their hearts with terror. In mid-air, Bai Chunfeng's expression was frozen. The moment the Divine Wind Sword Qi struck, he was alert and tried to dodge immediately, but it was still too slow and he couldn't avoid it in time. If Mu Ruxu had been intent on killing, he would have been dead already. "I've lost," both convinced and willing to concede. Bai Chunfeng sheathed his sword, sighed, and flew away into the distance, no longer in the mood to eat. "I yield." Mu Ruxu bowed her hands and landed in front of the sect master's grand hall. From today onwards, she became a person of very high status within the Divine Wind Sword sect, second only to a few, and could gradually start taking over the affairs of the sect. At this moment, the great elder flew over from afar, and said in a loud voice, "The challenge is over, thank you, sword child, and Bai Chunfeng for giving us a thrilling sparring session. Now, let's start the feast, everyone enjoy your meal." Finally, we can eat. I'm about to faint from hunger. Watch your image. As soon as it was announced that they could eat, everyone began moving. With the divine wind sword on her back, Mu Rugzhu, accompanied by 4 maids and dozens of elders, walked around the various seats holding a cup of spiritual wine. Allow me to introduce to everyone a very special guest, the Commandery Princess from County King City. Standing in front of the County King City's table, Mu Rugzhu pointed to the masked woman and introduced her to the surrounding guests. The Commandery Princess stood up, nodded to everyone, then sat down again. Mo Ying, sitting opposite Ye Feng, lowered her head. Just now, she distinctly saw the Commandery Princess wink at her, instantly recognizing her. So it turns out that Xu Hongyu has been promoted to Commandery Princess. Mo Ying sipped her tea, inwardly astonished. The feast proceeded without any hitches. Afternoon. Everyone had their fill and began to leave one after another. Yunji, my friend, this is where we part ways. Lin Yuan from the Yunhua sect specifically came over to greet Huo Yunjia. This must be Sect Master Ye from the Misty sect, indeed young and promising. Yunhua Genren from Yunhua sect greeted Ye Feng with a bow, his eyes full of respect. Upon hearing the news of Ye Feng's single-stroke defeat of Suhun Genren, Yunhua Genren had been eager to find an opportunity to visit, but worldly matters kept him, until today when he was finally fortunate to see Ye Feng. It's an honor to meet Yunhua Genren. Ye Feng exchanged a few polite words with Yunhua Genren, promising to visit Yunhua sect soon, delighting Yunhua Genren who promptly expressed a warm welcome. Unlike Yunhua sect, people from King Yun sect in the distance were looking at Ye Feng with cold eyes, showing no friendliness. Ye Feng lightly waved his feather fan, not bothering to pay attention to the people from King Yun sect. Seeing his indifferent demeanor, Xiao Fanggu clenched his fists in anger. Let's go, back to the sect. Ye Feng still needed to take Long Tianxing to the Dragonfolk clan's ancestral lands, and couldn't linger any longer in Divine Wind sect. Before long, a group of people sat on the back of the Iron Claw Dragon Eagle and set off on their return trip to Misty Peak. Chapter 175. Night talk between 2 women, the great elder of the Dragonfolk clan. Night had fallen upon the summit of Enforcement Peak. Mu Rugzhu and the county king stood side by side. Why not go and see them? Mu Rugzhu asked. The Commandery Princess removed her mask to reveal her true face, which belonged to Xu Hongyu. My father is determined to promote me to Commandery Princess and wants me to inherit the future position of the county king. It seems that I won't have the chance to return to the Misty sect, sighed Xu Hongyu. Isn't it good to become a county king? You will be the future ruler of the Southern River Basin, second only to a few, yet above millions, Mu Rugzhu said with a hint of envy. Compared to County King City, the Divine Wind Sword sect was still much weaker. However, Mu Rugzhu was confident that she could attempt to break through to the Spirit Sea realm and lead the Divine Wind Sword sect to ascend to a 3-star level, becoming a great power comparable to the Mystique Kingdom. Not everyone thirsts for power as you do. I prefer a life of freedom without restraints. It seems I'll have to encourage my father to take a few more royal consorts and have several children, to raise them as future candidates for the position of the county king and not bear all this pressure alone as his only child, Xu Hongyu muttered. Mu Rugzhu didn't know how to respond. Xu Hongyu clearly had the qualifications to inherit the rank of the county king, yet she didn't want it, which was indeed strange. Could it be that the Misty sect really is that captivating? Mu Rugzhu whispered to herself, lost in thought. Xu Hongyu shook her head and said, no, the former Misty sect was just an ordinary lower-ranked sect and wasn't that compelling. But after living there for a while, I've found that I'm more suited for such a life, lazy clouds and wild cranes, not competing with the world, living in seclusion. In short, you just don't want to be bothered with management, right? Mu Rugzhu understood. Something like that. Xu Hongyu nodded. Gazing at the profound and vast starry sky, Xu Hongyu mused, look at how vast this universe is. Is it really interesting to just shrink within the small southern river basin? My future lies in conquering the stars and the sea. Gazing at the starry sky, Mu Rugzhu said. Even achieving a breakthrough to the spirit sea realm, divine origin realm, or even the supreme level of the void break realm like the ancient ancestors, we still can't leave the Shenzhou continent. Without sufficient power, we can't even travel to the stars, let alone conquer them. Then one must break through to the level above void break, the ancient saint, Xu Hongyu said with childlike innocence as she gazed at the dazzling starry sky. Mu Rugzhu shook her head. She had supreme grade talent and was extremely gifted, but she only had the confidence to aim for the divine origin realm. The levels above, void break and ancient saint, were almost like fanciful tales. Such realms, across the entire Shenzhou continent, were elite, but they were too distant for the time being. By the way, did the old ancestor of the Mystique Kingdom successfully transcend his tribulations? Mu Rugzhu, having thought of something, inquired. Xu Hongyu nodded her head and said, "It's almost certain that he succeeded." A sparkle flashed in Mu Rugzhu's eyes as she heard this, then the entire Mystique Kingdom is about to undergo a transformation. Yes, a glorious era is about to begin, Xu Hongyu said with a rare serious expression. Ye Feng landed on the peak and let out a sigh of relief. After 2 hours of full-speed flight, they had finally returned to Misty Peak. The disciples quickly bathed and changed clothes, using spirit spring water to wash away their fatigue and went back to their rooms to rest. Ye Feng sat on the roof of the sect leader's great hall, looking at the bright moon in the starry sky. Sect Master Uncle, when do we set off? Long Tianxing climbed onto the roof and inquired. Tomorrow we will first go to see your mother and explain the situation before heading out, said Ye Feng. All right. Long Tianxing immediately went back to his room to rest. The next morning dawned. After breakfast, Ye Feng and Long Tianxing left. In the backyard of Dragon Mansion, White Float City. Your father is trapped in a cave heaven world. Upon hearing the two's account, Long Yuxin gripped Long Tianxing's shoulders tightly. Mother, don't be nervous. Long Ju said that supreme grade bloodline can open the gates of the cave heaven world. So I am going with the sect leader to the Dragon Folk clan ancestral land to awaken my bloodline. If it's of supreme grade, then we can rescue father. Oh, do you want to come with us? Long Tianxing asked. Of course I'm coming. Long Yuxin had changed into a set of dragon form battle armor, resembling a valiant and dashing female war general, and also held a slender sword in her hand. Give me a moment to contact Longju. Ye Feng hadn't expected Long Yuxin to be so eager and quickly took out a silver paper crane, urging Long Tianxing to infuse it with spiritual energy, turning it into a streak of white light that shot into the distance. This wait lasted for 2 hours. Out of breath, Longju appeared in the backyard of the Dragon Mansion, lamenting, "So you've been staying in such a remote place in White Float City, making me sprint 3,000 miles. Despite his frustration, seeing that Long Tianxing was ready to set out, Longju was quite pleased. Then, he glanced at Long Yuxin, who was clad in the dragon form battle armor, and with a flash of surprise in his eyes, he said, "That's dragon folk armor. It seems you must be Long Yuanking's partner. I can't wait any longer, let's set off immediately." Long Yuxin said eagerly. Long Ju nodded, and together with Ye Feng, Long Tianxing, and Long Yuxin, they boarded a dragon boat, tearing through the air, disappearing into the clouds, and swiftly flying toward the distance. After half an incense stick had burned down, Ye Feng and his companions arrived above the Taiyu mountain range, flying along it in a southwest direction, traversing mountains and rivers stretching 3,000 miles, until they finally reached an ancient town surrounded by mountains on all sides. This is Dragonfolk Ancient Town, a mysterious area encircled by countless mountain ranges, and it's the ancestral land of our Dragonfolk clan, Longju said as he landed with the 3 others. Ye Feng looked around and noticed that Dragonfolk Ancient Town covered an area of 10 miles, with a population of perhaps tens of thousands. Regardless of age or gender, their hair was silver grey and their pupils pale blue, most of them belonging to the dragon folk. There are outsiders. The people of Dragon Folk Ancient Town noticed Ye Feng and Long Yuxin. Seeing their black hair and black pupils, they curiously gathered on both sides of the street to watch. Those uninformed might have thought they were being welcomed. These two are guests, stop staring. Longju waved his hand. Yes, ninth elder. The crowd reluctantly retreated, still casting curious glances at Ye Feng and Long Yuxin. Longju was quite speechless about this. As for Long Tianxing, with his silver hair and blue pupils, he attracted far less attention. Within an ancient great hall, Longju stood in the center with Ye Feng and the other two, saying, "Please wait for a moment, the great elder is on his way." "I have already arrived," a hoarse voice sounded. Immediately following, a massive figure with a walking stick emerged slowly from behind the hall, progressively appearing in everyone's sight. It was a Shar-Pei dog standing upright. Its forelimbs had evolved into hands covered in dog fur, though with only 4 stubby fingers gripping a walking stick. Layers of skin piled upon each other on its face, making it appear extremely aged, as if it had lived for several thousand years. As for its size, it stood about 3 meters tall, quite corpulent, looking less like a dog and more like a massive elephant. "I am the great elder of the Dragon Folk clan. You can call me Agudo," said the great elder of the Dragon Folk, wielding his walking stick, gasping for breath as if the walk had been exhausting. "Greetings, great elder," Longju respectfully bowed. Long Yuxin's eyes widened in surprise. Why is the great elder of the Dragon Folk a kindly-looking dog? Shouldn't he be one of the Dragon Folk as well? Longju shot her an angry glare, rebuking, "How dare you? He is our respected great elder, possessing bloodlines of the mysterious turtle, dragon's offspring, and others, with formidable strength, extensive longevity, once fought alongside the son of the dragon god, and holds an exalted position. You must show respect." Hearing this, Long Yuxin immediately closed her mouth. The human race woman is right, my true form is indeed that of a dog. In the past, I was nurtured by the son of the dragon god and fused with various bloodlines, which has allowed me to survive until now. The great elder coughed, appearing feeble, his gaze landing on Long Tianxing. This young one must be the child of Long Yuanqing, with pure fur and deep blue pupils, high bloodline grade. Come with me. Having said that, the great elder began to walk outside. Long Tianxing looked at Ye Feng beside him. "Go ahead," Ye Feng nodded. "All right." Long Tianxing immediately followed the great elder of the Dragon Folk. As for Ye Feng and Long Yuxin, they were stopped by Longju. Chapter 176. Awakening the Bloodline, the legendary second stage. Will Tianxing be in danger if he goes alone? Long Yuxin was very worried. No. Longju's answer was crisp and decisive. Still not reassured, Long Yuxin said, "Are you really not harming him? The great elder is taking Long Tianxing to enter the dragon blood pool to awaken his bloodline. Once successful, he will become an invincible warrior. We should be protecting him, not harming him." Longju's mouth twitched as he thought to himself that Long Yuxin was truly troublesome. How invincible? Long Yuxin was determined to get to the bottom of this. Thoroughly defeated by Long Yuxin, Longju turned his head to one side, no longer paying her any attention. Feeling self-defeated, Long Yuxin sat on a chair in the great hall, eating the large, sweet strawberries from the fruit platter. Ye Feng also sat in a chair, using a mini banana palm fan to fan himself and cool down. In the air some miles away, Long Tianxing sat on the widely built and portly great elder's shoulder, flying toward the deep mountains together. "Great elder, how much further?" Long Tianxing was a bit nervous, afraid of being sold out. "Relax, little guy, just over that mountain and we'll be there." The great elder was so fat that his eyes were squinted, making him seem kind and benevolent, giving off an air of trustworthiness and dependability. Soon, the two landed. This was a valley spanned over miles, in the center of which stood an ancient castle covered with old trees, massive and decrepit. The two entered and found an ancient grand hall built inside. Dragon Blood Hall. Looking at the plaque above the hall door, Long Tianxing recognized those four characters. Breathing heavily, the great elder said, "This is where the bloodline is awakened. Thousands of years ago, it was created by the son of the dragon god and has continued to this day." "Who is the son of the dragon god?" Long Tianxing inquired when he did not understand. "That is my master, your great ancestor, and the first person in this world to obtain the divine dragon bloodline. He created the dragon folk clan because he was revered as the son of the dragon god, so your bloodline can also be called the dragon's descendant bloodline," elder of the dragon folk clan patiently explained. "Does my bloodline have any special use?" Long Tianxing scratched his head. Apart from his silver hair, blue eyes, his red lips and white teeth, and his handsome appearance with an appealing gaze, he felt he had no other advantages. With some difficulty, the great elder stooped down and said, "You have not awakened your bloodline yet and don't know the powerful force contained within your body. So, after you enter the dragon blood pool, you will understand." "What kind of power is it?" Long Tianxing became more confused. He really wanted to directly understand the specific usefulness of the dragon's descendant bloodline, but the great elder kept speaking in riddles, which made him somewhat anxious. "Come with me, young man." The elder of the dragon folk clan, holding a wooden staff in his left hand and leading Long Tianxing with his right, entered the dragon blood hall. Inside the hall was pitch black. Agulacida. Elder Agudo chanted the mysterious spell, and the bronze walls of the dragon blood hall immediately lit up with soul lamps, illuminating the interior and revealing what was inside. 12 celadone-colored soul lamps were placed against the wall. A perfectly octagonal blood pool, made of bronze, contained clear water that was so transparent you could see the bottom. "Go ahead." The great elder spoke leisurely. "Okay, good." Long Tianxing took off his coat and jumped into the dragon blood pool. But, looking around at the clear waters, he scratched his head. "Great elder, why is this clear water? Shouldn't it be red?" "Don't rush, wait for me to chant the spell. Be patient for about half an incense's time, and don't disturb me in the meantime." Elder Agudo drank a bucket of water, then raised his wooden staff with both hands and began to chant. The spells were very odd. Long Tianxing found that he did not understand a single word, and they were so abstruse that he couldn't even remember them. The chanting was tedious and boring. It felt like a half-year had passed, and just when Long Tianxing was getting impatient, the great elder suddenly reached out and touched his head. "Did a dog just pat me on the head?" Long Tianxing blinked, feeling very odd. The next moment, however, he suddenly noticed an anomaly in the dragon blood pool. Countless dragon chants resounded, and the originally clear waters suddenly turned into a golden red color, spinning rapidly like a vortex. And there he was, sitting cross-legged at the vortex center. "Ah! It feels like something is pulling at my body." Long Tianxing suddenly felt an intense heat all over, as if he were being roasted in a furnace. "Little guy, don't worry. This is stimulating your potential. Calm down, guide yourself with your heart, and tap into your existing potential." The great elder's expression turned very serious. Long Tianxing could feel the great elder's dog fur-covered hand trembling, seemingly with excitement. "What astonishing potential, even greater than your father Long Yuanking's. You truly are a lucky child," the great elder exclaimed in amazement. Long Tianxing did not speak. He tried to follow the great elder's guidance, continuously digging into his potential. He discovered a mysterious power hidden within his body, which he directed outward with his will. Suddenly, that powerful force burst forth. "Ah!" Long Tianxing felt an intense pain all over his body and couldn't help but let out a miserable scream. The next moment, he found himself glowing all over, emitting a terrifying momentum. In an instant, even the great elder's dog hand was repelled, and the entire person retreated 3 steps in a thump-thump-thump manner, ending up sitting on the ground with a thud. "Great Elder, are you all right?" Long Tianxing immediately rushed over, reaching out to grab the Great Elder's elephant leg-like thick dog hand to help him up. However, Long Tianxing found his own hands had turned into a pair of pale silver claws. With a gentle grasp, he pulled up a clump of Elder Agudo's dog fur. "Ah, how have I turned into a monster?" Long Tianxing's expression was one of horror. He quickly jumped beside the dragon blood pool, only to see the water clear to the bottom, the glittering surface reflecting a shattered figure. But this was not human. It was a strange creature standing upright, covered in silvery dragon scales with 2 1-inch long dragon horns growing on its head, and even a half-meter long silvery dragon tail sprouting from behind. Long Tianxing found it difficult to adapt to his current state and was greatly shocked. "Don't panic, this is your combat form," the Great Elder, sitting on the ground and trying to get up but realizing he was too heavy to rise at once, could only wave to Long Tianxing, "Come here, I'll teach you how to enter and exit your combat form." "Okay." Long Tianxing immediately ran over and noticed his strength had increased manifold, effortlessly lifting the Great Elder, who weighed several thousand pounds. "You are now in combat state, also called the Dragon Transformation Form, which is the Dragon Folk clan's innate ability to enhance strength. As long as the bloodline is awakened, one can enter the Dragon Transformation Form. The higher the grade of the bloodline, the more complete the Dragon Transformation will be after entering the Dragon Transformation Form. If the bloodline grade is not high, like Longju, after entering the Dragon Transformation Form, only his hands can transform into claws, not significantly enhancing his combat ability. Your bloodline is of Supreme Grade, making you the 13th Supreme Grade bloodline owner in our Dragonfolk clan's history. You can transform into a perfect dragon form and even have the potential to break through the second stage." The Great Elder was very excited and shared all the secrets he knew. Long Tianxing listened carefully and soon learned how to enter and leave the combat state. Dragon Transformation. As Long Tianxing recited the incantation, his body began to glow, reverting to his original form with silver hair and blue eyes. If he recited the incantation again, he could enter the Dragonfolk fighting form. "Great Elder, is there a time limit to how long I can stay in combat state?" Long Tianxing returned to his human form and curiously asked. "No," the Great Elder shook his head, "but your strength in combat state is finite. If you exhaust your strength in an intense battle, you will revert to human form and need to wait for your strength to fully recover before you can enter combat state again. How long will that take to fully recover?" "It varies from person to person, you'll have to try and see." "Alright, oh, by the way, Great Elder, what did you mean earlier about breaking through the second stage?" Hearing this question, the Great Elder leaned on his staff, his gaze becoming distant as if lost in memories. "That is an extremely powerful form, capable of transforming from a dragon form into a true silver 5-clawed dragon, with combat power increasing by several orders of magnitude. Sadly, within the Dragonfolk clan, only my master once reached that realm and was invincible at the same rank." The Great Elder fondly remembered the days when the son of the dragon god transformed into a silver 5-clawed dragon and the formidable adversary he was. Unfortunately, even the strongest beings eventually reach the end of their lifespan. Thinking this, Agudo sighed deeply. Long Tianxing felt the Great Elder's sorrow. He clenched his fist and said, "Don't worry, Great Elder. I will continue to develop my potential and strive to reach the second stage someday." "Ha ha ha, you sure have the spirit," the Great Elder patted Long Tianxing's shoulder and lifted into the air with him. "We should head back now. In a bit, we'll need your supreme grade bloodline to open the gateway to the 3,000 realms and bring back Long Yuanqing and his war team." 3,000 realms. Long Tianxing was hearing this name for the first time and his face was filled with confusion and curiosity. Chapter 177. 100 Spirit Stones, Entry into the 3,000 Realms. The 3000 Realms is a large-scale cave heaven world opened up by our Dragon Folk clan, which connects countless medium-sized and miniature cave heaven worlds. Combined, they number in the thousands, which is why it's called the 3000 Realms. The Great Elder explained. Long Tianxing had already awakened a supreme grade bloodline and was currently the strongest bloodline holder in the Dragon Folk clan, as well as their true core figure. In the Great Elder's view, it was no big deal to tell him these secrets. Thousands of cave heaven worlds. If we could take them away, wouldn't that be a colossal fortune? Long Tianxing drew in a breath of cold air. The Great Elder shook his head while flying. You can't take it with you. It's a large-scale cave heaven world from ancient times. The miniature and medium-sized worlds inside have been refined into one entity, not even an array master could separate them. Why did my father want to enter the 3000 Realms? Long Tianxing took the opportunity to ask. The 3000 Realms originate from ancient times, containing a bizarre spirit fruit that can develop the Dragon Folk bloodline. It matures once a year, so every year a war team is sent in to search for heavenly materials and earthly treasures. The Great Elder continued to explain, however, after your father entered last time, he never came out. I guess he's trapped somewhere. Long Tianxing's heart jumped. How does the Great Elder know my father and the others are still alive? The soul lamp is still lit, which means they are alive. But the soul lamp is slightly dim, indicating they've been injured and haven't recovered over these years, the Great Elder sighed softly. At that moment, the two returned to the Dragonfolk ancient town. My child, you've finally come back. Long Yuxin stood at the grand hall entrance, craning her neck in anticipation. Upon seeing Long Tianxing, she immediately rushed over. Ye Feng walked over and noticed that Long Tianxing's cultivation level had not increased. However, as a sect leader, he could sense through the system that a transformation had taken place within Long Tianxing. So, Ye Feng opened the system panel. Outer Sect Disciple Long Tianxing, Qi Refining 7th Level. Supreme Grade Dragon Folk Bloodline. Ready to enter the Dragon Transformation state at any time, with a dramatic increase in combat power. Seeing this, Ye Feng's face showed surprise. Dragon Transformation state? Although he didn't know what that was, it sounded badass indeed. At that moment, Long Zhu looked eagerly at Long Tianxing and asked, is your bloodline of supreme grade? It's supreme grade. We can open the gate to the 3000 Realms in a moment, the Great Elder answered for Long Tianxing, causing Long Zhu's face to light up with wild joy. That's great. Long Zhu started pacing back and forth excitedly. Long Yuanqing and the others have been trapped for several years, and now they can finally come out. There's no time to lose, let's open the gate now. Okay, the Great Elder nodded and began walking leisurely ahead. He was just too fat. Even though he could fly, it consumed a lot of spiritual power, and with his age, combined with the mysterious turtle bloodline, the Great Elder always preferred to slow down. Great Elder, you're walking too slowly. Unable to stand the sluggish pace, Long Zhu immediately hoisted the several thousand pounds Great Elder onto his shoulders and took off running ahead. Slow down, just a bit slower, the Great Elder hastily reminded. However, Long Zhu couldn't wait any longer. Not only did he not slow down, he sped up even more. Let's follow them, Ye Feng said, taking Long Tianxing and Long Yuxin along. After half a column of incense had burned, the group arrived at a sweltering palace thousands of meters underground. There, several element-gathering realm powerhouses of the Dragon Folk clan stood guard, each giving Ye Feng a feel of extreme strength, the strongest of whom had already broken through to the 7th level of element-gathering realm. These are the 7 elders, Long Er, Long San, Long Ba, and others. The Great Elder landed on the ground and introduced them to Ye Feng and Long Tianxing. Greetings to the Great Elder, the 7 elders stood up to welcome him, then looked at Ye Feng and Long Yuxin in surprise, finally settling their gaze on Long Tianxing. As ones who had awakened their Dragon Folk bloodline, they faintly felt in front of Long Tianxing as if they were subjects in the presence of their sovereign. They knew very well what this meant. Supreme grade bloodline. The 7 elders were overjoyed. Indeed, a supreme grade bloodline, Long Yuanqing and the others can now be saved. Long Zhu laughed heartily. Then, let's open the gate now. Elder Long Er, who was impatient by nature, could no longer wait and urged them on. Tianxing, enter the dragon transformation state, then go to that enormous portal, and channel all your power into it. Remember, you must channel all your power to open a stable passage. The great elder pointed to a 10-jong tall archway in the center of the great hall and reminded solemnly. Yes. Long Tianxing nodded. Ye Feng observed the archway, made of special stone materials with many exquisite patterns carved on its surface, giving off an inscrutable feeling. Upon hearing the words dragon transformation, Long Yuxin's eyes immediately lit up, evidently looking forward to it. Dragon transformation. Long Tianxing shouted loudly, his body began to glow, and then transformed into a dragon form. The aura emanating from him grew stronger, giving the impression of facing a demi-transformed demon beast. It's a 5-fold increase in strength. He can now compete with the black-patterned serpent demon I encountered before. Ye Feng detected the increase in Long Tianxing's strength through the system, greatly astonished. Exactly. My son really is majestic. Long Yuxin stomped on the ground forcefully, with a brilliant light shining in her bright eyes. Back then, it was precisely because Long Yuanqing looked so domineering in the dragon transformation form that Long Yuxin took a fancy to him. Otherwise, even though Long Yuanqing had pursued her for a long time, she would not have been moved. That's right. Long Yuxin and Long Yuanqing's romance was not a case of the woman chasing the man but the man pursuing the woman. Initially, Long Yuxin was not interested in Long Yuanqing, until one day they encountered danger. Long Yuanqing transformed into his dragon form to defeat their opponents, and that successfully caught Long Yuxin's attention. The following year, Tianxing was born. As soon as Tianxing entered his dragon transformation form, he immediately followed the great elder's instructions, standing before this gigantic gateway with both hands placed on the half-meter in diameter stone sphere beside the arch, pouring his power into it. Hum! The earth trembled slightly. The archway seemed to come alive, releasing a pale white light screen downwards, spreading to the ground, making the entire arch seem like a curtain of water. As Tianxing continued to pour power into it, the light screen opened from the center toward both sides, revealing a whole new world behind it, ancient and desolate, as if it had survived from the primordial era. It's open, finally open. Everyone was exhilarated. Tianxing, don't stop. Keep pouring your power in, otherwise the portal will close, and all our efforts will be in vain, the great elder solemnly reminded, worried that Tianxing might suddenly stop. I'll try my best. Tianxing felt as if his body was being hollowed out, his own power rapidly depleting, so much so that his consciousness was starting to blur. But thinking about his father, Tianxing still clenched his teeth and persevered. Clang! A clear sound rang out. That's enough, let go quickly, the great elder hastily advised, swiftly using his staff to flick Tianxing away, causing him to fly backwards. But before Long Zhu could catch Tianxing, everyone was surprised to find that Tianxing was suspended in midair, as if held up by some invisible force. Leave him to me. Ye Feng spoke, and with a gentle wave of the banana fan, Tianxing slowly landed on the ground. What is this power? It's almost as strong as the second layer of the element gathering realm. The great elder looked at Ye Feng with amazement. This must be Sect Master Ye, right? The power you just used doesn't seem like a spell, and there were no fluctuations of spiritual energy. It's the power of heaven and earth, Ye Feng said. The power of heaven and earth includes various forces, one of which is heroic spirit power, but simply saying heroic spirit power, the people of the Dragon Folk clan might not know what it means. The power of heaven and earth. Everyone around them cast a strange look. The great elder's face showed delight and said, Sect Master Ye, would you be willing to enter the 3,000 realms? Ye Feng was surprised and asked, why should I go in? Sect Master Ye may not know, there are special prohibitions within the 3,000 realms that suppress the power of cultivation to 1/10 of its peak stage, leaving one to rely only on their physical strength or other means to survive. With your power of heaven and earth, entering it won't affect you, and you can help us, the Great Elder revealed the reason. Hearing this, Ye Feng became even more astonished. Once the power of cultivation was suppressed to 1/10, it meant that an individual at the 9th layer of the element gathering realm would essentially only be able to exert the strength of the peak of the 5th layer of the element gathering realm upon entering. If someone from the 5th layer of the element gathering realm went in, they would only be slightly stronger than someone from the 1st layer of the element gathering realm on the outside. It was even worse for those in the Qi refining realm. A cultivator at the peak of the 9th level of the Qi refining realm entering the 3,000 realms would likely only be able to exhibit the 1st level's cultivation, possibly even finding it difficult to execute spells. Judging by this, after I enter, I can exert 100% of my power and basically overpower someone at the 9th layer of the element gathering realm. Ye Feng calculated this point but still felt some concern. Are there any Spirit Sea realm powerhouses in the 3,000 realms? The 3,000 realms have special restrictions. Spirit Sea realm cultivators can't enter, the Great Elder explained. Is that so? Ye Feng was secretly pleased. Without the Spirit Sea realm, even those at the 9th layer of the element gathering realm would be suppressed to around the peak of the 5th layer of the element gathering realm, which meant, with his strength, he could essentially do whatever he wanted in the 3,000 realms. With that in mind, Ye Feng agreed and nodded, I can go in and help, but what's in it for me? And what about Tianxing? How long can we stay inside? Facing this series of concerns, the Great Elder addressed them one by one. We can give Sect Master Ye 100 spirit stones as a reward. Tianxing's strength will recover soon, and he will join you inside and might be able to offer some assistance. The portal will remain open for 7 days and nights, whether you find Long Yuanqing and the others or not, you must come out within 7 days. Only 100 spirit stones. Ye Feng doubted whether he had heard correctly. Thwack! A bag of spirit stones was thrown over. Ye Feng caught it in his hand, and upon opening it, his eyes gleamed. These were 100 middle-grade spirit stones, equivalent to 10,000 lower-grade spirit stones. When do we set off? Ye Feng put away the spirit stones with a beaming smile. Just wait a moment, Tianxing's strength hasn't fully recovered. At halfway through speaking, the Great Elder looked towards Tianxing. Tianxing's strength is about to recover. He's recovering so quickly. Ye Feng followed his gaze and saw numerous silver starlights emerging from the gateway, continuously returning to Tianxing's body. Before long, he was jumping around energetically. All right, let's set off, I can't wait any longer. Elder Long Er, who was impatient, held a compass and paced back and forth in front of the portal. I'll wait for you here, remember, the portal will only be open for 7 days' time. You must return within 7 days no matter the outcome, and we cannot afford to lose anyone, the Great Elder said. Too tired to stand, he simply sat down on the ground, panting. Knowing she couldn't enter, Long Yuxin obediently stayed put. Mother, we're going, Tianxing waved, keeping his dragon transformation form, and stood beside Ye Feng, resembling a ready dragon warrior. Go, and make sure to bring your father back. Long Yuxin pressed her lips tightly together, looking a bit reluctant. The next moment, Ye Feng, Tianxing, Longzhu, Elder Long Er, and the other 7 elders set off, stepping through the gigantic portal and all entered the ancient and venerable 3,000 realms. Chapter 178. Long Tianxing's shock, are you a divine spirit? Ye Feng turned his head and found that the archway behind him was set in a stone wall, obscuring the view of the outside world. However, one could see the nearby scenery from outside, which was quite peculiar. Sect Master Uncle, I feel like I can't even cast a spell, Long Tianxing tried to perform earth escape with his hands, but found that the spiritual energy in his body was suppressed by some force, allowing him only 1/10 of its power, not even enough to conjure the spell. This is the oppressive force of the 3,000 realms, Longzhu explained. Ye Feng looked at Longzhu and noticed that the aura emanating from him was only that of the first level of the element gathering realm, indeed suppressed to 1/10. Even Long Er, the one with the highest cultivation level, had his spiritual energy fluctuate only to the equivalent of the peak of the third level of the element gathering realm. In contrast, Ye Feng's physical strength and heroic spirit power both remained at their peak, which seemed like a bug-like existence. With the help of the mini banana palm fan's spell-breaking abilities, he could do as he pleased. I like this place. Ye Feng was delighted, and he soared into the air to look into the distance. The area they were in was the boundary of this large cave heaven world. Behind them was a milky white rock face that at a distance looked like the firmament and clouds, making it impossible to tell that it was actually a boundary. The entire large cave heaven world spanned hundreds of miles, equivalent to a large city. On the ground, there were mountains, lakes, farmland, forests, and grasslands, as if they were a corner cut from some world. Is this the 3,000 realms? It feels so vast. Long Tianxing, carried by the collar and flying mid-air with Ye Feng, looked around and was deeply shocked. This world is a large cave heaven world, the main world of the 3,000 realms. There are many portals throughout this world that lead to thousands of miniature and medium-sized cave heaven worlds, Longzhu explained. By the way, where is Long Yuanqing trapped? Ye Feng asked. I don't know, Longzhu shook his head. Ye Feng found it strange, when Long Yuanqing and the others came here, they should have been searching for the bizarre spirit fruit that the great elder mentioned. Logically, such spirit fruit would grow in fixed places, so why not go directly there? This, Longzhu looked embarrassed. Elder Long Er couldn't stand it anymore and scolded, Longzhu, why are you always so hesitant and wasting time? Just say it directly. Never mind, I'll tell you. The place where the bizarre spirit fruit grows is a floating island about 100 yards in diameter, revered as Divine Island. It has a special teleportation array and appears unpredictably anywhere in the 3,000 realms without any fixed location. The fastest way, I see, is to search world by world. However, Divine Island is too large to fit in miniature cave heaven worlds, which can be ruled out. There are a total of 137 medium-sized cave heaven worlds. Here is the map, we'll split up and search one by one. Having said that, Elder Long Er spread out a sheepskin scroll map. This was the map of the central world of the 3,000 realms. It marked the portals to other cave heaven worlds, but the markings were not detailed, and the specific entrances and exits had to be located when one was near them. We have a map now, but how do we get into these medium-sized cave heaven worlds after we find the entrances? Ye Feng voiced his concern. Sect Master Ye, rest assured, as long as we carry the Moonshine Stone, unique to our Dragon Folk clan, we can freely enter those cave heaven worlds. Elder Long Er handed a moon-white goose egg-sized stone to Ye Feng. Good, let's split up and act. Ye Feng accepted the Moonshine Stone and, holding the map, said to Long Tianxing, you follow me. Okay, Long Tianxing nodded obediently. We must hurry and set off. Elder Long Er was extremely anxious, wishing to leave right then and not wanting to wait. No rush, let's first divide the areas each of us is responsible for. Once we find something, we'll immediately contact each other using messenger paper cranes. Ninth Elder took out 9 silver paper cranes. Hearing this, the impatient Elder Long Er rolled his eyes. Fine. In the blink of an eye, the group of 10 split up. Ye Feng and Long Tianxing teamed up while the other 8 elders each went alone, flying towards different areas of the main world. Sect Master, we are responsible for 12 medium-sized cave heaven worlds, the closest one is about 15 miles away in a small village. Long Tianxing looked at the map and began to guide the way. Ye Feng noticed that the 3,000 realms had no sun, illuminated solely by the brightly lit firmament. Also, because of the abundant clouds, even if one flew in mid-air, they might not be discovered by the natives. He looked into the distance and saw a small mountain range with a small village in the middle, home to a few hundred people. It wouldn't take long to reach there. At this very moment, in the ancient village called Xiaolan Village, everyone was gathered in front of the five-colored altar, muttering all manner of strange incantations. "Respected rain god, can you hear our calls? We haven't had rain for 3 months, without water for the crops. 303 people in the village will die of thirst and hunger. Heavens above, earth below, save the children." In front of the altar, an elder kept kowtowing, his voice trembling as he chanted. Just then, Ye Feng, with Long Tianxing in dragon transformation form, descended from the sky and landed directly on the altar. All the villagers of Xiaolan lifted their heads, their eyes wide with astonishment as they looked at Ye Feng and Long Tianxing, their parched lips trembling as though they were scared. Are you the rain god?" the elder in front of the altar inquired respectfully, his eyes flickering with light, eager to hear Ye Feng's answer. "No," Ye Feng shook his head. "He was just a mortal, not any kind of rain god. But I clearly saw you flying. Isn't that what a divine spirit can do?" a wan and sallow woman asked loudly. "God, please save us!" the people in the village cried out one after another. Ye Feng looked around and noticed that the area was inexplicably dry. He didn't know what had happened, but since someone was asking for help, and he needed to find an entrance and exit in the village, he could only say, "Although I am not the rain god, I can make it rain." As soon as he finished speaking, Ye Feng held the mini banana palm fan and waved it towards the sky. With the first wave, a great wind arose. With the second, thunder flashed, lightning struck, and rain fell. The people of Xiaolan village gazed up at the sky, welcoming the falling rain with their faces, and cheered. "Thank you, rain god, holy and wise rain god." The people of Xiaolan village knelt down and thanked him one after another, while Ye Feng shook his head and continued to wave the mini banana palm fan, bringing a torrential downpour that watered the area within hundreds of meters. Bathed in the rainwater infused with spiritual energy, the withered crops revived, becoming lush and green. Watching the jubilant crowd, who seemed like children receiving their beloved toys, Ye Feng suddenly had an idea and said, "I am not the rain god, but the sect master of the Misty Sect, Ye Feng. You can call me Sect Master yet." Sect Prestige Value plus 303. In an instant, Ye Feng received a prompt from the system, his eyes wide open. The entire Xiaolan village, with so many people, had instantly recognized the Misty Sect. Doing good was indeed rewarding. "Thank you, Sect Master Ye." The elder responsible for the rites quickly knelt and kowtowed. Ye Feng waved his fan and helped him up, then asked, "Do you know where there is an archway?" "An archway?" The crowd was stunned. Ye Feng quickly gestured with his hands to describe the shape of an archway. "I know, near the ancient well by the village." A woman who frequently carried water immediately led the way. Before long, Ye Feng and Long Tianxing stood before a white stone archway covered with dried up vines. Ye Feng took out the moonshine stone and activated it. Bang! All the vines were blown away, and a light screen appeared on the archway. Ye Feng and Long Tianxing did not hesitate. They quickly stepped through the archway and entered a medium-sized cave heaven world spanning 10-odd miles. Ye Feng did not know that the moment they stepped through the archway, deep beneath Xiaolan village, a figure with a red golden hue opened its eyes. The aura on its body gradually intensified, like a volcano heating the earth, turning the surroundings into waterless dry land. In the medium-sized cave heaven world, Ye Feng overlooked the entire land and found that there were 3 tribes living here, each with over 1,000 people, waging war against each other, oblivious to the broader world beyond. "Sect Master, there is no divine island here." Long Tianxing scanned the area with his blue spirit eyes but found nothing. let's quickly move on to the next medium-sized cave heaven world. Ye Feng felt there was no value in lingering here and proceeded to leave with Long Tianxing. Although he could show off in front of those three tribes and earn some prestige points, with a mission to fulfill, Ye Feng thought it best to pass this time. If there was a chance, he would come back to harvest prestige points next time. The two crossed back through the archway and returned to Xiaolan village, ready to head to the next marked location on the map. Boom! The ground suddenly shook violently, with cracks spreading hundreds of meters across the surface. An intense heat burst from the fissures, evaporating nearby water, once again leaving Xiaolan village parched. He he he, I have finally broken through my limit. Divine spirits of the 3,000 realms, tremble before me. An exceedingly arrogant voice came from beneath the fissure, making even the sky seem to tremble. The villagers of Xiaolan village had never seen such a display and were scared stiff. Crack! A 3-meter-tall flame giant tore through the rocks and earth, flying into the sky, radiating the aura of the first-level peak of the element-gathering realm, sweeping around and causing many houses to shatter and collapse. It's a demon god! The villagers of Xiaolan village shouted in despair. Chapter 179. Power of Faith, Maple Divine Venerate. Ye Feng stared at the flame giant, secretly astonished. Under the restriction of the 3,000 realms, so much cultivation power had been suppressed, yet the flame giant could still emit the aura of a peak element gathering realm first layer. Once it escaped outside, it should be at the level of the 5th layer of the element gathering realm. In order to scout the opponent's information, Ye Feng immediately activated the scouting function of the Spirit Beast Pavilion. Type: Flame Demon. Grade: Middle Rank Demon General, Suppressed State. Note: Proficient in Flame Devouring and Fire Control, a magical creature condensed from the essence of Earth Fire. After slaying it, there is a chance to obtain a Flame Crystal, which is one of the 5 major raw materials for refining the supreme grade spiritual artifact 5 Elements Spirit Sword. After browsing through this information, Ye Feng took a deep breath, his eyes gradually filled with excitement. Ha ha ha! The flame demon, stepping on the blazing flames, rose to midair and looked down indifferently at the area below. In its eyes, Xiaolan village was no more than a speck of dust, a spark capable of burning it all to ashes. However, the flame demon did not act immediately but revealed a ferocious smile. It enjoyed watching others suffer and die in flames, listening to their screams of agony. So, the flame demon raised its hand, continuously heating up the land, wanting to torment everyone. Do you want to die? A calm voice came from the side of the village. All the terrified villagers of Xiaolan village looked towards the voice, the despair in their eyes slowly turning into hope and joy. It's Sect Leader Ye Feng. He is also a divine spirit, he can definitely exterminate this demon god. The people in the village hurriedly knelt, pleading with Ye Feng to slay the demon. A mortal, and another, a dragon folk. The flame demon sneered at Ye Feng, but the next moment, its gaze fell on Long Tianxing, and its pupils contracted, its murderous intent skyrocketing. 10 years ago, the flame demon encountered someone dressed just like Long Tianxing. A great battle broke out between them, and in the end, it was severely injured by the other party and had to retreat underground to heal. Seeing Long Tianxing today ignited the flame demon's hatred. I didn't expect to encounter someone of the same kind immediately after emerging from seclusion. What a pity your aura is too weak, easily crushed with a flip of the hand, the flame demon sneered. Hearing this, Ye Feng and Long Tianxing exchanged a glance. It seemed that the flame demon had encountered Long Yuanqing. Go to hell! The flame demon abruptly made its move. Flames surged up from its palm, forming a scorching fire net, intending to trap Ye Feng and Long Tianxing and torture them slowly. But Ye Feng, holding the mini banana palm fan, waved it gently. Whoosh! A gust of wind swept by, the fire net rolled back on itself, instead entangling the flame demon. Though it did not injure him. You're not immortal. The flame demon stared at Ye Feng with a look of surprise. How could a person without any spiritual energy fluctuations tear apart the fire net? Could it be that the fan was odd? The flame demon was smart and guessed this instantly. You're wrong, I'm just a mortal with special powers, Ye Feng murmured, his voice growing fainter, while the mini banana palm fan in his hand started to fan more rapidly. 18 fans per second. Boom! A tornado suddenly emerged, so swiftly that the flame demon had no time to dodge, only managing to conjure a firewall in front of it. However, against the tornado that had been intensified by the power of 18 fanning winds, the shield was no stronger than paper, shattering instantly into countless sparks. What kind of technique is this? The flame demon lowered its head, looking at the gaping hole in its chest in horror, able to see the sky and white clouds behind it. Then, with regret, it fell to the ground. Divine Spirit is mighty. The villagers of Xiaolan village shouted excitedly. Power of Faith plus 132. Ye Feng suddenly heard a prompt from the system. Power of Faith, what is that? Ye Feng asked in his mind. The system explained, when recognized, you can earn prestige points, and those who have already contributed prestige points, if they develop a fervent worship for the sect leader, will transform into your followers, able to provide a continuous supply of the power of faith. Ye Feng was taken aback and thought to himself, then, what's the use of the power of faith? Become a god through faith. The system uttered only 4 words before falling silent. Power of Faith plus 134. During the time Ye Feng was conversing with the system, quite a lot of power of faith had been added. The power of faith kept on increasing, swiftly surpassing 300. A single person can only contribute 1 prestige point, but they can offer an infinite amount of power of faith, which can be farmed endlessly without any limits. Ye Feng realized this point. As for the so-called deification through faith, he was still a bit unclear. Could it be that I could embark on a unique path of cultivation? Ye Feng mumbled to himself. At this moment, Long Tianxing exclaimed, Sect Leader, look, that fire monster has collapsed. The flames on its body are actually retracting and forming a bowl-sized flame treasure bead. Flame treasure bead. Ye Feng was startled, turning his head to look. This is called a flame crystal, one of the 5 major materials needed for refining the supreme grade spiritual artifact 5 elements spirit sword. With that said, Ye Feng collected the flame crystal into the system space. Divine Spirit. Our Xiaolan village is suffering from another drought, could we ask you to bless us with more rain? The villagers were praying for rain again. Sure, Ye Feng nodded. With a wave of his fan, a great amount of spiritual energy-filled rainwater fell to the ground, nourishing the parched land. Previously, the emergence of the flame demon had scorched the earth and driven away water sources, but now that the flame demon had been vanquished, even if Ye Feng didn't bring rain, the land could quickly return to its former state. Tianxing, let's go. After summoning the rain to resolve the difficulties of Xiaolan village, Ye Feng took Long Tianxing towards the next marked location several miles away. We bid farewell to the Divine Spirit. The villagers of Xiaolan village knelt in the direction Ye Feng had flown off to. Long after, the old village chief stood up and said, this Divine Spirit cannot be without a title of respect, otherwise, it would be a blasphemy against the Divine. The Divine Spirit stated that he is Ye Feng, the sect leader of the Misty Sect, so how about we call him Lord of the Misty Sect? I think we could call him the entrance guardian deity. Wouldn't Rain God be better? Nonsense. The Divine Spirit already said that he is not the Rain God. The villagers began to argue amongst themselves, some saying Misty Deity, others suggesting Sect Deity. But in the end, it was the old village chief who decided, calling him Maple Deity, which sounded like Wind Deity. After all, Ye Feng had the ability to control hurricanes to annihilate the flame demon, and his name was Ye Feng, making Maple Deity the most appropriate honorary title. From that day on, the legend of Maple Deity began to spread. In honor of Ye Feng, the villagers of Xiaolan village even carved a relief wall at the entrance of the village, depicting the process of Ye Feng and Long Tianxing vanquishing the flame demon, and it gradually evolved into a myth. Ye Feng was unaware that he had been honored as the Maple Deity. At that moment, he and Long Tianxing were standing high above a medium-sized cave heaven world, intently surveying the land, yet they still hadn't discovered Divine Island. However, they did see the city below. This world spanned 20 miles in every direction, which was considerable in size. The city below was no more than 5 miles in length and width, half filled with fertile lands and half with buildings, inhabited by thousands of people. It formed a primitive city-state culture called Shan City. Outside the city walls was an area where wild beasts roamed, home to many ancient beasts. Oh no, the ancient beasts are attacking the city again! Someone shouted, causing a stir throughout the city. Ye Feng looked down to see a mountain burst open abruptly, revealing a giant golden figure similar to the flame demon. It's a golden demon. After slaying it, there's a chance to obtain a golden spirit crystal, which is also one of the raw materials for refining the 5 elements spirit sword. It seems there's hope to gather all the materials for the 5 elements spirit sword in the 3000 realms. Ye Feng looked at the golden demon, his lips curling into a slight smile. 18 folds in a second. A terrifying whirlwind swept downward, effortlessly piercing through the golden demon at the first peak of the element-gathering realm. Afterward, the rampaging ancient beasts fell to the ground, like puppets that had lost their control. Moments later, the golden demon condensed into a bowl-sized golden spirit crystal, which Ye Feng collected into the system space. Next, Ye Feng took Long Tianxing to the following marked location. Chapter 180. Searching for Divine Island, Xiao Jiaxi's breakthrough. With the map and identified markers, the search was quick. After half a day, Ye Feng had arrived at the 4th marker. This was a solitary city. Before them lay broken walls and ruins, with numerous dry bones scattered on the ground, which clearly had a long history. How tragic! Long Tianxing shuddered. Ye Feng didn't speak. He used his fan to stir up a gust of wind, sweeping away the surrounding dust, and found an archway standing in the center of the solitary city. However, surprisingly, this archway was open for a long time, not even requiring the use of a moonshine stone. Once they stepped in, they discovered an inner space with a radius of 30 miles, reaching the limit of a medium-sized cave heaven world. But the ground was covered with black sand and gravel, devoid of any living beings. Moisture, vegetation, fertile soil. None at all. This world is a bit odd, as if a very terrible disaster once erupted here, leading to its destruction and turning it into a battlefield-like desolate area, analyzed Ye Feng. Sect Leader, it doesn't seem like the Divine Island is here. Let's get out of here. Long Tianxing suggested. Yeah, let's go. Ye Feng turned around. That's when things changed unexpectedly. The exit was suddenly buried by a sea of flowing sand, the world's black sand and gravel soared into the sky, as if to change the heavens and the earth, completely overturning everything. Be careful. Ye Feng used the power of heroic spirits to control a sheet of flowing sand, forming a sturdy spherical shield around them that protected both him and Long Tianxing. Outside, they could hear clinking sounds like terrible collisions happening. The entire process lasted a long time without any signs of abating. An hour, 2 hours. Half a day passed, and they were still trapped by the attack of the flowing sand, unable to find an exit. Misty Peak. Weird, it's late at night, why haven't the sect leader and junior brother Long come back? Shi Lei stood in front of the sect leader's great hall, looking at the roof, feeling as if something was missing. Normally at this time, Ye Feng would be lying there. But now, Ye Feng was gone, which felt very odd. They probably went to see that person, Mo Ying ventured a guess, drawing the attention of the other Misty Sect disciples. Who? The disciples asked. Who else could it be? Remember the silver-haired, blue-eyed middle-aged man who claimed to be Long Zhu in Divine Wind City? He was looking for Long Tianxing. My guess is, the sect leader must have taken Long Tianxing to meet with that person, said Mo Ying. That makes sense, the disciples suddenly realized. While the disciples were discussing, Qiao Jiexi was already practicing hard under the 1,000-year ancient pine tree. Divine Fist, indestructible. He kept throwing punches, his body radiating a faint golden glow, like a divine spirit. He quickly gathered momentum on his body, effortlessly breaking through to 2.5 times the usual force and still increasing. Look, junior brother is practicing hard again. I heard he needs to raise the momentum of Divine Fist above 3 times and then also master another technique called Sword of Qi and Blood to enhance his control over momentum before he can break through to the 6th level of body refinement. 3 times the momentum? Isn't that equivalent to casting a 2nd grade spell? Not that strong, but close enough. The disciples all watched. Qiao Jiexi continued to punch, his momentum steadily being compressed. Finally, under the oppressive force of the 1,000-year ancient pine, he successfully surged to 3 times his regular momentum, giving off the feeling of facing someone at the peak of the 6th level of body refinement. He's strong! The disciples exclaimed in amazement. Even Huo Yunji revealed a look of astonishment, thinking that Qiao Jiexi was truly risking his life with no regard for injuries or other consequences. Rib. Qiao Jiexi's skin suddenly split open, and he was drenched in blood, collapsing onto the ground. With his current physical condition, he simply couldn't withstand 3 times the momentum. Junior brother. The disciples quickly gathered around him. Don't panic, I'm here. Nanny Yanruya walked over with grace, placing her snow-white hands half a foot away from Qiao Jiexi, releasing pure life spirit force. In no time at all, Qiao Jiexi's injuries were healed. Divine Fist, indestructible. But he didn't stop there, continuing to practice intensely. In the entire Misty sect, Qiao Jiexi was the only one who hadn't completed the assessment. Although no one said anything, he still put enormous pressure on himself. If you keep training like this, you'll be injured again before long, said Mo Ying, shaking her head. For disciples of other sects, training like this would be suicidal. But Misty sect was different, with Nanny Yanruya present. As long as someone doesn't perish or their chi shatter, almost any injury could be healed quickly. Have you guys noticed, every time junior brother gets hurt and then recovers, his physique becomes stronger? For others, training this way might lead to disability, but for him, it's a method to rapidly enhance his strength, concluded Huo Yunji, whose eyesight had improved significantly after mastering the sword drawing technique. With a little observation, he noticed the pattern. Mo Ying watched Qiao Jiexi and after a moment, nodded in agreement, indeed, it's true. Bang! At that moment, Qiao Jiexi was once again injured by the 3-fold momentum, bloodied and falling to the ground. Squeak, squeak. The golden-haired little squirrel was worried to no end. Yanruyu immediately began to heal Qiao Jiexi's injuries. In less than an hour, Qiao Jiexi's body had been burst apart by the tripled aura more than a dozen times, each time feeling an agonizing pain throughout his body. However, once Yanruyu healed him, he immediately felt a more substantial bloodline power accumulating within his body, waiting for the next release. 2 hours later, Qiao Jiexi was finally able to maintain the state of tripled aura for an extended period. At this stage, every move he made could unleash 3 times the power of his normal state, and even without casting spells, he could contend with the 7th layer of Qi refinement. I can finally start cultivating the Sword of Qi and Blood. Qiao Jiexi stood under the tree, panting heavily, and cast a grateful look at his fellow disciples, then bowed deeply, saying, "Thank you all, dear senior brothers and sisters, for taking care of me. Jiexi will definitely continue to work hard. You kid are too fierce. If it were us training like this, we would have been wrecked long ago. Only you could persevere," Shilei said admiringly. Hee. Qiao Jiaxi grinned and stood at the edge of the cliff, silently reciting the essentials of the Sword of Qi and Blood, and began to guide the aura within his body. To cultivate the Sword of Qi and Blood, one must first gather their own aura to 3 times its normal strength, then, like performing the sword drawing technique, channel this aura between both hands, and finally release it as a slash of sword qi. This would be Qiao Jiaxi's only outwardly directed spell at present. Aura, condense. Qiao Jiaxi began to guide the golden aura onto his arms and suddenly found his hands under tremendous pressure as if pinned by a 10,000-pound boulder, making it very difficult even to lift his hands. The aura burst forth once again. Qiao Jiaxi saw that the skin on both arms was completely torn, as if shredded by countless wind blades, the pain piercing to the bone. Junior brother, can your physique still handle this? In my opinion, you must gather your own aura to more than 4 times its strength before cultivating the Sword of Qi and Blood to avoid backlash. As for the thrice strength aura mentioned in the cultivation technique, it should only be the minimum requirement for practicing the Sword of Qi and Blood. Mo Ying, as the most experienced among them, quickly pinpointed the difficulty Qiao Jiaxi was facing. Is that so? Qiao Jiaxi was a bit disappointed. He had finally managed to gather his aura to 3 times its strength, only to find he could not control it. No worries, I can keep healing you, Yan Ruyu said with a smile, stroking Qiao Jiaxi's head before healing him. Qiao Jiaxi looked around, touched by the bright and encouraging eyes of his senior brothers and sisters. All right. Then I will continue to gather my aura. Qiao Jiaxi started to practice the Divine Fist with all his might, once again enveloped by the tripled golden aura, and moreover, because of numerous trials, he could now instantly gather his aura to 3 times its normal level. Time ticked by. At this moment, Ye Feng and Long Tianxing were being bombarded with innumerable black sand grains and could not leave at all. Sect Leader, I'm so hungry. Long Tianxing had reverted to human form and was lying inside the protective shield formed by the black sand, touching his shrunken belly and feeling lifeless. Don't worry, I've brought plenty of food. Ye Feng laid out a small table, soon filled with various delicious foods, all packaged to go from the Sword Child's sealing ceremony, enough for several days' worth of eating. Brilliant! Long Tianxing's eyes lit up. In other areas of the 3,000 realms, Longju was being pursued by a patch of red light, running for his life. The other Dragonfolk clan elders weren't in any danger and were still patiently searching. Dragonfolk Ancient Town. Long Yuxin paced back and forth in front of the gigantic gate. No need to worry, they will definitely return on time, Elder Agudo said after drinking a barrel of water, then spoke slowly. However, Long Yuxin was still worried and could not rest easy thinking about Long Tianxing inside. In the blink of an eye, 3 days passed. Atop Misty Peak. Quadruple Aura, activate. Qiao Jiaxi assumed a horse stance, his fists at his waist, bellowing as he gathered his aura, making his body glow with a golden brilliance as if cloaked in golden flames, his aura reaching 4 times that of his usual state. I've finally succeeded. Qiao Jiaxi's eyes brimmed with tears. In these 3 days, to achieve a stable quadruple aura, he had been injured hundreds of times, if not 1,000. Anyone else would have suffered a mental breakdown by now, but only he, with the bloodline of the ancient giant god and with Yan Ruyu's help, could grit his teeth and endure. Such a powerful aura. The fellow disciples could feel the immense vitality power emanating from Qiao Jiaxi, as if they were facing a peak Qi refining realm master, their hearts shockingly thrilled. Bloodline possessors are just that strong. Once Jiaxi grows up, he will definitely be a genius-level entity, Mo Ying said with crossed arms, explaining. Upon hearing this, the others couldn't help but agree. For the past 3 days, Qiao Jiaxi had endured hellish pain to achieve his current success. And all of this, they had witnessed with their own eyes. Sword of Qi and Blood. Qiao Jiaxi brought his hands together, pouring 3/4 of the aura into his arms while using the remaining quarter to stabilize his body, successfully completing the condensation. Rib. A blinding golden vitality sword chi slashed out, splitting a 10-meter tall boulder at the edge of the cliff in half, astounding everyone. I did it. Xiao Jiexi wiped the sweat from his brow and smiled at the others, but just as he took a few steps forward, his vision darkened, and he was about to fall over when the hands of other disciples reached out to support him. In the 3000 realms. Ding! Registered disciple Xiao Jiexi has successfully advanced to the 6th layer of body refinement and can be promoted to outer sect disciple. All disciples have now completed their task assessments and have been awarded a special small gift pack X1, the system's prompt sounded in Ye Feng's ear. Jiexi has broken through. Ye Feng stood up. Although he was surprised, he shifted his focus to the special small gift pack. If you're enjoying this content, please make sure to like and subscribe Chinese Novel Audiowave. Chapter 181. Merging the Wind-Halting Pearl, Arrival of the Divine Race. System, open the small gift package, Ye Feng thought in silence. Ding, you have obtained a Wind-Halting Pearl ×1. Although Ye Feng was not unfamiliar with this name, he still clicked to view the detailed introduction of the Wind-Halting Pearl. Wind-Halting Pearl, Middle Grade Spiritual Artifact. Introduction, as the name suggests, a wind-controlling spiritual artifact. Bound to, Ye Feng. Note, just like the Spirit Origin Clock, it possesses a custody function, allowing the bound user to temporarily designate a custodian to utilize this item. Note 2, detected that it can be fused with the 5 elements spirit bead to become a wind spirit pearl. Seeing this information, Ye Feng was full of doubts. System, the 5 elements spirit bead is the carrier of the heroic spirit power. If it fuses with the wind-halting pearl, wouldn't my heroic spirit power dissipate? Ye Feng voiced his concern. It will not. The wind spirit pearl can perfectly merge the advantages of both beads, and there's also a chance to derive special functions, the system explained. Then let's fuse them. Ye Feng made up his mind. It will cost 1000 power of faith, stated the system its condition. That much? Ye Feng was taken aback, swiftly opened the system panel, and found that he currently had just over 1000 power of faith. It would almost be used up. But to escape the predicament, Ye Feng still took out the wind-halting pearl and the 5 elements spirit bead. One was multicolored, the other was white. What's this? Long Tianxing, eating, caught a glimpse of the wind-halting pearl and the 5 elements spirit bead, and immediately became curious. You'll find out in a moment, Ye Feng said as he used up 1000 power of faith and forcefully collided the 2 treasure beads. Puff! A strange sound echoed as the 2 treasure beads instantly merged into a transparent bead the size of a baby's fist. On closer inspection, one could see 3 special strands of energy within it. How did the 2 beads turn into one? Long Tianxing's eyes widened, full of questions in his head. A smile curled at the corner of Ye Feng's mouth as he spoke indifferently, don't understand? It's called fusion. Now, this bead is named Wind Spirit Pearl. As for its grade, it's actually upper grade. He hurriedly opened the introduction information. Wind Spirit Pearl, upper grade spiritual artifact. Introduction, a comprehensive multifunctional spiritual artifact containing 3 strands of wind element spirit energy, possesses functions such as wind halting, slaying, life-saving escape art, amplification, and more. After consuming the wind element spirit energy, it takes 6 hours to fully recharge. Bound to, Ye Feng, exclusive. After reviewing the information of the Wind Spirit Pearl, Ye Feng showed a look of astonishment. 2 middle-grade spiritual artifacts plus 1000 power of faith had fused into an upper-grade spiritual artifact. While this wasn't particularly surprising, what really startled Ye Feng were the 3 strands of wind element spirit energy contained within the Wind Spirit Pearl. This was the real treasure. An upper-grade spiritual artifact. Long Tianxing's eyes bulged with shock. Spiritual artifacts are graded as lower grade, middle grade, upper grade, and supreme grade, and are suitable for practitioners in the Qi refining realm, element gathering realm, and spirit sea realm, respectively. Under normal circumstances, supreme grade spiritual artifacts are only qualified to be wielded by spirit sea realm experts. The slightly inferior upper grades are strong as well, and many of the poorer spirit sea realm users utilize upper grade spiritual artifacts. And now, the sect leader actually possessed an upper grade spiritual artifact. The more Long Tianxing thought about it, the more shocked he felt. Now, let's break through these agitated black sands, and by the way, slay the one pulling the strings, Ye Feng said as he grabbed the wind spirit pearl and gently activated it. A unique wave of light spread outwards, causing all the sand to fall back to the ground and revealing the exit. What kind of power is this? From beneath the sand came a surprised and angry voice. The next moment, countless black sands spread towards the sky, forming a giant 100 feet tall with eyes like treasure beads, staring at Ye Feng and Long Yuanqing with uncertainty. Turns out it's a flowing sand monster. After slaying it, one can obtain earth rock crystal, which is also one of the materials for crafting the 5 elements spirit sword, Ye Feng said as he looked at the giant sand beast. In his left hand was the wind spirit pearl and in his right, a mini banana palm fan 20 fan movements in a second. Rib. The terrifying gale was like an invincible drill, easily piercing through the flowing sand monster's exterior, making it retreat dozens of meters. The sand around it kept sliding off, revealing its true form. It was a rock giant about 3 meters tall, staring with 2 big eyes, a face full of shock. Damn, I've hit a snag. The rock giant turned to flee, looking as if it was about to disappear into the endless flowing sand. You can't get away. Ye Feng threw the wind spirit pearl. A special wave of light burst forth from the wind spirit pearl, and the rock giant was suddenly frozen in mid-air. Then, Ye Feng smashed the rock giant with a punch, turned into a ray of light, and condensed into an earth rock crystal the size of a bowl. The sect leader is amazing. From beginning to end, Long Tianxing was completely dumbfounded, without any chance to intervene. Let's go, we've already been delayed for over 3 days, we must find the remaining markers as soon as possible, Ye Feng said as he pulled Long Tianxing and left the medium-sized cave heaven world. Afterward, everything went smoothly for the pair. Half a day had passed, and Ye Feng had consecutively broken through 6 medium-sized cave heaven worlds but still hadn't found the legendary Divine Island. I wonder how the others are doing. In front of a certain archway, Ye Feng crushed a demi-transformed demon beast underfoot and, gazing at the skies of the 3,000 realms, fell into deep thought. Elsewhere, the impatient elder Long Er had just arrived at an archway. I'm still faster than the rest, having already reached the entrance to the 13th cave heaven world. I wonder if I can find Long Yuanqing. Elder Long Er took out a moonshine stone, ready to open the passage. However, the archway remained unmoved. Why can't I open it? Elder Long Er furrowed his brows and tried many times before he realized that the entrance to this medium-sized cave heaven world had been sealed from the inside, and the only people capable of this sealing technique were those, like him, holding the moonshine stone Long Yuanqing and his group. I've found it! Elder Long Er was overjoyed and took out his messenger paper crane. After imbuing it with spiritual energy, he released it into the air. In front of an archway, Elder Long San spotted the flying paper crane. The coordinates, outside Northwest Village. Elder Long Er's voice suddenly rang out. Northwest Village. Elder Long San immediately set off. Before long, everyone, including Ye Feng, received the message. They quickly pulled out their maps, located the Northwest Village marker, and sped towards it. At the same time, within the medium-sized cave heaven world near Northwest Village, a dozen people surrounded a light shield, attacking it with all their might. The person leading them had transformed into his dragon folk form, exuding an extremely powerful aura, and bore some resemblance to Long Tianxing, albeit more mature and steady. This person was none other than Long Yuanqing. The others were members of the Dragonfolk clan's war team. Some had arms transformed into dragon limbs or dragon tails sprouting from their backs, each emitting a formidable presence that was no less than that of the element-gathering realm. "Captain, the divine race's shield is too sturdy, we simply can't break through," said a young man with dragon horns on his head, speaking in a heavy tone. "If we can't break it, we still have to break it. Otherwise, once the divine race's main forces arrive through the teleportation array, we'll all be annihilated," said Long Yuanqing, his face growing even darker. "Sigh, we shouldn't have sealed the entrance to this world in the first place." The young man with dragon horns sighed and covered his face, lamenting, "Moreover, I haven't even married yet. If I die like this, won't my middle-grade bloodline be cut short? If we hadn't sealed the entrance back then, the divine race's vanguard would have already rushed through. Once they set up a teleportation array in the main world of the 3000 realms, even the ancestral land of our dragon folk would be affected." Long Yuanqing glared at the young man. "Besides, Long Feng, why didn't you find yourself a partner before coming in? Without a house or spiritual artifacts, who would have their eyes on me?" Long Feng sighed and then asked, "Captain, I heard you have a child, but why haven't we ever seen them? I don't want my child to walk the same path I did, so I let her mother take her back to her parents' house. By now, she should be over 10 years old." Speaking of this, Long Yuanqing's face revealed a look of yearning. A portly young man with a dragon tail teased, "The captain is of supreme grade bloodline, the undisputed choice for clan leader. Surely your child must also be of supreme grade bloodline, right?" "I'm not sure, but at least an upper grade." Long Yuanqing reverted from his dragon folk form, revealing his true face. He was a handsome young man with firm features, silver hair, and blue eyes, carrying a long halberd on his back. Despite having his cultivation suppressed by the 3000 realms, he still radiated the aura of the element-gathering realm at its first layer peak. Buzz! A strange sound suddenly came from within the light shield that Long Yuanqing and his team had surrounded. Everyone looked intently and saw that the teleportation array inside the shield was lighting up evidently. Someone was about to come through. Not good. Break the light shield and destroy the teleportation array quickly. If the divine race's experts arrive successfully, we'll all die. Long Yuanqing immediately entered his dragon transformation form and, waving his claws, started tearing at the light shield. Outside Northwest Village, Ye Feng, Long Tianxing, Long Zhu, and 8 others gathered, looking at the sealed archway. This archway has been sealed from the inside by a formation of 3 moonshine stones. We will need at least 5 moonshine stones to set up a formation to unseal it from the outside, explained Elder Long Er. "Here's my moonshine stone," said one. "And here is mine," volunteered another. Elders Long San, Long Si, and a few others handed over their moonshine stones. "Thank you, brothers," said Elder Long Er as he collected all 5 moonshine stones, crushed them, and mixed them with a special spiritual liquid to form a silver-white ink. He dipped his finger into it and began to draw on the archway, leaving behind entirely different array patterns. "An array master." Ye Feng was surprised. Leaning in close to Ye Feng, Long Zhu whispered, "Indeed, Elder Long Er is our Dragon Folk clan's second best array master, capable of setting up even medium-sized formations." "That impressive." Ye Feng was even more astonished. A mini 5 elements continuous array could block someone at the 4th layer of the element-gathering realm. If it were a medium-sized formation, once fully activated, it could stop even an ordinary Spirit Sea realm expert or outright eliminate them. And yet Elder Long Er, who was only at the 7th layer of the element-gathering realm, could inscribe a medium-sized formation, which was truly remarkable. While the group worked to break the seal, inside the medium-sized cave heaven world, the light shield surrounding the teleportation array burst into a brilliant glow, and 2 figures gradually emerged from within, both bearing a shark-like mouth, members of the divine race, from the same kin as Han San and Han Er. As they appeared, two mighty oppressive forces swept out, effortlessly dominating everyone present. Chapter 182. Wind Element Spirit Energy, sweeping through the field. Long Yuanqing had already entered his dragon transformation form. However, facing two godlike adversaries, he felt an immense oppressive force. The remaining dragon folk warriors were even worse off, even after entering their dragon transformation form, because their bloodlines were only of middle or upper grade, their power increase wasn't significant. They were merely at the strength of the first or second layer of the element gathering realm, completely unable to withstand the suppression of the divine sense power of the two divine race powerhouses. I've heard there's a particularly tough thorn here, you must be the one of the divine race powerhouses said with his hands clasped behind his back, his gaze landing on Long Yuanqing, his eyes full of mockery. Such formidable strength! Long Yuanqing suddenly felt the pressure surge. He could sense an immense oppression from these two divine race members, one that, even in his dragon transformation form, only allowed him to barely cope with one of them. This individual does indeed possess some strength. No wonder those third and fourth order clan members we sent before all died in battle. But this thorn is practically spent. With the two of us at fifth order, killing him won't be difficult, one of the divine race powerhouses said with a smirk, his face alight with confidence. It's a shame this teleportation array is so poor, only able to transport the two of us. If we could have brought a few more fifth order, even sixth order warriors, we would surely sweep through everything. The other divine race powerhouse seemed very relaxed, as if not concerned at all about Long Yuanqing and the others. People of the divine race? Long Yuanqing asked in a deep voice. He obviously knew these two were cultivators of the divine race. His question was merely a way to buy time, to recover as much as possible from the energy he had previously expended. I am Han Shi, and he is Han Gu. We're both fifth-order warriors of the divine race. One of the divine race powerhouses introduced himself with arms folded in a mocking tone. Upon hearing this, Long Yuanqing felt a secret joy in his heart. As long as these two kept talking, he would have a chance to catch his breath. The next moment, Han Shi and Han Gu took out a special token and opened an exit in the shield. Then they left the protective range of the light shield. The divine sense power on their bodies burst forth completely, pressing heavily on Long Yuanqing and causing him to sink. The giant stone slabs on the ground beneath him shattered. Captain! The other dragon folk cultivators hurriedly shouted. A bunch of ants, die! Han Shi's aura surged, and apart from Long Yuanqing, the remaining dragon folk warriors were thrown into the air, crashing heavily to the ground and vomiting blood. Stop it! Long Yuanqing roared in anger. With a sinister smile, Han Gu said, don't try to be clever. You think we don't know you're just stalling for time? To tell you the truth, we're not killing you because we've heard that only you people can open the sealed entrances of this medium-sized cave heaven world. At this point, Han Gu activated his divine sense power. A giant stone rose into the air and rapidly transformed into a massive stone spear, piercing through the dragon folk youth named Long Feng, nailing him to the ground, where he passed out on the spot. No! A roar ripped from Long Yuanqing as his aura erupted in full, breaking free from the suppression of the divine sense power. Get down! With a wave of his hand from afar, Han Gu suppressed Long Yuanqing to the ground, rendering him powerless to resist. See? If you don't open the seal willingly, we will kill your clan members one by one. What do you think of this game? Han Gu continued speaking. I need time. Long Yuanqing clenched his fists, shouting with anger. In truth, he had used up all his moonshine stones. It was a desperate move, with no chance to unlock the seal. Yet, for the lives of his war team members, he had no choice but to say so. How much do you need? Han Gu laughed. One day. Long Yuanqing clenched his fists tightly. With 1 day's time, he was certain he could forcibly break through his cultivation level. By then, he might have a fighting chance. Half a day, Han Gu said, standing with his hands behind his back. Meanwhile, Han Shi looked around and said, I've heard the 3000 realms contain a special restraint that can suppress cultivation levels to 1/10. However, it seems it has no effect on our divine race's divine sense power. Exactly, and because of that, our strength now, when rounded, is equivalent to that of a 9th layer element gathering realm human cultivator, essentially a 6th order peak warrior. Fascinating, isn't it? Han Gu said with a proud smile. Yes, to snap a 6th order cultivator dead with just a flick of a finger, it's something that can only be done here. Han Shi expressed a special sense of exhilaration. Boom! Just then, the gates of the seal opened. Long Yuanqing, Han Gu, Han Shi, and the members of the war team all froze, then turned to look at the archway leading into and out of this place, only to see 10 people flying in. Elder Long Er, Long San, and the other elders, Long Ju and the rest, 8 in total have arrived. It's been 3 years. We've finally waited for rescue. Seeing the leaders among them, the members of the war team screamed, then all turned to Long Feng, who lay nailed to the ground, and cried bitterly. If only the elders had come a little earlier, Long Feng wouldn't have had to die. I still have a chance. Long Feng suddenly opened his eyes wide, grasping the stone spike in his body. Even though his breath was weak, he was still alive. I haven't wed yet. I can't die. He's not dead. Han Gu was surprised. Such strong life force, Han Shi remarked, then looked towards Elder Long Er and the others. This is perfect, someone has opened the passage, and these people's aura doesn't seem strong. They can be easily wiped out. Elders, be careful, they are of the divine race, unaffected by the restraints of the 3000 realms here. Their strength is comparable to a 9th layer element gathering realm adversary. Long Yuanqing struggled to his feet, warning loudly. Shut up! With the casual point of his hand, Han Shi was about to explode Long Yuanqing. Father! Long Tianxing's gaze fell on Long Yuanqing, who was in his full dragon transformation form, and a strong sense of familiarity overwhelmed him. He shouted out, shocking everyone present. At the same time, Elder Long Er had already approached near Han Shi. Boom! Both sides erupted into a great battle, which then quickly separated. Elder Long Er retreated, carrying Long Yuanqing where a huge stone controlled by divine sense power had dented his chest, but Han Shi was also in bad shape, his entire body spitting blood as he was sent flying backward, his face drained of all color. Damn it! Han Shi cursed angrily. Han Gu gave him a glance and said, You were too careless, the opponent is at the 7th level of the element gathering realm, and he also possesses the dragon folk bloodline. Our strengths are split 60-40. I'm injured, I can only deal with the others. You go and kill the strongest one, then enter the 3000 realms boundary master world to set up a teleportation array and bring over the elders from our clan, Han Shi said gravely. No problem. Han Gu soared into the air, raised his hands high, channeling the massive divine sense power to control the rocks and soil around him, turning them into heavy rock spears which he thrust at high speed toward Elder Long Er and the others. At this moment, carried by Elder Long Er, Long Yuanqing's eyes widened as he looked at Long Tianxing, who was also in full dragon transformation form, with his hands on his shoulders, his voice trembling. You're my son Tianxing. You're my dad Yuanqing. Long Tianxing blurted out emotionally. Haha, good son, you truly have a supreme grade bloodline. So it was you who opened the portal to the 3000 realms, right? Long Yuanqing let out a proud laugh. Let's leave the recognition process for later, we need to deal with the people from the divine race first. Ye Feng's gaze passed over the rock spears falling from the sky and landed on the 2 individuals with shark-like mouths. It's the divine race. Their infiltration is really terrifying, not just in the county king city, but even in the 3000 realms. Be careful. Elder Long Er dropped Long Yuanqing and warned, soaring up into the sky and using his sharp claws to smash those rock spears. The other elders also took action. Some were rescuing others, while some were resisting the attacks from Han Shi and Han Gu. Who is this? Long Yuanqing, exhaustingly down on the ground, looked at Ye Feng with a curious expression. Sect leader of Misty Sect, Ye Feng. After introducing himself, Ye Feng looked at Long Feng, who was also lying on the ground, and said, "This person, although he has strong life force, seems to be nearing his demise." Long Feng. Long Yuanqing's heart trembled as he supported the chest-pierced Long Feng, his eyes filled with anguish and fury, wishing he could kill Han Gu and Han Shi right then. But even though Long Yuanqing had a supreme-grade bloodline, he was only in his 30s, with a shallow cultivation level, not a match for Han Gu and Han Shi. Now, he was only capable of impotent rage. "Sect leader, could you please save him?" Long Tianxing asked Ye Feng earnestly. "First, have some spirit spring water," Ye Feng said as he produced a jade vial. The main ingredient was spirit spring water, and in addition, it was mixed with Yan Ruyu's life spirit force, making it fairly effective for healing. "Thank you, Sect leader." Long Tianxing took the jade vial, poured it into Long Feng, some of it also spilling onto the wound, causing Long Feng to grimace in pain. But soon, under the astonished eyes of the war team members, Long Feng's wound began to show signs of improvement. Although it did not fully heal, at least it no longer got worse. With the resilient life force of the Dragon Folk clan, he could certainly pull through, narrowly averting a life-threatening situation. "Thank you." Long Feng thanked Ye Feng and then looked at Long Tianxing with a smile. "So this is the captain's kid. I thought so, you surely have a supreme-grade bloodline. You're bound to have the makings of a clan leader." Hearing this, Long Tianxing blushed bashfully. Long Yuanqing, looking at Ye Feng, remembering how Long Tianxing addressed him, curiously asked, "Sect leader? Does that mean my son Tianxing has joined your sect?" "Exactly," Ye Feng nodded slightly. Seeing Ye Feng standing in the air with no signs of cultivation, Long Yuanqing was stunned. Misty Sect, what kind of sect was it, and why had he never heard of it? Bang, bang, bang. At that moment, Elder Long Er, Long San, Long Ju and the other 8 great elders were slammed heavily onto the ground, blood spilling from the corners of their mouths, their bodies covered in wounds, clearly no match for Han Gu and Han Shi. "Too weak," said Han Gu indifferently. "A bunch of ants," Han Shi sneered with a grim smile. "Even Elder Long Er is no match." The expressions of Long Yuanqing and the others shifted drastically. The Dragon Folk clan was not what it once was. Leaving aside the great elder who had never made a move, Elder Long Er was the strongest. But now, even he was defeated. Was it fated that they were all going to be annihilated today? "Sect leader, why don't you take action?" As everyone wore gloomy expressions, Long Tianxing's voice rang out, stirring up a huge reaction. Long Ju's mouth twitched, saying, "Your sect leader is only slightly stronger than me, how could he be a match for those two?" "Oh, what sect leader are you?" In the sky, Han Gu, with his hands behind his back, looked at Ye Feng hovering in the air but could not detect any spiritual energy fluctuations on him. He asked in surprise, "Your power is very unique, similar to our divine race. What race are you from exactly? Why waste words, kill him." Han Shi, already impatient, waved his hand and thrust out several stone spears. Ye Feng took out a mini banana palm fan, fluttering it 20 times in a single second, easily shattering these stone spears. "Hey, interesting." Han Gu frowned slightly. "Insignificant tricks, watch me kill him." Han Shi, disdainful, was about to make another move. However, Ye Feng took out the wind spirit pearl and used 2 strands of wind element spirit energy within it, turning them into 2 blinding divine lights that swept across the sky like the most terrifying sword glares in the world. Rib. Han Gu and Han Shi were horrified to find that their vision was split into two parts, and then they realized it was their own bodies that had been cleaved in half. These two formidable fifth-order powerhouses thus perished. Long Yuanqing and Long Zhu, along with the others, watched this unfold, all gaping in shock. Chapter 183. Divine Race Teleportation Array, Ascending to Divine Island. The wind element spirit energy truly lives up to its reputation. Its power is impressive. Ye Feng's mouth curved into a slight smile as he searched Han Gu's and Han Shi's bodies, finding their storage rings. After breaking them open, his eyes suddenly blazed with excitement upon seeing a yellowed ancient tome. It was the 9 Revolutions Heavenly God Technique middle volume. Combined with the upper volume he had obtained from Han San, he could cultivate straight to the 6th stage peak. As for the lower volume of the cultivation technique, Ye Feng speculated that it would definitely need to be found on a divine race powerhouse above the 7th stage, but such powerful beings were comparable to the spirit sea realm, and he was not yet capable of defeating them. Therefore, the lower volume was not a priority for now. In addition to the cultivation technique, there were many other items in the storage rings, which Ye Feng planned to inventory one by one after returning to the Misty Sect. Having finished looting, Ye Feng turned around. Long Tianxing, Long Yuanqing, and the others were still gaping, which looked rather comical. A top-grade spiritual artifact, terrifying indeed. Long Tianxing looked at the wind spirit pearl in Ye Feng's palm with envy. Ye Feng landed on the ground and said, "Ladies and gentlemen, the matter is resolved. Now, with only about 3 days left, we must hurry to find the Divine Island and then leave." At those words, everyone instantly came to their senses. Especially Elder Longzhu, who felt embarrassed at this moment, cursing himself for talking too much earlier. He had just mentioned that Ye Feng wasn't strong enough, and what happened next? With 2 blinding flashes of light, Han Shi and Han Gu were gone. How painful for the face! Longzhu lowered his head, his heart filled with mixed feelings. The others looked at Ye Feng with respect, feeling that he was indeed very strong. Sect Leader Ye Feng is right, we must find the Divine Island as quickly as possible, pluck the ripe bizarre spirit fruits, and leave before the time is up. Otherwise, even with our supreme bloodlines, we would have to wait another 3 months to continue opening the gate, Elder Long Er said. Bizarre spirit fruits ripen once a year. However, the dragon folk with supreme bloodline are able to open the gate every 3 months, theoretically entering 4 times a year. "I know where the Divine Island is," said the injured Long Feng at that moment. "The last time I saw the Divine Island, I left my own mark and can sense it vaguely." Everyone was surprised. Long Yuanqing asked, "The Divine Island is protected by special formations that clear marks, how did you leave a mark?" Long Feng said weakly, "My mark is very special. I split a twin spirit grass in half and planted the other half on the Divine Island." With that, he took out a grass. It was planted in a pot and looked similar to aloe, but it was cut cleanly down the middle, and its cut surface glowed, emitting a weird and pungent scent. "What is this?" Ye Feng had never seen such an odd grass that could survive when cut in half vertically and without its wound healing. "I got this during an adventure outside. I don't know its real name, so I just named it Twin Spirit Grass. After cutting it, it actively searches for its other half to reattach and it continues to grow," Long Feng explained, holding the potted plant. Seeing the twin spirit grass bending in a certain direction as if it was moved by an unseen breeze, everyone's eyes followed. "It's over there." Long Feng laughed. Carrying the injured Long Feng, the group prepared to set off. "Wait, this teleportation array hasn't been destroyed yet." Long Yuanqing pointed to the teleportation array shielded by the light barrier. "This array connects to the divine race. If we don't destroy it, they'll still be able to come over." Clang! Long Yuanqing's claw struck the light barrier, only to be repelled. Ye Feng produced a token he found in Han Shi's storage ring and lightly traced it across the light shield, breaking it open. Boom! The teleportation array was smashed to pieces by Long Yuanqing, cutting off one of the divine race's pathways. Afterward, the group left the medium-sized cave heaven world and sped through the 3,000 realms in the direction indicated by the twin spirit grass. An hour later, they arrived at the edge of the 3,000 realms. There was a freshwater lake about 10 miles in circumference, and 100 feet above it, a mist hung in the air, lending an air of mystery. "We found it!" The group flew into the mist and landed on a floating island primarily made of stone. "Is this the Divine Island?" Ye Feng looked around and noticed a spiritual spring at the top part of the Divine Island, surrounded by a medicinal field with a diameter of 50 meters, where a type of spirit grass resembling strawberries was cultivated. Every half-meter, several plump, red fruits about the size of an egg were visible. Trapped for several years, many spirit fruits have ripened, and their medicinal potency has only increased. Long Yuanqing picked a large, ripe spirit fruit and took a bite, savoring the familiar taste. Ye Feng also tried one, finding it tasted similar to strawberries, so he dug up 10 bizarre spirit fruit trees with the soil still attached, with the intention of planting them on Misty Peak later. Outside the range of the Divine Island, these bizarre spirit fruit trees will not bear fruit. Elder Long Er shook his head. If they could be cultivated elsewhere, there would be no need to send people into the 3,000 realms each year. "I still want to give it a try," Ye Feng said. Misty Peak had the 1,000-year ancient pine tree and a spiritual spring. Even Nani Yan Ruyu and the purifying blue lotus could potentially enhance the growth of spirit grass. So, Ye Feng decided to take a chance. The group began to pick the spirit fruits. All the ripe ones were taken, while the ones that hadn't matured were left alone, to be picked the following year. Ye Feng walked to the center of Divine Island. There was a spiritual spring there, containing an intricate and exquisite formation that condensed spiritual energy from all directions into spiritual liquid to irrigate the medicinal field. It certainly didn't seem to be purely natural. Moreover, Ye Feng saw countless righteous characters on a nearby stele, although he wasn't sure of their purpose. Could this be a cave heaven paradise personally left by the son of the dragon god, your revered ancestor? Ye Feng ventured the idea, asking Elder Long Er beside him. "No." Elder Long Er answered quickly. Beside them, Long Ju explained, "Our great ancestor once said that the history of Divine Island is even older than his own, possibly created by an ancient great power." Great power. Those two words tugged at Ye Feng's nerves. On the Shenzhou continent, only those who have stepped into the divine origin realm could be honored as a great power, and among races like the divine race, the divine origin realm is even considered the level of divine spirits. "If I may ask boldly, what was your great ancestor's cultivation level?" Ye Feng whispered to Longju, leaning in close. "Our great ancestor had already reached the peak of the spirit sea realm and had attempted several times to break through to the divine origin realm, but unfortunately, all failed, and in the end, he perished and his Dao dissipated," Longju sighed. If the great ancestor had succeeded in breaking through, the Dragon Folk clan would have had a great power of the divine origin realm. Looking across the Mystique Kingdom, he would be considered an extraordinary existence. After all, even the royal family of the Mystique Kingdom, which is known as a 3-star force, could barely count their members in the divine origin realm on 2 hands. The peak of the Spirit Sea realm, that is already standing at the peak of a 2-star force, even across the entire southern river basin, that is already the strongest. The Dragon Folk clan back then was truly invincible. Ye Feng muttered. He lowered his head to look at the clear spirit spring water, scooped up a bucket of water, and dug up some spirit soil, then prepared to leave. As for the others, they were almost finished picking the bizarre spirit fruits. Long Yuanqing was walking shoulder to shoulder with Long Tianxing, picking ripe spirit fruits and chatting from time to time. Looking at the happy father and son, Ye Feng felt very gratified. It seems there's not the kind of estrangement between them that I imagined, which is quite good. Half an hour later, the group left Divine Island. The moment Ye Feng's group left, Divine Island began to fade and gradually disappeared. In the next moment, Divine Island appeared above a medium-sized cave heaven world, still shrouded in mist. Beside the spiritual spring, the mud suddenly bulged, and a fluffy, fat goose appeared. It was golden all over, quite dazzling, standing tall with its wings posed as if carrying hands behind its back, resembling an enlightened being surveying its territory. However, when it saw that only the unripe spirit fruits remained on the branches, it became so enraged that smoke seemed to billow from its 7 orifices. "We've been robbed, again robbed," the golden, fat goose exclaimed angrily, spinning in place and flapping its wings in an attempt to fly, only to find itself too heavy and plunging into the mud midair. Its webbed feet scrabbled frantically before it managed to clamber up. "Next year, I will definitely awaken early to see who it is that has stolen this lord's food, goose goose goose." After honking indignantly a few times, the golden fat goose approached a nearby steel and added a stroke to it, turning it into a new, Zheng, character. If anyone were present, they could have heard the golden fat goose's grumbling. A grudge +1. Before the gateway to the 3000 realms, members of the war team like Long Yuanqing and Long Feng felt a joyous sense of homecoming as they looked at the massive archway on the stone wall. "I'm back!" Long Yuanqing shouted, his voice shaking heaven and earth. Countless beings of the 3000 realms seemed to hear the cry of a divine spirit, and they all knelt down in devout worship. Xiaolan Village. The elderly village chief handed a stone tablet to the chief of the neighboring village, saying, "You must guard it well. This figure holding a divine fan is the maple deity I mentioned. He sealed the demon god and saved all living beings. And this silver figure is his mount. A mount, so small." The neighboring village chief pointed at the relief of Long Tianxing, surprised. After a moment of silence, the old village chief replied, "Yes, a mount. When he grows up, he can transform into a divine dragon and become the most powerful aid to divine spirits." "Oh," nodded the neighboring village chief. Unaware, Long Tianxing became known in the myths spreading through the 3000 realms, as Ye Feng's mount. At that moment, everyone passed through the gateway. Inside the underground hall, Elder Agudo, the great elder, saw the returning group and greeted them with a beaming smile. Holding hands tightly, Long Yuxin watched Long Tianxing and Long Yuanqing flying towards her from afar. Feeling a sudden rush of emotions, she dashed toward them. A loving family was finally reunited. Standing aside and consuming what may have been akin to dog food, Ye Feng kept quiet. He took out the wind spirit pearl and noticed that the sole remaining wisp of wind element spirit energy had recovered to 2 wisps, and in another hour, it would be fully restored. "Yuanqing, you've finally returned," the great elder said after drinking a bucket of water, looking at Long Yuanqing with smiling eyes, and assessing him. "It's a pity that, over the years, your cultivation levels haven't advanced. Otherwise, with your talent, by now you should have reached the 7th level of the element gathering realm." Long Yuanqing glanced at Long Yuxin and Long Tianxing beside him, replying, "As long as the family is complete, even if our cultivation has not advanced, it doesn't matter." "Hold on, I think I can still be saved," said Long Feng, lying on the ground and raising both hands at this time. Previously, after drinking the spirit spring water, his injury ceased to worsen, but he had been seriously injured and still hadn't recovered. Seeing that nobody paid him any attention, his face fell. "I'll heal you," declared the great elder, lifting his staff and releasing a ray of green light that enveloped Long Feng from head to toe. His injuries immediately began to heal at a speed visible to the naked eye. Life Spirit Force. Ye Feng was astonished. Chapter 184. The Dragonfolk Clan's honored guest, the use of the power of faith. Sect Master Ye has a keen eye, for this is indeed life spirit force. The great elder put down his wooden staff, revealing a smile as genial as that of Maitreya Buddha. "Is the great elder a life spirit body?" Ye Feng was surprised. Agudo shook his head repeatedly and said, "That's an extremely strong physique, beyond my reach. I merely possess the mysterious turtle bloodline, which endows me with a vigorous and enduring life force, allowing me to heal other clansmen by depleting my own. Oh, I see. Ye Feng suddenly understood. He had thought that life spirit bodies were worthless, but it turned out to be just a method of transferring life force. Nevertheless, that Elder Agudo could do such a thing was no small feat. I'm all better. Long Feng stood up, twisting left and right, with no discomfort in his movements. Assured that he had fully recovered, he quickly kneeled on one knee to the Great Elder and thanked him. Thank you, Great Elder, you are like my father. Elder Long Er came over with a gloomy face, grabbed Long Feng's ear, and twisted it hard. He said, the Great Elder is your dad, and I'm your son, right? Ouch, my dear dad, stop it. Long Feng cried out in pain, his facial features distorted together as he begged for mercy. Ye Feng was stunned. So, Elder Long Er's son was Long Feng. But the difference between them seemed too great, didn't it? In terms of both personality and appearance. Could it be the green light of love? Thinking this, Ye Feng's expression grew increasingly odd. You father and son haven't seen each other for a few years. It's normal to want to fight, but let's discuss that later. Right now, I want to know what exactly happened over these years that you ended up trapped in the 3000 realms. Elder Agudo looked at Long Yuanqing, seeking answers from him. Years ago, Long Yuanqing was already at the peak of the 4th layer of the element gathering realm. Had he not been trapped in the 3000 realms, with a few years gone by and given Long Yuanqing's talent, it would have been possible for him to advance to the 7th layer of the element gathering realm. In another decade or two, he could have reached the peak of the element gathering realm and become the mainstay of the Dragon Folk clan. The others also looked towards Long Yuanqing. It's a long story, he began to recount. Years ago, we successfully reached Divine Island and picked mature bizarre spirit fruits. Just as we were about to return, we encountered a powerful enemy who called himself Flame Demon. I fought a great battle with him, and both of us were badly injured. Afterwards, we ran into the vanguard of the divine race, fought a battle, and then were trapped in a medium-sized cave heaven world near Northwest Village. That's roughly what happened, he concluded. Hearing the words Flame Demon, Ye Feng's gaze flickered. He was eager to tell Long Yuanqing that the Flame Demon who had fought him to a draw had been refined by him into a ball, which was now in his system space. At this thought, an idea suddenly struck Ye Feng. He had obtained only the fire, gold spirit, and rock crystals so far, still needing the Muhua and Xianbing crystals to gather the materials required to refine the 5 elements spirit sword. If he didn't go looking for them today, he would have to wait another 3 months. Glancing at the door, Ye Feng was eager to enter. But now, there seemed to be only 2 or 3 days left. Could he really go back in? As he pondered this, Ye Feng decided to ask about it later on. By this time, Elder Agudo had finished analyzing Long Yuanqing's account, but still had some doubts. He asked, so you're saying that you were trapped by the cave heaven world outside Northwest Village for a few years and stayed inside all that time? Yes, Long Yuanqing nodded. The teleportation array there would sporadically bring divine race warriors, but for some reason, initially only 3rd order divine race warriors came, and we managed to kill them. Later on, more and more arrived, forcing us to seal the entrance of the medium-sized cave heaven world. And today, even 5th order warriors appeared. If it weren't for Sect Master Ye's intervention, we might have been utterly defeated. Is that so? Agudo looked at Ye Feng with surprise, not expecting him to be so strong. Long Yuxin said proudly, Sect Master Ye is very impressive. Last time in White Float City, he cut down Suhun Genren with a single sword strike. In the end, I had good judgment, letting Xing Er join the Misty Sect to cultivate. At such a young age, she has already reached the 7th layer of Qi refinement. Tian Xing scratched his head, feeling awkward. Ye Feng ate the bizarre spirit fruit in silence. However it may be, now that we have safely returned, we should brew the bizarre spirit fruits into a medicinal wine. Otherwise, the medicinal effects will diminish greatly, Long Yuanqing suggested. Ye Feng, who was in the middle of eating a bizarre spirit fruit, stopped at these words and asked, "Aren't bizarre spirit fruits meant to be eaten?" Laughing, the great elder replied, "Eating these bizarre spirit fruits directly will only satisfy hunger. Only after brewing them into a medicinal wine can their true medicinal properties be unleashed." So it is. Ye Feng felt a bit awkward. No wonder he had eaten so many bizarre spirit fruits without feeling anything. It was clear he had eaten in vain. Soon, half an hour had passed. Dragonfolk Ancient Town. Tens of thousands of Dragonfolk clan members gathered in the streets and alleyways, celebrating the return of Long Yuanqing and his companions, and at the same time, they had heard of Ye Feng's heroic deeds in turning the tide and slaying 2 divine race powerhouses, which earned their respect and recognition, contributing a large amount of prestige points. Inside the Great Hall, Ye Feng was drinking an exotic medicinal wine from the stock. Listening to the system notifications ringing in his ears, he discovered his prestige points had climbed to 60,000. Even though the medicinal wine was bitter, he drank it with great joy. This trip has really brought in a huge profit, pity that I'm still missing 2 types of crystals. I wonder when Elder Agudo will come out, I need to ask him. With this thought, Ye Feng walked towards the door. As for Long Tianxing, he was currently with Long Yuanqing and Long Yuxin, enjoying the warmth of family. Cough cough. Sect Master Ye, where are you off to? Asked Longju, who suddenly emerged from one side and cleared his throat. Elder Longju's timing is perfect. I am wondering if it's still possible to enter the 3,000 realms. Ye Feng revealed his doubts. What does Sect Master Ye want inside? Asked Longju, not understanding. The most valuable item in there, the bizarre spirit fruits, has already been picked by us. Aside from that, there are no other heavenly materials and earthly treasures. It's not fun to go in there. I have other business, Ye Feng replied. You can enter, indeed. After all, the gateway will only completely shut in 3 days, nodded Longju. Then I'll go in. Ye Feng made his decision. After a short period of time, Elder Longju, Elder Long Er, and other Dragonfolk clan elders stood in front of the huge gateway, watching Ye Feng, who was holding a moonshine stone, like a swift breeze crossing the sky, as he re-entered the 3,000 realms. Be careful, Sect Master Ye. When there is only half a day left, we will use a messenger paper crane to inform you. Remember to come back then, otherwise, you'll have to wait for 3 months. Ye Feng, flying high in the sky, heard the voice coming from behind him. That means I only have 2.5 days left. Ye Feng mumbled to himself, flying at the fastest speed through the 3,000 realms. An hour went by. Ye Feng did not find the Muhua crystal or the Xianbing crystal. Half a day passed. Ye Feng still found nothing. However, he had casually dealt with quite a few rampaging demonic beasts, earning many prestige points and also procured many local specialties from the original inhabitants of the 3,000 realms. Especially when passing through a village, Ye Feng heard some strange things. For example, this is an offering for the Maple Deity, you must not steal it. I want to bear Maple Deity's children. Maple Deity, please pat my head. Ye Feng paid no attention to these ludicrous statements. At that time, he was entering a medium-sized cave heaven world near Dragon Elephant Ancient City. He took a glance and noticed that 2/3 of it was water and only one ancient town existed. With no other discoveries, he was ready to leave. Crack! The sound of ice cracking reached his ears. Ye Feng's gaze flickered as he turned towards the source of the noise. In the center of the lake, spanning a dozen miles, a sudden burst of cold air emanated, forming a 3-meter-tall frost giant wielding 2 ice broadswords, heading towards the only ancient town on the lakeshore. The chilling aura spread quickly. This is bad, the frost giant has reappeared. Quick, Go ask the high priest. The ancient town by the lake was suddenly abuzz. Ye Feng, stationed high in the sky, saw a youth striding vigorously, rushing toward a purple bamboo forest hundreds of meters away from the ancient town. It seemed that the high priest of the ancient town lived in the bamboo forest. An interval as brief as the brewing of half a pot of tea. A figure cloaked in a purple mantle soared into the sky, holding a glaze-colored treasured bottle in her hand. Element Gathering Realm First Layer, hey, her cultivation level is actually not suppressed by the 3000 realms. Ye Feng looked at the high priest with a surprised expression. Cease your recklessness. As soon as the high priest approached the lakeside, she scolded the frost giant, who was dozens of meters away, with a slightly immature voice similar to that of a young girl. Decades have passed since I've seen you. Has the previous generation high priest died, to leave the inheritance to a mere brat? How sad indeed. The frost giant looked at the high priest and let out a ferocious laugh. Inheritance? Could it be the inheritance of cultivation level? That's why it's not suppressed by the 3000 realms? Hearing their exchange, Ye Feng started thinking along these lines. The last generation high priest sealed me at the cost of severe injuries, and you, a little girl who's not fully grown, dare to be my opponent, the frost giant mocked, waving two ice swords through the air and slashing from afar. The air was filled with hundreds of ice blades, each bearing the terrifyingly cold and bone-piercing momentum. Water Spirit True Body. The high priest poured a single droplet from the treasured bottle, which instantly transformed into a giant. The creature was composed entirely of surging waves, and with a swing of its palms forward, it formed a shield of water curtains, blocking countless ice blades. The same move again, break for me. The frost giant closed the distance in an instant, hacking fiercely with both swords, shattering the water shield into pieces, and following up with a palm strike that sent the high priest flying backward while spitting blood, tumbling down to the lakeside. The high priest lay on the ground, revealing her true face. It was a beautiful visage, yet immature, around the age of 16 or so, but her face was pale, with blood at the corner of her mouth. She looked up at the sky to find Ye Feng hovering above, which took her by surprise. From the beginning until now, she hadn't realized someone capable of flying was standing nearby. Was he a deity? A shock went through the high priest's heart. Divine Spirit, I beg you, save our ancient town, the high priest pleaded, kneeling on the ground before Ye Feng. The residents of the ancient town, seeing the high priest's defeat, had already fallen into despair. However, when they witnessed the high priest, whom they regarded as a deity, kneeling and begging for help from a completely strange man floating in the air, their hope was immediately rekindled. The elders have said that this world was created by divine spirits. One day in the future, a deity would come to deliver all beings. Could it be that he is the deity? The elderly of the ancient town gradually became exhilarated. Ye Feng remained silent. Just now, he had inquired with the system and learned an unexpected fact. The power used by the high priest was actually the power of faith. However, this power of faith had been purified and branded, allowing it to be passed down from generation to generation. The more power of faith infused into it, the stronger the high priest who inherited it became. So, the power of faith can be used in this manner. I've gained knowledge indeed. Ye Feng snapped back to his senses, looking at the frost giant who was hacking down at his head with a great sword, his eyes devoid of any ripples. Clang clang clang. The frost giant brandished the ice swords frenziedly, but alas, the wind spirit pearl had already formed a semi-transparent shield around Ye Feng, impervious to his slashes. The people of the ancient town and the high priest were all dumbfounded. All they saw was the frost giant crazily hacking at Ye Feng, yet each strike was rebounded by an invisible force 3 meters away from touching Ye Feng. Yes, he must be a divine spirit. Legend has it that divine spirits possess a domain of the divine, which can block the invasion of external forces. Divine spirits, you have finally appeared. Many townspeople knelt on the ground one after another. However, most of them were still utterly confused. They were too young to have sufficient awareness and reverence for divine spirits. The high priest struggled to rise, her cloak blown away by the strong wind, her knee-length purple hair dancing in the wind, her stunning face filled with admiration for Ye Feng. Arg, why can't I cut through? Thousand ice blades. Snowman assault. Blizzard descend. The ice trolls launched a frenzied attack, with a flurry of snow, blades of ice flying about, and countless snowmen charging at Ye Feng. Their combat power was extremely terrifying, causing even those in the fourth layer of the element-gathering realm to retreat. But Ye Feng remained unmoved. He was merely testing the strength of the Wind Spirit Pearl Shield, and the results did not disappoint him. Have you had enough? When the ice trolls were hacking away, gasping for air, Ye Feng finally spoke, his voice calm yet thundering like a boom in the trolls' minds. No. The ice troll replied instinctively, but before it could finish speaking, Ye Feng had already made his move. Rib. A blade of wind element spirit energy slashed out, turning into a blinding divine gleam, easily chopping the ice troll into pieces. It died with infinite fear and unwillingness, condensing into a Xianbing crystal. Just the Muhua crystal to go, Ye Feng pocketed the Xianbing crystal and was about to leave. Divine Spirit, I am your loyal servant, please accept me. The high priest knelt on the ground, her voice resounding loudly. I am not your god. Ye Feng glanced at the high priest with purple hair, realized she was indeed young, replied, and was about to fly away. No, you are. The high priest from generations before prophesied that the divine spirit would emerge to suppress the demons and save humanity. The high priest took out a crystal ball, bit her finger, and dropped a droplet of blood onto it. The surface of the crystal ball immediately displayed an image. It was the figure of someone standing in midair, back turned to the crowd, battling the ice troll. Ye Feng looked at the image on the crystal ball and found that it was merely a blurry silhouette that could seemingly bring anyone into it. The high priest continued, the ancestral teachings say that after the divine spirit appears in this world, the high priest must follow by his side, using their life strength to assist him. Ye Feng thought it was just a coincidence, shook his head, and was about to fly away. Suddenly, he thought of something, landed on the ground, and stood in front of the high priest. Looking at the handsome Ye Feng, the high priest's face blushed slightly, thinking that the man before her truly deserved to be a divine spirit. He was even more attractive than the most handsome man in the ancient town. At that moment, Ye Feng asked the system in his mind, is she qualified to become a disciple of our Misty sect? She is. The system approved. Ye Feng's eyes brightened, and he asked the high priest, how is your root bone? Root bone? The high priest paused for a moment, took off a string of rodent skulls that she wore on her wrist, which she usually used to preside over sacrifices. She asked timidly, Divine Spirit, are you referring to this? Ye Feng. All right then. It was apparent the high priest did not understand the concept of root bone, or rather, she had no understanding of cultivation at all. The only reason she possessed the strength of the first layer of the element-gathering realm was due to inheriting the power of faith from the previous high priest. With that in mind, Ye Feng took out a brick-shaped piece of jade stone. This was a miniature root-bone jade stone, which Ye Feng had casually bought for 200 lower-grade spirit stones while strolling the streets of Divine Wind City. It contained spiritual energy inside, and by simply touching it with her hand, one could quickly check the other person's root bone. Ye Feng then told the high priest. Come, touch it. Chapter 185. Upending Worldviews, Muhua Crystal. Touch it. The high priest was stunned. As a girl, she had always been reserved, and now, hearing Ye Feng utter such a coarse word, her complexion turned a blushing red, like a ripe apple. But since the high priest regarded Ye Feng as a divine spirit, she naturally took his words as commands. As her gentle hand rested on the root-bone jade stone, a stream of cool spiritual energy flowed into the high priest's body, giving her an unprecedented sense of coolness, causing her body to tremble involuntarily. The spiritual energy circulated around the high priest's body and then returned to the root bone jade stone. Afterward, Ye Feng scrutinized the surface of the root bone jade stone. Red, orange, yellow, green, 4 colors lit up at the same time. Hiss! Ye Feng drew in a breath of cool air. The root bone is divided into lower, middle, upper, supreme, divine, and saintly 6 grades. 4 colors signified it was of supreme grade. I am Ye Feng, sect leader of Misty Sect. Would you be willing to join the Misty Sect and become my disciple? Ye Feng put away the root bone jade stone, repressed the excitement in his heart, and asked solemnly. What is the Misty Sect? The high priest was puzzled. The sect I belong to, Ye Feng explained. The high priest didn't have a concept of a sect, but she roughly understood that she could join the force Ye Feng belonged to, which meant she could always stay by the side of the divine spirit. Therefore, with an excited, trembling voice, she asked, does this mean I can stay by your side and serve you forever, divine spirit? Sort of. Ye Feng considered it and could only respond in this way. After all, this was a prodigy with a supreme grade root bone. If nurtured properly, she could reach the standard of Mu Rugzhu. Even if it meant deceiving her, he first needed to bring her into the Misty Sect. I am willing, the high priest nodded. Excellent. Ye Feng was overjoyed. Although the disciples of Misty Sect were few, each one was extraordinary. Now they had the high priest, a prodigy with a supreme grade root bone, and the sect would surely thrive in the future. Remembering he had not yet asked the high priest her name, Ye Feng inquired, what is your name? My name is Ji Xiling, the high priest replied. Ye Feng's eyes shone, he mused that the name was quite nice. He looked at the glaze-colored treasure bottle in Ji Xiling's hand and asked, what is this? This is a divine artifact created by the divine spirit, and it's also a vessel for divine power, Ji Xiling explained. It has existed for a very long time, obtained by our first-generation high priest and passed down through the generations until now. If you are going with me, what would happen to this treasure bottle? Ye Feng asked curiously. The ancient town cannot be without a high priest for a day. If I am to follow in the footsteps of the divine spirit, I will naturally leave this divine artifact to the next high priest, so she can protect the ancient town well. Ji Xiling revealed an important piece of information. That was, inheritance. Well, then hurry up with the handover, and let's leave, said Ye Feng, not wishing to delay too long, as the portal to the 3,000 realms could only stand for 1 or 2 more days, and there was no time to waste. Yes, divine spirit, please follow me, Ji Xiling led the way. In no time, the two arrived at the purple bamboo forest outside of the ancient town. Here, Ye Feng saw an elegant bamboo building with many medicinal herbs planted in the yard, hard to find in the outside world. Although not of high grade, it was a good idea to take some spirit seed back for cultivation. At the entrance of the courtyard stood a little girl holding a magic wand, dressed in a grey cloak, and only about 10 years old. Although she was not as beautiful as Ji Xiling, she was still a rare beauty in the making, with large watery eyes watching the arrival of Ye Feng and Ji Xiling. This is the divine spirit, hurry and greet him. Ji Xiling said. Ah! The little girl was clearly frightened, quickly kneeling on the ground, but before she could completely lower herself, Ye Feng raised her up with heroic spirit power. I do not like pomp and circumstance. After speaking, Ye Feng said to Ji Xiling, proceed with the handover ceremony quickly. Yes, Ji Xiling wasted no time handing the glaze-colored treasure bottle to the little girl and said solemnly, I will be following the divine spirit, and from now on, you will be the high priest of the ancient town. Remember, you must protect this world for me. Upon hearing this, the little girl burst into tears but bit her lip without speaking, as she clearly knew that the day of parting would come. Ji Xiling bit her fingertip and inscribed a special symbol on the surface of the glaze-colored treasure bottle, then said to the little girl, it's your turn now. The little girl bit her fingertip and inscribed the same symbol on the treasure bottle, gaining control over it. Ye Feng watched from the side, feeling the power of faith being transferred. From that moment on, Ji Xiling could no longer control the power of faith within the treasure bottle. At most, she was just a prodigy with a supreme grade root bone. However, Ji Xiling's talent was exceptionally high. As long as she embarked on the path of cultivation, her speed in breaking through realms would certainly be extremely fast. This was something Ye Feng did not need to worry about. "Sister, will you come back later?" the little girl asked, holding the treasure bottle, her small face full of sorrow. Ji Xiling didn't speak, but looked at Ye Feng. "Yes," said Ye Feng. The portal to the 3,000 realms was controlled by the Dragon Folk clan, and Tianxing had a supreme grade bloodline. If Ji Xiling really wanted to return, of course, it would not be a problem. "Thank you, Divine Spirit," Ji Xiling expressed her gratitude. The little girl's tears turned into a smile, her beautiful eyes resembling crescent moons. "Divine Spirit, wait a moment." Ji Xiling went back into the bamboo building to pack her things. Ye Feng stood outside, eyeing the spiritual medicine in the courtyard, and said to the little girl, "I will take some spirit medicine seeds with me, do you have any?" The little girl seemed very shy and dared not speak with Ye Feng, but she still brought a large packet of seeds. "Thank you," Ye Feng said as he ruffled the little girl's hair. An idea struck him, and he left behind a bottle of spirit eye liquid and the first 3 levels of the 5 Qi dynasty Yuan. "This is for cleaning your eyes, you will be able to see the world's spiritual energy after using it, and these are the first 3 levels of the Qi refining realm cultivation technique, you can try to practice it." The little girl's eyes widened as she treated the spirit eye liquid and the technique as treasures. At that moment, Ji Xiling came out carrying 2 large wooden boxes. "Divine Spirit, I am ready." After speaking, she lowered her head bashfully. Ye Feng was astonished and thought to himself, when girls move, do they always have so much stuff? However, Ye Feng didn't mind. With a wave of his hand, he took the wooden boxes into his system space and said, "I'll keep these for you temporarily. I'll give them back to you once we return to Misty Peak." Ah, it disappeared. The young girl's eyes widened in amazement. Ji Xiling was initially startled, but then remembered that Ye Feng was a divine spirit. It wasn't at all strange for him to make things disappear into thin air, so she nodded and said, "Thank you, Divine Spirit." Seeing this, Ye Feng discovered this world was even more bizarre. Although many things were not much different from the outside world, there was no mention of the path of cultivation, not even an understanding of storage space. It seemed to be deliberately avoided or hidden. However, Ye Feng did not explain. Once outside, Ji Xiling would naturally understand, and by then, her view of the world would be completely overturned. "Thank you, Divine Spirit. Can we set off now?" Ji Xiling asked. "Won't you say goodbye to the people of the old town?" Ye Feng asked, looking at the young girl, "And besides, she's so young, can she command respect?" Ji Xiling shook her head and said, "Every high priest will choose the next high priest in advance. When Yue returns to the old town with the divine artifact, they will naturally understand everything." "All right, then let's go." With a wave of his hand, Ye Feng's heroic spirit power lifted Ji Xiling, and they flew towards the entrance and exit of this world. "Goodbye, Sister Xiling." The young girl chased after them for a long distance on the ground, waving her small hands continuously, looking very reluctant to part. In mid-air, Ji Xiling curiously asked, "Divine Spirit, where do you live in this world? Why couldn't I find you no matter how hard I searched the entire world before?" "Beyond this realm," Ye Feng said. Then, under Ji Xiling's astonished gaze, Ye Feng used a moonshine stone to open a gate embedded in the rock face, leaving that world. Seeing the vast expanse of the 3,000 realms, Ji Xiling's eyes widened. Could this be the divine realm? As Ji Xiling looked around, she realized that the outside world was more than 100 times bigger. The world she had come from was truly too small in comparison. Divine Realm. A twitch formed at the corner of Ye Feng's mouth as he thought that if this were the Divine Realm, then what would the Shenzhou continent be? Watching Ye Feng fly aimlessly, Ji Xiling asked again, Divine Spirit, what are we going to do now? Find the Muhua crystal, Ye Feng pondered for a moment before adding, then, forge an upper grade 5 elements spirit sword. Ji Xiling did not understand what upper grade meant. But she felt it must be very powerful. In the blink of an eye, half a day had passed. Ye Feng and Ji Xiling sat at a table. Eating the delicacies on the table, Ji Xiling was so happy she was almost moved to tears, it's so delicious. So this is the food of divine spirits, truly incomparable to our simple meals in the past. Ye Feng smiled. The cave heaven world where Ji Xiling came from was too secluded. Its natives had no idea of the vastness and wonder of the outside world, nor did they know how delicious roasted kidneys, roasted leeks, and braised pig's trotters could be. They had missed out on so much. The two searched for another half a day. Fortune favors the diligent, and eventually, Ye Feng and Ji Xiling stumbled upon a medium-sized cave heaven world, where they saw an ancient tree at the peak of a mountain. Countless vines hung down like sharp long spears, killing all passing creatures and devouring their nutrients. It's so cruel. Ji Xiling indignantly watched the ancient tree. Just a moment ago, she had witnessed a lovely deer passing by the tree, only to be ruthlessly obliterated. Oh, someone's here. Now isn't that a rarity? The ancient tree noticed Ye Feng and Ji Xiling, emitting a deafening noise, as countless vines shot towards them like sharp arrows at high speed. Their power was immense, not even an element-gathering realm first-level practitioner could withstand it. Ye Feng calmly took out a mini banana palm fan. With the first wave, all the vines were blown away. What sort of technique is this? The ancient tree was shocked. Its most potent attack was the vine spikes, but they had been blown away by the newcomer with a mere fan. How was it supposed to fight now? Big brother, spare my life. To save itself, the ancient tree immediately submitted. Ye Feng's expression was cold as he continuously waved the mini banana fan 20 times, whipping up a terrifying tornado that tore the ancient tree into shreds amid its screams. So powerful. Ji Xiling was dumbfounded. She felt that even if she could still control the glazed treasured bottle and strike with all her might, it wouldn't have a tenth of the tornado's power. The power of a divine spirit was indeed terrifying. The next moment, the shattered ancient tree began to reassemble, turning into a bowl-sized green treasure bead. It was the last ingredient needed to forge the 5 elements spirit sword. The Muhua crystal. Finally, all is gathered. Ye Feng took the Muhua crystal, feeling extremely good. Now that everything was ready, it was time to head back. This excursion had lasted nearly 7 days, and he was very concerned about the disciples of the Misty Sect. Chapter 186. Ji Xiling's shock, Clan Leader's Grand Ennoblement Ceremony. Divine Spirit, what is that? Ji Xiling thought hard, but with her current worldview, she simply couldn't understand why a gigantic ancient tree would shrink into a verdant treasure bead. That is a Muhua crystal, containing the power of the wood element from the 5 elements. It's very pure. Combined with the other 4 types of element crystals, one can refine a supreme-grade spiritual artifact, with astonishing power, Ye Feng explained, expanding Ji Xiling's horizon. Let's go, leave this world. Ye Feng prepared to leave. At that moment, however, he discovered a square metal piece in the deep pit where the ancient tree had grown. He immediately picked it up with heroic spirit power. Previously, Ye Feng had obtained a piece each from Haixuan Gate and the Tiger General's underground treasury. Now that he had acquired another one, he discovered a huge secret when he pieced the 3 metal fragments together. It was actually a treasure map. But, the map had strange patterns and characters on it, which Ye Feng couldn't understand at all. Ji Xiling, on the other hand, exclaimed with wide eyes, it's the language of the gods. You understand it? Ye Feng looked at Ji Xiling in surprise. Every high priest in the ancient town understands it. Apart from learning ordinary script, we also learn important divine runes that can be used to lay out special divine rune formations, Ji Xiling explained. She found it odd. Ye Feng was also a divine spirit, so why did he seem not to understand? Could it be that the language among divine spirits is not uniform? Ji Xiling began to speculate. What she didn't know was that this was not the language of the gods at all, but ordinary array patterns and array symbols. You analyze what's on it, Ye Feng handed the assembled metal pieces to Ji Xiling. After examining it for a moment, Ji Xiling said, it says that at the end of the 3,000 realms, there is a special divine mountain. Those destined to solve its mystery may obtain the divine treasure. Ye Feng's expression became alert. He silently took out the map. There is a place here that can be called a divine mountain. Follow me. Ye Feng located a lone peak marked with the character for divine on the edge of the 3,000 realms. Whoosh! The two tore through the air and set off at full speed. Half an hour later, Ye Feng and Ji Xiling reached their destination. This was a solitary peak rising 3,000 meters high, reaching straight for the sky, resembling a divine sword that splits the heavens, but it was exceptionally steep. Apart from flying, it was simply impossible to ascend. Standing at the peak, one could have a panoramic view of the main world of the 3,000 realms. Ye Feng stood suspended in the air and found that the summit was merely a 10-meter wide platform, the winds were strong, and it was dangerous. Even an element-gathering realm cultivator, without the protection of the wind spirit pearl, would be swept away by the peculiar tornado. Divine spirit, I've found it, Ji Xiling pointed to a groove on the summit, embedding the 3 metal pieces, and immediately a chessboard rose up. On the board was a chess game that hadn't been finished. Go? I don't know how to play. Ye Feng was on the verge of tears. Was he going to miss out on the divine treasure just like that? But just when Ye Feng was about to cover his face with his hands and awkwardly leave the scene, he noticed Ji Xiling kneeling before the chessboard, starting the game. 10 minutes later. Crack! The chessboard collapsed, revealing a metal box underneath. Damn, so the divine treasure was hidden beneath the chessboard after all. Had I known, I would have directly used Power Break's 10,000 laws. Ye Feng was slightly annoyed. If he had used a strand of wind element spirit energy, he would surely have been able to split open the mountaintop. Why bother playing chess? Divine spirit, I've found it. Ji Xiling held up the small metal box, less than a foot in length and width, and after opening it, found 2 ancient books inside. The strongest array foundation and the heavenly origin nullification technique. Ye Feng was surprised as he turned the title page. The first book was about the basics of formations. Once mastered, one could have the strongest array foundation, making the learning of higher level array formations much quicker. The second was an auxiliary cultivation method. Once mastered, it could negate external shocks, greatly strengthening one's defense. This heavenly origin nullification technique wouldn't happen to be an array master's life-saving cultivation technique, right? Ye Feng thought to himself. Divine spirit, I'm so cold. Ji Xiling noticed that it had suddenly started to snow heavily around them, threatening to cover the entire divine mountain in bone-chilling coldness, and even the wind spirit pearl couldn't withstand it. Let's go. Ye Feng took Ji Xiling and quickly flew away from the divine mountain. Boom! The next moment, the earth shook, and the entire divine mountain sank into the ground, covered by a thick layer of snow, as if it had never existed. Is this a divine miracle? Ji Xiling was immensely shocked as she watched all this unfold. The mountain stood at 3,000 meters tall, weighing who knows how many tens of millions of pounds, yet it disappeared just like that. Ye Feng was also deeply astonished. Such a feat was no longer something that could be achieved by the element-gathering realm, and in his view, even the spirit sea realm would find it difficult to accomplish such a task. Only the divine origin realm, reputed as a great power, could achieve all this? He checked the time, there was still about a day left. We should leave, Ye Feng said. Unwilling to delay, he gathered the 2 ancient books and sped towards the portal of the 3,000 realms with Ji Xiling. Finally, under Ji Xiling's terrified gaze, Ye Feng led her straight into the cold rock wall, appearing in a slightly hot grand hall. Longju, Long Si, and several other elders were waiting anxiously. Seeing Ye Feng emerge, they were overjoyed. Ah, Sect Master Ye, you're finally back. If you hadn't returned, the portal to the 3,000 realms would have closed. Longju sighed with relief, promptly noticing Ji Xiling, and his eyes widened. So it turns out Sect Master Ye re-entered the 3,000 realms to find a Dao companion. It's just that the age seems a bit young. What nonsense, she's the new disciple I've taken on. Ye Feng glared. Longju's face was instantly filled with embarrassment. Ji Xiling stood to the side, lips tightly pursed, her worldview once again turned upside down. She had believed the main world of the 3,000 realms to be vast enough, but unexpectedly, passing through a rock wall could lead her into an entirely different world. Let's go, the sect leader, will show you the outside world, said Ye Feng as he walked ahead. Ji Xiling followed behind, breathing deeply. Before leaving the 3,000 realms, she had heard Ye Feng mention more than once that the world beyond was truly vast, almost boundlessly so, shattering the worldview she had built up over the past decade. And now, on the verge of seeing that outside world for herself, Ji Xiling felt both anticipation and trepidation. 10 minutes later. On the ground. Ji Xiling stood next to Ye Feng, slowly rising into the air, looking at the Shenzhou continent that grew larger and larger until its edges vanished from sight, her eyes brimming with shock. A frog in a well. This thought abruptly came to her. It turned out that the place where she had lived before was really just the tiny plot of land Ye Feng had referred to, and beyond it, there lay a vast and endless world. There are people beyond people, heavens beyond heavens. Ji Xiling repeated this saying to herself, and her mindset began to change slowly. Sect leader, you've finally returned. Long Tianxin used the light body technique to rise into the air from the ground, approaching Ye Feng and Ji Xiling, his eyes widening as he looked at Ji Xiling. Is this the junior sister that Longju elder and you mentioned? Looking at Long Tianxin with silver hair and blue eyes, who could also fly in the air, Ji Xiling was taken aback. Could this younger brother, who was even younger than her, also be a divine spirit? Ye Feng guessed Ji Xiling's thoughts and explained, this is Long Tianxin, an outer sect disciple of the Misty sect in the 7th level of Qi refinement. Qi refinement 7th level. What is that? Ji Xiling was still unfamiliar with the process of cultivation. There were many things she didn't know, and ever since she came to the Shenzhou continent, she felt the entire world had changed, requiring some time to adapt slowly. It's a realm in the path of cultivation. I will explain it in detail when we return to Misty Peak. Ye Feng paused, then looked at Long Tianxin and spoke, this is Ji Xiling, your future junior sister. Long Tianxin revealed a pure and flawless smile, welcome, junior sister Xiling, haha, from now on, Jia Xi won't be the youngest anymore. Ye Feng said with a smile, all right, now that things are almost settled, we should prepare to return to the section. Sect leader, are we leaving in such a hurry? Long Tianxin was taken aback. My father said that tomorrow is his clan leader enthronement ceremony, can't we go back after that? Your father is going to be enthroned as clan leader. Ye Feng raised an eyebrow. Yes, it's the tradition of our dragon folk clan that only those with supreme grade bloodlines can assume the position of clan leader. There hasn't been a new clan leader for decades, but now that my father has returned, the great elder said that he will be enthroned tomorrow, reaching the peak of his life, said Long Tianxin with a beaming expression. Clan leader? Supreme grade bloodline? Ji Xiling felt she was learning new terms, but still, she had no idea what they meant. Then fine, we'll return after the enthronement ceremony tomorrow. Ye Feng was also curious to see the culinary delights of the Dragonfolk clan and decided to stay, so he could freeload on food and drinks. When leaving, perhaps he could even take some with him. Under the curtain of night, Ye Feng and Ji Xiling stayed in a small courtyard. So, that elder brother Long is the son of the future clan leader of this ancient town. If he were in our place, he would be a prince, a very prestigious identity, Ji Xiling murmured to herself as she read and learned. Ye Feng sat in a lounge chair, rather bored. Ji Xiling, however, didn't mind. For the first time exposed to the outside world, she had gathered a pile of books describing worldviews, and by candlelight, she read and studied through the night, becoming more fascinated the more she read. The following day, the clan leader's enthronement ceremony went smoothly. Ye Feng got his wish and sat at a table with the children, observing the few little kids next to him with silver hair and blue eyes who were curiously staring at him. On the high platform, Long Yuanqing entered the dragon transformation form and held a staff that symbolized the position of clan leader, accepting the great elder's coronation and successfully putting on the golden crown. Congratulations, clan leader! The Dragonfolk clan's people bowed one after another. Ye Feng sat on a stool, propping up his chin with his hand, eyeing the still empty table in hunger as his stomach growled. Ji Xiling, sitting at the next table, was still engrossed in reading, her eyes filled with the glow of wisdom. So, the so-called divine spirits are but a realm. This means, in this world, there are no real divine spirits. The divine spirits are just people who are stronger. Ji Xiling's worldview was subject to a devastating blow. There are no divine spirits in this world. The mythological tales of the ancient town were false, the descending of divine spirits to save the people were also false. If divine spirits won't save the world, I will protect it. Ji Xiling closed the book. Her heart began to reconstruct a grander worldview. Chapter 187. The 13th Disciple of the Misty Sect, Midnight Snack Time. Dragonfolk Clan Ancient Town. The clan leader's ennoblement ceremony ended quickly. Next was the segment Ye Feng had been most looking forward to. The feast begins. When the first plate was brought to the table, the fragrant roasted wild boar immediately made Ye Feng's mouth water. He exchanged glances with a few children nearby and reached for the food at the same time. You won't be able to beat me. Ye Feng laughed heartily. With a pinch and a twist of his chopsticks, he tore off a large chunk of the aromatic pork and popped it into his mouth, savoring the blissful taste. Ji Xiling didn't eat. To put it accurately, she had no appetite. She watched Ye Feng, who was back to her, competing with a few children for food and suddenly found him very adorable. His handsome profile, even smeared with a bit of pork fat, could not hide his alluring charm. So it turns out that the sect leader is not a divine spirit but a cultivator mentioned in ancient texts. However, the sect leader seems to have a strong cultivation level, all of the powerful figures around him hold him in awe. But if divine spirits aren't gods, then I am the same as the sect leader, so, can I like him? This thought suddenly popped into Ji Xiling's head. In the ancient town, the high priest is a guardian god without emotions. But Ji Xiling is a sentimental person. Seeing others become happily married couples, she envied them and wished for a sincere relationship of her own. No way! Ye Feng's voice suddenly rang out, shattering Ji Xiling's fantasy and pulling her thoughts back to reality. Her eyes refocused hastily onto Ye Feng, only to realize he was still competing with the children for food. The no way was also directed at a mischievous child at the same table. How can you bully the sect leader? Ever heard of respecting your elders? Give me that duck leg. Ah, you actually licked it, shameless. Ye Feng was in a heated battle for food with the children. However, one bratty kid who couldn't outdo Ye Feng and the others, suddenly leaped onto the table and bit into a freshly served roasted duck. You rascal, are you asking for a spanking? The child's parents quickly came rushing over with sticks as thick as arms, grabbed his ear, and dragged him away, leading to a round of parental double teaming. Ji Xiling, witnessing the strong sense of life in the human world and blending into it for the first time, suddenly smiled. It turns out that what I yearn for is not to be a restrained and respected high priest but to cultivate at my own will, to chase after my true heart. This has always been the right way. Being of supreme grade roots, Ji Xiling was also quite intelligent. Since she had come out, her growth could be described as rapid. Gradually, Ji Xiling understood what she wanted and what she did not. Therefore, she picked up her chopsticks, took a neatly cut piece of braised pork, tasted it, and found the flavor just right. It was as if she was sitting in a small boat, leisurely floating down the river, feeling completely at ease. Life should be just like this, Ji Xiling thought to herself. Soon after, Ye Feng had his fill. He stood under a willow tree, watching a few kids play and enjoying the cool breeze that teased the air, feeling very comfortable. At that moment, Ji Xiling approached with a few books in her arms. "Sect Leader, I want to start cultivating," she said. This was the first time Ye Feng heard Ji Xiling call him Sect Leader, which somewhat surprised him, but he still nodded slightly to signal his approval and said, "After we return to Misty Peak today, I'll teach you how to cultivate." With that, he took out a bottle of spirit eye liquid. "This is for washing your eyes. After you clean them, in some time, you'll be able to open your spirit eyes and see the spiritual energy of the world." "Thank you, Sect Leader." Ji Xiling took the spirit eye liquid, carefully pouring a little into her eyes and blinking repeatedly to promote absorption. In less than 10 minutes, the entire bottle of spirit eye liquid was consumed. Ji Xiling suddenly felt her eyes getting heavy and wanted to sleep, so she lay down on Ye Feng's lounging chair and took a brief nap for half an hour. When she opened her eyes again, it was as if she had entered a new world. In her vision, countless colorful breaths floated around. They were in the air and even more so on the bodies of the dragon folk. Are those colorful breaths the spiritual energy mentioned in ancient texts? Ji Xiling blinked and quickly learned how to control her spirit eyes. However, when Ji Xiling looked at Ye Feng, she was stunned. There was not a trace of spiritual energy on Ye Feng. Could this be the extraordinary method of completely controlling one's own spiritual energy, mentioned in the ancient texts as an inner refinement? Ji Xiling was astonished in her heart. It seems only by breaking through to the divine origin realm, revered as a divine spirit among humans, can one achieve such exquisite control, right? At that thought, Ji Xiling considered her sect leader to be quite remarkable. He must be a great power of the divine origin realm, namely, a deity. Ji Xiling's imagination wandered farther and farther. At this time, Long Tianxing, Long Yuanqing, and Long Yuxin approached from afar. Carrying a large bag over his shoulder, Long Yuanqing appeared to be carrying something. "This is as far as we go." Long Tianxing stopped and looked at his parents. "I'm returning to the sect with the sect leader." "Mom, Dad, once you are tired of playing here, come find me at Misty Peak." Long Yuanqing examined his son in front of him and said meaningfully, "Tianxing, you're almost grown up now. I didn't want you to follow my old path, so I had your mother take you to live with your uncle. Now, I will still let you choose your own path. As long as you feel it's right for you, bravely walk on, and don't fear difficulties." At these words, Long Tianxing's eyes moistened slightly, and he nodded. Long Yuxin gently stroked Tianxing's face and handed him a letter, saying, "Your mother will live here from now on. Take this letter to your uncle, and oh, I've hidden 100 lower grade spirit stones under my bed for your uncle to use, understand?" Hearing this, Ye Feng was slightly surprised. Long Yuxin, being only in the qi refining realm, actually had 100 spirit stones hidden away, which she kept in the dragon mansion of Long Zhenchuan, making her quite a wealthy lady indeed. Long Zhenchuan probably never imagined that his sister was so rich. I've got it," Long Tianxing nodded. "These are the local specialties of dragon folk ancient town, take them back later and give them to your fellow disciples, Long Yuanqing said, tossing a large bag nearly 3 meters in diameter over his shoulder to Long Tianxing. All right. Ah. Long Tianxing was just about to catch the large bag when he realized it was too heavy. His body was pressed down to the ground, and he nearly spat out foam. My son! Long Yuanqing and Long Yuxin panicked. With a wave of his fan, Ye Feng used the power of heroic spirit to lift the large bag, discovering it weighed 3,000 pounds, no wonder Long Tianxing couldn't catch it. Tianxing is only at the 7th level of qi refinement, so his strength is limited, Ye Feng reminded them, attempting to store the large bag in the system space but finding there wasn't enough room, so he had to carry it. I didn't think this through, Long Yuanqing cursed himself for being careless. That'll do, I must take my leave now. Ye Feng bowed to Long Yuanqing and Long Yuxin before flying off toward the outskirts of Dragonfolk Ancient Town. Mom, Dad, I'm leaving. Long Tianxing quickly followed in Ye Feng's footsteps. Xing remember to come back. Long Yuxin placed her hands in front of her, shaped like a megaphone, and shouted towards Long Tianxing, who had flown to midair. In the sky, Ye Feng sat on the large bag wrapped in dozens of layers of black cloth, with Long Tianxing and Ji Xiling sitting on either side. Sect Leader, how long will it take us to get back to Misty Peak? Ji Xiling asked. We have a journey of 3,000 miles ahead of us. Our speed isn't very fast, so it will take at least 5 hours, Ye Feng responded, somewhat helpless as he sat on the large bag. If not for the heaviness of the large bag, which was just carrying 2 people, the speed could have been many times faster. In the blink of an eye, several hours had passed. By the time Ye Feng and his companions neared Misty Peak, it was already deep into the night. 1003-1004. Atop Misty Peak, Qiao Jiaxi stood on the floor, lifting giant stones weighing 10,000 pounds above his head with each hand, then lowering them to shoulder height and repeating the process to train his body. Qiao junior brother is truly diligent, Long Tianxing remarked, catching sight of Qiao Jiaxi from afar and couldn't help but click his tongue in awe. Ji Xiling looked out to see that the upper half of Misty Peak was shrouded in mist, but the peak was clear, enveloped in multicolored spiritual energy, resembling a blessed land of cultivation described in ancient texts. Is this Misty Peak? Ji Xiling thought it looked quite good, not much different from what she had imagined. Bang! Ye Feng placed the large bag on the grass, emitting a dull sound, which caught the attention of Qiao Jiaxi, who hastily looked over and immediately exclaimed. The sect leader is back. His voice was loud, awakening all the disciples and spiritual beasts. Roar! Brother Flathead was the first to rush over, bumping into Ye Feng's legs as if to complain about being left behind. The Sect Master Uncle is back. Junior brother Long is back too. Who's that pretty little sister with knee-length purple hair? She looks so pretty. The disciples, some leaving their rooms, some getting up from the pavilion by the spiritual spring, and others jumping down from rooftops, quickly gathered around, their gaze first drawn to the 3-meter-tall large bag. This is Ji Xiling, a new disciple of Misty Sect. Ye Feng took out the book of names and the sect leader's seal, quickly registering Ji Xiling as a disciple. Ding! Ji Xiling, a registered disciple with supreme grade root bones and spirit eyes, has been recognized, the system issued a notification. From now on, the Misty Sect had 13 disciples accepted by the system. Ji Xiling. The disciples looked at each other, feeling the name was quite good. Ji Xiling stepped forward, performed a full curtsy as introduced in ancient texts, and said with a sweet smile, Xiling greets all senior brothers and sisters. Junior sister, welcome. The disciples returned their greetings one after the other. From now on, we should learn from each other and get along well. Tianxing, open the large bag, Ye Feng ordered. Okay. Long Tianxing untied the twine of the large bag, and peeled back the 35 layers of black cloth like peeling an onion, until finally a huge pile of items tumbled out all around like a deluge. Holy cow, a roasted pig! And there are over a dozen roasted fish, so big, each one must be at least 20 pounds. I see several jars of fine wine, they smell so good. Hey! There's my favorite giant pig's trotters. The disciples stared at this huge pile of food and drink, all excited. Moreover, thanks to the dozens of layers of special black cloth wrapping it tightly, the food was still steaming hot and aromatic even now. The disciples were all puzzled, wondering what on earth the sect leader and Long Tianxing had been up to. A few days had passed, and not only had they brought back a beautiful junior sister Xiling, but also a great pile of food. Looking at the abundance of delicious food, even Ye Feng was taken aback. He had never imagined that such a big package would be filled entirely with food. Now I understand that saying. There's a kind of hunger called your parents think you're starving. Ye Feng gazed at the huge spread of delicacies, swallowed, and then chopsticks appeared in his hand. Awakened, time for a midnight snack. Chapter 188. A unique cultivation bottleneck, mission accomplished. Nighttime snacks. A group of people gathered around this huge pile of delicacies, eating very happily. Because there was simply too much food, Ye Feng decided to first save 2/3 of it. As for the method of preservation, naturally, it was to throw it into the system space. Now, the table was laden with over 1,000 pounds of food, not only being consumed by Ye Feng and his disciples, but also by the mountain guardian spirit beasts, such as the Iron Claw Dragon Eagle and Brother Flathead. Even the hundreds of underlings of the golden-haired little squirrel were at this moment sharing a supersized grilled fish weighing 25 pounds, crispy and delicious, making them savor its taste endlessly and no longer wishing for the sour pine cones. Sect Master Uncle, did you go to find Longju these past few days? Shi Lei, sitting next to Ye Feng, halfway through eating, suddenly remembered to ask this question. That's a long story. Ye Feng put down his chopsticks. He didn't start from the very beginning with Pangu creating the world, but highlighted the key points, starting from that night in Divine Wind City, when he took Long Tianxing to the valley outside the city to meet Longju. It included the promise with Longju, Long Tianxing's identity, his experience in the 3,000 realms, and the general incidents that happened later when encountering Ji Xiling. The disciples listening to this narrative became increasingly astounded. It turned out that the Dragon Folk clan was guarding a medium-sized cave heaven world, which could be sold for an astronomical price, not to mention the thousands of small and medium-sized cave heaven worlds inside, which were invaluable. Of course, the most important were the internal resources. The 3,000 realms are vast, but after so many years of harvesting, at this stage, apart from the considerable value of bizarre spirit fruits, I'm afraid there aren't many secrets left. Ye Feng took out a jar of fine wine. This was the bizarre spirit fruit medicinal wine given to him by Agudo before leaving the Dragonfolk ancient town. Members of the Dragonfolk clan could drink it to strengthen their dragon blood. Ordinary people could drink it to strengthen the body and health. For average cultivators like Shi Lei, drinking it could speed up their cultivation, making it a real treasure. The disciples were drinking the medicinal wine, their gazes gradually turning towards Ji Xiling and Long Tianxing. Junior brother Long, can you really transform into a dragon? Huo Yunjia was very curious. Of course. Long Tianxing wiped his mouth, clenched his fists, and his body transformed amidst dazzling light into a humanoid creature with a dragon's tail, covered in fine silver dragon scales, with sharp claws, looking very imposing. Invincible. The disciples couldn't help but envy him. Long Tianxing reverted to his normal state and said, "The Great Elder told me that I could evolve to the second stage, but it requires constant development of my potential. No matter how I try, I can't seem to achieve it." Ye Feng patted Long Tianxing on the shoulder and said, "You've already done very well. The second stage isn't so easily attainable. You should focus on cultivating for now, steadily accumulating your strength in order to further develop your potential. Then, Ye Feng turned to Ji Xiling and said, I almost forgot to mention, Xiling has a supreme grade constitution, and her talent is not weaker than that of Sword Child Mu Rugzhu from the Divine Wind Sword sect. As soon as his voice fell, the whole room was shocked. Mo Ying's face hidden beneath the black veil was full of astonishment, but she quickly returned to her normal composure. Supreme grade constitution. Jia Yulan inhaled sharply. It seems she's much more formidable than me. Nanny Yanruya bit her finger and said seriously. Ji Xiling, faced with everyone's envious glances, felt a bit of joy and shyly said, it's just a supreme grade, and besides, I haven't started cultivating yet. I hope for everyone's guidance in the future. By the way, here is the first volume of the basic cultivation technique 5 Qi Dynasty Yuan. Xiling, you have already awakened the spirit eyes, so now you should try cultivating and see if you can enter the first level of Qi refinement before sunrise. Ye Feng placed the cultivation technique in front of Ji Xiling. Okay, I will, she replied. Ji Xiling flipped open the cultivation technique. She was very intelligent, and with her high-grade constitution, she encountered few problems. Moreover, she had many experienced sect members around her who occasionally helped clear up her doubts. Soon, Ji Xiling sat cross-legged, her palms facing upwards towards the heavens. As she focused on sensing the spiritual energy, nature's spiritual energy around her was promptly drawn in at a fast pace. As expected of a supreme grade constitution, her cultivation speed is at least 4 times mine. Shi Lei cried out in envy. He was of a lower grade constitution, while Ji Xiling possessed a supreme grade 1. The disparity in the period is too great. Not even half a cup of tea had passed before Ji Xiling saw a spiritual energy vortex gathering around her, giving the sensation of standing beside a blessed land of cave heaven. Is this what supreme talent looks like? When you're near them, you can actually enjoy the miraculous effects of layered spiritual energy density. No wonder so many people like to be close to top geniuses. The disciples exclaimed in amazement. It was then that Mo Ying finally spoke up, this is just a supreme talent. If we're talking about higher levels like divine or sacred talents, even if they don't cultivate, spiritual energy would still rush towards them, forming a zone similar to a spirit vein around them. Hence, many retainers can always be found around these top geniuses. It was an eye-opener for everyone. Alright, that's enough for the late-night snack, you all should also cultivate diligently. Ye Feng picked up the last piece of braised pork, finished it, and then urged them. The next morning, Ji Xiling opened her eyes. So this is what cultivation feels like. She stood up, feeling as light as a sparrow, and then noticed that her purple hair had grown longer, about to fall to the level of her calves. Does cultivation also promote hair growth? Mused Ji Xiling. On the roof, Ye Feng turned his head and saw that Ji Xiling had awakened. He opened the system panel, then jumped up in fright. You've already reached the 3rd peak of the Qi refining realm. It was just one night. I've reached the 3rd layer already, but I clearly felt I haven't yet broken through the so-called cultivation bottleneck, and after several continuous impacts, I still wasn't successful, said Ji Xiling with a puzzled face, so I thought I hadn't even broken through the 1st level of Qi refining. You mean to say, you didn't encounter any bottlenecks at the 1st and 2nd layers? Ye Feng sensed something was amiss and quickly asked the system, how could this be? Ding, after testing, registered disciple Ji Xiling has a special cultivation bottleneck. In the Qi refining realm, she will encounter it once every 3 layers, with an extremely difficult breakthrough, requiring the practice of an alternative cultivation technique to 5 Qi Dynasty Yuan to break through the bottleneck. The system provided an analysis result. Do we have similar cultivation techniques in the sect? Ye Feng fell into thought. Ding, after testing, 9 Revolutions Heavenly God technique is a suitable choice. Registered disciple Ji Xiling can cultivate this technique synchronously, which can offset the bottleneck together with 5 Qi Dynasty Yuan. The system pointed out a clear path. Hence, Ye Feng jumped down from the roof. Your case is special, it's not enough to just cultivate 5 Qi Dynasty Yuan, you must practice this technique as well. Ye Feng handed the first volume of 9 Revolutions Heavenly God Technique to Ji Xiling. Is this an auxiliary cultivation method? Consider it so. Okay, thank you, Sect Leader. Ji Xiling moved to one side, opened the 9 Revolutions Heavenly God Technique, and began her cultivation. Ye Feng was glad for the system's prompt, otherwise Ji Xiling might be stuck at the 3rd peak of the Qi refining realm for a long time. As Ji Xiling continued her cultivation, Ye Feng selected a room in the newly built wooden tower by Shilei, designating it as Ji Xiling's future bedroom. Ding! Spiritual beast Xiaobai has been promoted to high-rank demon soldier level. At that moment, Ye Feng received a prompt from the system. Ding! Spiritual beast Golden Furred Squirrel has been promoted to high-rank demon soldier level. Ding! Mountain Guardian Spirit Beast meets the conditions for breakthrough, receiving a special small gift pack ×1. Ding! The second phase task of the sect leader has been completed, processing task settlement. Before Ye Feng could react, several more prompts sounded. Especially upon hearing the last one, Ye Feng's eyes widened in surprise. According to the original plan, wasn't it supposed to take half a month more to achieve a breakthrough? How did it come half the time earlier? At the edge of the cliff, Ye Feng stood disheveled in the wind. Chapter 189. The Small Heaven Asking Mirror, the remarkable aspects of the refining furnace. Why the breakthroughs so quickly? Ye Feng muttered to himself. This is a good thing, shouldn't the sect leader be happy? The system didn't understand why Ye Feng would show a hint of melancholy. Ye Feng ignored the system. He rose into the air and found the little white fox fast asleep while hugging a jar of wine, with the golden-furred squirrel lying sprawled out next to it, and dog Ha, pig San Pang, toad Si Chu, and pumpkin Wu Gua all collapsed beside them, feet in the air, snoring as loud as distant thunder. They actually drank an entire jar of bizarre spirit fruit medicinal wine. Ye Feng suddenly realized. I understand now, they first ate the bloodline purifying pills I left behind, then continuously consumed high-grade spirit beast feed for so long, they had already reached the peak of the middle-rank demon soldiers level, and last night they drank so much medicinal wine, coupled with Ji Xiling's cultivation which stimulated the surrounding spiritual energy, so they broke through. No, their breakthrough must also be connected to the amplification effects of spiritual objects like the 1000-year ancient pine tree and the purifying blue lotus. Another point is that the sect prestige value rose, our Misty sect's fortune has grown, which has also lowered the difficulty of making breakthroughs. Upon realizing this, Ye Feng completely understood. Unbeknownst to him, Misty Peak had been transformed into a true cultivation treasure ground. Ding! Sect Leader's second phase mission settlement is complete. You have received Meridian Recurrence Pills ×3, Consolidating Origin Pills ×10, the second Qi Si, lower volume, 3rd grade spell Heavenly Moon Strike, Secret Technique Shared Hatred, 1 special middle grade spiritual artifact. Ding! Congratulations Sect Leader for completing the task beyond expectations. You are additionally rewarded with 15 cubic meters of sect storage space. The rewards have been issued, please check them, Sect Leader. The system's notification sounded. Ye Feng was overjoyed. Just yesterday, he felt the system space was too small, but today it expanded by 15 cubic meters, which was quite nice. He first retrieved a special small gift pack. This was a reward given for nurturing spiritual beasts. Open the small gift pack. Ding! You have acquired a special spiritual artifact, the Heaven Asking Mirror. Mini Heaven Asking Mirror, middle grade spiritual artifact, special. Introduction: engraved with an exquisite formation that can autonomously absorb spiritual energy for its own use, it has the function of spying on any area within 1,000 miles. Subject to interference from shielding formations, with a sound transmission feature. Bound to, Ye Feng, unique. In Ye Feng's hand, an antique-looking bronze mirror appeared, over 1 foot in diameter. With a thought, Ye Feng saw the surface of the mini heaven-asking mirror ripple like water, displaying the image of Xiaolin village. He could see a group of old men sitting on a fallen log, discussing some inappropriate topics while watching the aunties washing clothes not far away. With another thought from Ye Feng, the image changed to inside the city lord's mansion of White Float City. The old city lord sat in a pavilion, pouring and drinking by himself. Behind him, 2 young and beautiful maids were massaging his shoulders and back. After a lifetime of cultivation, I can finally enjoy some comfort, the old city lord exclaimed. Hearing this, Ye Feng had a strange expression on his face. He continued to use the heaven-asking mirror to spy on the surrounding area, and with a thought, an image covered in mist appeared on the mirror. This was the valley to the north of White Float City. Xiejiaran, who vowed to become the Sea King, stood on the grass, feeding various feeds to the nearby spiritual beasts while muttering something, but it was unclear because of the protective formation around the valley. So, this is what they meant by subject to interference from shielding formations, Ye Feng finally realized. He didn't continue using the heaven-asking mirror but turned his attention to the rest of the rewards from the second phase mission settlement. Meridian Recurrence Pills ×3. Their purpose is as follows. If the attempt to break through to the element gathering realm fails and the meridians develop abnormalities, preventing further attempts to advance, one would have no chance with the element gathering realm in their lifetime. By taking this elixir, one could reverse the meridians, gaining an additional chance to break through to the element gathering realm. Consolidating Origin Pills ×10. This type of elixir is specifically used to enhance the cultivation level of the element gathering realm and is the most relied upon pill when attempting to break through to the element gathering realm. Finding the second Qi Si, lower volume, Ye Feng was ecstatic. As of today, this auxiliary cultivation method finally completed, and once the disciples practiced it, the capacity of their own Qi Si would double, effectively elevating them by a small realm within the element gathering realm. 3rd grade spell Heavenly Moon Strike. This spell is a group attack spell, which when used, forms a moon in the sky that crashes numerous dazzling miniature meteors onto the ground, suitable for dealing with a large number of enemies. The combined secret technique Shared Hatred. As the name implies, this is a spell that once mastered, can fuse the strength of multiple people to unleash a burst of power far exceeding their own realms. This secret technique is indeed good. At the current stage, when the disciples of the Misty Sect use it together, even those in the 3rd level of the element gathering realm would be flattened. Unfortunately, it's quite difficult to master. Ye Feng whispered. He put these items away and focused his attention on the last special middle-grade spiritual artifact. Refining Furnace, middle-grade spiritual artifact, special. Introduction. Adding refined materials and the corresponding spirit stones, based on the characteristics of the materials or the demands of the sect leader, you can forge spiritual artifacts of the highest quality, with the current forging limit being middle-grade spiritual artifacts. Bound to, Ye Feng, unique. Note, a special spiritual artifact with growth talent, resizable, every time a spiritual artifact is forged, it can absorb some original energy, accumulating to a certain extent. The refining furnace can complete a quality upgrade. After the upgrade, it can forge higher quality spiritual artifacts. Seeing that only middle-grade spiritual artifacts could be forged, Ye Feng was quite disappointed. This meant that for now, he could not create the 5 elements spirit sword. However, seeing the last sentence, he excitedly leapt up and reached the high sky hundreds of meters away from the peak in an instant. With an outstretched hand, a small ancient bronze-colored refining furnace about 3 inches tall appeared in Ye Feng's palm. 3 legs, a round body, with a lid. This was the refining furnace. Haha, from now on, our Misty Sect will finally have the foundation for building an artifact refining pavilion. Ye Feng was delighted. In the future, using the refining furnace as the initial capital for the sect's artifact refining pavilion, he could gradually develop and expand it until it fully took shape. It actually requires refined materials. It seems that I must go to 100 Artifacts Sect to seek Zheng Yaishao's help in refining, and then throw them into the refining furnace to make them into spiritual artifacts. Thinking of this, Ye Feng descended back to the peak. He took out a dozen metal blocks, roughly the size of bricks, which were materials refined by Zheng Yaishao. After mentally communicating with the refining furnace, Ye Feng threw all these materials into the enlarging furnace, now a meter tall, then added 135 lower-grade spirit stones into it. What is the sect leader doing? The disciples gathered around. Is this artifact refining? But I've never seen such a method. Mo Ying, with her arms crossed, stood behind Ye Feng and found she couldn't understand his operations at all. Clang clang clang. The refining furnace began to vibrate, and some black smoke emerged from its surface, emitting a choking smell, causing the surrounding disciples to cover their noses and step back. Ye Feng calmly took out the mini banana palm fan and blew away the furnace ash. About half an hour later. Lid open. Along with several rays of rosy light rushing out, there were 3 small and exquisite swords floating in the air just above the top of the furnace. Each blade radiated a sharp light, all being lower-grade spiritual artifacts. They were just a bit small in size. It's really artifact refining. Mo Ying was astonished. Normally, shouldn't refining artifacts involve first melding materials, then forging and finally inscribing formations? Why did it seem that with Ye Feng, all you needed to do was throw the stuff into this weird furnace, and after a while, it was done? Mo Ying couldn't make sense of it. The other disciples were also baffled. Ye Feng did not pay attention to everyone's shock. He eyed the data panel of the refining furnace and discovered the following line of text. Upgrade energy, 3%. Refining 3 lower-grade spiritual artifacts has accumulated 3% of energy, which means I still have to refine 97 more lower-grade spiritual artifacts to enable the refining furnace to advance to an upper-grade spiritual artifact. Ye Feng revealed an understanding look. He put away the refining furnace, held the 3 spiritual weapons and told the disciples, these are 3 lower-grade spiritual artifacts called Qing Feng swords. Don't let their 1 foot length and thinness fool you. They can enlarge 10 times when used, and using them for sword flight would be no problem. After saying that, Ye Feng gave the 3 Qing Feng swords to Yan Ruyu, Ouyang Yu, and Ouyang Feng. Chapter 190. Ji Ziling's External Sect Mission, King Hun Zhenren. Thank you, Sect Leader. The 3 disciples who received the Qing Feng sword expressed their gratitude. Ouyang Feng channeled his spiritual energy through the Qing Feng sword, leaving behind his mark. Then, with the clench of his hand into a sword art, the Qing Feng sword suddenly expanded tenfold, becoming 10 feet long and half a foot wide. This is really good. The Qing Feng sword doesn't consume much spiritual power. I can at least continue to fly for over 100 li. Ouyang Feng, flying with the sword, was very happy. Seeing this, Ye Feng revealed a smile. Although the Qing Feng swords forged by the refining furnace were of the lower grade among spiritual artifacts, their quality was quite good. In the same class of spiritual artifacts, they were considered of high quality, second only to the spiritual artifacts awarded by the system. Sect Master Uncle, how did you do that? Shi Lei pointed at Ouyang Feng, who was happily flying with the sword in the sky, not understanding how Ye Feng had used that strange method to refine the spiritual artifact. This is a serendipitous spiritual artifact called the refining furnace, which can assist me in refining, Ye Feng said, lying earnestly. It didn't matter to him whether the disciples believed it or not, he himself believed it. All right, continue with your cultivation. Ye Feng leaped onto the rooftop. If there's a chance in the future, I will forge a suitable spiritual artifact for each of you. Thank you, Sect Leader. The disciples bowed and saluted, then each went back to their own cultivation. Mo Ying continued to strive for a breakthrough into the element-gathering realm. Huo Yunjia practiced swordplay. Li Jiao cooked. Xiao Jiaxi contorted into a bow shape, using this bizarre posture to stimulate the ancient giant god bloodline, and whenever he got injured, Yan Ruyu, who passed by, would heal him. Ji Xiling was still studying the 9 Revolutions Heavenly God technique. Most of the other disciples were diligently cultivating. On Misty Peak, everything was normal. 3 days later, Ji Xiling finally taught herself the first layer of 9 Revolutions Heavenly God technique, consolidated her divine sense power, and successfully advanced to the first order. As long as she broke through to the second order, the bottleneck of 5 Qi dynasty Yuan would be naturally overcome. Ye Feng was sitting on a recliner when he suddenly noticed an insight into the 9 Revolutions Heavenly God technique appearing in his mind and immediately guessed that Ji Xiling had reached the first layer. As expected of someone with supreme grade spiritual roots, impressive. Ye Feng was very pleased. The more powerful his disciples were, the stronger he became too. 3 days later, Ji Xiling's 9 Revolutions Heavenly God technique broke through to the peak of the first layer, allowing her to exert remarkable divine sense power, easily lifting 1,000 Jin boulder from afar. Sister Xiling's talent is truly terrifying. The disciples were astonished. Previously, Yan Ruya was considered the most powerful, but now, in terms of cultivation speed, she couldn't compare to Ji Xiling, and the gap was significant. My bottleneck has really loosened. After breaking through to the peak of the first layer of the 9 Revolutions Heavenly God technique, Ji Xiling found that the bottleneck at the peak of the third layer of the Qi refining realm had weakened substantially. After several attempts at a breakthrough, she successfully advanced to the fourth layer of Qi refining. So it turns out that cultivation is this easy. Ji Xiling muttered. Ye Feng, hearing these words, felt a complex mix of emotions. After all, he couldn't cultivate. But then, thinking about it, Ye Feng laughed. The faster the disciples break through, the stronger my own strength becomes. With this in mind, Ye Feng lay down leisurely to rest. But moments later, a prompt from the system echoed in his ears. Ding! Detection of registered disciple Ji Xiling's breakthrough to the fourth layer of Qi refining realm, outer sect disciple assessment task activated. Upon hearing this, Ye Feng immediately sat upright, pondered for a moment, and then walked to the whiteboard beside the sect leader's great hall. He erased all the tasks for the disciples and rewrote several lines of text. Registered disciple Ji Xiling, bring 3 first-grade spells to perfection, venture outside for a period of time, you may aid the weak, punish the wicked, and expand the prestige of Misty Sect as much as possible. All the disciples gathered around. This task seems pretty easy. 3 first-grade spells to perfection, that does not seem difficult. Shi Lei and Li Jiaojiao discussed amongst themselves. Hearing this, Ye Feng kept silent. 3 spells were of course not difficult, the challenge was the prestige points. Because it involved a system secret, Ye Feng did not write down the prestige points, but in reality, the true requirement of the task was for Ji Xiling to bring in over 500 prestige points to Misty Sect through her own efforts. That was no small sum. One might think Misty Sect's prestige points were growing by hundreds or even 1,000 each day, but that was only because they had made a thorough name for themselves in the White Float City area, which led to such an effect. For the current stage Ji Xiling was in, it was not easy to earn 500 prestige points for Misty Sect by herself. Sect Leader, I have broken through to the 6th layer of body refinement and completed the outer sex assessment task. Xiao Jiaxi walked over to Ye Feng and reminded him. I almost forgot. Ye Feng slapped his forehead, took out an outer sect identity token. Here, this is your identity token, from now on, you are also an outer sect disciple. Thank you, Sect Leader. Xiao Jiaxi, clutching the token excitedly, accepted it. Ye Feng thought of the refining furnace and a flash of inspiration struck him. Right, when the time is right in the future, use the refining furnace to forge brand new disciple tokens. Those who reach the outer or inner sect can have their identity tokens forged with the refining furnace to achieve the rank of lower grade spiritual artifact and possess defensive capabilities. Upon hearing this, the disciple's eyes shone brightly. It seems I have to visit the 100 Artifacts sect and meet Zheng Yaishao. Ye Feng called out to Ji Xiling, Xiling, take a look at your assessment task. With that said, Ye Feng soared into the sky and flew towards Beacon Fire City. White Float City. Next to a pigsty. Crack. A little piggy broke open the enclosure and finally charged out, emitting excited squeals. Ha ha ha, Suhun Zhenren, have finally left that dreadful place. Grumble grumble, being a pig is truly disgusting. They made me eat pig feed, drink pig milk, dig through pig manure every day. The little piggy, transformed from Suhun Zhenren, fled at full speed. He was fast, quickly rushing out of White Float City's bounds and into the grassland. However, a python coiled towards him. It's over. Suhun Zhenren wet himself on the spot. Although he was somewhat afraid, it wasn't enough to make him wet himself in fear. The urination was a natural response of the little piggy's instinctive fear of pythons. Crack! A foot stepped down, crushing the python to death. Then, a pair of withered hands picked up the little piggy, lifting him into the air. In Suhun Zhenren's view, there before him was a humanoid creature covered in moss. To others, it was a terrifying and chilling sight, but for Suhun Zhenren, it was the most beautiful face in the world. Big brother, you have finally come. Suhun Zhenren cried, wanting to speak but only managing to squeal like a pig. The person before him was indeed his senior brother. King Hun Zhenren. Little brother, I never imagined that you would turn into a pitiful little piggy, he said with a sigh. Fate really does play tricks on us. But don't worry, your senior brother is here. Once I set up the minor blood spirit array and offer a small city of more than 50,000 people as a sacrifice, I can help you transform. King Hun Zhenren picked up the little piggy and flew toward Yungziao Great Forest to the northeast of White Float City. Ye Feng was unaware of this development. He was fast and soon arrived at Beacon Fire City and found the store owner of Wuxuanj Pavilion. Sect Master Ye, your timing is unfortunate. My older cousin is not in Beacon Fire City, but in the 100 Artifacts sect. It will take at least a day to go there and back. The store owner of Wuxuanj Pavilion greeted Ye Feng with a hurried smile on his face. He had already heard about the events at White Float City. To Ye Feng, who could slay Suhun Zhenren with a single stroke, the store owner of Wuxuanj Pavilion felt great reverence. All right, then I will make a trip to the 100 Artifacts sect. Thank you, said Ye Feng, taking his leave of the store owner of Wuxuanj Pavilion and following the map toward the direction of the 100 Artifacts sect. Now alone, his speed was incredibly fast. In less than an hour and a half, Ye Feng arrived near a huge volcano. Even from hundreds of miles away, he could feel the scorching breath coming straight at him. I'm here. Ye Feng took out a messenger paper crane and threw it. Then, he stood high in the sky, surveying the area below. The 100 Artifacts sect was established inside this volcano. There was only a large archway at the base of the mountain, which served as a symbolic gate. The rest of the sect was hidden inside the mountain, so it was difficult to gauge the number of people in the sect. Sect Master Ye, I apologize for not greeting you from afar. The plump Zheng Yaishao was holding the paper crane as he flew out from the archway. Before he even got close, he greeted Ye Feng politely. I would like to ask you to help me refine some spirit minds, Ye Feng stated his purpose. Just some? Then it should be quite quick. I happen to have some free time in the next few days, said Zheng Yaishao, sweating profusely and constantly wiping it with a silk handkerchief. Half a cup of tea later. In an underground cave dwelling. Zheng Yaishao looked at the mountain-like piles of spirit mines on the ground, worth at least several thousand spirit stones, and gaped in astonishment. Is this what you call some? Ye Feng felt a bit embarrassed and promptly took out 10 middle-grade spirit stones, saying, I would like to ask you for a favor. Seeing so many spirit stones, Zheng Yashao seriously said, Please, Sect Master Ye, wait in my cave dwelling for a few days. After speaking, Zheng Yashao, along with the spirit mines, walked through the back door of the cave dwelling towards the nearby earth fire house. Ye Feng sat in Zheng Yashao's cave dwelling, taking out the heaven-asking mirror. Since this place was less than 1,000 miles from Misty Peak, Ye Feng could see his disciples practicing. All of them were very serious, so he felt reassured. Inside the earth fire house, Zheng Yashao threw the spirit mines into the blazing furnace, wiping away sweat while removing impurities from the spirit mines and finally refining them into brick-shaped pieces. On Misty Peak, Ji Xiling broke through her bottleneck in just one day and advanced to the second layer of 9 Revolutions Heavenly God technique. Then, she looked at her own tasks and chose Wind Spirit Steps, Spirit Disc Flying Blade, and Vitality Bullet 3 first-grade spells to start her cultivation. Her talent was extraordinarily high. In just half a day, she reached beginner level in all 3 spells. One day passed, and she achieved minor achievement in all 3 spells. 2 days passed, and she achieved major achievement in all 3 spells. 3 days later, before the astonished gazes of the disciples, Ji Xiling had already executed 3 spells, and all of them had reached the perfect stage. Is this what a prodigy looks like? The disciples felt immense pressure. I have mastered 3 first-grade spells. Now, it's time to prepare for my journey outside to train, said Ji Xiling, picking up a wooden box and getting ready to head down the mountain. Wait a moment. Jia Yulan and Yu Yang Yu approached her. Elder sisters, what's wrong? Ji Xiling asked. Are you planning to go down the mountain to train alone? Jia Yulan inquired. Yes. Ji Xiling nodded. But do you know where you're going? Jia Yulan asked again. Ji Xiling fell silent. After pondering, she realized she had no plan. How about this, Xiao Yu and I will take you on your training journey. Your cultivation strength is still quite weak, and it would be bad if you encountered danger. We could help you when it matters, Jia Yulan said with a smile. Then I am in your debt, elder sister, Ji Xiling agreed with a nod. Good, let's head to Yungxiao Ancient City, Jia Yulan announced. Ji Xiling was taken aback. She flipped through the map and said, Yungxiao Ancient City, located at the heart of Yungxiao Great Forest, north of Fenhuo River, holds a population of over 100,000, rich in spirit soil and spiritual sand. That's the place, Jia Yulan nodded. We need to build a spiritual medicine garden, and we can't do without spiritual sand and spirit soil. Since little sister needs to experience training, let's go to Yungxiao Ancient City together. This way, we can look out for each other. Okay. Before long, the 3 of them set off. Riding on Yu Yang Yu's Qing Feng sword, they flew towards Yungxiao Great Forest at an exceedingly fast pace. 100 Artifacts Sect. Zheng Yashao wiped off a trace of sweat and set thousands of metallic bricks on the ground. Exhausted, he directly lay down on the cold jade platform and waved weakly at Ye Feng, saying, Oh boy, I almost worked myself to death. But thankfully, I have refined them all. Sect Master Ye, would you care to stay for some tea before you go? Zheng Yashao said in a stutter, clearly tired. Ye Feng poured a cup of bizarre spirit fruit medicinal wine and handed it over. Here, have a little drink. After only a small sip, Zheng Yashao's vigor surged like a tiger, exclaiming, Sect Master Ye, do you have more of this wine? No more, I'll give you some the next time I find it. Ye Feng shook his head. That's a pity, expressed Zheng Yashao with a disappointed look. An hour later, Ye Feng left the 100 Artifacts Sect. He took out the heaven-asking mirror and saw Ji Xiling and her companions on their way to Yungxiao Ancient City, muttering. Worthy of a supreme grade talent, mastering 3 first-grade spells to perfection in just a few days without guidance. But then again, are they going for training? Yungziao Great Forest. King Hungenren and Suhungenren, in the form of a little piggy, stood on a mound of earth, overlooking Yungziao ancient town below, emitting a strange give laugh. The minor blood spirit array is almost ready, junior brother, tonight is your chance to transform. King Hungenren, with hands clasped behind his back, said leisurely. If you're enjoying this content, please make sure to like and subscribe Chinese Novel Audiowave. Chapter 191. Arena Fight, the shocking purple-haired woman. Guralu. Suhungenren let out an excited pig's squeal. He was looking forward to tonight. For he was about to transform. Ye Feng, you just wait for me. Suhungenren stood upright, gazing into the sky as if he could see Ye Feng standing against him, his eyes brimming with rage as he let out a sharp squeal. King Hungenren was silent, appearing very calm. Ji Xiling, Jia Yulan, and Yu Yangyu moved at a swift pace. They arrived at Yungziao Ancient City just around noon. It's said that the city lord of Yungziao Ancient City, named Zhuang Jieyi, is a peak chi refining realm expert who failed to break through to the element gathering realm. His strength is extremely formidable, undefeated below the rank of demon general or element gathering realm. That was the information Jia Yulan had gleaned. Wu Yangyu sheathed the Qing Feng sword and asked, "Senior sister, why did you call me here too?" Jia Yulan revealed a smile. "You're so good with numbers, and besides, your family runs a trading company. You must have a sharp business mind. When we buy spiritual sand and spirit soil later, we'll rely on you to bargain." "Oh, got it," Wu Yangyu nodded. Meanwhile, Ji Xiling looked around with a face full of curiosity and turned to Jia Yulan. "Senior sister, I'm not very familiar with the methods mentioned in the mission briefing. How do you think I should train to enhance our sect's reputation more quickly?" After thinking for a while, Jia Yulan said, "In my opinion, as long as others are aware of our Misty Sect's existence, that amounts to enhancing our reputation." "Oh, I understand now." Ji Xiling glanced around, then tore a piece of paper from the wall and headed towards the center of Yungziao Ancient City. "Is that an arena fight?" Jia Yulan noticed the paper in Ji Xiling's hands and could see 3 striking characters. Arena fight. Wu Yangyu blinked. "Does that mean, Sister Xiling intends to fight someone to bolster our sect's reputation?" Jia Yulan didn't speak. She looked at the blue brick wall beside her and pointed at the notice posted on it, reading softly, "Yungziao Ancient City Arena Fight, open to all who are able. The victor will receive 10 lower-grade spirit stones, 100 pounds of spiritual sand, and 100 pounds of spirit soil. Registration fee, 1 lower-grade spirit stone." That's clearly a money trap. Ugh. Sister Xiling is probably being scammed. "Let's go and have a look," she said. After that, Jia Yulan led the way. Wu Yangyu gripped the Qing Feng sword. Ye Feng once warned that when traveling outside, even in sleep, one must always remain vigilant to avoid being ambushed, which is the only way to live a longer life. Remembering this, Wu Yangyu seemed relaxed while walking and window shopping, but underneath, she was ready to act at any moment. Jia Yulan was the same. Only Ji Xiling, a beginner, was unaware of this. Before long, the trio reached the city center. There was a 100-meter square plaza currently designated as the arena, surrounded by stands filled with spectators in the nearby buildings. In the arena, 2 Chi Refining Realm 3rd layer cultivators were engaged in fierce combat. Rage of the Ram. One of the cultivators moved his hands quickly through an incantation, then pushed out with both palms. The aura from his body surged forward, instantly forming a giant ram's shadow that knocked his opponent flying out cold. "Ha ha ha, who else?" The victorious Chi Refiner laughed. "I'll take you on." A delicate female voice rang out, immediately capturing everyone's attention. A beautiful girl with purple hair reaching down to her calves stepped onto the stage and pointed at the chi refiner. I've just paid the registration fee. Now, let me challenge you. That girl was Ji Xiling. The rules of the arena fight were simple. Enter the ring for a bout, and the winner becomes the defender. A streak of 10 victories would win the prize. However, today hundreds had already competed, with the most consecutive wins being 7. Yo! It's a purple-haired beauty. Beauty, give us a smile. The crowd of nearly 1,000 spectators in the surrounding buildings burst into noisy chatter. You challenge me? The chi refiner burst into laughter. All right, seeing as you're so pretty, I'll let you have the first move. All right, thank you. Ji Xiling said with a charming smile. Bang! A vitality bullet burst forth, knocking the chi refining realm cultivator flying, pushing him dozens of meters across before he hung spread-eagled on a tree. The venue abruptly fell silent. Below the platform, Jia Yulan and Yu Yang Yu yawned. Although Ji Xiling looked innocent, she was actually once the high priest of an ancient town, a guardian god-like figure. From a young age, she fought against demonic beasts within the cave heaven world, so she was far from a combat novice. On the contrary, her talent for combat was extremely strong. Do you think Xiling can win? Wu Yang Yu asked. The chances are not high. After all, Xiling is only at the peak of the 4th layer of the chi refining realm, plus just entered the 2nd rank of divine sense power, and with wind spirit steps, spirit disc flying blade, vitality bullet, 3 first-grade spells at perfection, her comprehensive level is roughly that of the peak of the 6th layer of the chi refining realm. If the organizers bring out a 7th layer chi refining realm, Xiling is very likely to lose. Although Jia Yulan was a well-bred young lady, it didn't mean she was out of touch with reality. Understanding plenty about these intricacies, she paused, then Jia Yulan lowered her voice and explained, for events like this platform competition, the organizers never start anything without the assurance of profit. Once someone wins 6 or 7 consecutive fights, they'll be blocked by a stronger fighter, and as a result, no one ever secures the rewards. Wu Yang Yu's delicate willow-shaped eyebrows knit slightly in frustration. Isn't that just scamming people? When our family conducts business, we ensure fairness and rely on reputation to retain customers. You're young. Jia Yulan patted Wu Yang Yu on the shoulder. Above the platform, Ji Xiling, looking at the dumbstruck onlookers, shouted, "The first round is mine, who's next to challenge me?" As her voice rang out, the crowd came back to their senses. Incredible, the purple-haired beauty was hiding her true strength, only revealing she was a seasoned chi refining realm cultivator at the peak of the 4th layer when she made her move. Could she be the disciple of the city lord? Doesn't City Lord Zhuang have disciples? The onlookers buzzed with comments. Then, a handsome young man dressed in white stepped onto the platform and bowed to Ji Xiling. "I am Qiu Chenji. May I have the honor of sharing a drink with you?" Ji Xiling sized up Qiu Chenji, then suddenly, a vitality bullet blasted him away, leaving him twitching on the ground, utterly disheveled. "Once you step onto the stage, you are considered a challenger. We'll begin the 3rd match." Outside the platform, an old man with white eyebrows who was presiding over the sparring declared in a deep voice, then after a pause, he added, "If you're longing for a woman, head to number 19 Quilin Road, not the platform." Ha ha ha. The crowd burst into laughter. The humiliated Qiu Chenji in white quickly left with a face ashen as iron. "I'll take on this purple-haired friend." A burly man built like an iron tower took to the stage, revealing the cultivation of the peak of the 4th layer of the chi refining realm. As soon as he appeared, he prepared his defenses. Wind Spirit Step. Ji Xiling suddenly dashed forward, her body light and graceful, easily leaping over 10 meters high, crossing over the burly man's head to appear behind him. "How clever, she's found my weakness," exclaimed the burly man, his eyes concentrating as he quickly turned around, only to find that his body seemed to be held down by an invisible force, leaving him unable to move. Shocked, he exclaimed, "What power is this?" Bang! A vitality bullet slammed into the burly man's back, causing him to stagger. Ji Xiling landed from her leap and swiftly closed in. A sweeping kick brought him down to the ground. "I concede." Seeing Ji Xiling preparing another vitality bullet, the burly man quickly raised his hands. 3 consecutive victories, that was fast. What exactly happened just now? Why would that burly man leave an opening like that on purpose? The onlookers admitted their confusion. Only Jia Yulan showed a look of sudden realization, murmuring, "So she used the invisible divine sense power to restrain the burly man, no wonder he couldn't move." Back in the Taiyu mountain range, Jia Yulan and Li Jiaojiao had faced off against Han San, and they knew the formidable nature of divine sense power very well. "Next, it's my turn." A middle-aged man wielding a long sword stepped onto the stage, displaying the cultivation of the 5th layer of the Qi refining realm. Now the real show begins. The crowd watched with wide eyes. A cultivator of the 5th layer of the Qi refining realm facing off against one at the peak of the 4th layer should manage to win, right? However, before the sword-wielding middle-aged man could even draw his blade, he was hit in the chest by a vitality bullet and fell to the ground. The entire place was in an uproar. Chapter 192. Hidden Crisis, Dominant 10 Consecutive Wins. A middle-aged swordsman at the 5th level of Qi refinement, why didn't he even have a chance to draw his sword? Could that purple-haired beauty be the organizer's daughter? Everyone felt it was far-fetched. On the ground, the middle-aged swordsman felt the immense pressure of an invisible force upon him and was greatly shocked, thinking it was a special spell cast by Ji Xiling. That was precisely why he couldn't draw his sword. 4 consecutive wins, Jia Yulan murmured. "Well done, Sister Xiling, strive for 10 consecutive wins." Ouyang Yu shouted loudly. On the stage, Ji Xiling took a deep breath, recovering her expended energy. As long as her opponent was not very strong, she could restrict them with her divine sense power, and then finish with a vitality bullet. To force her to exert her full strength, the opponent's cultivation level had to be high enough to break through the suppression of the divine sense power. "I'll take the 5th match." A Qi refining realm peak expert stepped onto the stage. On a clay hill outside Yongxiao ancient city, King Hun Zhenren stood on a rock and suddenly frowned while looking towards the northwest. "Grumble grumble." Little Piggy made a noise. King Hun Zhenren looked down at him and said, "Don't worry, it's just a trivial matter. It won't affect our plans, in fact, it will make tonight even more interesting." 10 miles from Yongxiao ancient city, Ye Feng sat on a metal leaf blade, half a meter wide and 2 meters long, clasping the heaven-asking mirror and watching the battle on the stage. "Not bad at all, it looks like they're having a great time." After speaking, Ye Feng looked down at the metal leaf underneath him. This was the spirit artifact he had entrusted Zhang Yaishao to forge last time, etched with durability and reinforcement formations, and exceptionally hard to the extent that even Element Gathering Realm would find it difficult to damage. For other cultivators, this metal leaf was useful only for its hardness. But for Ye Feng, who possessed the heroic spirit power, it was a durable tool for both transportation and combat. "Strange, why do I suddenly feel a little uneasy?" Ye Feng rubbed his brow, his crisis awareness giving him a premonition of impending danger, which is why he didn't immediately return to Misty Peak but waited here instead. In case Jia Yulan and the others encountered an irresistible danger, he would be able to rescue them in time. A 7-win streak. Ye Feng glanced through the heaven-asking mirror and saw the situation, however, Ji Xiling should be able to win 2 more matches. By the last match, she will probably face the organizer's interference. Following that, Ye Feng took out the refining furnace. Mo Ying is about to break through to the element gathering realm, it's no longer fitting to use a lower-grade spiritual artifact like the breeze-riding flying sword. I might as well forge a middle-grade spiritual artifact for her now that I have all the materials. She likes swords, so let's make a sword. Ye Feng communicated with the refining furnace through telekinesis and, following the prompts, threw in dozens of cast metal ingots along with 10 middle-grade spirit stones. Ding-ling dang-lang. Noise emanated from the refining furnace, but Ye Feng isolated it with his heroic spirit power, preventing it from spreading too far. He was unaware that King Hungenren and Little Piggy were only a few miles away. Similarly, the latter two were also oblivious to Ye Feng's proximity. On the stage. Bang! Ji Xiling first suppressed her opponent using divine sense power. Even though her adversary was a peak 6th level Qi refining cultivator who could rely on his cultivation to break through the suppression of divine sense power, he was continuously forced into a passive position. Wind Spirit Step. Spirit Disc Flying Blade. Vitality Bullet. After that, Ji Xiling unleashed 3 first-grade spells she had cultivated to perfection. First, with Spirit Disc Flying Blade, she broke through her opponent's shield, then a Vitality Bullet sent the adversary flying. 9 consecutive wins. She's the only one to reach this record. Could it be that someone is finally about to win 10 matches in a row in the arena? The audience stopped eating, their eyes wide open, not wanting to miss any detail. In the 10th match, Sister Xiling will face a real challenge, Jia Yulan whispered. If Sister Xiling can't win, then we'll go next. Wu Yangyu was eager to try. Now equipped with the Qing Feng sword, her cultivation level was nearing the peak of the 6th level of Qi refinement. Under Mo Ying's guidance, she had perfected streaming light sword Qi and cultivated the auxiliary method, second Qi Si, making her overall strength around the 7th or 8th levels of Qi refining. In the entire Yongxiao ancient city, she was considered top tier. As for Jia Yulan, there was even less need to mention. By the stage, the white-browed elder presiding over the event looked respectfully at the young master beside him and said, "Young lord, are you going to take the stage now?" "Of course." The young man in red robes lightly flicked his feather fan, brimming with confidence. As the organizer of the current tournament, he commanded 5 seasoned Qi refining realm practitioners at the 7th level. He could send any one of them to end the winning streaks of other cultivators. But until now, Ji Xiling hadn't encountered anyone at the 7th level of Qi refining. This was all arranged by the young man in the red robe. In the final battle, this young master will defeat the beauty, but deliberately admit defeat. Couldn't I then win her favor and take the beauty home? Having said this, the young man in the red robe stepped onto the ring. The aura of someone at the 7th level of Qi refinement peak swept across the arena instantly. It's Zhuang Chen, son of City Lord Zhuang Jieyi. It's said that he is the future City Lord of Yongxiao Ancient City, the current young City Lord. How come even such a VIP has arrived? That's what makes it worth watching. The crowd of onlookers all became interested. They didn't know that Zhuang Chen was actually the real organizer of the ring battle. "You are my final opponent." Ji Xiling sized up Zhuang Chen and found that his aura was strong. He seemed to be leisurely fanning himself, but he had long been gathering his momentum, which could not be suppressed by the beginning of the 2nd grade of divine sense power. "Fellow deist, you've fought 9 bouts in a row and must be greatly depleted. This young master does not take advantage of others, so you are permitted to rest for half an hour," Zhuang Chen said as he moved around, choosing a position with his back to the sun and adjusted his stance, giving off the air of an elegant noble. As expected of Zhuang Chen, so handsome. "I want to have his babies," blurted some infatuated young girls, unable to control themselves. "Vulgar," someone sneered with contempt. On the ring, Ji Xiling found that her spiritual energy was indeed greatly depleted, but as someone with a supreme grade constitution, she recovered quickly. Half an hour was enough for her to do a lot. "Thanks, I'll rest for half an hour and also make a breakthrough in my cultivation level," she said, the latter half of her statement only in her mind. She sat cross-legged under the tree where Jia Yulan and Wu Yangyu were, eating a lower grade cultivation qi pill. As she recovered her spiritual energy, she easily broke through to the 5th level of Qi refinement. Afterward, Ji Xiling diligently cultivated the 9-turn heavenly god technique, making a push for the middle phase of the 2nd grade. As expected of a supreme grade constitution, Xiling has made quick progress. If her telekinesis reaches the middle phase of the 2nd grade, she has a chance of winning, Jia Yulan smiled. Zhuang Chen returned to his seat, waiting silently. Outside the city, Ye Feng was still refining tools. King Hun Zhenren and Little Piggy flew towards the northwest corner of Yongxiao ancient city, and upon witnessing a thick cloud of dust hundreds of miles away, they smiled. Indeed, it's them. An hour passed in the blink of an eye. On the ring, Ji Xiling and Zhuang Chen confronted each other from 20 meters away. Fellow deist, my name is Zhuang Chen. May I have the honor of inviting you to the bustling Divine Artifact Tower for a drink tonight? Of course, this includes your 2 fellow disciples as well, Zhuang Chen said as he spotted Jia Yulan and Yu Yang Yu, finding both women quite stunning, and immediately wished to meet them. I can't, no time, Ji Xiling flatly refused. She may have appeared naive and not well versed in the outside world, but she was quite accurate in judging people. She knew who was sincere and who harbored ulterior motives, having a strong sense of crisis awareness. Zhuang Chen, though smiling on the outside, felt displeased at being rejected. 7-leaved flying flower. Zhuang Chen suddenly waved his fan, sending out a spiritual energy flower that bloomed in mid-air, transforming into 7 blades shaped like leaves to block Ji Xiling's retreat. Yet, with a thought from Ji Xiling, her telekinesis slowed the leaves' speed, then she easily dodged them with a display of the wind spirit steps. Because she had used a spell, Ji Xiling's aura of Qi refinement at the 5th level was revealed. She actually made a breakthrough. Not only Zhuang Chen but the other spectators also showed surprise. However, a mere Qi refinement at the 5th level can't beat me, Zhuang Chen retracted his fan, his hands continuously forming seals, condensing a large net of spiritual energy that flew towards Ji Xiling. Spirit Disc Flying Blade. Ji Xiling formed a seal with one hand, and a glowing disc appeared in front of her. Several flying blades were launched, but they were deflected by the large net of spiritual energy. It's no use. You are only at Qi refinement of the 5th level, even if your spell is at perfection, it can't break through my spirit net, which is at the major achievement stage, Zhuang Chen assured himself of victory. Not necessarily. Ji Xiling refused to concede. She kept forming seals with her hands, and countless pink petals appeared in front of her. Each petal was sharp as a blade, continuously cutting the spiritual energy net. At the same time, her divine sense power wrapped around the spiritual net, tearing at it relentlessly. Rib. Ultimately, the spiritual energy net was shattered. Ji Xiling stepped on the petals and suddenly closed the gap to Zhuang Chen, shooting out a vitality bullet. Sandstone wall. Zhuang Chen stomped his foot, and a wall of rock rose from the ground to block the vitality bullet, but in that moment, Zhuang Chen suddenly found his movements slowing down as if restrained by some invisible force. Break. He pushed his cultivation force to the limit and, with a shake of his momentum, dispersed the divine sense power. However, Ji Xiling had already used wind spirit steps to get behind him. Boom! 3 consecutive vitality bullets hit Zhuang Chen's back, sending him spitting blood as he was thrown out of the ring. Ji Xiling, victorious! The onlooking crowd was all dumbfounded. Chapter 193. Demonic Beast Night Raid, King Hun Zhenren takes action. Sister Xiling is so amazing. Wu Yang Yu clapped her little hands excitedly, then looked at Jia Yulan. Sister, when did Xiling master the falling blooms in profusion to major achievement? Probably on the way here. Jia Yulan whispered. 3 first-grade spells were too simple for Ji Xiling. In 3 days, not only did she practice these 3 spells, she also learned falling blooms in profusion, earth escape, and other spells, but due to time constraints, she only reached beginner or minor achievement. On the journey to Yongxiao ancient city, Wu Yangyu focused on sword flying and did not notice Ji Xiling continuously practicing the second-grade spell Falling Blooms in Profusion. Jia Yulan did notice, though. But at that time, Ji Xiling had only achieved minor achievement with Falling Blooms in Profusion. Therefore, when Ji Xiling took the stage for the match, Jia Yulan did not expect her to advance so quickly from minor achievement to major achievement with this second-grade spell. I won. According to the rules, give me the reward. Ji Xiling stood in the middle of the arena, extending her hand towards Zhuang Chen below. Zhuang Chen's teeth chattered, and he said in a deep voice, "You've won, but I want to know why my body was suddenly suppressed, even I had to use all my strength to break free." Consider it a kind of spell. Ji Xiling, following the sect leader's command, could not reveal the 9 revolutions heavenly god technique, lest Han Er and Han Yi take notice. So, that was all she could say. Spell. Zhuang Chen frowned slightly. Fine, you're formidable. At this moment, the white-browed elder standing by the arena exchanged a glance with Zhuang Chen and then spoke loudly. Congratulations to the deist on the stage for attaining 10 consecutive victories and receiving all the rewards. Finally got it. Upon hearing the old man's words, Ji Xiling finally relaxed, and together with Jia Yulan and Wu Yangyu, collected the 10 spirit stones and 100 caddies each of spiritual sand and spirit soil before walking away under everyone's gaze. The 3 of you have an extraordinary presence, you must not be locals, right? Zhuang Chen then straightened up and called out loudly. Everyone else also turned their attention to Ji Xiling and her companions, eager to know where they came from. White Float City, Misty Sect. Ji Xiling announced loudly. As her voice fell, the crowd immediately buzzed with excitement. So they are disciples of the Misty Sect, no wonder they are so powerful. Losing to a disciple of the Misty Sect is not wrong. As the 3 women revealed their identities, everyone was shocked. Zhuang Chen's eyes widened, staring at the backs of Ji Xiling and her companions, filled with relief. So they are the famous disciples of the Misty Sect, no wonder she could beat me across realms. Lucky I didn't do anything inappropriate earlier, or even my father couldn't have saved me. Thinking of this, Zhuang Chen's breathing became more rapid, secretly relieved. Outside the city, Ye Feng found that his prestige points had increased by over 300. I thought Xiling would forget to reveal her identity before leaving, but she remembered. Ye Feng looked at the heaven-asking mirror, nodding his head with satisfaction, and then opened the system panel. Registered Disciple Ji Xiling, Task Progress 65%, has brought 3 first-grade spells to perfection, Prestige Points 230/500. Although the prestige points had increased by over 300 this time, the points brought in by Ji Xiling accounted for only 2/3 of them. To complete the assessment task, another 200 and some prestige points were needed. Yongxiao Ancient City. Ji Xiling was continuously slapping her own face, a look of embarrassment on her face as she muttered, "Lucky that Zhuang Chen asked us from which sect we hail, or else, I would have forgotten about the task of enhancing the sect's prestige." Jia Yulan laughed and said, "Yeah, I almost forgot too. If we had just left like that, no one would have known we're from the Misty Sect." "I won't forget next time," Ji Xiling stuck out her tongue. The 3 women entered an inn, ate a meal, then went shopping, buying more spiritual sand and spirit soil. As time went by, night finally fell. Several hundred li northwest of Yongxiao Ancient City, the thick dust that had been outside the city was now only 30 li away. If anyone were there, they would have discovered that this was a terrifying horde of beasts. Leading them were 3 fanged wild boars at the high-rank demon soldier peak. Behind them were hundreds of beasts, at least lower-rank demon soldier level, carrying with them a heavy presence as they rolled toward Yongxiao Ancient City. And at the very back of this group was an even more fearsome existence. Inside Yongxiao Ancient City, no one was aware of the impending danger. Outside the city, Ye Feng was still refining spiritual artifacts. Since the refining furnace itself was only a middle-grade spiritual artifact, the process of forging a middle-grade spirit sword was quite slow. Clang! Suddenly, the lid of the refining furnace popped open, and a burst of rosy light shot out, drawing Ye Feng's attention. A long sword, thin as cicada wings and about 3 feet long, hovered in midair. Its surface was etched with intricate patterns, emanating a brilliant radiance. Even without touching the blade, one could feel the sharpness of the sword qi. Good. It really is a middle-grade spiritual artifact, and the quality is quite high. Mo Ying will definitely like it, Ye Feng thought. As for the name of this sword, let's have her decide. Having said that, Ye Feng put away the spirit sword. As for the energy required to upgrade the refining furnace, it had now accumulated to 13%. At this stage, crafting a middle-grade spiritual artifact accumulates 10% of the energy. Ye Feng murmured and glanced at the sky, taking out new materials to prepare identity tokens for his disciples. Refining furnace, I need to craft a kind of identity token, all of lower-grade spiritual artifact level with defensive capabilities, and it would be even better if they could facilitate message transmission. Ye Feng communicated his thoughts to the refining furnace, and soon after, he received feedback. He threw in the required materials according to the needs and then covered the lid firmly. Dingling dang lang! The refining furnace began its work again. West City Gate of Yungziao Ancient City. A Qi refining 5th stage cultivator stood on the city tower, looking into the distance, and suddenly noticed a cloud of dust rising from the dense forest, accompanied by a formidable aura. This is bad, demonic beasts are attacking the city. His voice was loud, spreading throughout the entire Yungziao Ancient City. City Lord's Mansion. A middle-aged man abruptly stood up and flew towards the West City Gate. This man bore some resemblance to Zhuang Chen. He was indeed Zhuang Jieyi, the city lord of Yungziao Ancient City. Boom! But before Zhuang Jieyi could reach the city gate, he found that the iron gate forged from fine steel had been smashed open, and dozens of demonic beasts flooded the streets, wreaking havoc. Leading them were 3 fanged wild boars at the peak of high-rank demon soldier level. Their momentum was incredibly fearsome. Such demonic beasts usually had mediocre combat strength, only capable of bulldozing people, but their thick hides made them tough opponents. Most cultivators of the same level usually avoided them. Quickly activate the city protection array. Zhuang Jieyi shouted aloud. Upon hearing this command, the cultivators guarding the city immediately activated the shield. A pale white glow rose from the ground outside the city, transforming into a 100-meter-high circular wall, enveloping the entire Yungziao Ancient City and stopping the hundreds of demonic beasts on the outside. They launched ferocious assaults but could not break through for the time being. However, when the West City Gate had been breached, dozens of demonic beasts had already entered, including those 3 fanged wild boars. The situation was extremely severe. In an instant, many people became victims of the demonic beasts. Damn it! Zhuang Jieyi flicked his finger and a dazzling light burst forth, exploding the head of a middle-rank demon soldier monster beast, providing a glimmer of hope to the people who then urgently began to counterattack. On the streets, Jia Yulan and her group heard the cries from the West City district and hurried over, just in time to see a high-rank demon soldier level fanged wild boar furiously charging. Its strength surpassed 10,000 catties and its tusks were incredibly sharp. With one powerful charge, the stone wall collapsed. Ah, save me! I don't want to die by being rooted out by a wild boar. People cried out in terror. Damn! Ji Xiling was the first to rush up. She was once the high priest of a small ancient town in the cave heaven world, also a guardian god, having fought against the demonic beasts of the cave heaven world many times, and had witnessed the devastation and tragic consequences of their rampages firsthand. She had no sympathy for the rampaging demonic beasts. Bang! A vitality bullet hit the fanged wild boar's head, knocking it back several meters, but failed to injure it. Run for your lives! Jia Yulan used the binding spirit rope to wrap around the nearby civilians, flinging them away from the area. Glurgle. The fanged wild boar, enraged, charged at Ji Xiling. Junior sister, your cultivation level is too low, you are not a match for this monstrous beast. Jia Yulan used binding spirit rope to wrap around Ji Xiling, pulling her next to Ouyang Yu. Falling blooms in profusion. In front of the astonished crowd, Jia Yulan stood in the middle of the street like a goddess of war, her hands forming seals, bringing the second-grade spell Falling Blooms in Profusion to the perfect stage. Countless glowing pink petals overlapped to form a sharp sword that slashed directly at the fanged wild boar. Clang! The petals were shattered into specks of light by the hard head of the boar. But more petals followed, eventually felling the pig-headed creature to the ground, frightening the surrounding monstrous beasts into a panic, scrambling away to other places. We owe our lives to the immortal maiden's rescue. All the cultivators and common people around expressed their gratitude. Below the West City Tower, City Lord Zhuang Jieyi had just slain the second fanged wild boar and then turned his gaze toward Jia Yulan, his eyes narrowing, to think, a qi refining 9th layer talent, from which sect could this person be? Father, that's a Misty Sect disciple. Zhuang Chen, holding a paper fan, rushed over, his hair disheveled from a fierce battle. A Misty Sect disciple. Zhuang Jieyi was overjoyed. Is Sect Master Ye here as well? Zhuang Chen was taken aback, then immediately shook his head. This child only saw 3 female disciples of the Misty Sect, there was no word of Sect Master yet arriving. Zhuang Jieyi's expression darkened. That's not good at all, there's a demi-transformed beast commanding from behind these monsters, I'm afraid I'm no match for it. What? Zhuang Chen was shocked. Demi-transformed demon beast? How could they fight that? Do not panic, my son. You hold the city gate and protect the core of the formation. I will go and kill the last fanged wild boar, then return here. The demi-transformed beast is still outside the city for now, and the formation is holding up, he said. Having said that, Zhuang Jieyi flew on his sword towards a distant street to intercept the third fanged wild boar. Along one of the streets, Jia Yulan, Ouyang Yu, and Ji Xiling formed a combat team, followed by dozens of qi refining realm cultivators, hunting the monstrous beasts around them. Ever since Jia Yulan's move to eliminate the fanged wild boar, the surrounding cultivators were drawn to join their team, willing to heed their orders. Immortal maidens, what should we do now? A strapping man in the qi refining 6th layer asked. I have a bad premonition, a young man said, trembling all over. Jia Yulan glanced at them and said, naturally, we must first eliminate the beasts that have invaded the city. As for those outside, when the time comes, we will gather all the city's cultivators and kill them together. All right. Everyone promptly got into action. Outside the city, a shadow lay in hiding in the darkness, commanding hundreds of monstrous beasts to attack the city's protective shield. This small-scale and imperfect formation only had a barrier wall 100 meters high, and under that shadow's direction, many beasts stacked up like arhats, successfully crossing the barrier wall. Atop the West City Tower, Zhuang Chen, seeing so many beasts getting past the formation, was frightened and ran off on the spot. At that moment, an unexpected change occurred. A brilliance descended from the sky, blasting a huge gap in the segment of the barrier wall outside the western city gate. The entire formation immediately collapsed completely, and all the beasts seized the opportunity to break into the city. From a few hundred meters away, Zhuang Jieyi pointed and killed the last fanged wild boar. But before he could rejoice, he witnessed the collapse of the great formation with his own eyes. It's over. Zhuang Jieyi's heart sank to the bottom. Watching his son Zhuang Chen fleeing for his life, he gritted his teeth and said, better him than me. Since Yongxiao ancient city is already breached, there's no use for me to stay. With those words, Zhuang Jieyi fled with his sister-in-law. Yet, just as he was about to rush out of the city walls, he discovered another red shield rising from the ground. In a matter of breaths, it transformed into a hemisphere with a 10-mile diameter, descending and covering the entire Yungziao ancient city. Both humans and beasts were within its range. 10 miles away. Little Piggy stood on the shoulders of King Hungenren, watching that vast shield and let out a jubilant squeal. Don't be hasty, junior brother. Including the demi-transformed black bear demon, all beasts and cultivators are trapped within the blood spirit array. Once the blood spirit army annihilates them, you will receive a continuous infusion of blood spirit energy, making your transformation no problem, he said. Moreover, with those beasts, after transforming, you might directly recover your cultivation level to the perfect stage of element gathering. A little more effort and you can return to your peak, King Hungenren added, hands behind his back, eyes fierce and grim. In another direction. Clang! The cover of the refining furnace opened again. Looking at the 13 unique disciple identity tokens, Ye Feng smiled, finally, all are refined. Hey, what has happened? Raising his head, Ye Feng saw that Yungziao ancient city was trapped by a shield. Not good. With a sense of impending crisis, Ye Feng opened the heaven-asking mirror and saw that inside the city was chaos, with beasts and cultivators being pursued by a giant wielding dual axes, a behemoth 10 meters tall with a body of reddish gold. Be it human or beast, any touched by those heavy axes were devoured. As for Jia Yulan and the other 2 women, they were currently being chased by a giant. Damn it, who is the person behind all this? Ye Feng was enraged. He put away the refining furnace and the token, and flew towards the shield. Elsewhere, King Hungenren placed a cold jade basin atop a dirt mound. As numerous demonic beasts and cultivators were slain, a reddish gold blood spirit energy emerged in the basin. Junior brother, go in and absorb the power. King Hungenren placed Little Piggy into the basin. A cool sensation swept over his heart, making Little Piggy grow visibly larger at a speed visible to the naked eye, his muscles bulging as if he were a fearsome pig king. Ha ha ha, that's the feeling. Hungenren found he had grown to 1 meter long. He was finally able to speak human language and gradually stand on 2 feet, eventually becoming a pig-headed person who walked on 2 legs. Inside Yungziao ancient city, Jia Yulan was fully casting falling blooms in profusion, but she was still hacked into shards of light by a giant wielding a huge axe, utterly unable to block their attack. Sisters, run for your lives! Wu Yangyu pulled Jia Yulan and Ji Xiling along as they flew away on their swords. Watching countless people and demonic beasts being slaughtered by the giants, they felt powerless, their eyes reddening. Quick, break the shield! A cultivator shouted. My fellow deists, don't waste your strength, City Lord Zhuang Jieyi sighed, his voice carrying far. I just risked my life to break the formation, but couldn't open it at all. This is a small-scale formation, without the power of the element-gathering realm, the shield cannot be shaken. If even the City Lord can't break it, are we going to be killed by these giants? I don't want to die. People were wailing and crying to the heavens. Jia Yulan and the other 2 women exchanged glances, also in despair. At that moment, the image of a handsome figure emerged simultaneously in their minds. If only he were here. The 3 women smiled bitterly, feeling it was impossible for the sect leader to coincidentally appear at this place. You lowly creatures dare to set up a formation here, causing chaos and harming living beings, break for me. Just then, a loud and familiar voice descended from the sky, spreading over a dozen miles. It's the sect leader's voice. Tears fell from Jia Yulan and Wu Yangyu's eyes. They never imagined that Ye Feng would appear at this moment of peril, their hearts full of emotion. Everyone in the city looked up, following the voice, and witnessed a scene they would never forget. A sword light that illuminated the entire world appeared, casting the ground of Yungziao ancient city as bright as day, allowing people to see the scene unfolding in the sky clearly. The dazzling sword light arrived in an instant, wrapped in peerless sword chi, and struck heavily on the incredibly hard shield of the blood spirit array, splitting it down the middle, then crumbling into countless reddish gold points of light, like a brilliant rain of light showering down on the area. In the sky, a young and handsome figure emerged. In his left hand he held a treasure bead, and in his right a banana fan. He stood proudly on a metal leaf blade, surrounded by countless points of light, giving off a sense of towering invincibility. A celestial descends. Watching Ye Feng, this thought surfaced in Ji Ziling's mind. Whether she opened her eyes or closed them, Ye Feng's heroic figure lingered in her mind, unshakable. As the blood spirit array broke, the giants began to disintegrate. The crisis of Yongxiao ancient city seemed to have been resolved. Outside the city, atop the dirt mound. How dare you break the blood spirit array meticulously arranged by this true man, you deserve to die. Stay here, junior brother, your senior brother will go and slay this person. King Hun Zhenren roared in anger, soaring into the sky. Su Hun Zhenren still maintained the appearance of a pig-headed person, with sturdy legs and hands in place of his limbs, and he could finally speak. However, since the blood spirit array had been broken, Su Hun Zhenren could no longer continue to absorb power to transform. He widened his eyes, seeing Ye Feng suspended in midair, the air around him as thin as the starry sky, making it incredibly difficult to breathe. His face turned the color of liver. A sense of fear suddenly arose. Senior brother, don't go, that's Ye Feng. Su Hun Zhenren shouted loudly. However, King Hun Zhenren was already far away and couldn't hear his warning. What to do? Su Hun Zhenren paced frantically, his sense of foreboding growing stronger. Chapter 194. Cut the blue soul with a single sword, an invincible momentum. In the sky above Yongxiao ancient city, Ye Feng stood suspended in the air, his feet resting on a giant metal leaf blade. In his left hand, he held the wind spirit pearl, and in his right, a mini banana palm fan. Just now, he had attempted to break through the blood spirit array's shield with the wind of spell breaking and brute force, only to find that even though he could breach it, he still couldn't shake the foundation of the entire array. Left with no choice, Ye Feng only utilized wind element spirit energy. The result did not disappoint him. The blood spirit array was broken. Although Yongxiao ancient city had suffered heavy losses, it was at least saved. Thank goodness I was nearby. If I had been at Misty Peak or still at the 100 Artifacts sect, by the time I rushed back, the entire Yongxiao ancient city would have ceased to exist. Ye Feng looked down with a solemn expression and whispered to himself. On the ground, countless cultivators who survived the disaster looked up at the sky. Who is that? Holding a banana fan, isn't that Misty Sect's Sect Master yet, as the rumors say? The survivors all turned their gaze towards Jia Yulan and the others, their eyes full of questioning. It is indeed our sect leader, Jia Yulan confirmed with a nod. It's really Sect Master yet. The crowd was shocked. The news spread instantly, causing an uproar throughout the city. Ye Feng noticed that the sect prestige value had suddenly soared by 5,000, followed by another 10,000, pushing the sect prestige value to over 80,000, and it was still rising sharply. At this rate, it would break through the 100,000 mark by tonight. But before Ye Feng could smile, a scolding voice came from the distant sky. Who are you, daring to break my blood spirit array? Are you seeking death? The voice was filled with killing intent and rage, sending a shudder through the eardrums of the more than 100,000 onlookers below. Some even vomited blood on the spot and collapsed to the ground from weakness. Ye Feng looked towards the source of the sound. He saw a figure with hands behind his back approaching. This person was covered in moss, his true face completely obscured. Or perhaps, that was his true face. I am Misty Sect's Sect Leader Ye Feng, and who might you be? Ye Feng challenged. You're Ye Feng? Humph. It seems I've spent much effort looking for nothing, only to find you effortlessly. I am King Hun Zhenren. The Su Hun Zhenren that you eradicated was my junior brother. King Hun Zhenren stared coldly at Ye Feng, continuously releasing his spiritual sense to scan him, but found it utterly impossible to see through him. No matter how he scanned, in King Hun Zhenren's eyes, Ye Feng was just an ordinary mortal. However, since Ye Feng was able to kill Su Hun Zhenren, he must not be weak. King Hun Zhenren was well aware of this and did not take it lightly. The next moment, he fully unleashed the aura of someone in the sixth layer of the element gathering realm, his oppressive presence as heavy as a terrifying storm, instantly sweeping across the entire city. Jia Yulan, Zhuang Jieyi, the demi-transformed demon beasts, and other cultivators could hardly bear the oppression, nearly dropping to their knees. "You're Su Hun Zhenren's senior brother." Ye Feng's gaze shifted slightly. If there was a senior brother, it meant that Su Hun Zhenren was backed by a sect or a lineage, and his master was probably a very strong entity, creating a heavy pressure on Ye Feng. "Ye Feng, die!" exclaimed King Hun Zhenren as he took action. As he formed hand seals, a sharp presence immediately manifested around him, condensing 9 tree demons each 100 meters tall in midair, each emitting an aura on par with the first layer of the element gathering realm. If they joined forces, they could probably battle someone of the fourth layer of the element gathering realm. What kind of technique is this? It doesn't feel like a spell. Ye Feng frowned. He unconsciously activated the Spirit Beast Pavilion's scouting function and immediately, several lines of detailed descriptions appeared in his sight. King Hun Zhenren, Middle Rank Demon General. Talent, External Incarnation. Note, a tree demon that has cultivated for 1,000 years and transformed into a human shape, self-styled as King Hun Zhenren, has converted to cultivate the technique 5 Qi Dynasty Yuan, with the cultivation level reaching the 6th layer of the element gathering realm, possesses extremely strong life protection methods, must be careful of him fleeing, and must break his core nucleus in one strike to eradicate him, otherwise, the kill is invalid. To think he's this hard to kill. Ye Feng's heart turned cold. He used the scouting function to look for weaknesses but found none, indicating that his current scouting function was not yet strong enough. To bluff, Ye Feng suddenly shouted, "King Hun Zhenren, so you're a transformative tree demon." King Hun Zhenren's pupils contracted. "You can actually see my true form. So what if I can see it?" Ye Feng glanced over the 9 tree demon avatars, realizing their strength was quite ordinary despite their number. Taking advantage of King Hun Zhenren's lack of attention, Ye Feng suddenly waved the mini banana palm fan. 22 fans in a second. Whistling. A terrifying tornado formed by the overlapping of ferocious winds carved a graceful arc across the sky, instantly grinding 5 tree demon avatars into a flurry of wood chips like snow, scattering towards the ground below. "Unethical, how dare you sneak attack!" King Hun Zhenren cursed loudly. With a scoff, Ye Feng once again waved the mini banana palm fan 20 times in quick succession, bursting the remaining 4 tree demon avatars before leaping into the air, his fist rapping with mountainous power as he smashed it towards King Hun Zhenren's head. Arrogant. King Hun Zhenren hadn't expected Ye Feng to be so bold, quickly forming hand seals to condense a huge glowing wooden shield in midair. Thud. Ye Feng's punch cracked the wooden shield, but he himself was also rebounded hundreds of meters. That force! King Hun Zhenren's arms trembled, inwardly marveling at the astonishing power of Ye Feng's punch, which was so formidable that even his wood spirit shield couldn't withstand it. Element Gathering Realm 6th layer, nothing special. Ye Feng retracted his fist, his expression indifferent. He had faced King Hun Zhenren head-on to test how strong his full-powered strike could be. The result satisfied him. Arrogant. King Hun Zhenren was enraged. Although his defense was weak, his offensive methods were extremely powerful, and he still had many techniques yet to be used. Once he exerted his full strength, dealing with Ye Feng wouldn't be a problem. On a small mound of dirt outside the city. "Senior brother, Ye Feng hasn't used that sword-drawing technique yet, don't underestimate him." At this moment, Su Hun Zhenren was nursing a swollen head that resembled a pig's, his face full of worry. In his eyes, the most terrifying aspect of Ye Feng was that one sword drawing technique, which was truly fearsome. Chaotic Heaven Slash. Just then, King Hun Zhenren suddenly created a distance of over 1,000 meters from Ye Feng, his arms raised as if he was holding up the heavens. Infinite strength surged from his body upwards, forming a 100-meter-long azure greatsword that emitted a piercing sword light, causing a stinging sensation all over one's body as he fiercely chopped down. It's over. The faces of those within Yungziao ancient city were filled with despair. This slash was coming from above. If Ye Feng couldn't block it or evade it, then Yungziao ancient city would surely be split in two. Nice calculation. Ye Feng saw King Hun Zhenren's intent. He must take the hit head-on. Otherwise, at least tens of thousands of people in the Yungziao ancient city below would be annihilated. This slash contains all of my strength. If you don't block it, at least 1/10 of the people below will die. But if you do try to defend against it, your death is certain. King Hun Zhenren laughed heartily, not afraid at all that Ye Feng knew his plans. Certain death. Ye Feng laughed. In his right hand, he held a mini banana palm fan, fanning it 20 times in 1 second to weaken the force of the slash, and then, with his left hand grasping the wind spirit pearl, created a shield before him, stopping the chaotic heaven slash. How is that possible? King Hun Zhenren's face was filled with disbelief. That was his full strength strike. Below the 7th layer of the element gathering realm, who could possibly block it? Yet, Ye Feng had actually blocked it. Outside the city, Su Hun Zhenren was also dumbstruck upon witnessing this scene. Ye Feng had become stronger again. Not good, my senior brother is going to lose. Thinking of this, Su Hun Zhenren's expression suddenly changed. Blocked it. Sect Master Ye is mighty. Compared to Su Hun Zhenren's worries, the civilians of Yungziao ancient city breathed a huge sigh of relief and then erupted into cheering, contributing a large number of prestige points. Very quickly, the sect prestige value rose from 90,000 to 100,000. Ding! Sect prestige value has broken through 100,000. The 4th phase of the Spirit Beast Pavilion is unlocked. The scouting function is enhanced for the first time. You can now perceive deeper weaknesses in targets, and all other functions have also been improved. The 4th function has been unlocked. Ding! The Artifact Refining Pavilion is officially open. Ding! Sect storage space plus 1000 cubic meters. The system issued several notifications in succession. Ye Feng didn't pay attention to the others and focused on the enhanced scouting function. He immediately intensified his gaze on King Hun Zhenren, discovering a heart-shaped emerald green core nucleus in constant motion on his body, difficult to detect. That's the weakness. A light shone in Ye Feng's eyes. He had not executed the sword drawing technique before because although the spell was powerful, it could only be used once in a short time. If King Hun Zhenren managed to dodge it, Ye Feng would undoubtedly be defeated. But now, times had changed. King Hun Zhenren's weakness had been discovered. Sword drawing technique. In an instant, Ye Feng reached King Hun Zhenren's vicinity, his left hand holding the scabbard while the right hand gripped the hilt in a backhand position, gathering all his heroic spirit power to draw the sword. Shua! The dazzling sword light was so oppressive that even the air seemed to freeze. Everyone looked up and could only see an exceptionally blinding light in the sky. They all had to turn away, fearing their eyes would be dazzled. King Hun Zhenren's expression changed dramatically as he saw Ye Feng draw that radiant iron sword, cleaving towards his own head. This sword was terrifying. However, after an initial shock, King Hun Zhenren then sneered in mockery. You think you can kill me? Ha! Foolish! King Hun Zhenren quickly moved his core nucleus to his left foot, knowing that as long as the core nucleus was intact, he could quickly regenerate even if his head were chopped off. Yet, what he didn't know was that almost invisible wind element spirit energy, under the cover of the blinding light from the sword drawing technique, silently cleaved towards King Hun Zhenren's left foot. No good! King Hun suddenly felt the approach of death and quickly looked down to his left foot, only to see that it had been grazed by a sword light. Crack! The thumb-sized core nucleus was split in two. The next moment, Ye Feng grasped the cleaved emerald green core nucleus, while the dazzling light from the sword drawing technique decapitated King Hun head. The remaining sword energy continued its assault, leaving behind a ravine that extended over 1,000 meters in the dense forest outside the city. How? How could you discover this true person's weakness? King Hun head spoke as his consciousness began to fade away. To the end, he didn't know where he had lost. With a wave of his hand, Ye Feng collected King Hun remains into the system space and then slowly descended toward the ground, murmuring the victor's low hum. Sorry, I'm using cheats. The splendid sword light dissipated. Everyone looked up just in time to see the scene of Sect Master Ye decapitating King Hun with a single strike, all of them dumbstruck. He's dead. Sect Master Ye has slain King Hun. We're safe. Sect Master Ye is invincible. The entire city cheered. In their eyes, Ye Feng had eradicated King Hun with just one move, the sword drawing technique. As for the fatal wound inflicted by wind element spirit energy, no one except Ye Feng could detect it. Atop an earthen hill, Su Hun collapsed onto the ground. My poor senior brother. Chapter 195. Taking the sect leader as a role model, rumors of Demon City. Su Hun cried. He had witnessed Ye Feng's sword drawing technique twice. The first time, he was the one cut down, and only a remnant soul escaped. The second time, his stronger senior brother, King Hun, was finished. Su Hun admitted that he had been so frightened that he developed a psychological shadow. Ye Feng, this damn Ye Feng. Su Hun knelt on the ground, shivering. No, I'm not Ye Feng's match right now. As they say, a gentleman's revenge is not too late even after 10 years. I'll find a place to cultivate bitterly for 100 years, then come out and take him down. But I haven't fully transformed yet. What should I do? Right, my senior brother told me that the reason that team of demonic beasts attacked Yongxiao ancient city tonight was because the demon race's demon king had taken control of a human race city and developed it into the notorious Demon City. And that troop of demonic beasts was the vanguard of Demon City. Now, I look just like a demon. Why not sneak into Demon City, utilize the resources of the demon race to strengthen myself until I completely transform and change my identity? Thinking of this, Su Hun took a deep breath, glared fiercely at Ye Feng, who was slowly descending from the sky, and sprinted towards the northwest direction of Yongxiao Great Forest. Although the transformation failed, Su Hun had recovered to the demi-transformed stage. As long as he didn't encounter an element-gathering realm human or a demon general of the demon race, there would be no danger. Yongxiao Ancient City. Ye Feng slowly landed. Sect Prestige Value plus 8,763. Sect Prestige Value plus 4,432. With the fall of King Hun, the people of Yongxiao Ancient City bestowed more prestige points, and some even carried the power of faith. Indeed, the conversion rate of prestige points is higher when you rescue them from the brink of danger, Ye Feng thought to himself. When he eradicated Su Hun back in White Float City, he only gained tens of thousands of prestige points, with a conversion rate of about 1/20. The reason for that was because Su Hun hadn't caused too much destruction before he was slain by Ye Feng's sword. But tonight was different. First there was the demonic beast siege, followed by the blood spirit array closing off the entire city, putting everyone in a panic. Then, the blood spirit giants with massive axes chased and killed all the beasts and people in the city. No one could escape, everyone was caught up in it. In the end, King Hun appeared, displaying terrifying power. As the savior of the entire city, Ye Feng naturally received everyone's gratitude. Not only did his prestige points skyrocket in an instant, but he also gained thousands of power of faith. After this ordeal, there are about 100,000 people left in Yongxiao ancient city, and the conversion rate for prestige points is estimated to be over 90%. With that thought, Ye Feng finally touched the ground. Sect Master Jia Yulan, Wu Yangyu, and Ji Xiling, the three female disciples, flew towards him with their swords, covered in dust and looking as disheveled as little cats. "I'm glad you're all safe," said Ye Feng, nodding to the three, but the weight on his mind did not lift. For some reason, even after he had slain King Hun Zhenren, he still felt that the sense of crisis persisted, uncertain what hidden dangers lurked. Could it be the sect of King Hun Zhenren and Su Hun Zhenren? Ye Feng couldn't be sure. Standing beside Ye Feng, Ji Xiling blushed as she recalled the scene of Ye Feng slashing King Hun Zhenren with one sword in the sky. The sect master is truly powerful, she thought. Although I don't know his cultivation level, in my heart, he is no different from a divine spirit. Ji Xiling took a deep breath, looking at Ye Feng. Such a man is the role model for us cultivators. From now on, I will set the sect master as my target to surpass, and I won't stop cultivating until I achieve it. A seed of determination to grow stronger quietly sprouted in Ji Xiling's heart. Meanwhile, nearby cultivators began to arrive. "Sect Master Ye, thank you for your assistance," they said. "Please accept my bow." Everyone reached the nearby streets and knelt around in circles, bowing their heads in gratitude, their faces full of respect and even admiration. The common people around them also knelt to give thanks. In an instant, the nearby area was filled with densely packed kneeling figures. "Everyone, please rise," Ye Feng said, gesturing for them to stand up. Having exhausted his heroic spirit power, he temporarily couldn't use this intangible force to help everyone rise, so he had to call them to their feet. Then, Ye Feng noticed that his heroic spirit power was recovering much faster than before and immediately associated it with a reason, a look of joy crossing his face. The battle had saved more than 100,000 people in Yongxiao ancient city, which increased his heroic spirit power. Moreover, it had increased more fiercely than in the battle at White Float City. In the distance, Zhuang Jieyi pushed his niece into a dilapidated house, wiped his hand across the ground to gather some dust, and smeared it on his face and body to look as if he had been through a fierce battle. He then crawled and rolled to kneel in front of Ye Feng, crying out, "Sect Master Ye, thank you for extending a helping hand to Yongxiao ancient city. I, Zhuang Jieyi, on behalf of the city's 100,000 residents and thousands of cultivators, offer you our bows." Thud, thud, thud. In front of the onlookers, Zhuang Jieyi was sincerely kowtowing, tears and snot running down his face, his forehead breaking open from the repeated blows, but still he continued non-stop. His manner was as if Ye Feng had saved his ancestors for 18 generations. Observing Zhuang Jieyi's behavior, Ye Feng scratched his head, feeling something was off. After pondering for a moment, Ye Feng asked, "And you are?" "I am the city lord of Yongxiao ancient city, Zhuang Jieyi." Pretending to be righteous. "Correct, Zhuang Jieyi." The conversation between the two was completely out of sync. Ye Feng's expression gradually turned strange as he said, "Coincidentally, I happened to pass by here tonight and came across King Hun Zhenren taking action, so I took care of it. Everyone disperse now, go back to your homes." Having said that, Ye Feng waved at the three female disciples, then leveraged his partially recovered heroic spirit power to soar into the air. "Farewell Sect Master Ye." The crowd bowed again in unison. The three female disciples jumped onto the Qing Feng sword and followed closely behind. In the high sky, Ji Xiling asked, "Sect Leader, what are you doing here?" Ye Feng looked around and replied, "I just feel uneasy, but I don't know the source of it. Follow me and take a look around. Should we encounter any demonic beasts causing trouble, we'll deal with them on the way." "Yes." The three disciples maneuvered their swords and flew. Ye Feng used his scouting ability and spotted a black bear demon rushing away below. His eyes narrowed. "Found you." He exerted all his strength to give chase. On the ground, the Black Bear Demon, responsible for attacking Yongxiao ancient city and in its demi-transformed stage, looked back and saw Ye Feng in pursuit. It was so terrified that it hurriedly picked up its pace. Thinking of escaping, Ye Feng chuckled, landed on the ground, and pushed off with all his might. Boom! The earth cracked open as he shot up like a drawn sword, instantly covering thousands of meters, landing near the Black Bear Demon. The ground split open from his impact, his terrifying aura rolling out and hitting the chest of the Black Bear Demon. Wah! The Black Bear Demon was sent reeling, spitting blood. Before it could turn to flee, Ye Feng looped back in front of it. "Ancestor, don't kill me, I was just following orders." Realizing it couldn't escape, the Black Bear Demon immediately knelt and begged for mercy. Ye Feng's expression changed slightly. "Following orders? Who sent you?" A demi-transformed demon beast was not scary on its own. However, a tasked demi-transformed demon beast could indicate many connections, which could be traced to uncover a massive conspiracy behind the scenes. Ye Feng suspected that his sense of crisis was related to the mastermind behind the Black Bear Demon, and perhaps, it was also connected to the sect behind King Hun Zhenren. "I can't say. I will say." The Black Bear Demon began to disclose, but halfway through, it saw Ye Feng smash a nearby boulder to dust with a slap of his hand and quickly changed its tune. "It was Lord Demon General from Demon City who sent me." "Demon City?" Ye Feng frowned. At this moment, Ji Xiling and her companions finally caught up, standing aside and listening. "What is Demon City?" Ye Feng asked. Demon City used to be the one-star city Shuiyang City. The Demon King conquered the city, slaughtered all creatures, and later gathered demons from within 1,000 miles to form Demon City to contend against the several one-star sects surrounding it. The Black Bear Demon revealed the information it knew. Demon King. Ye Feng caught his breath. Demon soldiers, demon generals, demon kings, demon emperors. A demon king of the demon race was comparable to the spirit sea realm, capable of creating a two-star force. If Demon City really had a demon king in charge, why would it only challenge one-star sects? Against a spirit sea realm, a one-star sect would generally be crushed. "I've only heard rumors, not sure if there's a demon king for sure. These half-transformed demonic beasts like me definitely don't have the clearance to know. All I know is that there are many Lord Demon Generals in Demon City, just considering the ones I have seen, there are no less than 10. The Black Bear Demon disclosed another crucial piece of information. After speaking, it swallowed nervously and cautiously asked, "Lord, may I leave now?" You may go now," Ye Feng nodded. Upon hearing this, Jia Yulan slightly furrowed her brows. The Black Bear Demon was overjoyed, sprinted a few dozen meters away, and the viciousness in its eyes grew thicker. It sneered internally, "Once I return to Demon City, I will report this event to Lord Demon General and must bring a large army back, to crush you to death." Splash! A willow leaf-shaped blade pierced through the Black Bear Demon, causing it to collapse powerlessly onto the ground, pupils dilating as it stared at Ye Feng standing before it. You broke your promise." With those last words, the Black Bear Demon fell dead on the spot. "I said you could go, but I didn't say I wouldn't kill you." Ye Feng retracted the willow leaf blade and embedded it back into the large metal leaf blade. Chapter 196. The fourth function of the Spirit Beast Pavilion, Underground Ancient City Meeting. Sect Leader, what kind of spiritual artifact is this? Jia Yulan stepped forward, curiously examining the metal leaf blade that was 1/2 meter wide and 2 meters long. Upon closer inspection, one could see that the entire metal leaf was made up of many smaller leaf blades pieced together, ingeniously designed to be used as a complete set of spiritual artifacts. As for the death of the Black Bear Demon, Jia Yulan did not inquire. After the demi-transformed demon beast entered Yongxiao ancient city, it slaughtered numerous cultivators, truly deserving death. Initially seeing Ye Feng agree to let the Black Bear Demon escape, Jia Yulan struggled to accept it. It wasn't until the next moment, when Ye Feng detached a leaf-shaped blade from the metal leaf and threw it out with force, easily piercing through the black bear demon, that Jia Yulan finally breathed a sigh of relief. This is an exclusive spiritual artifact of mine. Aside from its hardness and sharpness, it has no other features, Ye Feng said. The metal leaf was inscribed with special array patterns, and could not be controlled with spiritual power. But, it was definitely hard enough. For other cultivators, the metal leaf blade might be of little value, but for Ye Feng, it was the perfect spiritual artifact. Exclusive spiritual artifact. Jia Yulan muttered to himself before shifting the topic. Sect leader, how much truth do you think there was in what the black bear demon said? First, let's see where Shuiyang City is, Ye Feng said. Ji Xiling, standing nearby, took out a map and pointed to a location, saying, northwest of Yongxiao Ancient City, 1,000 li away, there indeed is a one-star level city called Shuiyang City, whose comprehensive strength is much stronger than White Float City, possessing up to 15 cultivators in the element gathering realm, with the city lord having reached the 6th layer of element gathering realm. That far. Ye Feng took out the heaven-asking mirror. The three disciples immediately gathered around. This is a mirror that can probe within 1,000 li radius, known as the heaven-asking mirror, Ye Feng briefly explained, his thoughts moving, and a flat map appeared on the mirror's surface. Ye Feng tapped towards the northwest direction, expanding the image. The mirror's surface rippled like water waves. The next moment, the gates of a huge ancient city appeared in the mirror. But due to the distance, they could only see the eastern gate of the ancient city and a small part inside, and it seemed to be shrouded in mist, unclear. Suddenly, dozens of figures appeared in the image. They were demonic beasts. These demonic beasts formed a team, exiting from the east gate and running wildly toward the northeast, their faces filled with excitement, with no indication of what they were planning to do. Shuiyang City really has been occupied by demonic beasts, Ye Feng frowned. Sect leader, why is the image so blurry, and why are only chaotic noises heard? Yang Yu asked, puzzled. Because the heaven-asking mirror is only a middle-grade spiritual artifact, its probing ability is limited, and besides, there must be a formation in Shuiyang City that can obstruct vision, Ye Feng explained. He didn't continue moving towards the northwest direction. Doing so, he could see the whole of Shuiyang City, but due to the formation obstruction, it would also appear as a mist, meaningless. What should we do now? Jia Yulan was very worried. If what the black bear demon said was true, a spirit sea realm demon king was a terrifying existence, and only the strong from 2-star forces would be able to suppress it. Let's take it one step at a time, Ye Feng said. Within this region spanning over 1,000 li, there are many 1-star forces like White Float City, Sanyuan City, King Yun Sect, Liu Yun Sect, 100 Artifacts Sect, Spirit Beast Sect, and others that Shuiyang City's demon race would find challenging to sweep through. Let's go, back to Misty Sect first. Ye Feng put away the heaven-asking mirror, stepped onto the metal leaf blade, and flew with the disciples toward Misty Peak, over 100 li away. Under the cover of night, Ye Feng sat on the roof of the sect leader's great hall. Senior Sister Mo Ying, come here. Sect leader, do you need me for something? This middle-grade spirit sword is yours, consider it a reward for breaking through to element gathering realm. Senior Sister Mo Ying's heart leapt with joy as she observed the hovering 3-foot green peak in front of her, its design elegant and beautiful, immediately becoming her cherished possession, but the next moment, she shook her head. Sect leader, I haven't yet broken through to element gathering realm. You are of upper grade talent, breaking through to element gathering realm is only a matter of time, Ye Feng said instinctively, patting Senior Sister Mo Ying's soft shoulder, then suddenly realizing something, he retracted his hand like lightning. Thank you, Sect leader, I will rest now. Mo Ying took the spirit sword. After Mo Ying left, Ye Feng took out the newly refined disciple identity tokens. After some thought, he decided to distribute them uniformly after Ji Xiling completed her task and became an outer sect disciple. Then, he opened the system panel. Spirit Beast Pavilion, 4th Order. Mountain Guardian Spirit Beasts, 11/25. Spirit Beast Pavilion Promotion Description, Prestige Points Breakthrough 1 million, unlocking the 5th stage of the Spirit Beast Pavilion, adding new functions. Function 1, Strength Accumulation. The Spirit Beasts of the Spirit Beast Pavilion can provide the Sect Leader with additional cultivation enhancement. Function 2, Scouting. Enhanced once, obtain names, species, uses, talents, weaknesses, etc., of various demonic beasts. Function 3, Bloodline Purifying Pill. This pill can purify the bloodlines of spiritual beasts without limit, maximally enhancing their potential. Includes a virtual pill refining furnace. With the necessary materials collected, pills can be self-formed, with 2 creations possible every day. Function 4, Spirit Blood Transference. Harvesting the bloodlines from perished demon beasts and refining them into spirit blood, which can be transferred to Mountain Guardian Spirit Beasts. After the Spirit Beast Pavilion became 4th Order, the limit for Mountain Guardian Spirit Beasts also increased. The usage of the virtual pill refining furnace became twice a day. As for the scouting function, the suffix enhanced was added. But the most important was the addition of the Spirit Blood Transference function. System, after I refine some demonic beasts' bloodlines into spirit blood, I can directly transfer it to Mountain Guardian Spirit Beasts like the little white fox to make them stronger, right? Ye Feng asked within his heart. That's right, the system answered. Great. Ye Feng was relieved. Next, he opened the data panel for the newly unlocked Artifact Refining Pavilion. Artifact Refining Pavilion, 1st Order. Basic Construction, Refining Furnace, Middle Grade Spiritual Artifact. Artifact Refining Pavilion Promotion Description, upgrade the Refining Furnace to upper grade spiritual artifacts, and the Artifact Refining Pavilion can be promoted to 2nd Order, obtaining Refinement Compendium Upper Volume. After reading the introduction of the Artifact Refining Pavilion, Ye Feng felt it was much simpler than the Spirit Beast Pavilion. However, once the Artifact Refining Pavilion reached 2nd Order, he could obtain the crucial Refinement Compendium, which would allow him to create spiritual artifacts without a refining furnace after studying it. Let's try out the 4th function of the Spirit Beast Pavilion first. Ye Feng closed the data panel, took out the remains of King Hun Genren, as well as the green core nucleus that had been sliced in half. This item was only the size of a thumb, covered in special patterns, and under the scouting function of the Spirit Beast Pavilion, it had no secrets. Demon Beast Core Nucleus, middle rank demon general level, contains abundant wood elemental energy, can be used in alchemy, and as the core part of a formation. Not useful for now. Ye Feng stored the core nucleus away. He looked at the remains of King Hun Genren, and as prompted, placed his hands on the top and back of the remains, invoking the Spirit Blood Transference function. SSSSS. A sound of wind arose. Ye Feng noticed a large amount of pale green radiance emerging from within the remains of King Hun Genren. It gradually converged in midair into an egg-sized spirit blood cluster. To whom should I give this clump of spirit blood? Ye Feng surveyed the summit of Misty Peak, ultimately fixing his gaze on the 1,000-year ancient pine tree. King Hun Genren was a 1,000-year tree demon, so his spirit blood is naturally most suitable for the same kind of 1,000-year ancient pine. With that, Ye Feng pressed the spirit blood against the trunk of the 1,000-year ancient pine. The entire tree suddenly shook, and the spirit blood immediately permeated through the conduits of the 1,000-year ancient pine into its entirety, perfectly integrating with it. The 1,000-year ancient pine quickly grew larger, its branches and leaves became even more lush, radiating an extremely robust life force, giving the impression of facing an ancient titan tree. What miraculous power! The 1,000-year ancient pine suddenly spoke human language. A human face slowly protruded from the trunk, full of furrows, looking very old, yet appearing very benevolent. The 1,000-year ancient pine blinked at Ye Feng, expressing gratitude. "Thank you, Sect Leader, for bestowing your spirit blood upon me, aiding my transformation. It won't be long before I can advance to a middle-rank demon general." Hearing this, Ye Feng was very satisfied. Although the 1,000-year ancient pine had not yet broken through to the middle-rank demon general level, its cultivation had increased significantly. Ye Feng could feel the enhance in his own strength. If he were to face King Hun Zhenren once again, even without using the sword drawing technique and the wind element spirit energy, Ye Feng believed he would be able to chase after and attack the adversary. My current strength should be comparable to the peak of the 6th layer of the element gathering realm. Ye Feng mused to himself. Moreover, just the power of the heroic spirits has already reached the level of the 3rd layer of the element gathering realm. If I were to use the sword drawing technique, could I possibly defeat even a 7th layer cultivator with a single strike? Thinking of this, Ye Feng turned to the 1,000-year ancient pine and asked, "You've acquired the wood elemental spirit blood, have you gained any new abilities, I mean talents?" "Yes," the 1,000-year ancient pine blinked. Bang! A pine cone struck the ground and transformed into a 2-meter-tall warrior clad in green armor, wielding a shield and a short dagger. "This is my talent, Armored Guardian. It can be summoned by consuming my own energy, and each one possesses the strength of the peak chi refinement stage. Up to 9 can exist at the same time," the 1,000-year ancient pine explained. "That's quite a decent talent," Ye Feng praised. 9 guardians at the peak of the chi refining realm were certainly not bad. In ordinary times, the disciples from Misty Sect could spar against the armored guardians of the ancient pine to enhance their combat capabilities. Thus, Ye Feng shared his idea of sparring with the ancient pine. "Rest assured, Sect Leader, I will have the armored guardians train the disciples tomorrow," the 1,000-year ancient pine said. Let's leave it at that for now." Ye Feng returned to his room and began to rest. The next morning. "My goodness, Grandfather Pine can actually talk now. Grandfather Pine, I want to eat pine cones." No sooner had Ye Feng stepped out of his room than he heard the voices of the disciples from the front courtyard. In addition to the disciples, the White Float 5 immortals and other spiritual beasts were also gathered under the tree, chatting with the 1,000-year ancient pine, while munching on pine cones. In the clearing, an armored guardian was sparring with Mo Ying. The guardian, devoid of emotions and thoughts, possessed only the instinct to fight. With its shield in the left hand for ramming and its dagger in the right for continuous slashes, it was ranked among the stronger fighters when compared to all at the peak of the 9th layer of chi refinement. Sword combat technique. Mo Ying suddenly retreated more than 10 meters, formed a sword with her fingers, and with a swift motion, her breeze-riding sword traced a large arc in midair, stabbing through the armored guardian from behind. However, the armored guardian was not a living being. Despite being impaled by this strike, it still maintained formidable combat strength. The survivability of the armored guardian is very strong. Unless dismembered, they can continue fighting until their strength is exhausted, the 1,000-year ancient pine reminded. "I see." Mo Ying tapped the ground lightly, using wind spirit step to dodge the armored guardian's charge. She drew her breeze-riding sword and immediately deployed streaming light sword chi. Rib. The long sword slashed down from above, cleaving the armored guardian and its shield in 2 halves. Although it still struggled, the armored guardian couldn't rise anymore, defeated by Mo Ying. Impressive. In our Misty Sect, only senior sister Mo Ying can defeat an armored guardian now. Second senior brother should also be able to, one disciple chimed in. The other disciples began to discuss among themselves. "It seems you've already discovered one of the purposes of the armored guardians. Good, whenever you have spare time, spar with them to improve your combat skills," Ye Feng, standing on the rooftop, said. "Yes." The disciples nodded. At this time, Ji Xiling, holding a small wooden box, saluted Ye Feng and said, "Sect Leader, I am going to continue my training down the mountain and strive to complete the outer sect disciple assessment task as soon as possible." Ye Feng opened the system panel. Registered disciple Ji Xiling, task progress 70%, has cultivated 3 first-grade spells to perfection, prestige points 260/500. The prestige points had passed the halfway mark, but the task was still incomplete, demanding more effort. Ye Feng thought for a moment, pointed to the distance, and said, "Xiling, you can go to the southeastern direction to the Five Colors City to train, but be careful about safety." The northwestern direction towards Shuiyang City was unsafe. Compared to that, the Five Colors City to the southeast was relatively safer and suitable for newbies like Ji Xiling to carry out their tasks. "I'll go too." Mo Ying put away her breeze-riding sword. "I feel I need a hardy battle to break through to the element-gathering realm." "That works too," agreed Ye Feng. "In that case, I will be in senior sister Mo's care along the way," Ji Xiling said to Mo Ying with a gentle smile. Then, the two women rode their swords toward Five Colors City. On a scorching afternoon, Ye Feng had just woken up when he heard a pleasant bell ringing from halfway up the mountain. "Who has come?" Ye Feng was surprised and quickly got up. Half a stick of incense later, in the sect leader's great hall, the deputy city lord stated his purpose with a solemn expression. 1,000 miles away, Shuiyang City has been breached by the demon race and is now called Demon City. We need to organize a secret meeting in a mysterious underground ancient city to discuss strategies. The most crucial point is, even I have to go." Ye Feng paused, "But our Misty sect is only a high-ranked sect." The deputy city lord hurriedly said, "Sect Master Ye, please don't be modest. You are the one who slain Suhun Genren with a single stroke, who would dare to disregard your presence? Not just us, Yunhua Genren from Yunhua sect will also be there. In total, there will be more than a dozen sect leaders." "All right, then. Let's set off," Ye Feng nodded. He hadn't expected the news to spread so quickly. He had just extracted information from the Black Bear Demon of Demon City the previous night, and today an emergency meeting was already called. It seemed other forces had definitely been attacked by the beasts of Demon City and even sent spies into it, knowing many secrets. Ye Feng wanted to know the specifics about Demon City, so he agreed to the deputy city lord's request. Mid-air, Ye Feng and the deputy city lord flew at high speed. They crossed the Yungxiao Great Forest and landed in front of ruins enveloped in mist. "Sect Master Ye, please follow me," the deputy city lord led the way. They bypassed the mist and stood before a huge crater hundreds of miles in diameter. Ye Feng looked down and saw that about 300 meters from the ground, there indeed was a black-themed ancient city. This city was discovered together by leaders of the major star-level sects and was once the stronghold of Suhun Genren. However, it is said that originally, this place was an isolated underground ancient city, which just happened to be taken over by Suhun Genren, explained the deputy city lord. After the combined sects besieged Suhun Genren, he was forced to abandon this underground ancient city. Over the years, with planning and development, the city has become the place where sect leaders discuss important matters. In the event of an emergency, the sect leaders will gather here. The deputy city lord provided a detailed introduction. Ye Feng nodded slightly, looking down at the ancient city below, finding that tens of thousands of people resided there, wondering how they managed to survive. Half a stick of incense later, the two arrived at the center of the underground ancient city and entered the majestic black mysterious iron hall, where several element-gathering realm masters were already seated. One of the elders glanced at Ye Feng, his eyes immediately showing displeasure. Ye Feng met the elder's gaze but revealed an amused smile. Chapter 197. This true person can take the position of alliance hierarch. Several strong practitioners were seated in the black mysterious iron hall. The elder at the forefront, clad in a green robe, was imposing and dignified. Despite his advanced age, he was still full of vigor. He was none other than the sect master of King Yun sect, King Yun Zhenren. The person who had just locked eyes with Ye Feng was him. The main reason for this was because King Yun sect disciples Bai Minglu and Xiao Fenggu had been defeated by disciples from the Misty sect on multiple occasions, causing King Yun Zhenren to become the subject of ridicule by other sect leaders, which left him feeling rather displeased. Of course, it was just displeasure. Or rather, King Yun Zhenren found Ye Feng disagreeable no matter how he looked at him. If the Misty sect had been a star-level sect, Xiao Fenggu and Bai Minglu's losses would have been just that, losses. However, the key point was that when Huo Yunjia defeated Xiao Fenggu for the first time, the Misty sect was still a lower-rank sect, in the midst of holding a high-rank sect ennoblement ceremony. An established one-star sect had repeatedly lost to disciples from a newly advanced high-ranked sect, which was also Xiao Fenggu's former sect. Once the news spread, King Yun sect became the butt of the joke. Especially during the last sword child ennobling ceremony for Mu Rugzhu, where, during the toasting segment, King Yun Zhenren was several times mocked by other sect masters, losing all face. In conclusion, King Yun Zhenren was very angry. But after all, he was a sect leader of a star-level sect. Though he felt displeased, he could not show it, lest others accuse him of lacking magnanimity. Humph! King Yun Zhenren uttered a grunt, then picked up his teacup and drank moodily. Ye Feng could guess why King Yun Zhenren was acting this way and didn't say much, as he took his seat beside the deputy city lord. Sect Master Ye, you've finally arrived, said Yunhua Zhenren, the sect master of the Yunhua sect, who was seated nearby, greeting Ye Feng with a cupped fist salute. Yunhua Zhenren, you've arrived quite early, Ye Feng nodded in response. After his smile faded, he began to look around. This black mysterious iron hall was very ancient, at least 1,000 years old, and around it were 18 black iron thrones welded to the ground. Leaders of star-level forces from within 1,000 miles radius, such as King Yun sect, Spirit Beast Pavilion, Liu Yun sect, 100 Artifacts sect, Yunhua sect, White Float City, Misty sect, Sanyuan City, and others, were present. Among them, Yunhua sect and Misty sect were not star-level forces. However, in everyone's eyes, the strength of the leaders of these two sects was formidable enough to justify their presence in the Black Iron Hall, and so they were invited as well. Now that everyone is almost here, let's begin the meeting, said the youthful-looking elder sect leader of Liu Yun sect, setting down his teacup and taking the lead in hosting this meeting. What exactly are we discussing at this meeting? King Yun Zhenren suddenly asked, his eyes narrowing as he looked directly at the sect leader of the Liu Yun sect. Naturally, it's about the matter of the Demon City, a weak and hoarse voice resonated from outside the hall, capturing everyone's attention. Ye Feng looked in the direction of the voice. A middle-aged beauty in a purple robe was being supported into the hall by two maids. She was weak and pale, obviously having suffered a serious injury. Deputy City Lord of Shuiyang City. Gongqing Kaiyu, are you all right? What about the other cultivators? The various sect leaders stood up hurriedly upon seeing the beautiful woman. Deputy City Lord Gongqing Kaiyu sank into a black iron throne, speaking feebly, please don't worry about me, everyone. I am merely gravely wounded after being besieged by several demon generals. I won't die so soon. My main purpose here is to brief you all on the crisis that has abruptly befallen Shuiyang City. On hearing this, everyone promptly sat down. We must start from what happened half a month ago. Gongqing Kaiyu began her tale. Half a month ago, everything in Shuiyang City was normal, and the Demon Subjugation Convention was proceeding smoothly, nearing victory. However, a disciple from a certain sect in the city accidentally stumbled into an underground cavern and released a demon king that had been suppressed for many years, which led to disaster. Upon hearing this, all present were shocked. Demon King? That was an entity comparable to the Spirit Sea realm. How could they, these one-star forces, possibly deal with it? Ye Feng's eyes narrowed slightly, surmising that what the beautiful woman was saying was true, and not to mention, the Black Bear demon had also mentioned a demon king seated within the demon city. Gong King Kaihu continued. After the demon king emerged, it did not immediately attack Shuiyang city but remained dormant for some time, until 5 days ago, when it suddenly stormed into our city. In that battle, the city lord perished on the spot. Several elders desperately self-destructed, holding back the demon king, buying me time. Afterwards, I was besieged by several demon generals, and only by paying a heavy price in grave injuries and lowering my cultivation level, did I manage to break through the encirclement. Upon saying this, Gong King Kaihu's tears fell like rain. The city lord of Shuiyang city was her elder brother. Yet, she could only watch helplessly as he was slapped to death by the demon king, utterly powerless to resist. Countless people within the city were devoured by the demon king, a sight too tragic to bear. Upon hearing this, everyone clenched their fists. Even Prefect Gong, a powerful figure who stood shoulder to shoulder with me, couldn't withstand a single strike from the demon king. King Yun Zhenren's hands trembled, and the corner of his eyes twitched. The demon king is too strong, his demonic aura vast like the sea, endless. My brother was no match for him. Gong King Kaihu, unable to contain her grief, began coughing violently. So, what should we do now? Yun Huazhenren couldn't help but ask, his facial features nearly squeezing together in fear. With the demon king sitting in Shuiyang city, just with our strength, even if we joined forces, we wouldn't be a match. Sect leader of Liu Yun sect's side. If the demon king were only at the peak of the element gathering realm, then with everyone here taking action and the assistance of several small killing arrays, they most definitely could have overcome him. But, this was the demon king. I came here with another very important piece of news, Gong King Kaihu said as she took out a piece of fox fur with 3 tails from her wide sleeves. Everyone's expression tensed upon seeing the fox fur. A 3-tailed fox. Could it be that the demon fox clan has re-emerged? Sect leader of Liu Yun sect and King Yun Zhenren exclaimed in shock. Ye Feng, having never heard of the demon fox clan, remained silent, wanting to hear what others had to say. You haven't guessed wrong. Behind that demon king is the demon fox clan, but that's all I know, Gong King Kaihu said as she put away the 3-tailed fox's fur and continued. Now that Shuiyang city no longer exists and has become demon city, I am left homeless. If any of you have the capability, then go take down demon city. Having said that, she left the Black Iron Hall with the support of her 2 maids. The remaining people looked at each other. Cough cough. Now that everyone is aware of the situation, next, we should discuss plans to deal with demon city, said the sect leader of Liu Yun sect. Deal with demon city. The spirit beast sect master and the sect master of 100 artifacts sect looked at each other, both thinking the sect leader of Liu Yun sect was joking. How could they fight the demon king with just these people? The demon king has taken over Shuiyang city, built demon city, and is definitely aiming to build a 2-star rank force. If we do not act against it, we will surely be devoured by the demon king, the sect leader of Liu Yun sect said with a grave tone. Then we should ask for help from County King City, they will surely lend a hand, suggested the sect master of 100 artifacts sect. County King City may not take action, the spirit beast sect master shook his head, as long as they are not threatened or offended by County King City, those strong in the spirit sea realm could hardly be bothered with the life and death of our sects. As for the commandery prince, he is likely busy trying to break through to the divine origin realm and won't spare the time for such trifles. Then what can we do? The city lord of Sanyuan city looked distressed. Why not ask for help from the divine wind sword sect? Yun Huazhenren weakly suggested. Pfft. Everyone else laughed. King Yun Zhenren shrugged his shoulders, scoffing, what are you thinking? The Divine Wind Sword sect has only a few at the Spirit Sea realm, each of them cherishing their own lives. To expect them to take action against the Demon King is a sheer fantasy. So what do we do? The sect leader of Liuyun sect was in a dilemma. Without the spirit sea realm leading them, how could they dare to contend with Demon City? Why the panic? King Yun Zhenren suddenly smiled, saying, I have an idea. We, the sect masters present here, could form a demon subjugation alliance. Whenever a force is attacked by the strong from Demon City, other forces must rush to their aid. After all, we can't confront the Demon King at this stage, all we can do is protect ourselves. What do you think? That could work. All sect masters thought it was a good idea. If several forces formed an alliance, unless the Demon King himself took action, they could have the strength to fight. As King Yun Zhenren said, the various sects were incapable of overthrowing Demon City, so the best they could do was to unite and preserve their lives first. Sect leader of Liuyun sect said with a weird expression, forming an alliance is fine, but since we're allying, we'll definitely need to choose an alliance hierarch, as well as several vice-alliance hierarchs. Everyone here has considerable strength and is a candidate for vice-alliance hierarch. But who should be the alliance hierarch? Whoosh! King Yun Zhenren suddenly stood up, hands behind his back, chin lifted, exuding the strong aura of the 6th level of the element gathering realm, and declared in a loud and clear voice. The alliance hierarch should naturally be the strongest among us. I am modest and would like to volunteer myself as the alliance hierarch. The moment he spoke, even Ye Feng was surprised to look at King Yun Zhenren. This man truly has thick skin. Chapter 198. Sect Master Ye really is a dark horse. Elder King Yun's words stirred up 1,000 ripples. You want to assume the position of alliance hierarch. On what basis? The sect leader of Liuyun sect has just recently broken through to the 6th level of the element gathering realm. He is brave and resourceful, and also very stable. I think he is the right candidate for alliance hierarch, said Sect Master Ye Feng. The leaders of the various sects expressed their dissent one after another. I think it's possible. The city lord of Sanyuan city cast a vote of approval. The expression of the sect leader of Liuyun sect was not very pleasant. The reason he agreed to the alliance was naturally to ascend to a higher position himself. However, the shameless elder King Yun claimed to be the strongest and sought to rise to power. Ye Feng and the deputy city lord did not comment. Sect Master Ye, what do you think about this? At this point, Yunhua Zhenren looked towards Ye Feng. You managed to kill Suhun Zhenren with a single sword stroke, and your strength is obvious to all. You are also qualified to compete for the position of alliance hierarch. As soon as these words were spoken, everyone's gaze turned to Ye Feng. The sect leader of Liuyun sect and Elder King Yun were taken aback, almost forgetting that there was this troublesome person, Ye Feng, present. But Elder King Yun, confident in his own strength, sneered, just Suhun Zhenren, who was beaten by me in the past year to be left with only a remnant spirit, and his strength was more than halved. Otherwise, how could someone take advantage of his weakness? This statement clearly implied that without Elder King Yun's initial move, Ye Feng would not have been able to kill Suhun Zhenren. Therefore, Ye Feng was just lucky, taking advantage of a situation. The deputy city lord could no longer keep silent and said with a heavy tone, Sect Master Ye's strength is absolutely around the 6th level of the element gathering realm, not weaker than you, Elder King Yun. Why do you publicly demean Sect Master Ye? Then let's fight. Elder King Yun revealed a cold smile. I am not interested in the position of alliance hierarch. Ye Feng waved his hand, saying something that astonished everyone. Sect Master Ye, the deputy city lord wanted to say more, but seeing Ye Feng wave his hand, he had to stop persuading. In fact, Ye Feng did not think that Elder King Yun was stronger than himself. The sole reason he did not want to take up the position of alliance hierarch was that it was simply too bothersome. After all, there would definitely be many issues to deal with once he became the alliance hierarch. Life as a salted fish would no longer exist. Moreover, once he became the alliance hierarch, should he become a target of focused attacks by the demon race army from Demon City, it would be rather bad. It seems Sect Master Ye also knows he is inferior in skill, so in that case, Sect Leader of Liu Yun Sect, do you have anything else to say? How about we go outside and have a fight? Elder King Yun was very proud. This, the Sect Leader of Liu Yun Sect hesitated for a moment, then shook his head. Forget it, since Elder King Yun wants to be Alliance Hierarch, we might as well give up the position to him. Humph, what do you mean by give up? I am assuming the position based on strength, Elder King Yun said triumphantly, sweeping his sleeve. He sat on the throne, so now, all the fellow deists present will be the Vice Alliance Hierarchs, and our Demon Subjugation Alliance is thus established. The Sect Leader of Liu Yun Sect curled his lips. What does the Alliance Hierarch plan to do next? As soon as he said this, everyone looked towards Elder King Yun. Elder King Yun glanced around, his eyes landing on Ye Feng, and said, firstly, we need to scout out the enemy's intelligence to know the next move of the demon race, for better anticipation and defense. Among all the Vice Alliance Hierarchs present, Vice Alliance Hierarch Ye, as the chosen one, no one can discern your cultivation level. I propose that Sect Master Ye personally go to Demon City to scout out the enemy situation. Upon these words, the crowd was in an uproar. Go to Demon City to scout out the enemy situation? Isn't this basically a suicide mission? Oh, right. Elder King Yun seems displeased with Sect Master Ye, he must be intentionally trying to trap him. Everyone present was wise to Elder King Yun's cunning plan and cast disdainful glances at him. However, the issue was that scouting the enemy was indeed very important, and Ye Feng, being the only chosen one among the people present, appeared no different from a mortal, indeed making him the most suitable candidate for infiltrating Demon City. Thus, other people also felt that Elder King Yun's plan was logical. But the risk of infiltrating Demon City was too great. They would be reluctant to go themselves. I object. Ye Feng immediately stood up. To ask him to go to Demon City? That must be a joke. To this, Ye Feng was utterly unwilling, and moreover, he was quite displeased with Elder King Yun's arrangement. This was just the beginning of his rule, and he was already being set up. What would happen in the future? This damned Demon Subjugation Alliance, better not to stay. Insolent, I am the Alliance Hierarch, do you dare to disobey orders? Elder King Yun unleashed the aura of the 6th level of the element gathering realm, like a myriad of heavy waves, pressing towards Ye Feng. I, Ye Feng, am leaving the alliance. Ye Feng extended his left hand, and the wind element spirit pearl appeared in his palm. His augmented heroic spirit power formed a shield, blocking Elder King Yun's momentum. Then, he walked out. Don't be rash, Sect Master Ye. Yun Huagenren and the Deputy City Lord of White Float City quickly stood up and called out. Leaving the alliance? Ha, the Demon Subjugation Alliance is not a place where you can come and go as you please. Elder King Yun finally seized the opportunity to make a move, laughing loudly as he reached towards Ye Feng with one hand. Get lost! Ye Feng abruptly gathered the strength of his flesh and heroic spirit power in his fist, like a massive boulder crashing towards Elder King Yun. Boom! Elder King Yun was sent flying, crashing into the hard black iron wall, forming a 3-inch deep human-shaped indentation. If you want to fight, then come outside, Ye Feng said, then soared into the sky, heading toward the heights above the underground ancient city. You dare to challenge the Alliance Hierarch, are you trying to seize power? Very well. Elder King Yun immediately chased after him. The rest of the people looked at each other. What should we do? Follow, of course. Before their words had even finished, everyone flew off in pursuit. Above a dense primeval forest, Ye Feng and Elder King Yun faced each other from a distance of tens of meters. The Deputy City Lord and the elders of the Liu Yun sect stood at a distance to watch the fight, discussing heatedly amongst themselves. Do you think Sect Master Ye can win? Not very likely. After all although that old man from King Yun is domineering and petty, extremely unlikable, he has perfected the green cloud sword technique to the 3rd level, perfection. He can unleash sword chi just with his hands. How can Sect Master Ye possibly defend against that? That's not good at all. Everyone showed a look of concern. Aside from the city lord of Sanyuan City, no other sect leader was very willing to be at the beck and call of King Yun Genren. They all hoped Ye Feng would win. Ye Feng, I've been displeased with you for a long time. Today, we settle our new grudges and old ones. King Yun Genren said in a suppressed voice. I acknowledge the new grudge, but what old grudge? Ye Feng suddenly laughed. Could it be because your King Yun sect's disciples couldn't defeat our Misty sect's disciples, and you've harbored a grudge? No way, could there really be someone that petty? Ha ha ha. Since he had already offended the other party, Ye Feng decided to add fuel to the flame. If it wouldn't anger him to death, then he'd anger him to the brink of it. Shut up! King Yun Genren bellowed in rage. He was indeed petty and narrow-minded. From a young age, he often fought over trivial matters. After becoming the sect master of King Yun sect, he restrained himself somewhat, but was still very narrow-minded, unable to tolerate the slightest slight. Once, an elder had told King Yun Genren during an excursion, if you do not change your character and become more magnanimous, it will become a heart demon for you, preventing you from ever breaking through to the 7th layer of the element gathering realm. This remark had greatly angered King Yun Genren. Take this, King Yun sword chi. As King Yun Genren formed a sword with his fingers and pointed at Ye Feng, a blinding sword light instantly streaked across the sky, slicing even the trees on the ground in half. Ye Feng said nothing, but in a flash, he waved the mini banana palm fan 22 times to block the sword light. The power of the mini banana palm fan is starting to fall behind. Ye Feng noticed that the force of that last fan was weaker than King Yun Genren's sword chi, almost reaching the limit of the fan. This meant that if he faced stronger enemies in the future, the mini banana palm fan would be nearly useless. Just like the spirit origin clock before, once Ye Feng's strength entered the element gathering realm, he had stopped using it. Sigh, it seems I ultimately need to change weapons, Ye Feng lamented. He actually blocked it. King Yun Genren, noticing that Ye Feng had stopped his King Yun sword chi with a single fan, was instantly infuriated. Break for me! King Yun Genren used both hands to form sword fingers, releasing a barrage of sharp sword chi at Ye Feng. In an instant, dozens of strikes headed towards Ye Feng. That fierce! Ye Feng quickly dodged. Boom, boom, boom. King Yun's sword chi struck the ground, causing numerous deep pits in the primeval forest, as if struck by a barrage of meteors. This is not good, Sect Master Ye is constantly being pressured, the deputy city lord said with a worried expression and shouted, Sect Master Ye, quickly use your sword drawing technique. Ye Feng, while dodging, muttered, do you think the sword drawing technique is something I can use whenever I want? If it doesn't hit, I lose. But if it does hit, King Yun Genren is finished on the spot. At present, the two were merely sparring. As for a fight to the death, it was far from reaching that extent. Moreover, if King Yun Genren were slain, the human race's power would weaken, making it even less likely to be a match for Demon City. Break for me! King Yun Genren, utterly unconcerned about the depletion of his true yuan, released King Yun's sword chi with both hands continuously, faster and faster, until the air in front of him was filled with thick dust, gradually obscuring the view. But those seated were all element gathering realm experts who possessed spiritual sense, and with a simple sweep, they could see through the fog and spot Ye Feng, who was continuously dodging. As for King Yun Genren, he stood high in the sky, relentlessly discharging sword chi like a human-shaped cannon. Though each strand of sword chi wasn't very powerful, their relentless assault was unstoppable. If this were aimed at a city and continuously bombarded, in no time at all, the whole city would become ruins. Truly worthy of being King Yun Genren. This guy is too strong. Humph, futile efforts. Haven't you noticed that Sect Master Ye has been dodging the whole time? In my opinion, he's definitely waiting for King Yun Zhenren to exhaust his strength before striking back. The assembled sect leaders discussed animatedly. In their view, although the enraged King Yun Zhenren was fierce, he couldn't hit Ye Feng. Even if he could suppress Ye Feng for now, if he overexerted himself, the outcome was unpredictable. Ye Feng kept on dodging, contemplating a countermeasure. If it were a life-and-death battle, he could have used the sword-drawing technique combined with the wind element spirit energy to slay King Yun Zhenren. But now, he was instead restrained. I've got it restrained. Ye Feng's eyes brightened as his left hand trembled slightly. 3 strands of wind element spirit energy within the wind spirit pearl silently decreased by 1 strand. Ye Feng, coward, aren't you daring to fight? Let me tell you the truth, my true yuan is still abundant. I could keep bombarding for 6 hours with no trouble. King Yun Zhenren laughed triumphantly. He can last that long. The sect leader's expressions changed. The next moment, a glowing rope suddenly appeared around King Yun Zhenren, instantly tying him up like a zongzi. What kind of spell is this? King Yun Zhenren found the light rope binding him to be exceptionally tough, even with the pressure of the 6th layer of the element gathering realm, he couldn't break free. King Yun Zhenren has actually been tied up. Sect Master Ye still had this trick up his sleeve. The crowd was shocked. Becoming able to restrain King Yun Zhenren, it meant that Ye Feng could also restrain them. With this thought, they couldn't help but cast wary glances at Ye Feng. It's over, Ye Feng declared, raising his fist, enveloped in formidable strength, and accurately smashing it into King Yun Zhenren's face. Bang! King Yun Zhenren crashed to the ground like a meteor, half of his face swollen like a pig's head, the corner of his mouth, dripping with a trace of blood, still trembling, as he lay in a deep pit with a life reassessment expression, silently gazing up at the sky. Chapter 199. Side Quest, Infiltrating Demon City, full of twists and turns. The wind element spirit energy really didn't disappoint me. Ye Feng's lips curled slightly. As an upper-grade spiritual artifact, the main purpose of the Wind Spirit Pearl was to strengthen the power of heroic spirits, generate shields, and it even came with the functionality of a wind-halting pearl. The really impressive part, though, was the 3 strands of wind element spirit energy. In the past, Ye Feng had always used the wind element spirit energy as sword qi, but today, he discovered that it could also transform into light ropes, which even King Yun Zhenren of the 6th level of the element gathering realm couldn't break free from. On the ground, everyone stood next to the deep pit, looking down at King Yun Zhenren lying in the pit in a straight line, shaking all over. They couldn't tell if it was out of fear or anger. Ye Feng, let go of this alliance hierarch. King Yun Zhenren gritted his teeth. He suddenly felt so embarrassed that he had even lost to Ye Feng. Deputy City Lord, let's go. Ye Feng glanced at King Yun Zhenren and shouted to the Deputy City Lord of White Float City before preparing to leave. Wait, untie me, King Yun Zhenren shouted again. Ye Feng started walking without paying any attention. Sect Master Ye, since you've defeated King Yun Zhenren, from now on, the position of Alliance Hierarch of the Demon Subjugation Alliance is yours, Yun Hua Zhenren said with great joy. Ye Feng had a good relationship with him. If Ye Feng became the Alliance Hierarch, he would support him with both hands and feet. Yes, Sect Master Ye, you will be our Alliance Hierarch from now on. The sect leader of Liu Yun sect was also happy for Ye Feng to take the position, after all, his strength was there for all to see. What's so good about being an Alliance Hierarch? Whoever wants to be it, can have it, Ye Feng said as he soared into the sky and soon disappeared into the horizon. Fellow sect masters, I take my leave, said the Deputy City Lord as he hurriedly made his escape. The sect leaders of Liu Yun sect and the others exchanged glances with helpless expressions and had no choice but to leave. The freshly established Demon Subjugation Alliance disbanded on the spot. Damn it, Untie me! In the pit, King Yun Zhenren was still roaring. Misty Peak. Ye Feng sat in a lounge chair. Whenever he thought back to his experience in the underground ancient city, he would smirk slightly and think that the dissolution of the Demon Subjugation Alliance was actually a good thing. Otherwise, with a small-minded alliance hierarch like King Yun Zhenren, it was better to leave the alliance. I feel like I've forgotten something. Ye Feng suddenly slapped his head. Right, I haven't untied King Yun Zhenren. But after an hour, he will naturally free himself, so it doesn't matter. 5 Colors City. Mo Ying and Ji Xiling were walking in the Nanluo mountain range outside the city. Senior sister, punishing the wicked and eradicating evildoers is so satisfying. I still remember the cheers from the people around when we threw that bullying baddie into the manure pit. It made me feel so good, Ji Xiling said, holding a fine sword while walking along the road. Mo Ying carried the breeze riding sword on her back without speaking. Soon after, the two women arrived at a mountain village. The local customs were simple, with no disasters, and there was no need for them to take action. At that moment, a cloud of demonic creatures appeared in the sky, drawing Ji Xiling's attention. She gripped her fine sword and said solemnly, "It seems like demons." "No," Mo Ying stopped Ji Xiling. To Ji Xiling's surprise, the cloud-like demonic creatures in the sky began to rain down, watering the crops of the villagers. "Thank you, Immortal Yun." The villagers watched their crops grow robustly, running and singing praises to the cloud demon in the rain, expressing their gratitude. "There's nothing for us here, let's continue south." Mo Ying pinched the sword art and, with Ji Xiling, flew towards the deeper parts of the Nanluo mountain range on their swords. Dozens of miles away, in the northern section of the Nanluo mountain range, the shape-shifting beast self-styled as the Thousand Faces Demon Monarch was hugging two beauties, sitting in the cave on the mountainside, playing drinking games and having a blast. Suddenly, a figure appeared. "It's Sect Master Ye." The two beauties immediately paid their respects. "You, how did you get here?" The Thousand Faces Demon Monarch looked at Ye Feng, eyes widening in surprise, and quickly sent the two beauties away. "I need a favor from you," Ye Feng said as he sat down, looking troubled. 10 minutes earlier, Ye Feng was sitting in a lounge chair, preparing to rest. Then suddenly, the dog system popped up with a side mission. Side mission: infiltrate Demon City to gather intelligence. Mission duration: 7 days. Mission reward: 1 middle grade refinement furnace, 1 explosive spirit pill. Completion: 0%. The system had said that side missions could be chosen to accept or refuse without any punishment either way. At first, Ye Feng wasn't interested. But when he saw middle grade refinement furnace, he was tempted. With a refining furnace, Misty Sect could forge spiritual artifacts, but currently, they were unable to refine spirit mines and had to ask Zhang Yashao for help. However, if they had a refinement furnace, it would be much more convenient. Additionally, Ye Feng himself was interested in scouting out Demon City, so he prepared to set out. But after thinking it over, Ye Feng realized that infiltrating on his own would be difficult, so he thought of the Thousand Faces Demon Monarch, who had the talent for shape-shifting. The Thousand Faces Demon Monarch poured tea for Ye Feng and asked, "What is it that you need, Sect Master? Come with me to Demon City to gather information. If you don't want to go, I'll beat you." Ye Feng stated his purpose. Just sitting there, he gave the Thousand Faces Demon Monarch a terrible and sinister feeling, who couldn't help swallowing nervously. "I'll go." The Thousand Faces Demon Monarch spoke with a double meaning. Demon City, originally called Shuiyang City. The city is located 1,000 miles northwest of Yungziao Ancient City, on the southern side of a huge mountain range called Guan Mountain, and is bisected by the Taishuan River, which is about 100 meters wide, into southern and northern districts. At the moment, 10 miles outside the southern gate of Demon City, a bull-headed person wearing a mask, slowly walking along the road, was carrying a black-faced youth dressed in coarse hemp clothing. "Sect Master, is this really okay?" the bull-headed creature muttered. "My plan is absolutely perfect, provided that you stick to the script we rehearsed earlier," the black-faced youth said. "Got it." The bull-headed person nodded slightly and, carrying the black-faced youth, continued towards Demon City. These two were none other than the Thousand Faces Demon Monarch and Ye Feng. Ye Feng's side mission was to enter Demon City and gather information. Sneaking in was an impossible task for Ye Feng, who could neither turn invisible nor cast spells. However, after using the heaven-asking mirror to spy for a long while, Ye Feng found that every day, many members of the demon race captured people and took them into Demon City. And this presented an opportunity. Ye Feng pondered for a long time and decided to disguise himself as a raggedly dressed, cultivation-less commoner, with his face smeared with the bottom of a pot, to be carried into Demon City by the Thousand Faces Demon Monarch disguised as a bull-headed person. Since Ye Feng really looked no different from a mortal, he could play the part convincingly. As for the Thousand Faces Demon Monarch, his shape-shifting skills were unparalleled. Being a demonic beast himself, disguising as a bull-headed person was no trouble at all. However, at this moment, the Thousand Faces Demon Monarch only revealed the cultivation level of a demi-transformed demon beast, so his aura was not particularly strong. Soon, they were only 3 miles away from the south gate of Demon City. "Which squad are you from?" 2 fish-headed creatures wielding steel forks flew over, exuding demi-transformed level auras, and asked the Thousand Faces Demon Monarch. "I come from outside. I heard that Demon City is our demon race's holy land, so I specially came to pledge allegiance. For this purpose, I even captured a person as a gift," the Thousand Faces Demon Monarch said, gesturing towards the captive Ye Feng with a voice that sounded very honest. "Another one who wants to pledge allegiance to our demon king? Wait for us to inspect you." The 2 fish-headed creatures circled the Thousand Faces Demon Monarch, observing him closely, and noticed that he was indeed a demonic beast, albeit not a particularly strong one. "Can we enter the city now?" the Thousand Faces Demon Monarch asked. "Before entering the city, kill this person," one of the fish-headed creatures suddenly pointed at Ye Feng and said with an indifferent tone. "Kill him." The Thousand Faces Demon Monarch was taken aback, while the bound Ye Feng twitched the corner of his mouth, thinking his luck was truly awful. "Hurry up and do it," urged the fish-headed creature. "Okay." The Thousand Faces Demon Monarch took out a mountain-splitting axe and slammed it towards Ye Feng. But just as the axe was a foot away from Ye Feng's neck, another fish-headed creature suddenly blocked the axe with its steel fork. "What is the meaning of this?" the Thousand Faces Demon Monarch asked in surprise. Ye Feng thought to himself that it was a good thing the 2 fish-headed creatures had called a halt, otherwise, in the next moment, he would have needed to behead them. "You're a qualified bull-headed person, and you may enter Demon City. This is a referral token, take it and go into the city." One of the fish-headed creatures handed over a white bone square that had been polished. Upon receiving it, the Thousand Faces Demon Monarch saw that one side was carved with the character demon and it had a unique scent that was difficult to counterfeit. "Thank you both." Carrying Ye Feng and raising the recommendation talisman, he smoothly passed the city gate inspection and finally, with some shocks but no dangers, infiltrated Demon City. Ye Feng found that most areas within Demon City had been flattened and reassembled by the demon race into countless dome-shaped buildings of varying styles using huge stones. On the streets, there were also many members of the demon race sprinting wildly. The Thousand Faces Demon Monarch only exposed the aura of a demi-transformed demon beast, but that was considered quite good in the city. At least, he hadn't yet encountered a demon general of the element-gathering realm. "The bull-headed person over there, stop. Our mangy dog army is short of a deputy, and you've been chosen," a rugged voice called out, followed by a dog-headed creature wearing a steel helmet and wielding a steel trident, walking upright towards the Thousand Faces Demon Monarch, pointing at him. "Me, a deputy?" The Thousand Faces Demon Monarch was a bit bewildered. "That's right. Our mangy dog army, led by the mangy dog demon general, has a troop that numbers 3,000. Counting you and me, we have a total of 8 deputies, the dog-headed creature said with a proud expression. Agree to it for now, Ye Feng communicated through the Spirit Beast Pavilion's auxiliary function. The Thousand Faces demon monarch nodded, pointing to Ye Feng. Okay, I can join the mangy dog army. But what about this person? Lock him in the dungeon, the dog-headed creature said. And so, Ye Feng was locked in an iron cage by the side of the road. As for the Thousand Faces demon monarch, maintaining his bull-headed appearance, he followed the dog-headed creature towards a large hall in the distance, blending in as a deputy who could command over 100 members of the demon race. What bad luck! Ye Feng sighed while sitting inside the iron cage. Looking at the nearby water tower, he didn't know what kind of misfortune had befallen him to end up locked up here. If he had known this would happen, he should have snuck in stealthily from the beginning. Right, I can cause a distraction and then find a chance to get away. Ye Feng glanced at the water tower next to him and secretly used heroic spirit power to destroy it. Boom! The water tower suddenly collapsed, smashing the iron cage. The flood of water instantly surged around, like a tidal wave, and Ye Feng took the opportunity to escape, but the ash covering his face was washed away by the water, revealing his handsome true face, preparing to sprint away. However, as soon as he lifted his foot, Ye Feng froze on the spot. Because nearby, a young woman in a white robe appeared, with 3 snow-white fox tails behind her, clearly the famous three-tailed fox. Behind the three-tailed fox was an army of the demon race, including several demon generals. All members of the demon race were attracted by the noise of the falling water tower and turned their heads to look at Ye Feng, who was mid-escape on the street. At that moment, the atmosphere on the scene seemed to freeze. Why am I so unlucky? Ye Feng wanted to cry but had no tears. Seeing the attractive Ye Feng, the three-tailed fox's eyes brightened, and she said, Yo! What a handsome human scholar! Quickly capture him for me, clean him up, and bring him to my boudoir. Yes. 2 demon generals rubbed their hands together eagerly and started to approach Ye Feng. The terrifying pressure, like a giant wave, pressed down on Ye Feng layer after layer, making his face turn pale. To flee? To fight? Or to remain still? Ye Feng found himself in a dilemma. Chapter 200. Fox Clan Princess, A Twist of Fate. Forget it, let's take it one step at a time. Ye Feng murmured to himself, his face filled with dread as he shivered, his acting reaching its peak. Kid, you don't look bad, and although you lack cultivation, you've caught the princess's eye with your looks. I'm guessing you'll be drained dry tonight, hee hee. 2 demon generals, towering like iron towers, grabbed Ye Feng from both sides and brought him into a round-domed stone house. Have him bath and change, then wait for the princess to come over for dual cultivation. One of the demon generals tossed Ye Feng into a tub and instructed the 2 young and beautiful human race maidens, both covered in bruises, beside him. Upon hearing this, Ye Feng felt secretly thrilled. Dual cultivation. For real? Hurry up, I can't wait. However, soon Ye Feng found himself looking into the sympathetic and pitying gazes of the 2 maids. A maid with a mole on her mouth sighed, alas, you're the 18th one, and in the end, you can't escape the tragic fate of being drained dry by the Fox Clan Princess. Drained dry, that's terrible. Ye Feng was bewildered. So the three-tailed fox from before was indeed the Fox Clan Princess, and it seemed she was adept at using a strange technique to absorb the yang energy from men, extremely cruel. Thinking of this, Ye Feng asked worriedly, Sisters, how did you end up here, and is there any way you could let me go? Sigh. The 2 maids sighed, tears streaming down their faces. The maid with a mole on her mouth said woefully, We were originally the daughters of noble families in Shuiyang City, but when the demon race attacked, 99% of the population died. Only those of us with pretty faces survived, becoming the servants of the Fox Clan Princess. Sisters, why didn't you escape? Ye Feng continued to ask. We don't have any cultivation, how could we escape? The maid with a mole on her mouth sighed, looking at Ye Feng with sympathy. Young master, you will be drained dry and die soon, so enjoy these last moments. If you have any last wishes, you might as well express them, because you won't have the chance later. Ye Feng realized these two maids were actually nice people. It was just a pity that these two women, powerless to tie up a chicken, had no ability to resist in this perilous demon city. Quickly, have your bath and change. The two maids stripped off Ye Feng's coarse hemp clothes, washed him with water, and finally dressed him in a set of clean, fitting white robes. They then left the round-domed house and closed the door behind them. Once Ye Feng was left alone in the room, the corners of his mouth gradually lifted into a smile. Fox Clan Princess. I wonder if taking her hostage would reveal some useful information. Ye Feng sensed around and found that the 3 strands of wind element spirit energy of the wind spirit pearl had already been fully replenished, so he wasn't too worried. With his current abilities, as long as he didn't face the Demon King head-on, escaping shouldn't be too difficult. Creak. The door was pushed open by a pair of fair hands. The Fox Clan Princess, full of seductive charm, walked in, closed the door tightly, and gave Ye Feng a wicked smile. What a handsome young man! I just wonder how much strength you can provide for me, whether it will be enough to help me break through my realm, said the Fox Clan Princess with a chuckle, her expression suddenly becoming fierce. She grabbed Ye Feng's shoulders, threw him onto a cold jade platform, and smirked. Big sister, could you please spare me? Ye Feng decided to play it cool for a while, and at the same time, activated the scouting feature of the Spirit Beast Pavilion. Fox Clan Princess, High-ranking Demon Soldier Peak. Talent, Seizing. Remark, a 3-tailed demon fox adept at devouring the yang energy of men to strengthen herself. Devouring one more person will allow her to advance to a lower-rank demon general. She may appear beautiful and enchanting but is actually extremely cruel. She carries the bloodline mark of powerful Fox clan members, and should she perish, it would be noticed. Upon seeing the last sentence, Ye Feng's gaze suddenly sharpened. Bloodline mark? It seems that the Fox clan princess couldn't be killed for the moment, he needed to knock her out first, otherwise, it would draw the attention of the powerful Fox clan. Ye Feng felt secretly glad to have the scouting function of the Spirit Beast Pavilion. Otherwise, other infiltrators would probably have killed the Fox clan princess first, exposing themselves. Kid, come, lie down nicely, and you'll suffer less pain, said the Fox clan princess suddenly, baring her teeth as her face elongated, transforming into the sharp maw of a demon fox, poised to bite down on Ye Feng's neck. Screw you! Ye Feng brought his hand down like a knife on the back of the Fox clan princess's head, causing her eyes to roll back as she fainted on the spot, unable to wake up for quite a while. Ding! Task progress 20%. At that moment, the system suddenly popped up with a notification. Knocking out the Fox clan princess actually progressed the mission. Could it be that the mission is related to the Fox clan princess? It makes sense, she's a princess after all, with a different status and identity. Ye Feng's lips curled into a smile as he searched the Fox clan princess's body and found a canine tooth belonging to the Fox clan, which still had a strand of special aura clinging to it. Ding! Task progress 35%. Hearing the prompt, Ye Feng immediately realized, I get it, this canine tooth is the key to the mission. Just to be safe, Ye Feng sliced open the Fox clan princess's arm and took a drop of her blood. He then hit her head a few more times to ensure she wouldn't wake up for half an hour. Time to go, Ye Feng said, holding the Fox clan's canine tooth and a drop of blood, using the power of the heroic spirits to push aside the ground and form a tunnel. He then used the scouting function to find a location with a similar aura to the tooth and began to tunnel toward it. With the aid of the heroic spirit power, Ye Feng moved quickly. A moment later, Ye Feng's head popped out from beneath a huge dome-shaped building, surveying the surroundings, which were extravagantly furnished. On the bed, there lay a snoring demon general of the Fox clan, at least on par with a 5th level of the element gathering realm. Damn, dug the wrong way. Ye Feng quickly restored the passage and started digging in another direction. Luckily, he had the wind spirit pearl to mask his aura, otherwise, the demon general with spiritual sense would have discovered him on the spot. For the next quarter of an hour, Ye Feng opened up 5 dome-shaped halls one after another, narrowly avoiding discovery by the demon generals within and causing his heart to race. This is too dangerous. Ye Feng continued digging. The Fox clan princess still lay on the ground within the dome-shaped building where she had been, drooling all over the floor, mumbling in her sleep. Outside the door, 2 demon generals stood like iron towers. Since the room housed the Fox clan princess, they dared not release their spiritual sense to scout around, but from inside, they occasionally heard strange sounds from the Fox clan princess like yummy, give me, and ha ha ha. It looks like the princess is having a lot of fun. The 2 demon generals exchanged glances, blinked, and shared a knowing look. Their duty was to protect the Fox clan princess. Now that they were sure the princess was safe and seemingly enjoying herself, they didn't care about the passage of time and stood quietly outside the door. Meanwhile, Ye Feng was still tunneling. Finally, he broke through an underground passage and entered a large hall built beneath the surface, where no guards were present. Ahead, he saw a square door about 10 meters high, entirely carved from white stone. Ding! Task progress 45%. Noticing the progress increase, Ye Feng's lips slightly curled up as he thought to himself that the system's prompt function was indeed a bug, confirming whether he was going in the right direction. Looks like the secret is right here. Ye Feng took out the canine tooth he found on the Fox clan princess, looked for a while on the stone door, and found a recess to fit the tooth into. Click, click, click. The stone door slowly opened. A stone corridor leading deep underground was revealed, flanked by burning ancient bronze lamps, which lit up the surroundings. Ye Feng walked down the corridor, becoming increasingly cautious along the way. Thank you for watching. Continue exploring the fascinating world of Chinese novels with us. Hit that subscribe button on Chinese Novel Audiowave to stay updated with our latest stories. And never miss out on a great listen.